what was going on there, and we had a chance to actually test it and find out what was rotating, right? So just like 100 years ago they had Aries failure, that they proved that it was the stars and the sky that was moving. Today I guess we can call it the Nodell maneuver or whatever you want to call it. But what we did here is we took measurements at a place called Pikes Peak, Colorado, which is at an elevation of 14,125 feet. Okay, then we went directly east of that point on precisely the same latitude line out to the plains of eastern Colorado and dropped roughly about 10,000 feet in elevation. And what happened is the rotation rate increased within that 10,000 foot differential by more than 1.2 degrees per hour. Okay. So what does that
1.2
mean?
degrees, no
That
curvature.
means that as we get closer to the ground, this downward spiraling force that we're calling the luminiferous ether is actually acting just like a tornado, a vortex, right? It's spinning faster, and when it comes down to the ground, and you see what I'm saying? If you look at a vortex, the top of it spins slower, the bottom spins faster. Now, why does that debunk the globe? Well, because if we were truly on a globe, we would, if we went and made that measurement at a Pikes Peak and then went directly east to that lower elevation, it wouldn't matter to on the globe, because you would still be turning at that 15 degrees per hour, commensurate with the sign of the latitude, right?
That's
So
a good point. So if you're seeing a difference in the rotational, um, like if there's a difference in rotation from just moving location east, we lost Zach. Is Zach all right? Did he drop out?
yeah, he'll be back, I'm sure. He
Cool.
probably just
So
dropped
yeah,
out.
that if you so you definitely saw a rotational difference just from changing location east.
We did, and we recorded, and I released it to everybody. The ballers were not happy about it, but after they saw it, it was amazing how little of a squawk they made about it, other than
Yeah,
just said, "Oh, he's lying about it." It's like,
they
oh,
don't
get
say
over it,
thanks, Bob,
dude.
about that, do they? They don't say
No,
yeah.
no, they don't. Thanks for that.
Thanks for
Um,
proving there's different rotations just by going east. That would only be possible on a globe, north or south, if you were moving. But that's only in their presupposition that there is a rotating Earth beneath us, and you are picking up the rotation of the Earth in that apparatus. And just by showing that, yeah, you go east, that apparatus shouldn't have changed
Not at
rotational.
all. Not at all.
No.
And of course, it's obvious, right? It's obvious that one of two things is happening. And they knew this 100 years ago during the Michelson-Gale experiment, right? Michelson-Gale set out to measure the rotation rate of the ether, right? And they found out that sure enough, it was about 15 degrees per hour. Well, you would have thought then that the Globers would have said, all right, we got Michelson, we got Gale. These are two world-renowned physicists. They measured a 15 degree per hour rotation rate. There is our proof of a rotating globe. Why don't they go to that? Well, the reason they don't go to that is because of the implications when you come forward to Michelson-Morley, and they cannot apply that same logical thinking to a linear type of measurement. It worked in the curvilinear, right? Going around in circle, they're picking up something going around in circle, but they were not getting a linear forward motion of 30 kilometers per second around the sun. And they didn't want to address that. That's why the first thing they came up with was the Lorentz compression, right? Lorentz contraction, excuse me. The Lorentz contraction, which supposedly stated that the device that they were measuring that was in the direction of the Earth turn was actually shortening just enough that it was nullifying their measurements, right? And taking away that 30 kilometer. And then, of course, they were laughed out of science for that. And then, of course, that's when Einstein stepped forward with theory of general relativity and said, dun, 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 let's just get
Yeah, the
rid of
whole
the ether.
space time, yeah,
Yep.
contracting and expanding of time concept. Yeah, that's where it all went downhill from there after that
Yeah.
observation. So what is it that you think that this is probably going off a tangent too, but what is it that you think that the fiber optical gyro is measuring? You say the ether?
It is the motion of the ether. There's no doubt in my mind that's what it is. Because here's why. All right. For anything to have any of the characteristics, like when we say something is waving, right? or something travels in waves, like, if you dropped a stone in a pond, right? Well, first of all, a wave is not what something is, it's what something does. Okay. So when you drop a rock in a pond, that water, which acts as the medium, starts waving, right? Going up and down. It just starts producing an oscillation. Okay. When you play your stereo, okay, and you look at your speakers, and when you play music on your speakers, the speakers are vibrating the sound, right, which then propagates across a medium, which in this case is the air, okay, and then you hear it with your ears, right? So what I'm saying is, for any type of wave action to take place, there has to be something to wave. There must be a medium, right? Now, light is the same exact thing, right? Now, light is an electromagnetic phenomenon, not an electrostatic. It's electromagnetic. And we know for a fact that we can shine a light through a vacuum chamber and it doesn't even phase it. In fact, it actually allows it to propagate better, if you really wanted to look at it that way. But so then you have to ask yourself, so what is the medium for the light to propagate is? And what that is the luminiferous ether. And what's happening is that you are stimulating the luminiferous ether in such a way that the particular bandwidth of the light frequencies that your eyes are able to see, the 450 to whatever it is nanometers, right, actually allows your eyes and your brain to detect those oscillations, right? That's what you're actually seeing. So it's not that light is actually physically traveling, but so much as the space in between you and that light source is being inducted with energy that is vibrating or oscillating at those specific wavelengths, right? So, and this explains why, Mitchell, that, people will say, and I ask this question a million times, like, really? So if light is really a particle, then how in the world could you possibly say, okay, I'm going to flip on a flashlight or a laser light and I'm going to shine it through the air. I'm going to aim it at a fish tank. And as soon as it leaves the flashlight, it's traveling at 186,282 miles per second, right? The speed of light, or C. But as soon as it hits the water, it then goes to about 0.6 C, or about 6/10 of that speed, right? Then once it comes out the other side of that fish tank, then it resumes back up at a normal speed of C. Well, how is that possible if light is a particle that it can slow down and then speed back up? Where does that energy come from? That's a violation of laws of physics. But if we are simply inducing an energy or an oscillation into this medium, then it's not a problem for it to change mediums and change the acceleration speeds. So that's something that, and Ken Wheeler talks about this all the time, and he's absolutely right, because we know for a fact that it does behave this way. So I've never believed for 1 second that light is a particle. It is a wave, and it is a waving of the medium, and that medium is the luminiferous ether.
My understanding of how light works is it's a wave function, not an actual wave, not a particle. It is only a probability distribution. The double slit experiment was a great proof of kind of how much we don't know about light. And I'm under the influence that we don't need a medium for light to travel through. So you're saying ether would be the medium. Is there any way that we can isolate the ether or verify that it would be the ether? If ether wasn't in existence, you would say that light couldn't propagate?
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If the ether didn't exist, and of course that was one of the things. Remember, when we saw that, the first thing we tried to do was to cut ourselves off from that ether, which of course was silly, because you can't do that. In other words, that's like a fish trying to, cut water out of the fish tank. You can't do it. So we tried encasing the thing in bismuth, right? Because bismuth is highly diamagnetic, right? Well, that didn't do any good. We tried to affect it with a what's the magnetic thing. Oh crap! I'm having a brain cramp. Here.
Faraday cage.
No, it wasn't a Faraday cage. It was Lorentz. Not a Lorentz coil. It'll come to me in a minute. Either our camera will bring it up. But so we tried to affect it with this magnetic field, and we were able to affect it. But Helmholtz coil. That's what it was. Is a Helmholtz coil. So we were able to affect it with Helmholtz coil. So we tried all these things because, at the time, I had not come across the information yet about the Michelson-Gale experiment, which detected this exact very same ether rotation, right? But back then, they said, okay, so we now know that one of two things is rotating, because we can look up, we see the stars rotating and the celestial bodies rotating at 15 degrees per hour. This can be caused by one of two things. Either they're moving or we are, right? So they had Airy's failure, which was, of course, the optical experiment. And I'm sure you're probably familiar with it. But it was an optical experiment where they filled the telescope up with a little bit of water to slow down the light traveling, right? And they found that if they had to change the angle of the telescope even a little bit more, that would mean that it was the Earth traveling forward. But if they didn't have to fill the telescope anymore, that meant that the light was already coming in properly at that 15 degrees, right? And that they could see it, right? So it didn't matter whether you had the water in or water out, it would still come in and it'd still be visible. And of course, that is exactly what happened. So there we have that proof that there is not only an ether, but that it is moving at a 15 degree per hour rotation. Then, of course, like I said, fast forward to 2019 to what FE Core did. And I'm not even going to take credit for that. I mean, Zach and I and Chris Van Maitre went out and actually did the footwork on it. But, we came up with our solution saying, well, if it's a ball, then it's going to act differently at different elevations, right? Or no, it's not going to act differently at different elevations if it's a ball. But if it is not a ball, it is going to act differently, and it most certainly did. Again, so you've got two different paradigms. You have the paradigm of the vortexual ether, which of course starts in the sky. We're looking at it happening in the sky, rotating above us, that is being contained and being brought to us by the luminiferous ether, and is actually coming down and rotating faster at the ground. Or we have a ball that's spinning, and it just wasn't the latter.
And they also they renamed the ether back in the 80s. A scientist, rediscovered it, and they named it the Higgs field.
Yeah.
So they can never really step away from this. They just gave it another name. So nowadays it's called the Higgs field. The Higgs boson particles and this and that, blah, 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 all this stuff. But yeah, so they just took the ether, scratched it out for 75 years, 100 years or whatever. I think it was in the 80s. So yeah, about 70 years. And then came back and renamed it.
And it was also in the 80s that the United States Air Force redid the Michelson-Morley experiment and found that, yes, there was a luminiferous ether. I have that Greg Braden video, and it's actually published in the Journal of Nature, which I actually have all that stuff. I don't have it brought up right now, but the experiment is published in the Journal of Nature, goes into all the details about it. And every Nobel laureate today will tell you, Mitchell, that, if you ask them, is the ether, is it real? Does it exist? They'll tell you absolutely it does. It must. There's no way around it. And we are the same belief system. And like I said, we've got tangible evidence. Now, it may not be absolute scientific proof, but it's pretty damn good tangible evidence. You know what I mean? So, and that's
it's awesome. You guys like FE Core, you guys doing these things, props to you guys, hats off. It is awesome. There's no one else kind of on the other side of the globe argument that is doing this. Is awesome stuff you guys are doing. I apologize for being so critical on these things. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate and
oh yeah, no. Yeah.
The only thing I could...
Oh, sorry, Mitchell. I have one more video I'd really like you to see, because I would like you. I think it would really. It's a physical demonstration that I did, and I think you can actually see what happens when you reverse the electric field in between two plates. and reverse the polarity that we see here on Earth, you can actually get things to go and float up and stick to the top plate.
That's awesome. That's something I definitely want to see. But before we move off the topic of ether, the only thing that I could be critical of is probably the speed of light. And well, yeah, I just want to go into that for a second. Has the speed of light actually been measured? As far as I know, it's a two-way kind of a distance has to be there and back. There's no one-way speed of light that can be measured.
Yeah, they say that it has, Mitchell, but I have to say that the details around it are sketchy, to say the least. I mean, one thing that we do know is we do know that we can cause that speed to change by putting it through different mediums. Like I said, you can put laser light through, like if you pulse the laser, right, and you put it through a bunch of water, and then do the same thing in air above it, or even in a vacuum, you will find that the laser propagates faster in the non-liquid medium, or in the vacuum medium, or even an atmosphere, right? So whenever the viscosity of the medium changes, it seems to change that C value. But as far as does it really mean that it stays at 186,282 miles per second? I doubt it. In fact, I think that there are a lot of variables that contribute to that rate of induction. And remember, we're saying that light, the speed of light, is really a rate of induction into the ether. And that seems to be absolutely variable.
Okay, so
and it's neat because I was just going to say real quick, light, just like electricity, falls off at 1/r². A lot of times, if you have a point source, it dissipates at 1/r². Just like if you have a point source of light, it also falls off at 1/r².
Yep.
When we're using these sorts of method, oh, sorry, go on, Bob.
I was just going to say, which of course is nothing more than the inverse square law.
Right.
Right. Okay.
And so when we're doing these sorts of observations of tests, do you think you can be sure that it is the ether rotating? It's not just the stars rotating, whatever the stars may be. Do you think you've sufficiently isolated that it would be the ether rotating, not just whatever the stars are?
To my satisfaction, yes. But like I said, since we cannot critically put this through the scientific method, and I fully admit that this is not something that we can manipulate a variable on, right?
Yeah, you can't step outside of it.
Right. The best that we were able to do was manipulate where we thought it would change its velocity, and it did, right? So what we did is we manipulated the sample of where we took it within terms of altitude. And yeah, that definitely made a difference, but that doesn't necessarily fit into the scientific method, right?
Yeah. So there's definitely a correlation. I don't think anyone can deny that there's a correlation with people.
Yeah.
But like you said, it might not be a causation, but it's a step in the right direction to figuring out where the hell we live and what is going on. So yeah, you guys are doing good stuff. Don't like, obviously you're gonna keep going with these endeavors, and it's through going against the grain, sometimes revisiting old knowledge that has previously been visited and strucken out of possibility. These are the things that you guys need to keep doing, and doing great work.
Absolutely. And yeah,
where did you want to go next?
Thanks,
did you want to do?
Yeah, okay, I had this,
especially Zach, like your demonstrations. These are really cool.
Well, yeah, I've gotten a lot of help. I got to admit, Bob, Cammy, I can't start naming people. Nora Roberts. There's all kinds of people out there that have,
we have a friend
really
that's a
helped.
PhD professor, electrical engineering in Greece, that helps us a lot.
Yeah, there's so many people that their minds are going into a lot of these tests, and then they gave me the ideas to try a lot of this stuff. So I definitely can't take credit. I'm just the tinkerer, It's definitely a lot of brains that made this child, I guess, if you'd say it that way.
So go ahead and give us an intro to this video, Zach, what we're going to see, moving different types of matter with an electrical field, and then we'll play it.
Yeah, this is just, I have a Van de Graaff generator, and I take 2 pizza plates, you know, stainless steel pizza plates. And instead of having the positive above and the negative below, like we see here on Earth with our electric field, I reverse it. And I put different types. I think it's wood. I put some iron filings in there, and I put some human hair. And I think even a little piece of plastic at the very beginning it shows you. But it'll show you that there is definitely a change in this vector that we're saying is created here on Earth. The vector goes from, pointing down towards now it's kind of pointing up.
Yep. Okay. So let's go ahead and play this. And after this, Mitchell, we also, we want to show you that, a lot of the other claims, like I said, and we're going to explain to you why relative density disequilibrium does not explain up and down. Okay. And I know you want to get to that part.
Yeah.
So
Definitely.
let's go ahead
Right.
and play this. Here we go.
Oh, I'm not hearing it, Bobo.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, well, my bad. Then let me stop it and reshare it.
Were you hearing it, Mitchell? Oh, you're
Oops,
muted.
I'm not hearing Mitchell. Oh, Mitchell, you're muted. That's why.
I was muted. Yeah. No, I wasn't hearing it. No, I think you have to click on the share audio as well.
Yeah, I did. I thought I did, but maybe
Okay.
not. Okay, so share audio this time and share. All right, let's try it again. Let me know if it doesn't play.
Everybody out there in YouTube land. This is Good Times for All, or Zachary Zabala here if you prefer. In this video, we will be moving different types of matter with an electric field. In a previous video, I showed how I could move a piece of tissue paper using a Van de Graaff generator to charge 2 pizza trays to line up opposite the electric field of Earth. This simply means I put the negative charge on top and the positive on the bottom. As you can see, the paper lifted up from the bottom plate and stuck to the top plate, defying gravity. I had many people ask if other materials could be moved within the field, and I figured out how to do just that. I calculated that with the Earth's size we are given scaled down to 1 foot across, the highest mountain ranges would be shorter than the width of a human hair from the surface. This told me I would have to use very small objects, which to scale would still be taller than the highest mountains. I first started with sawdust, which is just very fine wood shavings left over when cutting wood. As you can see, when I charge the plates, many pieces of wood rise up from the bottom plate and stick to the top and remain there as long as I apply the current. Next, I use iron filings, which I knew because of their density and size might give me trouble. To my surprise, I was able to get the very fine pieces to act just like the tissue paper, while others barely moved, if they moved at all. A very interesting thing I noticed was that some filings raised up into the air, never quite touching the top plate, then falling off in a parabolic arc from where it started. Nonetheless, a noticeable force was applied to the iron filings from the electric field change. Last of all, I used human hair to be my once living organism, as I will not test on living creatures. To no surprise, after the first 2 observations, the hair also rose from the surface of the bottom plate and stuck to the top, just like the others. I am attempting to create a small, unbroken sphere of water onto the plates, but have had difficulties. Any ideas on making small standing water spheres would be greatly appreciated, so if you have any, please drop them in the comment section below.
Not too many of those.
Thanks for all. Here's
Nope.
That is really cool, Zach. Yeah, you're gonna have trouble with that spherical ball of water.
Yeah.
That's really cool. So taking nothing away from that demonstration, that's awesome. That's definitely demonstrating that we can manipulate something to cause that change. That's really cool and cause that movement. Would you say that's a force then?
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yes.
That's electrostatic acceleration right there. That is
Yes.
that's just
And
what I was showing right there.
And one thing you have to remember, Mitchell, that it is an axiomatic law of physics that states when you have an acceleration to anything, it has to be caused by a force, right? There's just, it's a law. You can't, if you push your car down the road, you're applying a force to the back of it by pushing it. The electricity is applying a force that is causing those things to jump up to the top plate. Anything like that, it, like I said, is an axiomatic law of physics that when there is an acceleration, going from zero to whatever, that a force must be the thing that's causing it. Now, obviously the question here is what's driving that force, right? And that's where we come back around full circle to this bias or this downward electrostatic vector, right? Now, a lot of people will try and say that, and well, in fact, we both know who we're talking about here. Anthony Riley will, try and convince you that his egg in a solution experiment, answers that question. But it's patently absurd because first of all, he hasn't eliminated all the variables for one. And there were several things that could have been done to change the buoyancy, right? I mean, what happens if he would have just let that egg go bad, right? What happens when you let an egg go bad? Do you know how to tell if an egg's bad? You put it in water, and if it
would
floats,
rise when it would float. Yeah.
Yeah, and it generates a gas inside of it, right? So does that make his test conclusive? Not in a million years. And then Zach, also, what was the other thing that you were saying to Mitchell before the show?
We can explain away how that actually works. And I even did a demonstration with some balloons in a pin. And I changed the electric potential of it, which is really just density and electric potential go hand in hand. The denser an object is, the more electric potential it can store. So by changing the density of his medium, he was storing more electric potential and it was getting closer to the potential of the egg. Therefore, the egg started rising. Did I explain that properly?
So
makes sense to me.
and like you were saying, Bob, when the egg would go bad, the density would change too. So they would actually get less dense. Would you agree? So that's why it's rising.
Well, I don't know if it would necessarily get less dense so much as it's generating a gas inside of it that is converting a more dense matter to something less dense, which is increasing the buoyancy. I'm not a chemical person. I don't know exactly how that works, but I do know how to check for a bad egg, and I know that happens. So
yeah, we know it happens. Yeah, that's something that we can see. Yeah, you put it in water and it floats up, and you know it's no good. But
exactly.
To me, that's kind of changing the density of it, of the egg, and that kind of, for me, that kind of goes in line with the relative density disequilibrium argument. So that like you said, that's the other side of this argument. So you guys are detailing the electrostatic downward vector, and
Right.
yeah, Anthony Riley is kind of detailing the relative density disequilibrium argument. So, but you guys aren't. You guys aren't going against what the RDD, the relative density disequilibrium. It is a thing. You're not going against that.
Yeah. It absolutely is. We're not going against that. What we are saying, point blank, Mitchell, is that it is not what causes things to go down. It's as simple as that, and we can prove that, and we're going to prove that. Okay. Here's the thing with Tony, and all this. I mean, first of all, he complains and he bitches and he moans that, I haven't worked with him and I'm ignoring him. And well, honestly, there's a lot of bad blood between us because of, things he said to my wife and stuff like that. But I don't like the guy. I don't want to deal with him. He's the kind of person that, he's made several videos calling me a shill because I believe differently than he does, and it's like, okay, whatever, dude. So I just kind of ignore him. And, I'm not about to debate this with him. But so what I do is I just come out with the proof. Right now, here's one of the proofs. And Zach, which video was that you just threw in that one you wanted me to show?
Yeah, that was the balloon and the Karen B pin.
Oh, okay.
Button.
So let's go ahead and show this because we've got actually several pieces of evidence that do show that it is electrical that's causing this downward force. And also the one thing that there are several things that we can do to take buoyancy completely out of the equation, Mitchell. We can completely take buoyancy out of the question. And when we do that, it doesn't work anymore. And
The only thing
kills
that
it.
I want to, the only thing I want to say about buoyancy is that's got gravity in it. Do you need gravity for buoyancy?
Well, what are we talking about as terms of gravity? If it's in terms of a downward electrostatic bias, yes, you do.
So you're kind of substituting gravity for the downward, like the electrostatic downward.
Yes,
bias.
that's exactly what we're saying is, but we're saying instead of being a characteristic of mass attracting mass, it is a change of electrostatic potential. Okay. And like I said, we can completely eliminate the buoyancy argument. We can render it moot by taking the gravitational so-called field away from it. And we can do this in a couple different ways. But first, let me play this video for Zach. Hang on just a second. So share screen. That one.
Yeah, I think you'll like this one too, Mitchell. This one blew my mind when it actually worked. I was like, no way.
Yep. Okay. Make sure you can hear this.
I'll put it on.
Okay. Make sure and let me know if you don't hear it.
Yep, all good.
Okay.
Hello, everybody out there in YouTube land. Good times for all, or Zachary Zabala here if you prefer. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at trying to change the weight of an object by changing its charge potential. What I have is some Mylar helium balloons that are holding up a Karen B pin connected to a wire that is connected to the Van de Graaff generator. We're about, 2.5, 3 inches off the ground. And watch what happens when I start applying charge to it. I gotta take the negative and get it up here real quick. And here we go. I start applying a charge and look at that. All the way down to the ground. Discharge it and it raises right back up. Gotta love it, folks.
Now, mind you, we did not change anything as far as any buoyancy requirement, measurement, or anything here. This was done purely with what we are saying gravity really is. No buoyancy ever changed here at all. So continue.
Wouldn't the if you were saying if you're substituting gravity with the electrostatic charge, wouldn't you be changing the buoyancy then? If you're kind of substituting those things,
Well,
that's
Well,
only
we're
a
changing
calculation.
we're changing the weight of the pin by adding more electric potential to it.
That's right, because the buoyancy factor is going to remain the same, because remember, buoyancy is just a displacement, right, of mass. So, but what we're doing is we're influencing that downward force that causes all things to go down in the first place. And when I say all things, I mean all things. I mean everything, including gases. And so I can safely state, and we'll be able to now prove to you, that gases do in fact go down, go boom, boom. Okay.
that is for me, that's kind of the biggest question for this whole argument. Yeah, can we prove that gases
You better
do go
believe we
down?
can.
Absolutely. We've applied them in technology now. These ionic winds that are created by a electric potential difference to fly planes, to cool things off. They're using it for all kinds of stuff now. So yeah,
Do you think
we have a
there's-
video we'll show you about that.
Do you think in just our world around us, like just kind of natural world around us, we can observe that, not in the apparatus?
Well, yeah, lightning. Well, like when
Well, yeah,
everything
that
is
last
pressure
video that
mediation.
came out today. The video that just came out today by Action Lab proves it, point blank.
Do we play that yet? I don't think we played it yet.
We
do
have not played it yet. I'm saving
Okay.
that for last, because it actually it wrecks relative density disequilibrium. It wrecks it.
Was this the end of this video? Did you want to continue, or are we going somewhere?
Yeah,
else?
let's play the last minute of this and then
Cool.
we'll go.
Adding a charge, actually. It's very simple. It's attracting to the ground, the negative. We're putting a positive charge on it, and it's being attracted to the ground. Discharge.
I had to hit the
Oh,
negative
discharge
wand.
negative as well, and there you go, right back up.
Yep. So there you go. And so when I said earlier that all things like electromagnetic, electrostatic, all things are attracted, they want to return back to earth ground. That is, in fact, what is giving us our downward force. It's very real. It's very much there. And we can take buoyancy completely out of the equation. And I'm going to do one more video after this one, and then I'll get to that. But I want to kind of give you a background of where the ether plays into all this. So I want to do one other video that Zach did. And if you have any other questions, feel free to ask.
Yeah, these are great demonstrations, Zach. Love this sort of stuff.
Oh, thanks, man. Like I said, yeah, I got a lot of help, a lot of good ideas from a lot of great people out there. So yeah, thank you everybody who helped.
Okay, is gravity? Okay, I think this is the one I want. Is gravity incoherent magnetism? I don't know if it's that one or if it's the incoherent magnetics of the gravity beast. Those are both outstanding videos. Let's go for the is gravity and incoherent magnetism one. All right, so let's go share screen, Chrome tab, audio, and let's play this. Here we go.
Out there in YouTube land. This is Good Times for All. There's Zachary Zabala here if you prefer. In this video, we will be taking a look at the difference between coherent versus incoherent magnetism. We will again start with some quotes from Ken Wheeler.
Everything is electrical. The only thing that actually defines a
Bleep, bleep.
magnet is field coherency. Before this is magnetic attraction. That which we call magnetic attraction, is it something autonomous from gravity? No, it's not. The only thing that defines or differentiates out the two is field coherency. Something separate and autonomous. Well, here's gravity here, and here's electricity here. Here's magnetism. No, all that shit is the same
Bleep, bleep.
crap. Like ice, water, and steam. They're not different things. Right now, by any definition of the term, and the force required to move this object, 50 pounds. Wow, that's over a piece of metal. You know, it still weighs 4 ounces if you put it over the dirt or, wood. Yeah, do you know why? Because then we only have one object that has field coherence. I'm not able to induce induction. I'm not able to induce field coherence in a piece of wood or the dirt.
As you heard Ken,
But you are able to induce field cohesion into an electrostatic field, and that's why we feel that it's this way. But the magnetism analog, the magnetism demonstration and analog is a beautiful visual demonstration of this. So let's continue.
Wheeler state, everything is electrical. Not only is it all electrical, but he adamantly shouts that magnetism, gravity, and electricity are all the same thing. The part we will focus this video on is the quote where he states the only difference between magnetism and gravity is field coherency. Instead of trying to tell you what he means, I will show you with a few demonstrations. First, we will take a look at two coherent objects and how they interact with each other. Here we have two cylinder magnets with the north poles of the magnets painted red. As you can see, when I try to place the red ends near each other, the other magnet tries to flip around to align with the non-painted end. This is because both objects are coherent, so the attraction and repulsion are both present. It pushes away when the poles are the same and attracts when reversed. Now we will take a look at how multiple magnets, when not aligned, become incoherent. First, we will observe the magnetic field when the magnets are all lined up and coherent. As you can see, the more magnets we align pole to pole, the stronger the magnetic field gets. However, This is the complete opposite when the poles are not aligned. As you can see, the more magnets we add to our incoherent mass, the weaker the magnetic field gets. Now let's take a look at how a coherent object, the cylinder magnet, interacts with the large incoherent mass of magnets and ball bearings. As you can see, the red pole of the magnet is attracted to the mass. So we might assume that the bare pole of the magnet would repel. Yet this is not the case. As I
No, that right there is huge, right? Because magnets, if that was any normal magnet that was coherent, it would repulse it. But here's the thing, that in an incoherent situation like that, the force is always attractive, right? Just like what gravity is. It's always attractive towards the earth, towards downwards. And the reason for that is because we're using one side of the modality, analog modality of the luminiferous ether on the magnetic side. The other side of this is, of course, the electrostatic side of the coin. But one gives us a beautiful demonstration that we can then apply as far as a conceptual visualization for the other. So let's continue.
I flip the magnet over, the bare end is also attracted to the mass. So how does this relate to what we are calling gravity? Like gravity, incoherent magnetism is an attractive-only force. No matter which pole of the magnet is placed near it, the incoherent magnetic field is always attracted and never repelled. All matter is made up of charged particles, and like magnets, these particles have poles. The Earth and everything on it is ultimately a huge mass of charged particles. This is why everything is attracted towards the Earth. There are a few apparent exceptions to this rule, like helium, balloons, and rain clouds, and we will cover this in another video.
Okay, so basically, that's pretty much it, how that goes. Now,
Isn't that
the
awesome? The slinky.
oh, I know, this is really
The
cool.
bottom never moves. It's always the top
Top coming
that
down.
forces the bottom to move.
Yep, slow motion. Yeah, and once again, there it is, that downward force. It comes up everywhere, Mitchell. I mean, there's no getting away from the fact that it's there. Now, let me ask you something. You are familiar, I would assume, with what's called a density tower, yes?
I am.
Okay. And what can you tell me about density tower, and how do you believe it works?
So I believe it works in line with relative density disequilibrium. So you've got objects of a density, and when they're in a specific medium, they're going to either go up or down relative to that medium because of their density. So that's where for me, that's where relative density disequilibrium comes from. If it is out of equilibrium, we're going to get a movement. Whether it wants to go up or down, its relative density in the medium will determine that. And that's what we're seeing in a density tower. So we've got different objects of different densities. We've got different mediums of different densities, and they sort themselves out into their various equilibriums.
Okay, fair enough. Cool. So what would you imagine would happen then if we took a density tower up into a 0G vomit comet plane and we shook it up and looked at it while the plane was in its parabolic arc, effectively eliminating our gravity, right? So we're kind of emulating a 0G force. What do you think that density tower is going to do?
Yeah, it goes nuts. But I've seen this happen. Let's look at this happening. You've got a video on.
Yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
it's happening. Yep.
And I'm going to explain why it happens. But yeah, let's go ahead and do this. Let's see.
To show that oil floats on top of the water. This happens because the
I don't
two
think we have
fluids
to go
are
through all of this.
miscible That is,
Let
they do
me,
not mix. And
pop it
B,
forward, hang
different
on.
densities. Much.
Yeah, probably just
Here's a
the
tower with
bit where
3
it's in
liquid
zero
fluids,
G plane.
vegetable oil.
Yeah. All right. So
It's right now
Okay, let's turn it over to John to see the fluid in action.
density tower. It's got different liquids, different densities. So right now we're in the microgravity, so they're really separate. You have F272, water, and vegetable oil. And as soon as we hit zero, as soon as you go into microgravity, you'll see. 0 science!
okay, so as we can see, he shook it up. It does not want to reorient at all. Now, I have heard people complain, well, it didn't have enough time to, but I would ask that you, provide a little leeway and understand that they've done this several times. There are other Carthage College videos on this. It never reorients. So that's one thing that I want everybody to see. Now, the interesting thing about this is, and I was not able to find this video before the show started, so I apologize. So I'm just going to narrate what happens in the other video that, when I first did this demonstration a couple years ago. They did this very same experiment again, except this time the pilot went over the arc, kind of exaggerated the arc, which caused everything to kind of float up to the top of the fuselage. In other words, he was overcompensating. So instead of just being floating in the middle of the fuselage inside of it, he pushed over a little bit more, and it caused a slight bias to the top side, right? So then what they did is they shook up the density tower for that. And what did it do? Well, the amazing thing is all of a sudden then it started working again, but this time it organized in the opposite direction, right? So the fluids went from density, less density to higher density down. But when he put it over the top and changed the emulation of the force of gravity, if you will, to the top side, then all of a sudden it went to the upside. And it's like, okay, but the point here is that unless you actually have some sort of a small bias, some sort of a small force that causes this to happen, then buoyancy is rendered moot because it can no longer separate from the constituent parts of the other liquids and the other viscosities in the density tower. Okay.
Yeah, the dense doesn't know which way to go.
Exactly.
It kind of turns that off, and that's what we're saying. You need to have that little switch turned on just to throw it's a very weak bias, just like they claim gravity is. It's very weak. Well, this electrostatic force is very weak.
Yes.
And without it, though, you don't get that denser medium, that denser object wanting to go towards ground.
The only thing I can comment on with something like in a zero G plane is just such an unnatural position for anything to be in. It's literally just things kind of falling out of the sky. If you didn't have that plane around the density tower, it'd just be that tube falling out of the sky, and that's such an unnatural position to kind of judge why things happen in that circumstance. But it is a cool demonstration of.
Yeah, well, it's
Well, yeah,
what
but when
happens
you're
in that.
judging why things fall, you have to drop stuff, right?
right. And what we're
When you're
determining
trying to
here
test it.
is why is it that these density, why is it that the density tower is working? Why does it require either the downward force of gravity to work on the ground or to emulate that force in the opposite direction to work in the zero-G vomit comet? I mean, again, when you put it in an absolute zero-G, it doesn't work at all. And that's what I'm saying. It renders the relative density disequilibrium moot completely. Right. Now, let me show you one other thing that really kind of throws a wrench in this as well. And you're probably familiar, I've talked about this before, about gravimeters and what they do. Okay. So what a gravimeter is, basically in its simplest form, here's one of these, and it's wow, what is that noise?
Oh, sorry, that was probably me moving my microphone.
Oh, okay.
I'll
So
mute
someone's going. All right. Anyway, so what these are in their simplest form is they don't, contrary to what they say about they measure gravity fields, that's bullshit. There is no gravity field. Okay. That's horse manure. What these things do is they measure rates of acceleration, right? Rates of acceleration changes. And what we found out about these things and the way they do it is they do it with a laser interferometer, much like the Michelson-Morley type device. And essentially, so what happens is this. Inside, they have taken a ball, right? And they put the ball inside of an evacuated tube. So what does that mean to be evacuated? Well, if you evacuate a tube, you have now taken out any matter whatsoever. So there is nothing, we have taken any variable or any possibility of anything working against a different density out of the equation, because there is no other density, right? There's simply a ball that is falling through an evacuated tube, which has absolutely nothing in it, okay? So what happens then is as soon as it's released, as soon as you hit this, it drops the ball through this evacuated chamber, and of course it's being tracked with a laser, the laser interferometry, which is, you know, accurate to within 12 parts per million. I mean, or something like that. It's crazy accurate, right? And so what it then does is it renders back a rate of an acceleration, right? So what we know is when they do this, the acceleration changes from place to place on different parts of the earth. And like I said on the Globebuster show, you know, the other day, on Wednesday, I said that it's interesting, but whenever there are areas of magnetic anomalies, the gravitational field also seems to have gravitational anomalies. When there are electrical anomalies, like lightning strikes and stuff like that, coincidentally, this downward acceleration field also seems to be affected, meaning that there is something that is directly involved with electricity and electromagnetism and the ether, of course, which generates them, which is causing this downward bias that is being put on everything, right? Now, the other thing that makes gravity so-called an anomaly, and nobody can explain this, is that it doesn't just fall, it just doesn't go down, but from what we can tell, it keeps accelerating and it keeps accelerating and it keeps accelerating. When we watched Felix Baumgartner jump out of the plane, right, he got over supersonic speeds before he got into enough atmosphere to slow him down, right? So, and again, what did I tell you earlier about an absolute axiomatic law of physics? When something is in a state of acceleration, there must be a force applied. The question is what is that force? That force is the electrostatic downward bias that is being caused by this electrostatic difference of potential and not mass attracting mass. But to deny that it's there is foolhardy, because it absolutely is. Now, to get to the question of Nathan Oakley, where he says, no, gas doesn't go down, it doesn't go boom, boom, he's wrong. Point blank, because if you
before we get into that, can I just address some of the
Sure.
things you just said?
Sure, go ahead.
So when for me, when Felix jumped out of that plane, he's going through the medium, and the medium's slowing him down. So for me, it's like relative density disequilibrium is all about the medium and what you can manipulate in the medium.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm seeing when Felix jumps out of the plane. The medium is slowing him down. What are you saying that speeds him up? You're kind of ignoring that part of the equation. What speeds him up? So the bit about disequilibrium is everything here on Earth is it wants to find equilibrium. And so when someone takes themselves, like he has in a plane, he takes himself out of that equilibrium. Equilibrium is down the ground here, where that's where he'll rest, down the ground. If you take yourself out of equilibrium, you're going into disequilibrium, and it is trying to find that equilibrium. And I think that's where you're bringing in the electrostatic force. So you're trying to say that the cause of things ordering themselves into the equilibrium is due to the electrostatic force. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, the electrostatic gradient, because we have this electrostatic gradient for things to line up in.
That's right. We're always being pushed down by it. Everything is.
Okay, look, so let's go on to the gas then, because that's the
Okay.
next question.
So
Does
let
it-
me
yeah.
ask you one other question though, really quick. Would you say that once Felix got down, right, and he landed, popped his parachute, and got down on the ground, and he was on the ground, he was no longer going down? Would you say that he had achieved equilibrium?
When he's on the ground, I believe that if he was just laying there on the ground, yeah, he's in a state of equilibrium for his density within that medium.
Okay, and what would you define equilibrium as at that point?
I suppose something, so the object in the medium when it's no longer moving, when it's at rest.
Okay, well, but it's still exerting a force. That downward force is still present because of the fact he's got a weight that is pushing down.
So it kind of, this is the part where it's hard for me to come over to that side of thinking, because that's when the globe believers say gravity is always affecting something. So you got a coffee cup on the table there, it's at rest, but they're saying that gravity is still pulling it down, and that's kind of what you guys are saying. I see things at rest because they're in equilibrium, but then you guys say that there's still a force acting on
There
it,
is,
but we
because
don't
it weighs
see
something.
that force.
It weighs something, so there is absolutely a force acting on it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have any weight. And weight was one of the original things that was absolutely defined as a force. Of course, we know that if we put our weight behind pushing a car, right, we're applying a force to it. So weight is definitely a force. So just because you have met the law of Newton's action reaction, by the ground pushing up at the same weight that you're pushing down, that doesn't mean that force is gone. It's still very much there. Okay. And that's what we're saying now. As far as getting to the idea, and you've heard this before too, when they say, well, no, gas disperses in all directions. It's like, no, it doesn't. It will disperse in all directions. And yeah, energetically, it will be bouncing around all over the place and hitting itself and, all that. And then eventually it's going to slow down, and, that energy is going to kind of dissipate. And the natural downward electrostatic force is going to cause those gas molecules to, again, go towards the down direction. And I'm going to prove this in just a minute, okay? But I want you to think about something, Mitchell. If relative density disequilibrium requires another medium, right, to be able to go through, either pass through or float upon, be buoyant upon, right? What happens when you have removed all other types of medium and there's no other medium left? And when I say that, I mean, what happens then if we take a vacuum chamber and we evacuate it to 10 to the negative, whatever we can do, the best we can do on Earth, right? And then we fill it up with some helium gas. Is it going to float up? No, it's not. It's not going to cause it to get lighter or anything like that. But because of the fact that the gas, when you first put that helium gas in there, it's going to go bouncing all over the place. But eventually it's going to come to rest on the bottom because of two things. One, because it's run out of energy, from moving around all over the place. And two, it's going to change states. Also, it's going to change to a liquid, for another thing. And it doesn't have anything to be buoyant upon. All right. There's nothing to be buoyant upon.
So
Sure.
those 2 points there. So what we know about gas law is, by gas bouncing around all over the place, that is not a reason for gas to lose its energy. That is what is called an elastic collision rather than an inelastic collision.
Anamorphic.
And elastic.
Anamorphic,
Sorry?
I think, is what you're looking for.
Anamorphic. But gas bouncing off this container in itself, it doesn't lose energy. It keeps the same energy. So you have a gas, if you had a perfect container, which I don't think that's possible, if you had a perfect container where no gas can escape at all, there'll be no diffusion at all, I think you would, well, gas law states that if it would stay at the same pressure, it would not lose energy, it would stay at the same pressure, just by having
let me ask you something.
gas.
If I go and I fill up a tank full of helium, right, and I carry it around and I carry it home, right? And then I get home and I shake it a little bit. All of a sudden, it's now liquid at the bottom. It's clearly liquid at the bottom, right? So clearly it's
when
changed
it
state, right?
changes phases. Yep.
Yes, it's definitely changed state, but it has come to rest on the bottom. Okay. And even if it's in the gaseous state, now I'm going to play this next video for you. And this is what absolutely puts this away. And like I said, I cannot even believe that this video came out today. I mean, talk about serendipity. Holy cow. So let me stop sharing. Hang on a second. And then I need to reshare with sound. And Chrome tab. All right. So I'm just going to play this whole video. It's 5 minutes, but pay close attention to it because, like I said, this absolutely annihilates relative density disequilibrium, point blank. And then you tell me what you think. I mean, I may be wrong, but we shall see. Let me do this. And all right, here we go. And this is for fair use, by the way. So hopefully this guy won't strike us on it, but he shouldn't, because this is absolutely for fair use for educational purposes and all that other fun stuff. Here we go.
In a vacuum. And I'd like to thank Morning Brew for sponsoring this video. I'll tell you a little bit more about them later on in the video. So I have a plastic bottle with air in it. Right now, if I weigh this on the scale, I'm actually only weighing the plastic bottle because I have air inside the bottle and outside the bottle. But if I remove the air from around it, then I'm weighing a different thing. I'm actually weighing the plastic bottle itself, and I'm weighing the air inside of it. So let me show you what I mean. I'm gonna put this empty bottle on a scale in the vacuum chamber, and you'll see that when I remove the air from around it, it suddenly starts to get heavier. Okay, let's put our empty bottle on here. So right now it weighs 11.434 grams. Let's turn on the vacuum. And it immediately starts gaining weight. It's already gained 0.3 grams. And I should mention that we're using grams here. This is a measure of mass, but when you use it for a scale, you're actually measuring a force, not a mass. And it's called gram force, abbreviated GF.
Okay, so mind you what he just said there. You're actually measuring a force, okay, not a mass. So let's keep going.
It's at 12 grams already now. So it's gained almost 0.6 grams, over a half a gram of weight, just by removing the air around it. Now, this effect doesn't just happen for air in a bottle, but it happens for anything, including you. For example, I have this guy here standing on my scale. So he's starting off at 19.81 grams. As soon as I turn on the vacuum, though, he starts to gain weight.
And of course, the reason why that's happening is because there is a slight difference of buoyancy between the little doll here and the air inside, right? But when you evacuate that other buoyant media, he's actually getting heavier. So he's dropping down. He's then succumbing to that downward force that is pushing him down. So let's continue this.
He's already gained around 0.02 grams already, 20 milligrams. 19.84. So he weighed around 0.15% more just by being in the vacuum chamber. Before we continue with our experiment,
let's not. He's going to do his little advertisement. Let's jump up ahead to where he is done with that, and that's at 3:04. Okay, so he's done with his advertisement. Let's continue on with his video.
now let's get back to our experiment. So you don't notice, but the air all around you actually has some buoyancy to it. So buoyancy is the force up that you feel in a fluid. And that force up is equal to the weight of the amount of fluid that you displace. Now, normally we don't notice the weight of air because we're in the air. For example, if I have this bottle here and put it in water, you'll notice that it floats. That's because there's air in the bottle. But if I put water in the bottle and then put it in water, so it has a little bit of weight, which is the bottle. Now it sinks. So you can see the outside of the water on this hanging scale here, it weighs over 250 grams, so it maxes out the scale. But then when I put it in the water, suddenly it's not heavy anymore. So it weighs essentially nothing on the scale. It does have a little bit of weight to it, and that's the weight of the plastic bottle. If you imagine the air as water, you can see that the plastic bottle had air inside and outside of it, so we can't measure the weight of that air because we're
Right. And remember that both air and water are considered to be fluids. Just thought I'd throw that in there.
in the air. But as soon as you remove the air from it, then suddenly you can measure the weight of that air. So it makes it as though the bottle weighs more with the air in it. This is the same reason why if I put helium balloons in a vacuum chamber and then reduce the air pressure so there's not as much air around them, eventually the balloons will fall even though they're filled with helium. Because even helium is heavier than a vacuum. That one fell.
Went down, went boom,
Stop
boom.
floating. Hey everyone, thanks for watching another episode
Sorry,
of The
Nathan.
Action Lab. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, don't forget to subscribe if you haven't subscribed.
All right.
All right, let's go through what we're seeing here. So it's not the helium itself going down, go boom, boom. It's the container the helium is
The
in.
rubber. Absolutely it is. Yes.
If
I
we
agree.
popped the rubber of the container of the balloon, the helium would expand in all directions as per gas law. I haven't. Is there anything you can show us to say that it wouldn't?
Wouldn't it have turned into a liquid also with that amount of pressure and no more gas particles to really bounce off of? It's not like they're doing that into the gas, into a gas, into a gas. There's a lot of space in between them.
But
So it
that's-
isn't that
that's when it-
molecular thing that we see here on Earth where we always have atmosphere. In a vacuum chamber, that helium balloon wouldn't fill up the whole space. It wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? It would only fill up.
Expand, yeah, evenly. But it's when it goes into a liquid state or it's transitioning to a different state of matter. That's when the density of it changes, and that's when gas law doesn't apply anymore. It's now a liquid. I know you can say that they're both fluids, but then it's not describing the state that they're in. This is my train of thought, like way of thinking of what's actually going on here. Unless I can actually see a helium in a gaseous state going down.
Well, yeah, the opposite way is we could say, show me helium going up in nature. Can you do that? You know, we could reverse it. You don't witness helium going up in nature ever.
So my train of thought is
not until you
there's-
contain it can we
There's
witness
no-
this.
Well, the very fact that we have gas is the proof that we are contained. So I think we're always contained, but if it is releasing helium into just the air around us, I don't think we have an upwards force. We don't have a downwards force. That's just my opinion on this, as per kind of my understanding of the natural laws. Gas expands evenly in all directions. That's how the gas.
Well, when you
law
get a
is
gas
basically
that's
how it goes.
heavier than another gas, which direction does that gas go?
So back to relative density disequilibrium.
Yeah,
it
but
appears
you could
that-
also say it has more electric potential, therefore it's forced down to the ground. The only thing that accelerates is when
It's a
you
force.
drop it and it goes down. Nothing accelerates upwards. Nothing. Not a helium balloon. Nothing accelerates. A helium balloon goes up, but it goes up at a relatively constant speed. It doesn't speed up and speed up and speed up like when you drop something from a high altitude.
So the explanations, demonstrations that you give us, is this in any way disproving any gas laws though? Because that's what it would kind of have to do.
Well, no, because it's all related to electricity, and density is also related to electricity. The denser an object is, the more potential it holds.
Yeah, no, it does not disprove any gas laws or anything like that. And in fact, it doesn't. The only thing that we're saying is that this downward force, not only are we saying that it's there, which like I said, dude, it's blatantly obvious that it is. We can measure it. We can't even do ballistic calculations without figuring the G-force, all of this stuff. It is absolutely positively there. We're just saying that the cause of it, the causal effect, is electrical, not bendy space-time, right?
Definitely.
So
not, yeah.
you
That's
have
not,
to ask
yeah.
yourself, why, Mitchell? Why do things go down? What is it about down that makes down? Why doesn't it go to the left, to the right, or anything like that?
So when we're talking about gas expands in all directions. So
Yeah.
it's not just going down. It's not just going
Well,
up.
no,
it is
no, no,
going
no,
up
no.
lower.
You can't say that though, because not all gases do. Denser gases go down. They
But
don't
we don't
expand
see-
upwards.
But if given enough time, like you guys said before about the density
have-
tower, like given
We
enough
have
time
nitrogen
with
down
gas,
here where we're breathing, and yet that nitrogen is not up there in the helium regions. It's well below it. So to say that they're mixed all over the place, no, I don't think so. In fact, there is a definitive and distinct layering of gas the higher you go in the atmosphere. Now, obviously, yes, it's contained. There's a firmament there, and I know that, you know that, but the point is that even the gases are, just like in the density tower, are layering.
for my experience of how we view gases just in our air, in the container of whatever our air is, it is a dynamic system, and I can't.
Oh yeah, for the most
distinguish-
part. But once you get so high, what is it? The stratosphere. All the winds stop. All that circulation, all that gaseous movement, kind of stops up there. It's like it's calm. That's why they fly a lot of the air balloons at a certain altitude, because everything kind of levels out and evens out.
That's right.
I wouldn't
And
say
they
it's calm,
can
it's
keep them-
there's just less of it. So something that we can definitely demonstrate is 75% of all our gas here existing on Earth is between 0, which is ground level, and 10 miles. And then 75% of that gas existing in that 0 to 10 miles is actually just between us here and the clouds. So it's it's more of an argument of, sorry, I'm just going to clear my throat. It's more of an argument. This is horrible.
I
Sorry.
hate it when that happens.
I know.
Apologies. So it's more of an argument of it's just getting less of those particles up there when we do go up. I think we still do have nitrogen at high levels. There's just less of it, and there's more
That's right.
of the
That's right.
helium.
Because in general, they obey that, and they also do layer. And you have to ask yourself, why do we not fill up, these balloons with nitrogen instead of hydrogen or helium? Why? Because of the density of the gas itself, right? So we know just by the density of the gas itself, it's going to want to climb and rise above and sit on the very top layer of all the other gases. It's not going to mix in with them. To some degree, yes, it is. But for the most part, you're going to have a layering of gases. And depending on, the weight of those gases or the electrical, I just, what is the word I'm looking for? But the electrical condition, electrical specifications of the gas is going to be what causes it to give us our density layer of gases, our density tower of gases. So
Do we actually have
gases-
those layers, those individual kind of separated layers? I thought everything was just like a homogeneous, inhomogeneous.
no. absolutely
no,
we
they
do.
claim it. Yeah, they claim it once it starts getting up there real high that you have your, the argon and then this one and that one, and hydrogen is the one at the very top. Hey, I'm sorry, Hank, just settle down. But yeah, hydrogen's at the top, and that's what they claim at least. We've never been able to send anything up there to fully test it ourselves.
Yeah.
So just like, a
Absolutely.
lot of the stuff we have to say as our evidence is coming from them.
That's right.
I
And
mean,
we
I've
have to
never
extract-
tested the air. I've never tried it. So I really, we're taking the words of these people that we don't trust in the first place. I've never tested air
Well, we have to-
density and this and that.
We also have to extrapolate on common sense, right? We have to look and observe what's actually happening here. And like I said, Mitchell, the fact that the density tower in the 0G plane, when you increase that downward vector of the plane, which causes things to float up towards the top of the plane, which causes the density tower to rearrange in that opposite direction, tells you point blank that there has to be a bias there in order for the density tower to even function. Without that bias there, either up or down, the density tower doesn't function at all.
I think if we show him the one with the ionic wind, the video with the ionic wind,
Oh yeah,
he'll
okay.
understand the gases a little bit more. Remember, a electricity is equipotential. The more you make it, the stronger it gets. But even at very small levels, these forces still exist. You know, you point your finger out, there is electrostatic charges coming off your fingertip. You can't see them. They're microscopic, teeny tiny, you know, but we know they're there. It's just how electricity works. It's scalable.
Yeah, which one was it called? I don't remember the name of the video, Zach. Can you grab it?
You showed it to Mitchell earlier, I know.
Oh, is it the force of
started
gravity
to.
is electric potential?
That might be it, yeah.
Um,
Or no, I thought it was, does gravity affect, or electrostatics affect gases?
oh yeah. Yeah, let me find that. I actually had that pinned in my email. Let's
While
see.
you're grabbing that, so where the relative density disequilibrium all comes into it with me is everything is like in the vacuum chamber. When you remove the density of the medium around it, it still falls in line with what relative density disequilibrium
Well, yeah, we're
explains.
not. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I
Yeah,
apologize.
so I know you guys are definitely aren't disproving or going against what dense objects do in mediums, but to say there's a downward bias, I'm still skeptical. I'm taking on board all the stuff you guys are saying, all the stuff you guys are presenting. I'm probably going to have to go through this video again and rewatch it, but it's still kind of a barrier for me to get through to come over to being definitely a downward bias, because the way that we view gas for me is the biggest hurdle that I would have to get over to
But this one should help. This one should help.
Yep.
You just got to remember
Because-
there's an electric potential difference from the air above to the air below. And
Because
electrostatic
okay.
forces will move things in that. The denser the object, it will push that one as far down as it can, away from the positive above towards the negative below. Now, just like other things, if it comes on something denser, maybe a denser medium, denser gas, it will stop and become buoyant. But that force is still there. These are the laws of electricity. Any matter within inside of an electric field will have a slight force applied to it. That's one of the laws of electricity. That's all we're saying is the laws of electricity do apply to this place, and from what we can measure,
And that's why we call it a bias.
they work.
That's why we call it a bias. I mean, it is by all definitive terms of physics, it is absolutely a force, because it is providing an acceleration. That is indisputable. That is an axiomatic law of physics. Okay, so it's a force. We're just trying to determine what that force is that's causing this. So let me go ahead and play this real quick. And Zach, if you want me to stop for any commentary, just let me know. Okay.
Will do.
All right, here we go.
Too bland. This is a good time for all, or Zachary Zabala here if you prefer. In today's video, we're going to answer the question, does static electricity affect gas? Now the answer 100% most certainly is yes. We will go to ionic wind is what it is called. Ionic wind in nature. Wind charged molecules in the air are subjected to an electric field. Now, everywhere on Earth, there is an electric field. Please, if you think you know a place, I would love to hear about it where an electric field has not been measured on Earth. So, wind charged molecules in the air are subjected to an electric field. They are accelerated. And when these charged molecules collide with neutral ones, they transfer part of their momentum, leading to air movement, known as ionic wind. We've known about this for quite a while, known about for centuries. MIT, fly first ever plane with no moving parts. This one's pretty interesting right here. This is the Popular Mechanics. If you type in ionic wind, Popular Mechanics, this one should pop up. It just talks about how long we've known about it, how it works. MIT was able to create a focused wind that reaches 200 miles per hour. It charges the atmosphere. And when you have the negative back here, it forces all the charged air particles to flow towards the negative real fast to try to neutralize. These are the basic laws of electricity, folks. 1672, corona discharge. 1750, the electric fly. That's pretty neat. He had an S-shaped wire, kind of like a pinwheel. It would cause it to spin, having it facing in two different directions. Visualization. Of the air flame from an electric spark in a vertical jet. I don't know. This is pretty neat. How I control gravitation, 1929. But yeah, really neat read. This guy supposedly 1964, the ionocraft.
One other thing also that I think you've seen it, Mitchell. Have you ever seen the demonstration done by the University of Bristol where they're talking about spider ballooning?
Yeah, I've seen spider ballooning. Yep, definitely. They're manipulating some sort of electric charge in order to float. It's pretty amazing.
Yes, exactly. And that's exactly, of course, they say, NASA says that that's also how they control some of their high altitude balloons. They also say that they do it with satellites, which we know is BS, for two reasons. One, because there are no satellites, and two, because in space, you wouldn't have enough material to be able to collect a charge onto, right? So that annihilates that. But the point is that the spiders are able to release a little bit of silk and then change the electrostatic potential on that, which allows them then to defy gravity and navigate up and down within it, right? So again, all we're doing is we're just bringing all this evidence that says that this downward bias that we're talking about is absolutely an electrical phenomenon. And the idea that it's bendy space-time is just retarded, right?
Absolutely.
I think we
There's
can all
no
agree
question
on
about that. Yeah, I think that we could, there's no argument there. Bendy space-time doesn't even come into this conversation. It is all about, whether there is a downward bias and whether it's caused by the some sort of electric effect. And so when the spider manipulates its web to do its ballooning, is that I suppose it has to be aware of the electric charge surrounding it.
It is.
And
in fact,
and it
they
has
said,
to
they
yeah,
said
kind of go
basically
against
the way it detects it is there are little hairs on its legs. And they could tell when they energized that field at the University of Bristol, because they did this completely under controlled conditions, that they observed the little hairs, on the spider's legs stand up, just like, you see a cat or a dog, the hairs stand up on the back of their neck, whatever.
Or the hair on your arm when you get really electrostatically charged.
Yeah.
You know?
So that's how they detect it. And then they know it's there. And then what they'll do is they'll raise their abdomen and they'll shoot out a little bit of silk, and then they'll charge that silk and off they go, man. Anti-gravity, just like that.
And just like the laws of, electricity dictate, you'll notice when they do it, they always walk to the point or tip. They never do it from the middle of a leaf or something like that. They always want to be near the tip. And there's more electric potential when a surface has a sharp point to it than if it's curved or if it's flat. That's just the way electricity works. They have a bunch of math for it and this and that, but I've tested it. I have the electroscope and stuff like that, and you can actually test these things. That's why I went out and bought all this electrical equipment, because I wasn't going to just take Walter Lewin's word for it. That's why he is such a great teacher. He does so many demonstrations for his class. He doesn't teach anything from the book, but what he teaches you goes along with the book, he says. He explains it very clearly, So I went and did all those tests. I wanted to try them and see if I got the same results. And wherever I did it, Indiana, Colorado, South Carolina, wherever I'm doing these tests, they all come out the same every time. The laws of electricity, in my eyes, are sound.
Yep. And the other thing, of course, that relative density disequilibrium cannot answer is the question of why are there different acceleration rates on different parts of the world? Now, in our model, we can answer that quite easily. But like I said, first of all, you cannot deny that these acceleration rates definitely they definitely change. You have different gravitational fields when you have anomalous magnetic fields. You have different gravitational fields when you have anomalous electrical fields. But the point is why is it changing at all, right? Especially when you have removed any buoyant variable out of the equation altogether. I mean, there's nothing buoyant. There is nothing to be relative density against. We have eliminated that with the vacuum. And yet we still have acceleration changes that are registered quite accurately by the accelerometer. This means that those changes have got to be coming from outside the device. And it is clearly, in our opinion, an electrical field that does that. But just the fact that it does happen annihilates the relative density disequilibrium, because it cannot explain that.
Well, there's a word you keep bringing up, buoyancy, and that's me personally, I don't include buoyancy in the relative density disequilibrium, because buoyancy has, like we said before, the gravity equation built into it. So it's only observational. So it's more the relative density.
Isn't buoyancy just the other side of the disequilibrium? You know, you have density, you have buoyancy.
Yeah,
so
something has to go up when something goes down.
That's right.
So
system.
I think that's where the confusion of what we consider relative density disequilibrium actually is. It's not buoyancy, because buoyancy would say that there's an upward force being applied. It is all due to just the medium.
No, buoyancy doesn't imply that in our model at all. Buoyancy is being displaced. You know, there is no upward acceleration. Like I said, nothing
definitely
accelerates upward. No helium balloon, there's nothing that it will accelerate upward without a very strong force. And eventually it'd come back down. You know,
Right.
the only direction things accelerate towards is down.
And that is just a fact. Now, it's the way things are. You drop things, you know, I hate to be coy about it, but you know, when Neil deGrasse Tyson simply dropped it, yeah, I agree. You can say, well, yeah, that's because it's gone through a higher density to a lower density or whatever. It's changed density medium. That's why it does that. No, that's not the only reason why it's doing that, because something is causing that from going to 0 miles an hour to, you know, depending on how long you can let it drop, it keeps accelerating. And as we said, an axiomatic law of physics states that when you have an acceleration, there must be a force. Well, relative density is not a force, but electrostatics is most certainly a force.
An example I'd like to bring up is where gases get produced in the first place. Like I'm definitely taking on board everything that you guys are putting out.
Oh yeah,
we're going to get you, Rachel. We're going to get you.
I want to cover all my bases here before I can kind of make a really good informed decision. So
I got a good video you could watch that we won't show you here because I think it's 16 minutes long. But the video where I kind of put all this together. Yeah, that's a long video for me now. 16 minutes. This one took me like a month to do. But yeah, I mean, I'll even show you. I can bend still water. I can make still water have a curve in it using electrostatic forces.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be a good demonstration. So, but the example I want to bring up is as far as we know, all gases, natural gases, are produced here at ground level, and they're not just sitting on the ground. They're going up. Would you say that's an acceleration, like when they expand up into the air around them when they're not sitting on the ground?
It's an acceleration, but it's caused by a buoyant force. So yes, because
but it doesn't accelerate. I wouldn't call it an acceleration, because an acceleration. Yeah, but then it kind of steadies out almost instantly and
Yeah,
starts rising at the same
it's
pace.
it's a limited acceleration because it goes from 0 to whatever, right? And then but the difference is the downward acceleration, it keeps going, man, especially if you remove any medium. It just goes faster and faster and faster. And as far as we know, we don't even know what the limitation of it is. We've seen things go supersonic. We know that if you shoot a bullet into the air and it goes up, a mile or two and then comes back down, you better get the hell out of the way because it'll kill you, right? It's going
No
that
Coriolis
fast.
in that, is there? No
Yeah.
Coriolis.
yeah, no Coriolis in that, but
Yeah,
there
no.
certainly is acceleration.
Have you seen that video? The sniper, the guy took a Barrett 50 cal and shot it straight up, and it landed like
Yeah.
50 feet away from him.
Yeah,
It's
that's
like,
nuts.
yeah, there is no Coriolis there at all. I'm sorry, folks.
So the whole thing is like we are so close to being on the same page on this, but when we, in my opinion, and this is the way I see it, when flat earthers say, well, there's just no such thing as gravity, and it's explained purely by relative density disequilibrium, when there's so much evidence to the contrary to that, first of all, the reaction from the normal person is going to think that's crazy because obviously I drop things, and just saying that it's less dense or more dense doesn't cut it, because as we detailed all these reasons, today, and like I said, it's not even that we are taking this out of the realm of, we're not going into realm of la la land. We're providing absolute, demonstrable, measurable, calculable forces that are causing this to happen. And when I look at it that way, Mitchell, to me, it's something that is undeniable. That's all I'm saying.
I totally get where you're coming from. There's just these barriers that I have to kind of break down in order to kind of come over to that side to say
think about
definitively
it,
that's what we got.
And that's what we want to do. And one thing, this is what I like about you, Mitchell. You're not sitting here going, Bob, you're a freaking shill. You were here planted, just to dismantle the flat earth community. I mean, I could not believe they were doing that to me. That was absurd.
Yeah, I think, when people get into ad homs, it doesn't help any arguments whatsoever. I want to just deal with the facts, deal with observable reality. It doesn't matter who's presenting it. It doesn't matter where it's come from. It doesn't matter if someone's rehashing it. It's what we can observe, what we can prove, what we can see. And that's why I just want to play this video. I don't think it's got sound on it, but this is bromine next to a vacuum. I don't think it needs sound on it.
That looks like an animation, not a video.
That was an animation.
Okay.
Where
are you
is
doing?
this?
Playing NASA here?
No. Where was it? It was somewhere here. Okay, so we got bromine in its own container here. So this is more directed.
Have you ever
at
dripped
globes.
butane out of a butane filler and watched it drop on the floor? I mean, that's something that I don't know. I don't know why that came out, but again, these are things that we can't see them, what's going on. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. Anyway, continue on.
So yeah, I just want to make the demonstration of the bromine next to the vacuum. So these bits here, that's the vacuum, and this is the bromine expanding into the vacuum because that's the space it has, and that's just what I see is happening around us. When gas gets produced, it expands into the space that it has, and nothing to do with fancy Riley.
The second law of thermodynamics. Nobody is disagreeing with that at all.
Definitely not. No, but do you think?
Well, no, it's part of electricity, though. I mean, electricity dissipates in three ways: in heat, in sound, and in light. So a high pressure system next to a low pressure system, I need to look into this a lot more. I'm not going to claim this, but I would almost guarantee that the high pressure system has a stronger electric field in it.
That's definitely
very slightly.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's just that's all much that Ken Wheeler says it so beautifully. Mother Nature doesn't have a pocket calculator. She doesn't have a bun in her hair. She doesn't, have her tab writing down all the data. Mother Nature is a hippie chick with bare feet and dreadlocks and hair, flowers in her hair, telling everybody, come on, let's just equal out. That's all she's trying to do, positive to negative. Let's try to get everybody equal. It'll never happen because we're breathing, plants are breathing.
We are in
Animals
a
are
constant state of
breathing.
disequilibrium. Absolutely. And we always
Yeah.
will be. It's like the juggernaut, you know, it's the thing that until you have something that causes a disequilibrium to start the machine running, you got nothing. And that very thing that starts this machine running is that downward bias, that downward force.
And I suppose it comes down to the magnitude of these things that we observe happening. So when we see in an unnatural state bromine going into a vacuum, that's induced purely by humans making a vacuum and having bromine in a container, and that disperses really rapidly. But if we have bromine or just another gas in open air, it disperses slowly. Do you think that the electrostatic force still applies in both those situations? Why would there be a different apparent kind of dispersal?
Well, yeah, because in a vacuum you can't have an electrostatic field. There is no
You can't
electrostatic
have-
field. No, in a vacuum.
yeah, but
That's why
once
the
you fill it with
ionosphere is important.
That's
Is
right. But
impossible.
once you fill it with gas, then you can have an electrostatic. So
So it's really
that's-
that electrostatic field equaling out, going from positive to absolutely nothing. It's just whoosh, filling that whole space with the electrostatic.
yeah, like Austin
Yeah.
puts it, when you open a soda and it goes, psh, you know, that is that particulate matter that is then able to be ionized. And when you ionize particulate matter, then you have a static field. And
So
that is, of course,
ether-
what we have around us.
Sorry. Would ether come into that? Would ether be would the static?
Well, yeah, that's what I
electric
think the
force?
ether kind of is. It's the electromagnetic, we'll call it. The magnetic field and the electric field together. That's like what makes everything. If it holds true that, you know, we're made of all these little particles that are all, like we were showing in that incoherent video there. If we're made up of all these little particles that have poles and this and that, then yeah, electricity really controls everything when you break it down.
Yep.
It's really interesting stuff. These are great discussions. In a vacuum chamber, we're not getting rid of ether though, are we? So ether would still be present in a vacuum
Ether
chamber.
is always, ether is always
Yeah,
present. It is the
so you can't
ever-present
isolate.
background
Yep.
medium.
So if
where
there
all
wasn't-
things manifest.
Okay. So
Yeah, in a
if there
video game,
wasn't-
it would be space. You know, it's the air, it's the material, it's everything. The animals, it's like what you start off with. It's the base.
And remember,
You know.
the ether has been acknowledged by science for centuries. It is absolutely there. Only Einstein said it didn't exist. Almost every Nobel laureate since him has said that it does exist. The Air Force has redone the Michelson-Morley experiment, said, yep, it's there. We have devices that are based on the existence of the ether, the Sagnac effect, which are the ring laser gyros and the fiber optic gyros, that without the ether, they couldn't work. It's as simple as that. So to deny that the ether is there is unbelievably stupid. It is there. And it's literally, like I said, science has known it for a long time, but the objective of the powers that be are to derail us and put us off in this scientism realm, where bendy space-time and stuff like that. And in order to do that, they have to promote the absurd and discredit the obvious. And that's exactly what they do.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Globers could have an argument if they went with the electricity thing, saying everything, but then they'd run into the problem with the ionosphere, and we just pick them apart right there. So, I mean, that's why they don't even want to touch it, because they know it's not going to go anywhere. They're going to stick with gravity, even though according to MIT, physics, gravity is not what is pushing things down here on Earth. That's the lights in the sky. The moon, the sun, the stars, all that stuff, that's gravity. But here on Earth, where things aren't electrically neutral because we're all inside this electric field, then it's electric forces that, make up and down and all that kind of stuff.
So isn't it interesting, when you have a school like MIT that's teaching stuff like that, which is so counterintuitive to, what the argument from the Globers that we get is. I mean, what Professor what's his name said,
Lewin.
Lewin, yeah, Professor Lewin said it was absolutely not what the Globers are saying. And that's why I said, I think maybe he got into a little bit of trouble there for telling it like it is. And then he put it into the realm of, out there in Narnia, right? Because you say, well, maybe that's true in outer space. But since you're never going to go there, we're never going to know, right?
Well, yeah. Well, he also even said he exposed Maxwell's fourth equation when he was talking. He's like, Maxwell changed Ampere's equation with no proof. There's zero evidence to back up his claims, but it has to be for the world to work the way it does.
Yeah.
For this world to work the way it does, I think he said.
Yeah.
So he's screaming to him as much as he can without coming out and saying it.
Yep. So
this is such a fascinating conversation. This is awesome. We've been going for almost 2.5 hours now. I think we should probably wrap it up. I think we need to do this again. You just want to jam everything in and just get it all covered. It's been awesome talking to you guys. I think kind of for me, what it boils down to with the whole downward bias is, because I've looked into relative density disequilibriums so much for so long, I may have been ignorant to the other side of the discussion that you guys have been putting forward, but it still seems to me that it's all to do with a medium and things in the medium. And the discussion around if there's a downward bias comes down to if there's a cause to equilibrium, I guess, things seeking equilibrium. And
that's what we're saying. Yeah, that's all we're saying. Everything about relative density equilibrium, it's beautiful. It works. That's how it is. But it needs that little bias. It doesn't have to be a strong one. It just needs that direction for the denser things to, equilibrate towards.
Yes. And up and down are not relative directions. So there you have it, unless you're a baller. But
yeah, thank you so much, Mitchell. That was fun, man.
Thank you, Zach. Yeah, that was great fun. I haven't had this in-depth discussion with anyone about this until now. This is awesome. It's something I have to go back and look at all this evidence. Look at the evidence that I have, and kind of it's down to everyone's individual.
Oh yeah, well yeah. It wasn't easy for me to learn. I know I keep on saying it's so easy to understand, but I need to take that back because I had to learn a new language. It wasn't like I watched a Walter Lewin video and I had it down. I watched the first 8 of his series, which is all about these forces, probably 10 times. At least 10 times. And because there is a lot of things you have to learn. Just the different terms and this and that and how it actually works, what he's saying. But if you go watch him, he does a great job showing it to you. Like physical examples of it actually happening and then him testing it and showing you, yeah, this one's positive, this one's negative due to induction. Things like that. Once you get the basics of these electric forces down, it all falls into place. But yeah, no, density and all that is spot on. I mean, really. It's a beautiful system. It works. Yeah, but we're just saying there needs to be that tilt to tell the denser object in which direction it should go.
Yeah. So Mitchell, I put all the video links and all the stuff that I used in the Skype chat. You can tack them onto the video.
Yeah, I will do that. Yep. I'll have to go through and tack them on. Thank you, both of you, Bob. Thank you, Zach, for being here today. It's been a massive extended edition of Flat Earth School here. I'm hoping a lot of people will get a lot out of this discussion. You have to come to your own conclusions, do your own research. We're merely just putting out demonstrations that we can see, that we can try and prove, and it's up to everyone to do their own research. Just for me at the moment, I'm still skeptical of whether there's a downward bias, but it may change. I have to look into it a bit more.
Yeah, man. Just whatever.
We won't call you a shill if you don't believe.
Yeah. You're always.
I'll repay the favor.
Thanks, I appreciate.
No shills here. Just
thank you for listening and giving it an open mind. That's all we ask.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yep.
All right, man.
All right, guys. Well, I'm going to wrap it up. Unless there's anything else you want to put on just quickly.
Nope, that's about it.
Yep. Thank you
Cool.
again, man. This was awesome. Anytime.
Thank you, Bob.
Right.
Thank you, Zach, for being here on Flat Earth School. And
Enough.
I'm going to end the stream now. It's 2.5 hours. I'm starving. I don't
Okay.
need the other 20.
Bye
This
bye.
is-
We're out.
See you guys. Thank you for joining us for this very special edition of Friday special guests with Bob Nodell and Zach. Good times for all. If you if you enjoy my work, if you enjoy these discussions, if you want to see more of them, please support me on Patreon. Thank you to all the patrons that have seen this first. They've seen it live. They've been part of the discussion in the chat. And I just want to say to everyone, if you feel like the world turns on you, turn to Flat Earth School. Peace, everyone. I'm Mitchell from Australia, and this is the #1 flat Earth proof. The premise to this starts with the sextant and how we use the sextant in celestial navigation. We look directly through the sextant at the horizon. But if you live on a globe, what horizon are you actually looking at, Globers? Is it the Earth horizon? The water horizon? The horizontal reference plane? The visible horizon? How about the sensible horizon? The geodal horizon? Or the celestial horizon? Well, it's certainly not the geometric horizon, Earth curve. No, that was debunked by the Black Swan over 18 months ago. But now the globe-believing zealots tell us that their horizon is refracted. It's not an actual horizon. So how do we have a tangent to a refracted horizon? When you're viewing a star on a globe, how are we measuring an angle to the horizon if it's refracted? You will never ever get an angle to a refracted horizon. This is a major problem if you think you live on a globe, because celestial navigation would be impossible. So what have you done to keep your religion of a sphere Earth semi-plausible? You've presupposed that that line 90 degrees above your head, the zenith, actually runs to the center of your presupposed spherical Earth. And 90 degrees from that, you've made up a new horizon, the celestial horizon, which you say is a horizontal plane passing through the Earth's center, perpendicular to the zenith. So, after presupposing all these things, you can now use your sextant. But globe believers, realizing that their visual horizon is refracted, can't yet look at the horizon through the sextant. So yet another horizon is needed to be fabricated. They use the bubble level in the sextant to create the artificial horizon, which we are then told is parallel to the celestial horizon, essentially taking away the curvature of the Earth. Because even globe believers know you cannot measure an angle to a curved surface you think's beneath your feet. Look at this. You're pretending you're living on a globe, but in order to measure angles, you need to pretend you're living on a flat plane. This is cognitive dissonance, globers. You can't have it both ways. So now they can actually start and take a measurement from their 0 point of the artificial horizon to the celestial body. Look at what the globe believers are doing. They must treat what they see as flat in order to achieve an angle. But there's one more step, and this is where it all falls apart for the globe. They then have to measure from the artificial horizon a dip angle down to the visual horizon, the only actual horizon that we have. Remember that horizon that you said was Earth curve that is now refracted? Do you all realize now how devastating the Black Swan actually is to the globe? It has taken away your R value, the radius of your globe, and then it took away the curvature of the Earth altogether when it forced you to say that the horizon was refracted. And together with the sextant, it's now taken away your ability to navigate. Since January 1, 2020, the globe has been dead. So now it's time to prove where we actually live. May I present to you the #1 flat Earth proof. Here in reality, we live on a flat plane, and this may be news to people. We also have a flat sky plane above us where the celestial bodies exist. From the vantage point of our flat plane, when viewing the celestial bodies, we perceive their position and movement as a dome. This is purely our perception from this vantage point on our flat plane. It's not actually a dome above the Earth. All celestial bodies rise in the east, move in an apparent semicircular motion above the sky, and set in the west. Now, don't get me wrong, our Earth is measurably, observably, and obviously contained, but it just doesn't have to be a dome shape, or any shape for that matter. But I digress. Looking at this flat celestial plane above our heads, we can see that everything rises in the east,
moves across the sky and sets in the west. We just perceive a motion of a dome shape. So let me give you a real world example of how this works. This is Lake Woolloomboola, quite fittingly the breeding ground to black swans, and, I kid you not, located on Black Swan Way. Now, relative to the horizon, if you look up, straight up above your head, 90 degrees to where my drone is sitting, right there, 90 degrees, what will happen when that drone moves straight ahead in its own flat plane? It's not going to change altitude. It's just going to move straight ahead. From my observer point, what's going to happen? The angle is going to change. The drone has not changed attitude at all. It's just changed the distance from where I'm observing it. If it moves again, the angle changes again down to 25 degrees there. As it continues to move away, or if I move away from it, it'll travel towards the horizon, lowering in its angle, and eventually it'll get so far away that the angle will be too small for me to see, and it will appear as if the drone has set. This is all relative to the observer point. This is all apparent. It's not actually lowering. It's just getting too far away and the angle is decreasing. This creates that dome motion and movement that we see in the flat plane of the celestial bodies. Now that we understand that the flat celestial plane above us presents itself as a dome to our perspective point down here on the plane that we exist, we can understand how the celestial navigation actually works. Every star in the flat celestial plane has a position relative to our flat plane where it will be 90 degrees. This is called the geographical position, or the GP, of that star relative to our flat plane here on Earth. When the observer is at the GP of the star, it appears 90 degrees above their head. Celestial navigation works by using a sextant to measure the angle of that known star and using its relative GP, geographical position, to know where you are. And I'll continue to point out that measuring angles to celestial bodies only works if we are on a flat plane. Now, if one observer measures 30 degrees to a star and another observer measures 30 degrees to that same star, we can conclude that they are both on what's called a circle of equal altitude. And this is another killer blow to the globe right here. Everything on that circle of equal altitude is exactly that, equal altitude. No matter where you are on that circle, you're going to measure 30 degrees. And through being able to measure an angle to that star relative to the horizon, everything on that circle, in between that circle, in the area of that circle, is absolutely flat and level. By doing this once with a sextant, you know you are somewhere on that circle of equal altitude. To triangulate your actual position, you need to repeat these steps with other stars. Your position is where all these areas of equal altitude meet. This is how celestial navigation works and has always worked on our flat level plane using the celestial flat level plane. Let's use this small scale example on Lake Woolloomboola. Instead of a drone, we're going to use a star. So if observer A measures an angle to the star, and observer B measures an angle to the star, the same star, both angles are the same, 30 degrees. Knowing the GP of that star, they can conclude that they are on the same circle of equal altitude. Distance between observer A and B and the area inside that circle is all in the circle of equal altitude. It is all flat. It is all the same level. This is the killer blow to the globe. Not only is our world observably and obviously flat, it is measurably flat, as I'm about to show you in this next large-scale example. The rule of thumb with celestial navigation is to use stars over 15 degrees in elevation, because under 15 degrees, we start getting a lot of refraction, as you can see in these moon images. And this is real refraction, where something moves relative to the horizon, not the actual horizon itself being refracted, as anti-flat earthers would like to tell us after seeing the black swan images. So, if an observer was looking at Polaris from 15 degrees latitude, negative 60 degrees longitude, here near Dominica, they would measure 15 degrees to Polaris. And if another observer was on 15 degrees north latitude and 120 degrees longitude, they would also observe an angle to Polaris of 15 degrees, because we know the distance between these 2 points are absolutely flat on the same circle of altitude. We can measure between them and we get 10,375 miles of flat earth and ocean. And that's being nice to the globe. We can definitely see Polaris on the equator and even sometimes below the equator, which is a much larger distance of flat area, earth and sea. Let's do this north to south now. If someone was at negative 75 latitude looking at a star with a GP on the equator, we would be on the same area of equal altitude as someone looking at the same star from 75 degrees latitude. Knowing that between these 2 points has to be absolutely flat, let's measure between them. 10,375 miles again, with an area of 84.5 million miles. Absolutely measurably flat. But it doesn't stop there. Look at this map with all the GPs of the navigational stars on them. And the reason why this is the #1 flat Earth proof is because using just one area of equal altitude proves that that large area that we're navigating on is absolutely flat. But by doing this multiple times to create multiple areas of equal altitude, we can literally measure our entire world as flat. Just so you understand the enormity of this proof, we can literally measure our entire world as flat. We are living on a flat Earth. 2020 was the year of the black swan. 2021 is the year of the sextant. There is no more debate. The globe has been killed. The flat Earth has been proven. This is the #1 flat Earth proof.
Water, when unmanipulated, is to find its level. So whether you look at a cup of water, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake, or the ocean, it's flat. Of course, natural motion is not considered and doesn't equal a curve. We have 0 authentic pictures of the Earth and they're all composites, and NASA even admits that they Photoshop Earth images.
It is Photoshopped, but it's has to be.
On numerous occasions, NASA admits that we can't go beyond low Earth orbit, which is between 99 miles and 1,200 miles away. The interesting thing is that the moon is said to be 238,000 miles away, which is a difference of 236,800 miles. No matter if you're on the ground, on top of a building, a mountain, a hot air balloon, an airplane, or looking at high-altitude amateur balloon footage, the horizon never fails to rise right to your eyes. Whether you are looking at Toronto's skyline from Niagara-on-the-Lake, 31 miles away, Chicago's skyline from Union Pier, 43 miles away, or even Oahu from Kauai, which is up to 108 miles away from center to center, or 73 miles away from the closest points. You will not see any curvature where it's supposed to be. According to the Pythagorean theorem, which states that the curvature of the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared, Oahu should not be visible whatsoever, but you can see the whole thing. In 1887, Albert Michelson and Edward Morley conducted what's known as the Michelson-Morley experiment. This experiment was attempting to prove the speculated motion of the Earth around the Sun, and when it failed, Albert Einstein was forced to form the theory of relativity to overcome this problem. In fact, anytime mainstream science is faced with undesirable results, they create a workaround, which isn't real science at all. The Sun is claimed to be 93 million miles away, with a radius of over 400,000 miles, but can easily be proven to be much closer and smaller by tracing the crepuscular rays back to its origin in the sky. If the Sun were indeed 93 million miles away, it would simply be impossible to have angled sun rays, as they should all consistently come in straight. According to the globular theory, a lunar eclipse occurs when the Sun, Earth, and Moon are in a direct line. But it is on record that since about the 15th century, over 50 eclipses have occurred while both the Sun and Moon are visible above the horizon. F.H. Cook, The Terrestrial Plane. It's a common misconception that the shadow of the Earth causes moon phases. Even the pastors and priests of the science religion readily admit this fact. The interesting thing about moon phases is that they are always the exact same 8 phases repeated. But if we were circling around the Sun, these 8 phases would inevitably be reversed from the summer to winter seasons. I completely understand that the idea of a flattened stationary Earth seems ridiculous in many ways, but that's only because we are taught the false globe model from the very first time that we enter a school classroom. Not to mention the first time we are introduced to the concept of a flat Earth, it's depicted as a highly laughable world where ships, boats, and water would run off of the edge. So I do get it, but it's all part of the deception. I've spent 30 years of my life believing that we were on a spinning globe. It wasn't until I unbiasedly and scientifically investigated the flat Earth claims that I started to realize that there is more to this theory than I originally gave it credit for. Now, after almost 2 years of research, I'm certain that the Earth is flat. We are told that the Earth spins at 1,040 miles per hour, while the Earth travels around the Sun at 66,000 miles per hour. Meanwhile, the whole solar system is going inside the Milky Way galaxy at a speed of 490,000 miles per hour. And finally, the entire Milky Way galaxy is darting through infinite space at over 1 million miles per hour. Most people believe this. And yet every experiment ever conducted to prove even the simple spin of the Earth has failed. The same thing goes for curvature. It's never been proven, and the only time we see it is in movies, NASA CGI, or when we're looking through a distorted fisheye lens. With all that said, please continue to research critically and don't be afraid to ask reasonable questions and speak out.
Good morning, Nathan.
Morning, Brenda. How are you?
Ready to get destroyed again?
Ready to be lit on fire, Mr. Strawman?
You mean you came in ready to be destroyed again? Yeah, we accept that, Brenda. Hi, how are you?
We got our torches ready, Strawman.
I've destroyed your argument every single time.
Oh, what a way to start a morning.
Yeah. I love this. Here's 2020. Chocolate scene. It's coming at you. Yeah. My squad blazing through like robots in this. Y'all get dissed, annihilated off the list of a long line of globals who will just insist we're living on a spinning ball that does not exist. As I sit back and wonder why they persist, like some pissed gorillas living in the missed. Always lacking evidence, they just get dismissed. But here's the twist, they won't cease and desist. Their illegal activities seems all they got are fallacies. Begging the question they're never seen. Please, claiming flat earth is only arcade, while you sit back and paint this mosaics of Aristophanes. Like what the fuck, bro, it seems profound. 2,000 years is still like 6 to the ground. Meanwhile, what's really going 6 feet deep is the value of your radius. It's RIP. Rest in peace to your little RADIUS. It's just a fantasy. Can't you see that your little globe theory is about to be in the fucking GRAVE? Come on. I'm really trying to ascertain how insane it is to endure the pain that would make a grown man out loud exclaim that a body of water could somehow maintain the outside of a ball. Now that's insane. Even Isaac Newton said that he would not feign a hypothesis for this bullshit campaign of a force that's only a force in your brain. Don't complain, cause I'm not trying to pull your chain. This ain't no game. It's often claimed with thoughts in vain to not go against the grain. It sounds profane. The cartoon world will not sustain. Its reign has been now deemed as inhumane. Me and my fam only want to help you be attained and reclaim your sense of home and your domain. Your life has been spent on the top of a plane, yeah. In the year 2020, it seems the case. Heliocentrism as it starts to race. Globetrotters scrambling just to keep the pace while still telling folk tales about outer space. Kinda funny you think NASA really got your back. Astronauts in a vacuum, yo, that's all an act. In fact, they only do it to control your mind. And to not see through it, yo, you must be blind. In due time, it will all soon be revealed. Little water ball is losing its mass appeal. On the real, doesn't matter how bad you feel. Fact of the matter is that your face been sealed. Death of the globe model is now at hand. People seeing through the lies all across the land. From Eli to NY to Jin in Japan. It's a rap time to throw the magic ball in the can. Come on.
Well, 24/7, let's go.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that the Earth was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think it was?
Vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah,
All right, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on. Well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I can tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the 3 first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have a detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these 3 questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true, and you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No, because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all 3 of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time this ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't
agree
with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just
I know that. Listen,
people are capable of misspeaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second. This is the first time. Shut up. This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
This
is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, you're elucidating a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space. And you conceded to all 3 points, mind you. And it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
That was fun.
That was more fun live.
Yeah, it was. That guy was so mad.
Well, yeah, I don't blame him. I mean, the entire education system, the entire media system, they basically pantsed him on, live television. He was just simply regurgitating what he knew in conjunction with what he had experienced in life. And I don't think he suspected that there was any, incontinuities in his beliefs and in his personal experience.
I think that's what happens most of the time, isn't it? With these guys. They think they're really consistent with logic, so they don't need to do anything else. But they just look it up on Google. It's everywhere. Science. Just key terms. Funny.
I know that prior to me waking up, I thought I was consistent. I never thought about curvature, gas pressure, or water pressure, or axial rotation evidence. I never thought about any of that stuff.
It's crazy because people often think of the things that they know right now. Even maybe it's crazy. There might be some preconceived notions that you have right now of certain things that you think that are true, that you're holding on to. And maybe
absolutely. I feel like I find them all the time still.
And it's different because now that you know that something could change. You just like your mind is like really, it's free to think about like how, things could be different.
Absolutely.
It's not as the same as it used to be. The information that you stood on, the information that you stood on was said to be something, and then you come to find out it's something else, and then you're just like, oh, now it's different, right? Because you're not so entrenched into the information that you're just going to be like, no, it's my way and no other.
Yeah, it's not like you're an adult elephant being held down by that tiny little rope anymore.
Yep.
I remember this is like 10 or 12 years ago. My wife was in the Dollar General or whatever, and she was shopping, and the sun was going down. And I remember looking at the sun and the sun rays going back up to the sun through the clouds. And I remember looking at that and going, wow, if I didn't know it was 90 million miles away, I'd think it was a lot closer. And I remember having that damn thought. And it was like 5 or 7 years later that I came across flat Earth, and it was like, but because of what I knew to be true, it didn't allow me to process what I was actually looking at within any sort of logical framework.
Yeah.
So, and I remember when I was a kid, I had the same thought, like when the teacher was talking about the water on the ball, and I raised my hand, and she gave the whole bucket. She put water in a bucket and spun around and told me that was a gravity, and I was, dumb enough to believe that at 7 years old. And I went home. I was working on my bike later. I don't know. It must have been later that week or that month or whatever. And I put my chain back on my bike, and as I was putting my chain back on my bike, there was water flying off the wheel. And I remember thinking, why doesn't that fly off the earth? Oh, that's right. It's gravity. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. And I just, grabbed my bike and ran out and played.
But the thought was, it was counterintuitive to what your teacher told you.
Yes. But because of what she had said, I discounted what I saw and what was obviously happening right in front of me, because I had an explanation for why that could happen in a different dimension.
Right.
And I think that, whether you're 7 years old or whether you're 40 years old, I don't think it matters. I think that human beings are basically the same. And
can you imagine if there was a kid that would have raised their hand and said, teacher, can you put the water outside of the bucket and then spin it? Because isn't the water outside of the earth? Like, see what the teacher would have said. That would have been funny.
What's funny is I was in another chat room the other day, and I asked for a physical demonstration of gravity, and the guy actually said that very same thing. Well, if you put water in a bucket and spin around.
Yeah, that in here too. They say it all the time. They say that all the time.
Crazy?
Yeah, I know. And it's like, I don't know if you're thinking this through, and then they're like glossed over look, they're like, yeah, it's right. It's like, no, it's not. The water is inside of the bucket, pushing against the bottom of that bucket. And you're spinning around, and it's pushing against that bucket. Now, if you were to invert that, do you think the water would still, as you spin around, stay in the bucket? It's not. There's nothing holding that water. Now it's free to go out. There's no wall that's going to hold it.
It's really, I don't know what it says about us, but it's pretty much a fact that those things have to be pointed out to us.
Mm-hmm.
They really do. And it takes intellectual honesty to take a step back and go, wait a minute. I don't think that most people have the intestinal fortitude to examine their own belief systems. I just don't.
Yeah, because they think that people greater than them already discovered those things, and they don't need to. So it's like the guy Phoenix that came in the other day. Were you here? Ball kicker?
Yes, I was. Yeah.
Why do no one cares? Like, I was like, yeah, that's not what the people that come in like that stay in here.
I do agree with him in a sense. He's speaking in a very general sense, and I think generally, I agree with him.
You think people don't care anymore?
Like 90% of people just don't care. It's a high percentage of people that just don't care.
Oh, that can be agreeable. I mean, on the larger scope of things, I would say like the people that come into this server tend to be really curious, but on the larger scale, like if you just a regular person on the street or something, they wouldn't give a flip. They'd just be like, yeah, whatever. Like it's not. something they're looking for.
I can't even fathom that personally. I have so many friends and family that have told me, "What's it matter? I don't even care. What does it even matter?" It's like, how do you not care that everyone has been lied to? What?
Well, no, the biggest thing is like there's nobody that questions. It is a blind belief, but it's like the part where nobody questions it makes it even worse. It's like not even because they'll go to this extreme example. So what are we supposed to question every little thing? It's like, no, I'm just speaking of this one thing. You never thought of it, like, you know, and then you get into it. But it's like that one thing that they don't even question that, man. So
yeah,
makes you wonder. It's like, okay, it's just I only said one thing. I didn't say question everything, just the shape of the earth. And so they're like, no, because then we're gonna have to look into everything, and it's like they make it more tedious. It doesn't have to be. It's just one simple thing. The geometric claim.
Well, I find that people, when they're trying to justify their position, like this isn't a political room, but you like with the abortion thing, like people who are pro-abortion, they run and talk about, you know, like some heinous, horrible thing that never happens as a justification for like all the abortions. That's what they do. That's what people do who are trying to justify a ridiculous belief system. They'll run over to the most extreme example of something as a justification for the entire idea. And you're like, okay, if you found that one extreme example, we could talk about that one, but that doesn't have any relationship to the overall body of evidence that we're looking at.
Yeah.
And that's just how people tend to justify their beliefs, whether they're religious or scientific or whatever it is. So,
you know, have you ever heard of people actually their perceptions being warped in that, like, because before the blinders came off, you know, people that were in the ball earth belief, they still believe that the earth is a globe. Like, if they have never even heard of flat earth entire existence, right? Like, some people, of course, growing up, they found out that Christopher Columbus was scared to, you know, sail because he was going to fall off the earth, and, you know, they make mockery out of it, so they put it like in the back burner of their minds, and that's not really, they're not really concerned about flat earth in that way. But it's more like because science and technology have advanced, so we know now that the earth is a globe and such. So it's like nobody thinks about flat earth, and it's not a thing in society. So when it like us talking about it, it's like, what is this crazy thing that you're, you know? So it's I don't know, man. I just think that people are really looking into their lives about like just the things that don't matter and such, you know, like parties to go to and games to be at, and it's really an existence of like where truth doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's like, very materialistic, you know.
Yeah. So truth doesn't exist in the worldview. It's like whatever.
Oh,
you know
Biggie,
what I mean?
That's good, bro.
Yeah,
that's good. You know why you don't care about the truth? Because you have a materialistic worldview, and truth is not materialistic. Hey, dude, that's good, bro.
Yeah. And it seems to be apparent now than more than ever because we are of the truth movement. So it doesn't have any like intrinsic value in their life because it's not something that they can apply. They don't care. It's like, well,
it's a hindrance.
Yeah, they usually say things like, man, what is it going to matter? I still put on one pants leg at a time and I still go to work tomorrow. Like, what, you know, they always say that as in that's their mind is trying to reason with like what isn't going to be like, okay, so you know now truth, but truth isn't going to matter in your life anyways because you don't put value or stock in it. There's nothing that you're like, you're not waking up tomorrow and be like, man, is the truth that, you know, X, Y, and Z. You're not looking for truth. You don't care. It's like, it's more like, what can I gain materialistically to keep continuing to make my life a better existence?
Yeah, and that's good.
Yeah. It's a materialistic worldview, and they're putting stock in things, and it's like they don't put stock in truth because it doesn't relate to like what makes them happy. What makes them happy is like keeping themselves pleased, you know, like whatever shows are coming out or You know what I mean? Fast cars or money, whatever thing, you know? And so long as they have that thing, then truth what? You know, what difference does it make, you know? And so that if truth is not a part of your life, I think then it becomes an existence of very material worldview. And you can see like those people, they're very on the surface. Like they don't have deep conversations. They don't ponder things. And it's almost like a very shell of an existence, you know? You're like, you guys don't talk about deep things. You don't think about stuff. It's like, no, why? Like, you know, the game's on, dude. Chill out. Just let, you know, you're like,
yeah, the game. That's a big one.
Mm-hmm.
I can't stand sports, bro. I used to be such a sports fiend.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm saying though, like, that's the mode of existence that people want to be in, where they're not thinking and they're just like moving through life without there's no purpose, there's no desire to like dive into like, you know, the meaning of life and all that stuff. There's just more of a floating around experience, you know?
No, brother, I think that is a really tremendous insight that you just really offered. The idea of a person's love for truth being directly correlated to their love for material things, materialism.
And the ones who say that are going to be the ones who put stock in that, man. So if they like, just examine, like, if when you ask somebody and they're like, what difference does it make? Look at their life and what are their goals, ambitions? What do they feel like in their life they want to strive for? And then you start to like unveil, like, oh, I see now. So you really like doing this, and this is what your life is all about. And then they'll probably be happy to tell you, yeah, like my career, you know, it's all that I care about. Like I don't care about it. So.
Yeah, no, I do agree. Let me ask you this though. I don't know where you are in the spiritual spectrum. I think you and I are leaning the same direction, but I do know a few very spiritual people that I really respect. I have tremendous. They're not materialistic people. They're good people. They lean towards holiness and good works, and you know all of those things. They'd rather show up to a prayer meeting than a barbecue. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course.
And I have a couple of those people who are so vehemently against the idea of like it like raises like I don't even know how to explain the vitriol that they have toward the idea of the true reality that we live in.
Yeah.
And so I'm not saying that doesn't fit with your idea, because I completely agree. The naturalism and the love for truth and the naturalistic worldview, those do seem to be something. I'm going to look at that in the next coming months. I think there's a lot of truth in that. But I do have friends that I love and that I trust and that I would consider to be very spiritual and not materialistic people at all, who hate flat Earth.
Yeah,
what would you say about how would you correlate those two?
Well, I'm gonna drop some knowledge bombs on you, man. From my experience and what I feel to be true is that we're spiritual and physical beings intertwined, and we can't live with one without the other. One also accompanies the other. They're married. So spiritual and physical are married together within this body, because our spirit exists in our body, which also there's a lot of insight and research that I've done in this. So a spirit inside of a body is called a soul, because Adam, when God breathed life into, I'm going to go a little bit biblical just for a moment only. When God breathed life into Adam, he became a living soul. So a living soul is what you and I are right now. It's spiritual and physical intertwined. And there's only one that can make that happen, and that's the Creator. That he's the only one that can combine physical and spiritual. And that's why we have a deep desire for both, but we don't understand spiritual because it's not physical. Yeshua came and told us that the purpose of his coming to be with amongst us. He said, I came to tell you the truth. So he was about truth in the physical form. So he wanted people to understand what it was meant to be living a life, following him. And that's what it was. It was a life following him, but in spiritual truth. And also the things that mankind, let God be true and every man a liar. the things that people were holding on to was not the truth. So he came to set the record straight. And a lot of times people twist the things that he says to, mean other things. And of course, Satan tried to tempt them on the mountain, twisting God's word, but he corrected him, nonetheless. And the thing is, a lot of people like that are in that sense of like, let's say you're spiritual believers and such, they follow conformity, which is they go with the pastors or the teachings of people, men, of doctrines of demons. So like they would follow people that it doesn't matter because of like certain ways that they preach, because they have itching ears, would follow them. So it doesn't matter the study of truth, like to understand like what it means and the revelation of it. They're more happily conformed to whatever teachings the favorite pastor gave them, and they hang on to those things, and they're not truths. They're basically ideas of a man who doesn't understand the deep studies of like what it is to have a revelation of God. And those were the holy men of the Bible, the ones who are given this revelation and to tell people, right? So they follow those guys who, when you come to them about truth, it doesn't matter what it is, right? Whether it be something from the medical field or the shape of the earth, whatever it is, will vehemently go against you because of the fact that their favorite pastor is of a certain mind. So they're just following. And so like these guys, right? And I'll give you an example. These guys are written about in Matthew 7. When they came to him and said, Lord, Lord, did we not cast out demons in your name? Did we not perform many miracles? And they were bewildered. They didn't understand the reason why. And he cast them out and said, go away, I never knew you. And so this is the part where differentiates the people who are following after Christ and those who are saying that they thought they were, because the following that they were doing was of the men's traditions and principles and such. They weren't rooted in following after him. Understand? This is the way where men go astray, and they follow blindly after these teachers who are falling into a pit. Remember the blind after the blind? That's also written. They both fall into a pit. So this is a very literal way of how people are following teachings and not going to study and asking God for revelation and building upon themselves, doctrines that don't have any adherence to the textual scriptures. So this has long been a fallacy within the human mindset. This is a war. The war that you have when you're studying is you can make up your own ideas and falsehoods of what the word's saying, but it doesn't really mean what you're exclaiming it to be. It's just the doctrine that you made up. You understand? You're not letting the scripture speak. You're speaking for it. And then that's what people do. And that's why men go astray. That's why these guys who are vehemently against the truth will spit fire at you, because you're starting to tell them something that goes against their favorite pastor, or something they learned in school, or something they feel like was God ordained, but has no rootings in God, has every rooting in a man's understanding of what he thinks his perception of the world, mixed in with like biblical principles to make it sound. See, that's deception though. Deception doesn't come straight out and bite you. It's not something that's blatant. It's something that's very subtle and gradual. And it's something that can overtake you thinking that you're following truth, when in all reality, you've been following a lie and you don't even know it. That's what the globe earth is. It's a reversal of what what we understand, right? It's moving, but you can't feel it, right? It's curved, but you can't see it. So these things,
the opposite of everything you sense.
yeah. So I'm just kind of trying to stay brief, because I know that this is not the place I want to expound on, but just to relate what we were saying of those friends of yours, because I know who the kind of people you're talking about, because they're in the circles of a very staunch religionism, and they not flat earth is just one example. They go against many different things that have no rooting in scripture, yet they twist scripture and doctrines to back up what they feel is necessary when it's time to throw stones, let's say. when it's time to pick up a stone and throw it at someone, they'll use these scriptures and against people. So this is to their detriment, because they don't themselves need to go, because like it's upon every man to have like his own study. Okay, you can listen to what someone's saying, but if it's not the truth, you gotta, like, you wouldn't know that until you go back to the word and prayerfully, actually, you know what I mean? Like, you're never gonna reach that peace inside of you until you actually study first. And then if you just believe that what your favorite pastor, just upon his credentials or upon his, because he's spoken in a mega church or whatever it is, you're riding along with some guy who may or may not be having revelations of God, speaking to the people. But that's the thing. You have to test all the spirits, right? Making sure that you're not following blindly against falsehoods. So anyway, that was just my kind of like, and I have a lot more of that, because this is part of me, what I've done a lot of study to. People don't like to hear truth, though, ball kicker. This is the
no, we don't. It's very antithetical to our fallen nature, bro. We're naturally attracted to darkness,
right? And which is why, like, Yeshua always came to say, I come to tell you the truth. So a lot of people, we ask them the question too, right? Like, why did Jesus, why was Yeshua here on earth? What was his purpose? What was his mission? And you look in the scriptures and it says, I came to tell you the truth. That's what he came here for. And people are like wondering, well, what the truth about what? That's the next question, right? They usually ask that after you're like, well, okay, he came to tell us the truth, but the truth about what? And you listen to what he's saying every time he speaks. Then you understand the fallen nature of human. It goes, the principles that he lays out. I'll give you just one brief example. I don't want to derive this conversation too long in this topic in this room, but one of the examples is the rich man, the rich young ruler.
Sure.
You understand the parable. When he came to him, he's like, Lord, just let me know what I need to do to enter into the kingdom of heaven. And, he said, obey your father and mother, like as in the law. And he said, I've done these things ever since I was a child. He was going down the checklist of all the things. And then Yeshua gave him like a curveball. Well, it seemed to be because it was not something that was written, right? That he could follow. Then he said, sell all your things, because he was rich and he had many things. He's like, sell all your things and come and follow me. And then the rich young ruler was like, ooh, this is a big one. Like, I don't think I can do this, right? But he didn't say that. I'm kind of going a little bit as to like, why do you think that he went away sad? Because of like what he heard. This was not something that was written. He thought maybe the teacher, which was Yeshua, was going to tell him just to do something else that he understood he was already doing. But he took him outside of that and really against his flesh nature, which was being a materialistic person, right? Because he wanted things. And he's like, get rid of all this stuff. That's the thing that you're clinging to that the most. And he didn't. Now, why is that? Because they want to follow what they figure is the right way, and it's not. Because the thing that they held dear most, or people that think that they hold dear most, is not God, and that's what he was exposing in that person. It wasn't God that he was holding dear; it was his things, his possessions. So, and in that instant, people saw that there was he exposed that rich young ruler. And he went away sad, of course, but he didn't say, yeah, of course, I'll get rid of all these things if that's what it takes. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And this is the people today. They don't want to let go of their stuff. And so, like, we turn to the people that you spoke to, or the examples of the people that you're talking to. This is why. There's a deep-rooted understanding that they are following traditional ways. They have no dealings with truth. They just want to be conforming to the world's existence. And it sounds like that these guys are very humble. They can have the appearance, right? They can have all the appearance and they can do all the things. And then, of course, Paul goes into like talking about like, even if I, did everything that I could in my earthly sense and gave all that I had to the, and have not love in my heart, I have gained nothing. So, and that's, what is it? 1 Corinthians 13.
Yeah, Corinthians. It's in Corinthians 13.
So he goes in, he starts talking about, you know, what it means to have love in your heart. And these guys, love and truth is not something that they feel should be something that's paramount in their life. So this is what's happening, man, to the world today, right? You find materialistic, religious ideologies. You don't have people that are following after truth. Like, in other words, you and I, right? If we were to say, okay, fine, I'm gonna follow after truth no matter what. Do you really mean that? Like, in every literal sense, do you say what you say is true? Like, just like that rich young ruler. If he's like, I'm doing all that. I've honored my father and mother. I've followed everything to the letter. I'm good. Yet there's something outside of that Yeshua would call someone to do. It's like he was unprepared. He was not ready for that. Why? Because truth and following after God wasn't as paramount as he thought in the very end. And so every man to himself should like those who say that they following after God or following after truth should examine themselves, because it's not something that I can point out to you and say, well, Bob Kicker, let me look into your life and be some kind of inspector as to like if I can regulate something and I can't. You know your heart, right? And you know that if you came to a certain point, you'd be like, yeah, that would be a tough one. You know what I'm saying? Like, only you know. So the difference here and with truth is that the reason why people don't seek it is because their lust is for after the things of the world, and we as beings who are spiritual and physical, you know, we have need for both, right? We have need for both. So, like, if you're all spiritual and you don't have physical, then you have need for it, right? If you're all physical and you don't have spiritual, you have need for it. You don't know why, but there's a deep-rooted need for it, and you might suppress it, you might suppress it, but it'll be a hunger that you can never quench, ever. No matter how hard you try, it will never be quenched until you understand the need for it. And once you start getting to the point where you're satisfying it, you're feeding yourself spiritually, then a revelation would happen, and then you'll be like, okay, I understand now. Now, this is what I'm saying as part of. Like, listen, people will be like, when you say this, we're physical and spiritual, and we have need for both. They're gonna fight you nail on it, man. And here's the thing: it's not your battle. You'd be like, okay, fine. You don't. Fine. You can say whatever you want to. I'm just telling you that in this world we exist in the physical form and also in the spiritual. You can't see spiritual. You can't see love. Define how love happens. Yeah, you can reactions in your brain, and you can quantify that in a sense of like how you can see like when people meet, but you don't understand the force that binds that love to like what real love is, right? And what it's described to be. You don't understand it. So that's the thing about it. It's like, you know, you can't put it in a box and say like love is this. But also in the scriptural form, the way it was taught to us, that it's not selfish, it's not rude, it's not self-seeking, it doesn't do what it wants. It has its own like existence, you know, within us. So it guides us, in other words, you know what I mean? Yeah. So and let's say, you know, the love for your wife would guide you, you know, like, you know, you have choices in everyday life, right? You could say, I can do good, I can do bad. I can go out there and drink and meet women and do all this stuff against my marriage, or I can do my job and you know, you have those choices. And it's like, you know, whether or not you act upon whatever it is, that's what leads you. And you're into, anyways, I'm going a little bit on a tangent, but I just wanted to like kind of go into it because I know that people they don't want to hear truth. And when you speak it, it's like you know, because they're so materialistic, and that's fine. You can live however you want to. Yeah. You know? But
Mickey and I are talking about truth and about man's relationship to truth, and we actually have Mode for Truth guy in here right now. It looks like he's on the fence.
Yeah, he's deafened. He can't hear us.
He's okay. Have you ever spoken to this guy Mode for Truth before?
Perhaps. I think. But like I was saying, ball kicker.
Gotcha.
With doctrine, you're gonna hear people tell you things. No, that guy's wrong. Next dude next to him is like, what are you talking about? You're wrong. That guy's wrong. And so that guy's wrong. That guy's wrong. That guy, you know what I mean? There's a never ending line. And so you're always like, well, this guy's pointing to that guy and saying he's wrong, but yet that guy over there is saying both of these guys are wrong. And then this guy over here is saying all three of them are, you know what I mean? It never ends. Never ends. So what happens is you need to have that revelation with God. You need to spiritually be connected, and you know what I mean? That's the only discernment that you can have amongst the midst of like all these false doctrines. Anyway.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It's confusing to me because I do have several brothers that I love, and that they have real testimonies, and they really do love the Lord. And this, for some reason, this issue just is so divisive. I can't even speak with them. So it's something where the fellowship has been broken to the point where this issue cannot come up. We have great fellowship in other areas, but this issue, it brings division, and it cannot be spoken of. And it's bizarre to me. I kind of don't understand it.
Yeah, but you got to understand, too, it's like, what turns them off about it? What have you said that was blasphemous about it? Because to them, it's blasphemy. Like the Pharisees, they want to rip their coats. It's like, what puts them to the point of, it's psychological, bro. Like, it's what it is, right?
That's a really good question. What about this is blasphemous to you? That's a really good question. Yeah, I think you're probably right.
Yeah, it is, because it is like to them, what they understand is that, NASA went to space, and there's planets, and you're saying the earth is flat, and it's like, God doesn't know. What are you talking about? You're messing with the things of God. And so what you're starting to do is to rewrite the Bible in their minds, because the Bible's already wrote, and it's already a certain way. And so what you're doing, uprooting that theology in their mind. They're like, dude, you are insane. How can I speak to you? And if you keep talking about it, we're not going to be friends anymore. You know what I mean? Like, they get to the point, because it's blasphemous to them. You're speaking of some existence of the earth that in their head does not exist, and it goes against biblical principle. So you have to make sure that, if I don't know if you've already lost it or the friendship, but if here's the thing, you don't want to be in a company that says they love God, at the same time they don't love truth. That doesn't work. I don't care who you are, it does not work. Loving God and not loving truth doesn't work. That's antithetical to each other. So either they love truth and they love God, or they don't love truth and they don't love God. It's the way it goes. They can't say you know what I mean? It doesn't work. Yeah. That's it. That's the way it is. So if you're sitting with them and they're like, dude, I love God and let's pray. And then the next moment they're like, dude, I don't want to hear nothing about the truth. Like, I mean, you're saying that it's truth? No. How? Where? Like, so you have to at least pray about it, pray about it, come at this prayerfully, and just, if you're going to have this conversation, or if you let it go and you're just like, dude, I'm not going to speak about this because I want to save our relationship, then your friendship means more. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you think means more in your life? And here's my thing to you. It's like, if being truthful and just saying, look, man, like, all I'm saying is that it's not in the Bible. It's nowhere written. Like, that's what I'm, if you're saying you're adhering to God's word, then let's go in it, because it should say over and over what the world is that he created. Right? I mean, that's what it should say. That it's a heliocentric, it's, that everything's like planets, and all these things should be that in the word. And and if it doesn't, let me not say that to you. Let you read it from what it says in the word, so that it doesn't come from me. That I'm not just telling you ideas of my own self. So that's take yourself out of the equation. And so you let God speak to them. And so either it says or it does not. You have to give it to him like that. Either it says it or it doesn't say it. or actually it speaks on what I've been telling you, and you have to examine, other areas in your life where you think, you rely on man's ideas.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, bro. Yeah, that scripture that you quoted is that's in 2 Thessalonians. Let's see, where is it in the? I don't have my paper Bible here, but he says, let's see here. He says, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved.
Yes, remember, love and truth, bro. I said that, right? Love and truth. If they don't go hand in hand, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but they go hand in hand. So it's not, you can't divorce it. Love and truth go hand in hand.
Yeah. So, yeah, and the very next scripture talks about the strong delusion that God would send because they receive not the love of the truth. That is terrifying.
It is.
It is absolutely horrifying. The idea that Satan will deceive you and the world will deceive you, that's pretty obvious. But the idea that God says, I'll send my own delusion so that you to cement the lie that you want to believe.
Yes.
Whoa.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yes. That's the reason why I was telling you. A brother who is a brother to you is somebody who doesn't push you away. If you listen, and it doesn't matter, because like if somebody says, look, let me tell you the truth about something, and you let them go on their spiel, you're like, let me examine what you just said and put it against all the knowledge of my research and everything that I know, and let me pray about it. And you come back and you say, you're not talking about the truth. I'm here to correct, because that's what the Bible's for, right? It's to edify, to correct, it's to. And so like you did your study, you looked into what they were saying, and it doesn't pan out. Or it does, right? Or it does. Or you're just like, yeah, you just like, you're totally in line with the word. Like I went into prayerful study and I came back and you're right. It's what it is. And I did my study. So now it's not because of you said, but you brought this to my mind. So now I'm of the same mind. So that's what it says for us to be of one mind and one accord. But we can't do that if we're believing somebody else. We have to do it by believing in what he's saying in the word. So it's, the word kind of separates. I'm paraphrasing a lot of scripture here, so you might hear overtones of me like doing that. But the word separates between bone and marrow. Like it's so like it really thinly kind of uncovers everything. Like it goes right into the divide of where we think we know something and where we don't know something, and it gives us a real understanding of like, oh, so that guy is following truth, because it's not because he heard it from his favorite pastor. He went in prayerful study and was careful about and diligent about the truth, because he can expose, okay, look, so I went to this scripture and that scripture spoke in another place, this one, and it also, you know what I mean? Like it all elucidated the fact that we are speaking of the same thing. We're not out of context. That's one thing you don't want to be. The moment you feel like
given anybody information ever, not once, ever given them information, and then they say, well, let me go look at this. I'm going to go research this. I'm going to go pray about this. I'm going to go think about it. And they come back and go, dude, you're completely wrong. This is all crazy. You're an idiot. Yeah. Nobody's ever once done. What they do is on the spot, without ever researching anything you say, call you names and tell you how stupid you are.
Yeah. That's how it is, right? And of course, the system, the way we're living it now, it's designed that way. It's designed for it to, as soon as certain key words are said, for you to have that reaction, for them to have that reaction. It's just that way. But if there are your true friends, like that you really care about, then you will go about it as tactfully as you can possible. That you could say this is another good friend of mine said, you could say anything you want. It's in how you say it. Just know how to word things. Like, and you can say anything. So just so long as you're like, look, man, you're wrong. Like that's, you know what I mean? You don't want to spark that kind of a reaction. You'd rather have them, just look, I read something, I thought it was interesting, and I want to know what you think about it, and let's have a discussion, perhaps, if we can, and then that way it kind of removes the element of you being the one pushing ideas on them, but rather you're actually wanting to stay more closer to the word than of what you know. You have to remove yourself out of the way so that they don't see you being in the way of like you're pushing your ideas onto them and your blasphemous ideas. You know, it's they have to come to a knowledge of like maybe they were wrong. You know, and they can't do that if you're. You know what I'm saying? And this is the thing with the reason why people come into this server and they're talking about flat Earth and globe Earth, and the reason why I say, look, I can't convince you. That's not what I want to do, because I know people actually have to do the line of sight test. They have to do all that stuff needs to happen whenever they get convinced of themselves. Yeah. Because if I do it, it's artificial. It's almost like because they heard me say something. Oh, that's great. You know, now the Earth is flat. No, it's gonna feel very like doesn't resonate. You know, you just did it because I was saying it, not because.
You know, if a man convinces you, a man can unconvince you.
For sure. But if you convince yourself, no man, like, you know what I mean? Because it's something that, and that's why I think that a lot of these people that are like the ones who are in like the Christian realms, you know, they are that way because they heard something and they were convinced of it in their own mind. They didn't do careful study. They were just convinced of it in their own mind. So they built up their own wall. It's not a wall built around truth. It's more of their own concepts because they like the way the preacher was saying it. So they're like, yeah, I dig it, man. I'm going to go with that. You know what I mean? And that's unfortunately why in the end in Matthew 7, it says that many people, and that's always going to happen, man. He's going to tell them, I never knew you. And you're thinking, man, how? These guys were casting out demons in Yeshua's name. They were doing these things. Like, how is it possible? You know, anyway, that's how.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. I think I agree with everything you were saying, bro.
Yeah. What I will say is, like, I always, you know, tell people to, because I used to go to the biblical room here, but it's gotten a bit too toxic. I don't do it anymore. It's too much a clash of everybody trying to be right. And I've always been the one of like, you know, we're going to read it in the word and stuff. And it's not going to be what you and I are saying. It's going to be whatever we come out together in a study. But people's opinions in the server, and they always want to bully their way. And it becomes it's not good, man. So yeah, I don't usually hold anything in here because of that.
Yeah. I did want to ask you a question, and now might be as good a time as any, about the ice wall. You seem very, you've mentioned it a few times in being like a subject that you really don't like to talk about in here. And I was just curious. I know, you know, you're saying that we want to stick with things we can observe and test and demonstrate. And I understand you're trying to stay within the mediums or the confines of the scientific method. But why? I haven't really seen you deal with the ice wall at all, except just to say it's a subject you don't like to be brought up in here. So, may I ask why is that a subject? Did I already say that's why it is you don't like to bring it up, or is there something else why you don't like to talk about that?
No, I was okay. So at the very beginning of my journey, I was of the mind that there was an ice ring around the whole entire Earth, holding the oceans in. I was saying this rhetoric, right? And a lot of people that come into this topic and see the AE map or the Gleasons, and they see the top-down version, and it looks like it makes sense for all intents and purposes. That's what's holding the waters in the oceans, right? That's what you hear. That's what I hear. Now, I always go back to, like, with whatever image or concept has been given, I'm always telling flat earthers, like, if you're going to talk to a glober and they present something to you, like whatever it is, make sure that they can verify that information, whatever it is. And you want to make sure that you're adhering to the same principles. Because if you are doing something in the way of like what I just described, but in flat earth, then you're doing a disservice. And the reason why I'm against it is because you can say there's an ice ring. I can tell you, how did you verify it? What are you going to tell me in response? And be truthful, right? What would you say?
Me?
Yes.
Well, I would back up and say that I don't need to adhere to the same principles that globe earthers adhere to, as far as the scientific method and the way that they use it.
Oh, no. Yeah, no, hang on. I had to stop. It's because this isn't science. So, it's a scientific method that deals with the natural phenomenon and exposing like why, the how and why questions. Like, why did this happen? How? And so you're looking at the cause of an effect. And so you can't derive that at a natural phenomena if you're looking at, let's say, talking about like the ice wall. The ice wall is a concept. It's not something in the physical form. People have seen ice shelves. I can agree with that. People can go to the south and see an ice shelf. That's great, right? We're not talking about just an ice shelf. We're talking about the entire Earth being surrounded by an ice wall or an ice shelf going all the way around, 360 degrees all the way around the Earth. This is the concept, not the idea that you can go to the south or whatever place you landed on and see an ice shelf. That's not, I don't disagree with that. Pretty much so, you could probably witness it for yourself if you go in certain locations. The entire Earth being surrounded by the ice wall, however, has never been verified. Now, if somebody says that it has, who is that person? Because can you repeat that same thing to verify for yourself that an ice wall of that magnitude exists? Or have certain locations been gone to and then you can see an ice shelf and that's great. But then you're drawing a conclusion from just going to one location. You understand? And then saying that that is happening everywhere on Earth. Do you see where the fallacy happens? Because you're already saying, because you're using that little example to coat the entire Earth surrounding, that it's going to be this way all the way around. And you and I can't know that. It's not something for you and me to actually know. None of us can see the entire Earth as a whole to say, okay, see the ice ring here? Let's go all the way around. You see how it follows all the way around? There it goes, all the way back around. Here it comes. There it is. Ice ring all the way around. Nobody's ever done that. There's people, James Cook, or you can go into those things, but these are anecdotal because it's like saying, well, the pilot went up to the airplane and he said that he saw the Earth and it's flat, or he saw and it was a globe, or whatever. So that until you're able to put something to have people repeat it, be able to do like, if I give you something to do and you can do it and repeat it and say, okay, verify for yourself, then it becomes apparent that this thing can be peer reviewed and it's not just something you're taking as a concept or a way of thinking. So when it comes to and I'm exposing a little bit why people have been doing this, because they say, well, it has to be. Well, that's great. It has to be such and such, but you're saying the entire Earth from that point all the way around in a 360 is going to be that exact same thing that you're seeing. What if it's not? And if you answered maybe it could be something else, then you're already in the wrong, because if it could be something else, then you just declared it as it was. Now you're saying that it could be something else. Do you see where I'm going? So now it becomes we don't know, and that's the correct answer.
I do. I see what you're saying. I just disagree with you.
Well, on what grounds? Like, I don't know where I don't see how you would make a conclusion from such a small piece of information. Like, if people are landing in certain spots on the ice and saying this is what the whole entire Earth is surrounded by, where is the evidence of that?
Okay, well, for one, modern scientific inquiry and the way that they do their science and all this stuff, they believe in a lot of things that cannot be verified, like dark matter, dark energy, gravity, a whole bunch of things that have what I would say to be zero verifications. You see what I'm saying? So what I feel like you're doing is you are expecting us to hold a standard that the adversary is claiming that they hold. They actually do not hold. That's just my very first point. So to say that, oh, well, we can't make a claim because we can't verify it visually is to try and follow a rule book that the adversary is using that they are not even following to begin with. So why would I feel obligated to follow the same rules they're following when they don't even adhere to them? That would be just my very first point. Does that make sense?
Not really. I don't see how the point is being driven, because you're saying that we can think any way it sounds like to me, in encapsulating what you're saying, we can think any way we want because we can't hold them to a standard that we ourselves can't be held by. It's like if you think you can go outside of the realm of thinking logically and consistently, then you're going into, like, you're making up something because you want it to be so. And it just doesn't happen that way. Just because in your mind it makes sense, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't mean that it is that way. So the point where reality and logically consistent ideas happen to clash together and they actually make sense is because you're able to verify the findings of what you previously were presuming, right? And then now it's like, oh, we checked it out and it is. Like, so it doesn't.
For one, to be fair, this isn't something that you and I could verify even if we had all the money and all the manpower that we wanted to in the world.
Okay, so you do agree you can't verify it?
Yes, absolutely, I agree. It cannot be verified because of legal reasons, for one. But secondarily, there's several data points here. For one, no, it can't be verified because it's illegal. To me, that kind of stands out as a red flag, and you go, well, that's weird. Two, another point would be that you and I believe in water pressure via containment, right?
For sure.
We know of no way that water pressure can be created outside of a physical barrier, outside of containment. And yet the oceans have tremendous water pressure within them. That tells me that they are being contained by something. There is some sort of containment. I don't think there's anything unscientific or illogical to land at the conclusion that there's something that has to be containing oceans, right? Because we see water pressure. Well, the only way we know to create water pressure is via containment. So that's not illogical. That's not unscientific. Where I feel like what you're saying is an illogical break, and where I'm just saying is I'm calling it, I don't know, maybe a logical jump, is to say, well, we do see pictures and tons of film footage of this giant ice ring all around the world. Antarctica is unique.
No, we don't see an ice ring all around the world. I think there's the disconnect.
I did not mean that literally. I did not mean that we have 7 miles of 70,000 foot of footage. And even if we had that, to me, that wouldn't mean anything. Even if we had, a 97-hour video showing 70,000 feet of ice wall, that wouldn't do it for me, because I've kind of passed the point of images that agree with me. If I'm going to discount images that disagree with what I'm thinking, I can't accept the ones that I agree with.
Yeah, we can buck the tiger on this one if you want to, but at the end of the day, if it's you can feel like go the way you want. Like we've been down this road for early on in flat Earth, and people have had egg on their face for the longest time because they held on to a previously conceived idea about an ice ring. You don't know if it shores up to a shore. You don't know if it's sandy and warm on certain places. You don't know that. The only ice ring that exists is in your mind. Until you verify there's a whole entire ice ring going all the way around, you don't know if there's sandy shores, sunny. You know what I mean? Like, there's no verification of a complete 360 ice ring that does not compute. It could be inside of a container, and they could go into a shore just like sandy beaches, right? A sandy beach doesn't need to be an ice ring to be a container. You can agree with me on that. You can see a lake that doesn't have ice on it, and it can be a container. So what makes us think that we're going to see an ice ring 360? Until we verify it, then we can say, aha, it is an ice ring 360. But until then, it's not. You understand? Like, we are saying that, yes, there is a container because the waters are contained. Are we saying it's an ice ring that's containing it? That's the logical leap. It's not illogical to say that it is a container. That's not we're both agreeing on that. But we're not agreeing that there's an ice ring 360. That's illogical until it's verified, until you can peer review, then satisfy the notion that there is.
Hey, I think it is a Tupperware container because that's where they're mining the Tupperware for, to make all.
Yeah, I think you and I are saying the same things in a lot of ways, just slightly differently. I'm not claiming that there's an ice ring holding in the world's oceans. That's not what I'm saying.
But that's where ice ring leads us to. It leads us to that argument, which has been.
You're breaking up real bad, maybe. You're breaking up really bad.
Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
No. Nope. Hello.
Yeah, you're coming through just fine for me, man.
Morvis,
You're breaking up.
No, I think I don't know. I don't feel like I'm breaking up, but.
There you go. Now I hear you.
Yeah, you sounded just fine to me the whole time.
Yeah, people early on in Flat Earth were claiming the ice ring. And we do know that waters are contained. We just don't know the ice ring verified all the way around 360. To say that in place is illogical because it hasn't been, you can't peer review, you can't verify it, you can't, and it's not the scientific method. You don't use science to do that. There's a lot of things. So I know maybe you may be new to the topic, but like we've been around this a couple of times, pun intended, because it's like we've been around. But it's like the idea that the ice ring is holding in the waters is the next step that they take when you start talking about an ice ring. It's not maybe not what you're saying, but it's what they're insinuating when you say it. So they're picturing ice ring. They're seeing this Gleason's map, this AE map. And they're saying, oh, ice ring. Oh, you're talking about this thing? Dude, prove it, And then what are you going to do at that point? No, man, we just know that it's contained. And you're going to go off to trying to tell them what you're thinking, but they're not going to see it because you already presented them an idea. And they're going to keep thinking you're talking about that, even if you're not. You understand?
Thing about the ice ring? If you look at the model,
I understand what you're saying.
If you look at the model that a lot of us agree with about the way the sun and the moon traverse over us, I'm not saying I agree with you about you're saying there's no peer-reviewed evidence of like someone actually sailing all the way around showing us this ice wall, because I haven't been able to find it, like where someone has actually gone on an expedition to live stream them sailing all the oceans of the world and showing us this ice wall on one side of their boat, you know what I mean, all the way around the world. So I agree with you on that much. But but water, we know, has to be contained somehow, and you're right, it may not be, in ice. You're absolutely right. We don't know, right? But it almost makes sense because to me, and just hear me out, because like the higher up you go, the colder it gets, right? And if you go out far enough, like toward Antarctica, it gets cold. And if you look at the path that the sun and the moon take, the way the sun orbits around the moon and the sun, they kind of like orbit each other, they swing around each other over the earth, right? And they move further they move closer together and further apart. It's almost like it would almost make sense that it was an ice wall all the way around, just because the sun has thawed out that part that gives us the ocean over the parts that it continues to traverse every day. You know what I mean? And that's what keeps that, if you will, thawed out, that gives us the water contained in it. And that's why it would be like a ring, kind of sort of like a toilet bowl, right? And then the oceans of the world are in it, and then the continents are the turds that will be floating around in the toilet. You know what I mean? That the sun keeps that ring intact for that container as far as like a natural containment mechanism. That I remember seeing something like early on in my journey, just when I was on my own, just trying to find out the truth about the shape of the earth, about Richard Admiral Burrow, where they took ships and they went on an expedition out into or past what they said was Antarctica, and they claim that there were other land masses out there that have not been charted on the world map. That there was other continents out there beyond the ice wall. And also,
that's anecdotal though, conspiracy. That's anecdotal from the point,
right,
and
it wasn't proven.
Even if that were the case, I guess the point that I'm driving here is that it very well may be an ice ring, right? But the idea that it is an ice ring has not been verified. So there is concepts that flat Earth has been given, right? Like with the AE and the Gleason's map. There's these concepts. There's a lot of things that people have put in their mind that make sense logically, right? What if the Earth isn't what people think it is? And people are thinking that the sun is spiraling in and out of the Tropic of Capricorn to the Tropic of Cancer in a spiral motion, going in and out every single year. Now, when you look at the sky and follow the sun, it rises northeast and northwest in the summer. You have the equinox where it moves like across the face of the earth from east to west. And then, of course, southeast to southwest in the winter. These are things for if you're living in the north. And you can start seeing this happen, right? But is it spiraling, as we say, as a circle, spirals out? Are we saying that that's happening? Are we following the sun from the way it looks like to be rising from southeast to southwest? Because it looks like it's going the opposite formation than it would be spiraling, like going out. I don't know if you've ever seen this. Maybe it's the first time that I'm telling you about this, because I don't think I've seen you when I'm talking about this. But there is a what do you call it? The Native Americans did a diorama of the Earth, like a large one, outside, and they followed the sun. They have even a small version of a diorama, and what it does is it shows the path of the sun. And so in each instant, like, it shows its summer, equinox, and then in the winter, and the motion people in FE saying that the sun is doing over the earth, it's not. According to the visual representation of people following the sun as it rises from the east to the west, it doesn't do that spiral motion in your mind. What you see people doing in FE, doing like this. I've seen a little GIF that shows it spiraling from the center point out from Cancer to Capricorn, Capricorn to Cancer. It doesn't do that in a way you think it does. And I would say this: don't take my word for it. Follow the sun every single day. And like, we just passed the equinox on September the 22nd or 24th, something like this. And now we are rising from the southeast, setting in the southwest. This is what's happening if you're living in the north. It's opposite of what you think it's happening when it's in the summertime, rising from northeast to northwest. So there's a lot of concepts and I'm trying to correct FE on this right now, because you're going to get egg on your face when you're explaining it to these globers. They're not going to understand, and they're going to be like, so you mean ice ring, but what you're saying and what I'm telling you to do is different, because I'm telling you to verify ice ring and you're not able to do it. Yet you're saying that it is because it has to be. You know what I mean? So my thing too is like, there's a difference between a visual representation, visual, right? Versus something has to be, because like we say that the waters are contained, they have to be contained. That's a natural antecedent for pressure. It's containment. We understand that, right? That's a logically consistent point that we always bring up with antecedents, being like, if you have something that has pressure, and the antecedent to that is a container. It's always that. That's a natural law. You can't escape that. So we understand that in the true sense of it being contained. But now we're saying ice ring, as in that is what it is, containing. And I'm saying, what if it's a shore? What if it's something else? Like, we don't know. What we do know is that there's ice in certain locations as you go farther south. And I don't disagree with that. But to verify the ice ring, that needs to be done. Like, people are saying...
Is that what's illegal? Is that because certain areas are illegal? Like, there are certain no-fly zones. There are places in the earth and the ocean that are no-sail zones. Like, I would think somebody with some money would just, put this to rest and just live stream sailing around the world in a boat.
The logistics are a bit more intricate, I think, because of the fact that there is a lot of things to deal with, like, because you're going to be charting on international waters for sure, 100%. You're going to be in other people's, and to get permissions from all the countries that you need to make this happen, it's almost logically impossible. But you probably have to.
I wouldn't say I know it's impossible unless there's no sail zones in the world.
No, what I mean,
it would make it be impossible.
Yeah,
right?
what I mean is, like, if it was possible, then it would have to be something applicable to to do, let's say you, me, and everybody in, like we could just, okay, I've done it. Now go ahead, you guys go check it out. Like it can be peer reviewed. It can be like, because it becomes this way, right? Like a fish story. It becomes a fish story if I tell you, man, I sailed around and I videotaped it, and you know what I mean? You could say things like that I don't know, just it doesn't, there's no logically consistent way of being able to do it unless we can do it in a representation a way where we can say, okay, we know in every single point sailing around this thing, we're knowing it's the ice
Has
rink.
anybody aspired to do it and failed to do it? Because there are many people who've made claims that they've sailed around the world.
Yeah. But you get, here's where it gets real sticky, because you say on the one hand you have the guy who actually sailed around the earth and he said that it was an ice ring, right? Let's just say, for example, some guy did that. But then we got astronauts going up to space, and they've been to space. They got footage of being in space. So now we're comparing story to story. There's no verification of like a method by which we can use a measurement standard to see ice ring complete. Do you understand? So that
you think there will be, because I think none of us have none. Many of us have never. I would say it's pretty standard that no one, unless you're in the NASA astronaut program, is ever going to be able to really just kind of do what Jeff Bezos did, right? And I put that video in the chat up there, a couple clicks up in the chat. The Blue Origin mission. I was watching that because they were playing on words like they were going to outer space. They never went to outer space. They said they actually went up to space, which is up to the firmament, right? So that would be their basically admitting that they never left low Earth orbit. But if you look at that video that I put in there, that Blue Origin video of that launch, if you go if you advance it to 5 minutes and 30 seconds, they're like, oh, look how dark it is up here. Whatever they're looking at, why didn't they show it to us? Like at 5 minutes and 30, you can clearly see that there is what's visible. It's covered. Like the whole view is covered on the edges. Like it looks like it's not the full view of whatever they're looking at. So I just thought they'd turn around and show us their curved horizon, their curved Earth. Or whatever, but I thought it pretty convenient that they didn't show us the horizon or what they were looking at.
I would say that's par for the course, though, man. Like I don't even, when it comes to those guys, I don't even derive any knowledge from those. Like, oh man, they showed a little piece of the flat. I don't even care, because whatever's coming out of those guys, it's not any good. But
I know it's not. But the whole world was watching that. They live streamed it. They did show what you would have to assume is the Earth at 5 minutes and 30 seconds is what I would assume the Earth. But what they did was they showed it in a way that would lend credibility to neither argument, whether the Earth is flat or the Earth is round. And I thought that was crazy because you could hear them talking about, look how dark it is up here. I didn't see any darkness. They didn't show outer space. They didn't show us whatever they were looking for. I researched that. I looked for pictures. I thought they were going to at least put some bullshit CGI photos up there that they were going to claim this is what they were looking at, even though they didn't turn the camera and show us. But
quite possibly. I would say quite possibly, but like you got to look at like other, like the Red Bull space jump and such. Like when he opened up the capsule, it looks like a flat horizon. Is there's other things that we can look at. They leak information, but I'm more of the, because I want to get back to the ice ring, because I want to make sure, like, because Flat Earth is using this, and they're not going to look very good when it comes to you go against these anti-flat earthers, and they're going to make a mockery of this, and they'll expose you to everybody about it. So if you still think it's going to be logically consistent, when you reach these anti-flat earther types, they will roast you, and everybody's going to look at you like, dude, you just said there was an ice ring and you can't prove ice ring. So now I'm going to grill you on it. Like, and so here's why I'm saying don't use ice ring as a proponent of your arguments. You can say container, because the waters would have to be contained. Ice ring is not logically consistent. The water could shore up as any shore does. Every shore. Like, think about it. And so you have an ice shelf in, some parts in the South. Sometimes you have a beach on a lake.
You made your point. I all get what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
The old dude posted that first voyage of the Captain James Cook. Do you see that?
No, I'm not looking at live stream voice text, Sasha.
Okay. But other people can see. And if you can see that how to say navigation, what he did, at least if he did, I don't know. Look how much he's off from the shore everywhere. Only that point from Argentina, he is near to Antarctica. Everywhere else, he's off, like, I don't know how much. That means he don't know what is the shore of the... He never saw the shore from, for example, Africa or New Zealand or whatever.
Right. Yeah, there's missing information. I mean, if you want to look into like his voyage or whatever and try to glean as much as you can off of it for Flat Earth, I mean, it's only going to take you so far, and then there's going to be missing chunks of information, and there's a lot you can't stand on when it comes to that. Like, plus look at the time frame that he did it, and like there's a lot of things that it's going to raise a lot more questions than answers, and it's going to make it more difficult as a point within the argument.
Because that outside, what is ring, could be rectangular, could be triangular, could be lake shape.
Nobody knows. Yeah, and that's why I'm always bringing it to that point. But when you stand on it saying that it is an ice ring, you're going to get roasted. I'm telling you, this is the way it goes. Like, if you can't provide the evidence for ice ring, but you can provide the evidence for a container, that's what I'm saying. So the thing I'm saying, container, yes, ice ring, no. Because until you're able to say ice ring and verify the thing with ways that other people can verify it, then you're basically saying it has to be so. But it's different with an antecedent. So the antecedent for what holds the waters in from the Earth doesn't necessarily need to be an ice ring. It could be a shore. You know what I mean? Could be a mountain range.
At this point, you keep repeating yourself. I think we all get what you're saying, but you're starting to repeat that over and over and over again.
That's good.
It needs to be repeated.
I think I hear your point, but it almost makes sense that it would be a ring based on the way the sun traverses.
There's a big difference between makes sense and what I can prove. What makes sense doesn't mean you can prove it. You got to be able to prove it.
I just said it makes sense that it would be a ring based on the path that the sun.
That's why I repeat, because people keep thinking that
you don't need to repeat it, Miggy. I just told you I understood it. I just said it makes sense. That's why people would.
The audience needs to hear it repeated over and over.
Yeah, it's for audience. It's not for you.
Yeah, we've fallen into many pitfalls with the arguments that we've done, and that's the reason why people need to understand when people come against Flat Earth, and it's not just people that are just disagreeing that they don't think the Earth is, what we're saying it is, flat and stationary. It's people who will start to look into the things we're saying, and if it's not something that's consistent with reality, then they're going to be able to get you on it. So that's why, and on different points, it doesn't have to be an ice ring; it could be anything else. And I'll give you one too, because
dome, fucking dome.
Yeah, dome, right? That's another one, right? And dome would say like, well, try to verify dome. We know that the antecedent is there, gas pressure, right? We understand that. Containment, gas pressure, that makes sense. But the actual shape of it being a dome, where has that ever been verified? You see, we're going off the rails, and that verification method is going to get people to think, like, because we're holding them to the same standard. Like, we can't expect for them to be like, well, we'll give you dome. They're going to be like, no, you saying dome, show dome. And that's fair. Right?
To show the dome, you'd have to show where the firmament touches the ground. And you can't travel far enough out to where you might even be able to begin to find that. Like nobody has.
But then you're appealing. When you say nobody has, then you're appealing to a number of people that you don't actually know. That's the thing. To be hyper specific in the face of these troll ass motherfuckers, we have to really get hyper specific. Don't say dome. Yeah, of course it's contained. That's because there's gas pressure. There's no other way for that to work in physics. But if I go around saying dome, they're going to be like, well, when did you measure that? What's the dome made out of? Like, they're going to try to take you down in the weeds. And most people in the audience listening, in my opinion, would be like, yeah, they don't know shit. They're claiming a dome. They don't even know what it's made out of.
Yeah.
And why do you think it's illegal to travel out past Antarctica to a certain point. I mean, there's like you would be met with military force if you tried to just, you know how like
technically you don't know that, neither do I. That's just what we've been told.
It is verified. It's illegal to go beyond a certain point.
But did you try?
You can take a guided tour. No, I haven't. But you can take a guided tour to Antarctica, but you can't cross a certain point.
But do you see what I mean?
It's the Antarctic Treaty that's in place.
I know, but do you see what I mean? They don't care about an Antarctic treaty that some other country signed. They don't care about that.
All the flags are out.
I understand that. But see, the anti-flat earthers only want to focus on trying to make us look stupid. So if we start appealing to things that, like things we had nothing to do with, and we can't really, I can't go down the street and get a copy of the Antarctic Treaty with all the genuine signatures and then pull aside a Glober and be like, hey, you got a second? Because I want to talk about this. Look, it's real. Like, that's the kind of thing. But we can easily demonstrate, well, gas pressure, containment.
That doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. I'm just asking a question. You know, why either the treaty, the mark of demarcation, where that's a no-fly zone or whatever, it doesn't prove either argument. I'm just asking the question, why do you think it's illegal? Like, if you know, as much money as somebody like Jeff Bezos had to put his own rocket together and do his thing with it, why can't I take if I was a billionaire, why can't I, if I wanted to go out there, just fly over that? Like, why is it a no-fly zone? Why? It's nothing according to them but a... Can
you be billionaire and take a flight from UK to France without telling anyone?
What?
We can't. See, Sasha, we can't even know that. Like,
can you take a plane? You're a billionaire, and you are now taking the plane without saying anyone, and you are going from UK to France.
You can't fly without meeting FAA guidelines, but I'm just saying there are certain no-fly zones, and you're not allowed to travel beyond the Antarctic Ice Treaty point. It's illegal.
Why? Is that what your question is? You want to know why it's not possible?
I just wonder why. It's not that it's possible. Somebody could do it, but it's illegal. You would be met with military force. You're not. It's a no-fly, no-travel zone. I just wonder why. It's just a frozen, barren desert wasteland, according to the information that they give us. Why do they care?
Because of ecology. Because you can, you know.
Because you'll die if you go out there. I mean, they don't care if you go anywhere else in the world and die and don't come back. I just think that's kind of strange.
Well, no, I mean, people. Okay, so what's going to happen is everybody's going to start speculating.
Speculation station. Here we go.
Void of speculation. We wouldn't know, and so the only thing we know is when we actually attempt to do something and we're met with some other force. If that's the case, then that's the case. If not, then maybe not. Like, we don't like. I would say. Let's look at what Glad Flobe is saying here, right? Just for a second. Has anybody here done that? No. Or I'm just assuming, right? Have you tried? Because if you have, then you could say, hey, look, I tried, but they stopped me and I had to turn back. Or if you're going to do it, you know, whatever it takes to do it. We don't know the preparation because none of us logistically have attempted this, or the reasons why it's not possible, or the reasons why we're going to be met with some force, we don't know any of that. So nothing has been tested yet. We haven't done any of that. We haven't seen what it would take logistically. And so everything in here, in this server, is going to make a flat earther look like they don't know what they're talking about. You know what I mean? Until there's...
I don't raise that question to prove or disprove what we believe. It is just it's just another thing that in the Earth that has not been fully explored. Like, the Earth obviously has not fully been explored in the oceans, which the ocean is the majority of the Earth.
How do you know that, though? You're just told that. See, this is the kind of deal they are the people against which we argue. Now, I understand your curiosity. It's very interesting, right?
Right. No, I'm saying the depths of the oceans haven't been fully explored. We don't even have the technology to go.
How do you know that?
It's nobody has shown that we have the technology to go to the deepest parts of the ocean. There's still.
How do you know that?
Oh, really?
Okay, who has explored the ocean to the?
I don't know, but that's the thing. I'm not going to make a claim either way.
Are you telling me the people who built the pyramids didn't know how to build one ship?
That's off in the weeds.
You just said that had nothing to do with what I just said. I just said the depths of the oceans have not been fully explored.
Oh, yeah, of course.
That's what you're told.
Who has told you otherwise that they've explored the full?
Doesn't matter who's told me anything. That's kind of the point.
It does matter. If someone had explored it, then we know about it. It hasn't been fully explored.
No, we don't. If someone explored it, they say they explored it, then I'd have to.
Explorers of the oceans have admitted they don't have the technology to go to the.
That's
full
appealing to it. That's ad populum. All the explorers? You don't know all the explorers.
All of the ocean explorers that have brought forth information about their exploratory discoveries in the oceans have admitted they cannot traverse to the deepest depths of the ocean. They don't have the technology to withstand the pressure. The further down you go, the more pressure there is.
I know, that's what we're told.
Of the ocean.
I'm just saying, like, hyper specific for flat Earth. There's only so much that we can talk about.
Now I think you're just kind of like just going too far off, because if that's the case, there's a whole lot of stuff we should never be able to talk about because you haven't done it either. Like, I mean, I think
that's kind of how science works, though, isn't it?
I think you're going to like a bit of an extreme where that would just mute all conversations.
Why isn't that the point? Aren't we trying to mute all conversations so that people can realize that they don't really know what they think they know? Isn't that the point? It's the point that we're.
You can apply that to everybody and everything, whether we're talking about flat Earth or not.
Yeah, let's examine. What do we really know?
What can you have to get specific?
Well, that's the thing, though, right? It makes people think, like, when I'm talking to someone and I'm bringing up ideas and concepts, and if I don't even know what I'm saying, like, if I haven't tested it or if I don't know, why would I bring it up in a part of an argument? That's going to sound incredibly illogical.
You're arguing about it. It just means that you're bringing up an idea or a concept. The point in a conversation doesn't always have to be an argument. It can also just be to provoke thought. Doesn't mean that you have to prove everything you choose to discuss.
We're in an arena. We're in an arena of flat Earth versus globe. So the idea here behind everything that we say is going to be scrutinized to the nth degree. Everything in here is not like willy-nilly. Like, hey, let's toss around a few ideas amongst
if you get down to it, neither side can really prove the shape of the whole Earth, right? And the difference between our side and theirs is we don't contend to show that we know that the Earth is no longer a mystery and that we know what the entirety of the Earth is. The heliocentric model purports to have done that they have taken all the mystery out of the shape of the Earth, that they know what the entire Earth shape is, and they can't prove it mathematically.
Well, yeah,
given can be easily disproven.
Yeah, I can agree with you to a certain point because of the fact that flat Earth has used they've used the idea of the ice ring, the dome. Like, have you ever seen what's his face? He's real well known flat earther, Mark Sargent. He goes around holding a little snow globe, showing people, talking to. Look, man, like, this has been done where people already say that we know what the Earth is. This is what it looks like. And it makes flat Earth look incredibly stupid, right? So, and the thing is, I'm telling people here, the audience and everyone listening, that if you're going to have a conversation about this, anything to do with this important topic, you can't have like these concepts where you haven't verified. Nothing has been like
what they're saying, Mickey. You might as well change the name of this group from Flat Earth then. Right? Because we don't know what the shape of the entire Earth is. We just know that it's not a ball. So based on what you're saying and what you can prove or you can't prove the entire shape of the Earth from one end to the other.
Nobody's saying that.
Right. But based on everything you're saying that you keep repeating, you might as well not even use the words flat Earth. And that's one thing.
No, he's saying.
That's one thing I always had. That's one thing that I always had an issue with, right? Was the term flat Earth, and I feel like that's the first thing that people recoil against, is because they can't even reconcile those two words, flat Earth. I mean, because to get down to it, the Earth has mountains and valleys and ridges, and those things are not flat. Those are huge land masses like Mount Everest and things like that. Mount Everest is not flat. You know, it is a land mass in the Earth that is at thousands of altitude, feet above sea level. So it's not flat. So the Earth is not flat.
It is. In that sense, we can explain that. Because we are not thinking about elevation. We are pointing out elevation and mountains. We are saying properly in that point that there we have elevation, but we have also water. And water doesn't curve. Because of that, Earth is flat, not because of land.
Of course, I understand that. Of course, that's a general term to summarize it, because we can't fully say what the Earth is. So that is like the most reduced way of just labeling our opposition to the heliocentric model. But instead of using the term flat Earth, just like their model is heliocentric model, like it's almost like if you had come up with another word besides flat Earth, that means that still supports our position, but the word was not flat Earth. It was like anti-heliocentric model or something, or anti-heliocentric Earth. Just something that I just feel like those words are, in my opinion, when I try to talk to people, the first thing they can't get, that they can't reconcile, is just what we're referred to as, which is flat Earth. Because in their mind, they're thinking, okay, you're gonna fall off the edge of the Earth because it's like, what is it, a square? Is it got four corners, or like they can't?
That's great. At that point, we can say we don't know because we don't know, right? The thing that we can say is we're not going to talk about a spherical table. We're going to talk about a flat table. We'll talk about the shape of the Earth at which the realm of existence. So the realm of existence either is curving at a specific rate, or it's not curving, either upward or downward. Upward. One second. Upward or downward, right? So we got either convex or concave to deal with. Either which way your Earth is curving. So the Earth would have to be, in definition, would have to be curved Earth. So whatever way we claim it to be, right? It's going to have to be with curve involved. But if we're saying something doesn't have any curvature, the opposite of curvature is flat. It's not curved, it's flat. So, and we're talking about that.
The Earth flat.
The Earth. So if you say the Earth is not flat,
Earth is not flat. It's got mountains.
You're adding entire Earth. None of us here said entire Earth. That was something you added to make your point, and it doesn't make a point.
So when we're talking about Earth, their heliocentric model encompasses the entire Earth. So yes. If what we know doesn't encompass the entire Earth, then I've always had an issue with the term being flat Earth, right? Because Earth represents the entire establishment.
No, it
right.
doesn't.
Otherwise, you would just say the continents of the Earth. If you're just going to talk about the area that we can experience,
conspiracy.
Then we're talking about the 7 continents.
Yeah, you're drawing too much.
Talking about the 7 continents, but that's what you're doing, though. You were saying we can't talk about the things. Hold on, Mickey. I'll let you talk and repeat what you said for like 5 minutes. So based on the same principles that you were, I'm not upset at the same principles that you were just giving, right? About we can't talk about what we can't prove, about what we can't, be specific about. Flat Earth is very specific. Just those 2 terms, by definition, are very specific. I believe the same as you. I'm not opposing anything that you said when you get into your breakdown, okay? I'm just talking about the biggest problem that people have with our group is that we're labeled flat earthers, and I've never felt that was a good label for what we believe, because what we believe is that the Earth has not been fully explored, and we don't know what the entirety of the Earth is.
And nobody's labeled to that. Nobody here is labeled.
Again, yeah, thank you for the monologue.
That's the label.
Here's the thing, though. It's simple, right? It's not very hard to figure this out. Either the Earth is curving or it's not. And if it's not curving, it's flat.
No, it's not. Because, again, if it was flat, there would be no Mount Everest.
Wait, I object.
The Earth is not just made up of water. It's also made of land mass, and we live on it. So the elevations of the Earth are not flat. So that's why I say I just never felt that was a good label for what we believe. Flat Earth, I just feel like it should have been labeled something else. That's the biggest problem that I encounter when I talk to other people. It is, from my experience.
Yeah, you're the only issue.
From when I talk to other people out in the world, they quickly just go to, you believe in flat Earth. And the first thing I say to defend myself when they mock me is that, well, obviously the Earth is not completely flat, right? Water rises to its level, and that's a property of water we can all observe, whether it's in a tub, a lake, a stream, or a river. You've never seen a curved body of water from your point of view on the ground, and you never will. Okay, and then obviously there are mountains and valleys, and there's the Grand Canyon, and there's Mount Everest, right? So the Earth terrain has different elevations, right? So flat Earth is just a coined term that has been given to us not believing in the heliocentric model, but I've never felt that it that it's a good label for what we don't believe. And that's how I usually open my way of just having a further conversation with it, because in the beginning, when I tried to share this information with people who, like me, at one point believed in the heliocentric model, you shut it down, because that's what I did the first time someone else said that to me. When someone first brought the concept of quote unquote flat Earth to me, I thought it was absurd, just based on the two words flat Earth, you know. And we got an argument about it, and then.
Percy, I'm going to break in here. Citizen wanted to say something, so let him kind of say what his. Citizen.
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe just reset the table for everybody, because I definitely feel both sides, but I do have an objection to some of the things you've said, Conspiracy. Like, I agree with what Miggy just said, in that there's only two options here. So one thing that I typically make people do is like, just stop, look around you at all the surfaces. There's surfaces everywhere. So just observe these surfaces and tell me if you can come up with a third option besides something that's rounded or not rounded.
I think you're contradicting yourself. A plane is just that. A plane is not going to have a mountain on it.
Well, I wasn't quite finished. Let me just wrap up my point really quickly, because so the surfaces are either rounded or they're not. So let's look at the surfaces that are not rounded. I have a table right in front of me with lots of ridges. I could take a picture for you. So when we say flat, we ain't talking about smooth. We don't mean smooth. So
what is the definition of the word flat?
Yeah.
Well,
so
what is the definition? Is a mountain flat?
Conspiracy. Listen,
or is a plateau flat?
Just for a quick hot second, like, just take a moment to. Why don't you do this? Like, why don't you look around your room and tell me if you see surfaces that you see flat surfaces, right? So just because
I know the difference between a flat surface and something that's not flat, and that's why I say the term, the coin term.
Well, here's the thing, though. You're getting caught up. You're getting caught up on flat meaning smooth. We ain't talking about smooth.
No, smooth is texture, hun. Flat is an angle.
We're talking about surface description.
Angle.
No, listen.
Right. Surface description is a ridge.
Yeah.
Is a ridge. A surface description. I'm not talking about the texture. Texture is different from angle, right?
We're not talking about angles or anything.
An angle that's rough. That's a rough texture. I'm talking about geometry. We're talking about basic geometry. A line is a line. A line is not going to look like an EKG. Okay?
No, but listen, we are talking about texture, though.
A mountain is not flat. A mountain is thousands of feet of elevation.
But Conspiracy, listen, there's no contention in that. What we're saying is that...
So then we agree to agree. So there's no point in having a breakdown like you and I both don't understand what we're talking about. You can either agree with me or you cannot agree with me. And if you choose to disagree with me, that's fine. It's your opinion.
Hold on, Sasha. I
have never felt, since I've come to this understanding, that this was the best name for what we believe in, because it's the first thing people can't reconcile. And I had the same problem with it when it was brought to me, because the first thing I could picture was like, okay, the Earth is obviously not just flat; it's got mountains and valleys. And
right, but conspiracy. I'd like to respond
as a non-believer.
I would like to respond because I've said the same thing you're saying, but here's how you actually help somebody understand what we mean when we say flat, because it seems like we're not talking about a line or anything. The reason I bring up the texture or the surface is because that's what we're talking about.
But you know what's frustrating to me?
I'd like to finish my point, Conspiracy. I don't want to mute you. I'm just going to mute you if you won't let me finish. I'm sorry. I'm just going to mute you because I have a lot of respect for you. I like the things you're saying, but I haven't had a chance to sort of finish my point. I don't really have a long point here either. It's very simple. The surfaces can be flat and bumpy. Your floors in your house, it doesn't matter what you put down on that floor. It could be a lion rug, a zebra rug, a bumpy rug. She's gone. It's still a flat surface. So.
TB, can I add something?
Yeah, she's gone, but go ahead.
For example, when we say globe Earth, why we are saying globe Earth? Because we have valleys and the mountains and everything. They are spherical. Why we are using globe Earth if we have mountains?
Yeah, it works the other way too, huh, Sasha? But yeah. It's just people hung up on that word, and you know what? There's a lot of people that actually are like that. I said her because at the moment I was thinking about it, there is a few other people who actually disagree with the terminology, I'm like, it fits the description of what we're saying, because we're not talking about the entire Earth. We're saying from the local positions that everybody's on, like, yeah, it's not curving anywhere. So it's not a globe. The opposite of not curving is flat. So.
And I thought about this in the time. I thought also it's not good. But on the end, I think it is good because, intriguing. Because when you say flat Earth, of course, it integrate, myself 6 years ago. And I said, this is something very, very retarded, flat Earth. And I like when people think that it's retarded because it is a good approach, Let's see. Only the point is you need to look how that retarded is. If you don't look into that, then you will not know how retarded it is. But it's good point to be retarded in the first place, because you go, you see, and you research about that retarded thing, and then you know how it's retarded.
I agree. CB was bringing the point home, though. And I was saying, look at everything that you have on your flat floor. You got different rugs and stuff that are on the floor itself. And they're different. It's bumpy. There's you can have different objects on it. So what? Does it mean that the entire Earth, the entire floor, is flat, including the stuff that's on it, and whatever makes up the floor? No.
Yeah, it's
pretty simple.
But you can't call the floor flat. I mean, what else are you gonna call it? Curved? Like, it doesn't matter how bumpy my floor is, it ain't gonna be curved. That's the point. So you can call it whatever you want, but it's still flat. So it's important to understand that.
Hey, don't they say that with all the elevation changes and all, it's still smoother than a bowling ball anyway?
Yeah, well, that's what Neil deGrasse Tyson. Exactly. They say that the Earth would be smooth.
So there's no sense in even talking about elevation changes, in that case, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's stairs to my right here. That's not curvature? It's an elevation change. I'm going up, but it's still flat. So we're not talking about an Earth that's smooth like a sheet of paper. Even a sheet of paper, if you zoom in, it's not like smooth, right? So of course there's texture. She was like, well, we're not talking about texture. Actually, we kind of are. So you're saying, well, there's mountains and stuff. That's the texture of this Earth. There's topography and so on. So it's just simple stuff, man.
Or you think it would be, but then there's people that would side with what she's saying and say, yeah, I've tried to speak to other globers, and because they didn't understand it, I need to pander to them. And it's like, you don't. Speak the truth. Let them hear it. And if they don't like it, don't readjust. Just say, look, this is what it is. It's pretty simple. And when people start to do that, you're enabling. And you're starting to say, well, you could just call me a anti-globe, super not really knowing what it is kind of person. What the hell, man? Like,
yeah.
you're pandering, man. You don't have to coddle these guys. You just speak the truth. And it's clear to see that the truth is that the Earth isn't curving anywhere. And that's it. Like, that's this minutia whole thing about like terminology. I don't agree with the word. Well, so what? It's what it is. Can you tell me something else that it is if it's not flat?
Well, at that point, Mickey, we're starting to get into like preferred pronouns. Well, you have to call me this. It's like, dude, no.
Yeah. And people have tried it. At the time that I've been in here, man, people have tried to change the name of it. Well, just call me the Globe Skeptic.
Right.
Globe Skeptic. I don't want to be Flat Earth. Don't label me Flat Earth because that's got too much on it. I like Globe Skeptic because at least that way, do we know what shape it? It's like, well, we're calling the Earth what it is. It's not curving. Once you get away from that, then you're saying that the Earth isn't flat. It could be round. You don't know. But you don't think it's round like they're saying with the globe. See? It's a very weaselly way of getting away from it, man.
I think one of the things she was saying, which I kind of agree with, is the idea that the term flat Earth, it signals the person's operating system to run antiviral software.
Good. That's what it's meant to do.
They're not able to actually hear you. They're not able to hear you after you say the term flat earther. They go, "Oh, you're a flat earther."
No, they do.
What that does is it disables them from hearing.
No, it doesn't.
And I think that's kind of maybe something that she was saying. I don't know.
No, it doesn't disable them from hearing. It just gets them very visceral reaction, and that's what you want. If it's causing them that much pain and suffering to listen to a different idea or something that they haven't been challenged with, then that's a good thing. When you're getting away from it being challenging, that's a bad thing. When you're coddling, when you're enabling, that's a bad thing. Because you're conforming to whatever they want Earth to be. And it's not. It's either what it is or it isn't. It's curving or it's not. It's flat or it's round, well, spherical. And anything other than that, you're enabling, and you're wanting to pander to your audience, to an itching ear change the terminology. I don't like when you say flat. Can you make it something else? Yeah, for sure, man. Let's call you you're just a globe, anti-globe kind of guy. We'll call you anti-globe kind of guy. No, you can't. It is what it is. And tough cookies. If people don't like it, it's going to cause that reaction every time. It's that way for a reason. That reaction that causes people to kind of get drawn back, it's meant to be that way.
I agree with you, Miggy. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. In fact, I really like being called a flat earther. I enjoy it because I like to fight with people. So it kind of raises the cockles of people when they hear that term. But I think for people who are more diplomatic, and I think what she was saying was she just likes to be more diplomatic. I don't think there's anything like intrinsically wrong with that, without wanting to set people off from the very first sentence of the conversation.
But see that
are you saying that she's like objectively wrong? Is that what you're saying?
No. Let me just say this really quick.
Hang on, real quick, CB. Like the reason why, listen, if you say, okay, you can do it the way you do it, I'll do it the way I do it, then we're just basically going at however, like there's no real standard of how people view what we're talking about. This topic is flat Earth versus globe Earth. It's always going to be, and it always will be forever. Until you start saying you can do it the way you want, be diplomatic, and reach those people the way you reach them, just so that they can know the Earth is not a globe, then you're caving in all the work that everybody's ever done to kind of make sure that this is a challenge for everyone to come to. So it's like, oh yeah, that's how it happens, deception, and all that. So once you get away from the line, the objectiveness of like where we're saying the standard is, it's either flat or it's not. It's either globe or it's not. If you get away from that, then you're making something else up, and you're allowing other people to do it. Even if you don't do it, you're saying it's okay for you to do it the way you do it. But then you're letting go of everything. You know what I mean? Because then you're going to come around, and those people that she talked to are going to come to you. And you're going to be like, well, this other person said that I like the way she's doing it. You maybe need to change your ways. And then you're going to be like, yeah, you know what? Maybe I should. And then you start changing. So it's like you sow those seeds of discord. You sown them because you said it was okay. You didn't stand up for your principles. You let other people do whatever they... That's why the world is in the shape that it is.
Let me respond to that, Miggy, really quickly. Because I had something in mind, and you kind of put a dagger in it, but I want to piggyback off what you said as well. Because I was going to say that after a while, I've come to realize that it's an approach thing. If you go on a speed date with 20 people, and you said the same line to all of them, it might not hit for everybody. But now let me respond to what you were saying, Miggy, because I do agree. There are some standards. There are some no-nos, some things to avoid when you do have these discussions. I think the reason why people are getting a little bit riled up because I think she was actually doing a lot of the no-nos, things to avoid, feeding people things that they can go. I actually typed this in the chat, like saying things that an anti-flat earther might go run off and create like a freaking, what do you call it? Like a cartoon balloon, those balloon figures. They'll like make balloon figures with the silly things that we say. So we should avoid giving those things away. So I agree, Mickey, that there should be standards. And then that's where 3 points come in and things like that, not giving a model, so on and so forth. But my final point is that it is about your approach. So your approach with one person might be different than the next person. So having the same lines might not always work for you, but do have standards, like Miggy said.
Yeah, I don't think the approach was the problem. She was having problem with the term flat. So the approach is like, listen, however you do your approach, that's fine. Don't compromise the things that have been already understood to be how we use dialogue within this arena. Your approach can vary. You can meet somebody and talk to them and have a friendly chat and, start talking about it. But doesn't necessarily mean you have to rearrange the vernacular just to suit the person. That's what's happening here. That's the no-no. When you start doing that, you're sowing seeds of discord. Maybe not, you're like, hey, you do it the way you do it. Say you're the anti-globe skeptic person who doesn't believe that the globe is real. Like, name yourself that, and I just call myself flat earther. You're letting go of something very precious, right? This is the sacred ground in which we're all like, and I say it this way because it's very dichotomy. There's like either flat or globe. Once you get away from that, you might as well just call it whatever you want. And it won't cause them to have a visceral reaction. Like, say you're just this globe skeptic and go around and tell everybody you're a globe skeptic. That might turn some people's stomachs, but on the other hand, some people might tolerate it. We're not going for that. We're going for the actual raw, unfiltered, visceral reaction of everyone. The challenge mode, the way that people are going to be like, you know what? What the heck? Flat Earth? What? We want that. That's what we want. And if you don't want that, and if this isn't what you want, that means that what do you desire? Do you desire a crowd that's going to listen to you, that's going to pander to you, that's going to be like, oh, well, let me just change it to whatever what does the crowd please? Are you pleased with me saying a globe skeptic? Good, let's go with that. Like, no. The lesson and everything is stated the way it is, and it's meant to be that way. So, like I said, you let go of that ground, it's like you're going to fall into that pit, man. You're going to let other people turn flat earth into whatever they want. At what point, just, I don't know.
So, Miggy, what I hear you saying is it is objectively wrong to not use the term flat earth.
It's objectively wrong to claim that the earth isn't what it is. It's objectively wrong. And is it curving? No. What is the opposite of curving? Flat. There's no measurable curvature, and we can see for miles and miles with line of sight. So yeah, it is objectively wrong. Until you can measure objectively that it's curving, then I'll give you whatever you want. Shoot, I'll give you the terms that you want to pander to, anti-globe or whatever. But it's not. There is no curvature whatsoever. And if there is, then it could be whatever, fair game.
Cool beans, Miggy. I love you, man. I love the fact you don't compromise. I totally disagree with you, but
that's
cool
good.
Beans.
That's good because like I'm gonna like, nobody can, like, when you don't compromise your principles and you stand your ground, you'll get a lot more results. Because people, even though they're visceral and they don't like it, and they're like, dude, you're freaking nuts. You're out of your mind. They'll come back to you a year later and be like, dude, you know what? All that stuff you told me, I looked into it, and it does make sense. So there's a lot of people that do that. They don't, not right away, but you don't compromise. You never compromise truth. But until when you start doing it, the end result of that would be you're going to be sowing seeds of discord for yourself. Because that could come around and bite you later on.
I didn't hear her saying she wants to compromise. What I heard her saying was she wants to contextualize, which I feel is different. But, this is not a point I'm willing to argue with you about or anything either.
Yeah, because she disagreed with the term flat. That's what she was saying. It's not... Once again, if you heard her say, she said it once, she said it twice, she said it many times, I disagree with the term flat earth. She said the entire earth is not flat. So she added entire, as in we're talking about the whole entire earth, as if we know what the whole entire earth is. You understand? It's a lot in the nuance. There's a lot in the nuance. If you're not paying attention to the conversation, you'll gloss over it and think that what she was saying has valid meaning here. And what we're saying is we're talking about the curvature of the Earth, because there's a metric that they've given us, so it's not curving anywhere. We see too far. There's a lot of measurements where line of sight has to deal with like radio signals and stuff. So we know for a fact, and if anybody disagrees with this, please pipe up, that the Earth is flat. Who's disagreeing with that? And if you do, then you can see her point. If you don't, then you understand the Earth isn't curving and it's flat. Saying flat Earth, the term flat Earth is appropriate.
Yeah, it is. And then, like I said in the chat, it's an intentional red pill. You know, you get someone worked
and I like that
for a reason. Go ahead, BK.
No, I interrupted you, CB.
No, I mean, that's pretty much it. You know, it's like, don't, like Miggy said, don't coddle them. Go right for the kill. Don't spend time in the weeds. Just tell them the Earth doesn't move. Like, just go right for the kill. So, yes, the flat Earth term is definitely an intentional red pill. Yes, it has baggage, but you're supposed to be a good flat earther and slice through that baggage. You're gonna get weighed down by the baggage. Like, so go ahead, BK.
No, I actually like it. I like the fact that people think flat Earth is so dumb, because after you can talk to them for 10 or 15 minutes and start showing them that the ball is dumb and the flat Earth science actually works on flat Earth, I think that's pretty powerful. So I like the reaction that people have in their operating systems, but I can also understand why some people don't like that, and they want to be a little gentler, a little, a feminine touch or a more diplomatic engagement or something. I totally get that too. Yeah, it's just like evangelism. There's different forms of evangelism, and I think you can say that there are wrong ways to share the gospel or to share flat Earth. But is there a right way? And that's kind of what I hear you saying, Miggy, is there's a right way, and if you don't do it this way, then it's not right, and that's it.
Yeah, there is. The right way is speaking truth. And I would say that when you speak truth, you have to have valid reasons for your truth. Because if they're invalid or they're not able to be verified, then they'll find you out. But if they're valid, then stand on them and stay there. Like, don't be deterred, even if the world starts disagreeing with you. As long as your point is valid and it's able to be verified, you're solid, man. There's nothing you need to worry about. Whether people or not disagree with that, that's on their own. That's their own dealings.
Well, somehow we're managing to argue about something I think all three of us are in agreement about. So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah. I mean, we're all like critiquing at this point, right? Because it's funny because a baller will come in and there'll be like five of us wanting to sort of, stir the conversation, steer the conversation. And it's like, oh, but I want to do it my way and I want to do it his way. And so, yeah, I mean, maybe at this point we're just like critiquing on how we could do it better type of thing. But yeah, I mean, lots of different approaches, but I do think there are some central truths that we should lean on for sure, some standards and so on. I think that's kind of what Miggy was getting at. Unless you did. Yeah, so
no, it's only the term. I'll go back to it. So it's not about the approach, it's the term. The approach is different than the term. Understand, this is a dividing line. I'm not saying the approach, I'm talking about the term she was using. She disagreed with the term and said if we can go about it another way, saying other than flat, you see? Not the approach. The approach is what we do how we engage. That's different.
Yeah, I was talking about just us three boys, but yeah, for her, yeah, like we're getting into like preferred pronouns territory, and I don't mess with that. So you have to call me what I want you to call me. No, I'll just take whatever I'll take whatever licks you throw my way, and I can handle it. So yeah. I don't think we even picked this term, did we? This is just what it is. I didn't choose it.
Exactly. Which is why the other point is when the pilots and sailors, they look in their manuals on like how they navigate across the Earth, they say Well, just look at the Earth and as if it were flat and stationary. We didn't come up with that. That's exactly what they're saying you should treat it as. So that not they're saying that alongside of us saying that we can't find any measurable curvature, and you should treat it that way. So we're getting away from the truth of it being what we're saying. What we're saying it is our five senses are telling us flat and stationary. You understand? Like there's a lot there. And they're the ones that are like harping on it. Columbus thought that the Earth was flat, like the rhetoric, right? So yeah, it's a visceral, it's challenging. But if this is too much for you, then maybe this is not the arena where people need to be. They need to be somewhere where they're on the fence or they're just thinking about like what it could be, and that's okay. They can be wherever they want. But you, if you're called yourself a flat earther, you don't compromise. People can be at whatever stage they're at, and that's okay. You don't compromise the truth. That's what's happening here. The term flat is being compromised to be turned into something else.
Well, since nobody's talking, I've got a question for you guys, or a subject or whatever. I've only been here for 5 or 6 weeks. I've been listening a lot longer. I've been sharing, but when we bring up water pressure and gas pressure, to me, there's a positive claim and a negative claim being made. What we would say is you cannot have pressure, gas, water pressure, without a container. But the positive claim is the heliocentrist makes is that gravity is what causes gas and water pressure. And a lot of times what I've heard the argument devolve into is about talking about containers and the shape of containers and what constitutes a container. And really the argument it really kind of devolves into the negative side of the claim, which we're saying gas pressure cannot be had without a container. But the positive claim is really, in my opinion, what really needs to be focused on is the idea that they're claiming that gravity is what causes water and gas pressure. And so if that was made more clear in the very beginning, what do you say is causing water pressure? Okay, gravity. Okay, good. Can you demonstrate that? It nullifies any talk of a container, shape of a container. You guys don't even get to say the word container. That's our word. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess the only issue with that is now they have two claims on the table as opposed to just one. But I guess they do it anyway when they say gravity. So, but as soon as they do that, well, gravity is the container. Well, now you have two claims that we have to deal with. Now we have to go through the whole mess of gravity and why it's not a thing and all this and the other, and then move to how it doesn't demonstrate containing anything. But you're not wrong. I mean, you're absolutely right that is what they claim. So why not just skip to that? But then we have to slug through the gravity trenches. So, but it is what it is.
Well, we have somebody that's new in the chat. It's beautiful. It's VC verified. Welcome to the chat. It's beautiful. I want to welcome everybody that's listening on the 24/7 Flat Earth live stream. If you guys want to have a conversation with us, come on into the server. The Discord is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and you guys are welcome to have a conversation with us. The topic is the shape of the Earth, or lack thereof. So if you have any comments, questions, concerns, come on in. We'll have a talk about it. And so yeah, It's Beautiful is in here. VC verified. If anybody else wants to chime in, but I think he's or she is in here.
Wait, what's beautiful? No, I'm just kidding. What's up? It's Beautiful. How are you?
See in the background of his avatar, it looks like a globe. He's got his hand over his nose, like he can't believe it or something, or he can. Either way, I don't know. I don't know if he stands for the globe or not, but
So I'm trying to build a flat Earth playlist, guys. You guys got any links to any good song?
There's a room or channel, I should say, that's above this one. It's spinning some tunes like all the time. There's a long playlist there.
What?
Should be. I don't know if they took it down or not.
In this, like over on the left-hand side where all these, it says welcome announcements, VIP partners, new channels.
You might need to open them up. I think. I don't know because last time I remember there was a music channel that was spitting out nothing.
Music.
Flat Earth music.
Oh, that would be cool.
All right, we got Electric that just joined us. Electric, welcome to the server.
What's up, Miggy?
What's going on, man? I'd like to welcome you to the conversation, man. Have you been in here a while? Why does your name sound familiar?
I have been in here, yeah. My name used to be Waterman, I think, the last time I was here.
Waterman. Flat water?
Water's flat as fuck.
No, I think I saw your name, Flat Water. I don't know. Maybe you had it. I don't know. I'm thinking of somebody else. That's cool, man. But why do you have VC verified? I'm wondering. Like, if you are who I think you are, then you should already have a Flat Earth tag. But what else we got in here? Colors of Country. Hey, what's up, Colors of Country? Now, I know you. I've talked to you earlier. Welcome back to the server.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Couple of new people in here. Couple of old people in here.
Are you age discriminating now, Miggy?
Yeah. Only you have to be 35 and up to be in the club. I'm just kidding.
Y'all believe that your body is composed of trillions of tiny spinning spheres that you can't detect, and they appear in one place and then another depending on if you're looking at it?
That sounds pretty electric, man.
I think of myself as a very complicated rock. I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too. There's no such thing in my world as life, really, that we're very complicated rocks.
Hey, mi primo. Mi piedras outside. They're my cousins. They're pretty complicated, man. They don't say much, but they usually hang around. I think they're hard.
You know that beach stones.
Can you elaborate why you think you're a rock?
Yeah, we're made up all the things that the rocks are made up with, right? Isn't that right, guys?
You didn't hear her. She said it very clear. You know, when you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins. You're made of iron and copper and manganese.
I'm sitting on simple beach rock.
Rocks don't do like 100% of the things that I do.
Yeah, they do. Rock and roll, right?
All right, there's one. Okay, so now you got 0.001%.
Just wait. They'll evolve eventually. You just got to wait. Give it some time.
Rocks have been around longer than me, and they don't really change much. There are some rocks that have been the same for millions of years.
Wait, which one of those rocks is my dad?
Wait a minute. Did he say millions of years?
Well,
yeah,
no, I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if I believe that, actually. That's funny, because you go to a little thought that you have, like back when you believed the globe about how old rocks are, you don't realize, oh yeah, I actually have been contesting that. recently.
He's like, you're spreading that information out like it's butter, man. Hey, did you know millions of years ago the rocks were around? Wow, blows your mind.
Yeah, I want to know how many atoms 1 ounce rock, molten rock from the volcano. I want to know how many atoms are in that. Thanks.
Billions and billions and billions and billions and.
Not one, because they would all burn up. You know, Adam. Anyway.
I think we're much different than rocks. Rocks don't really move around or change or grow. They just stay rock.
Well, that can be wrong.
Really?
Well, maybe they're just made of heavy metals.
You ever seen a stalactite? Stalagmite?
What is with water? Any cousin? Water cousin?
Oh, that's me and you, Sasha. That's just me and you.
Oh yeah. We came.
Does anybody here still think their body is comprised of spinning spheres?
Spinning spheres?
Yeah, you know, on an atomic level, like electrons spinning around the center of a proton a bazillion times smaller than it.
Yeah, well, if we use a telescope to look out into the universe and see spinning spheres, then everything must be spinning spheres.
Everything.
But not everything has water. Only we have water because Big Bang choose us.
So you believe that the smaller you look and magnify and look on a quantum level, that you're going to see spheres?
Yeah, and I actually think that you zoom in so far, then you just see another universe, and then you'll keep going back into another person, and then that'll zoom back into another universe. It just keeps going.
Yeah, bro. Oh, that's it. I saw that on an episode of Mork and Mindy.
Exactly.
Or at the end in Black.
Why do you think the eyeball looks like a friggin' your eye looks like a cosmos? So when you zoom into your eyeball, there's a cosmos. It's infinite, bro.
Exactly, bro.
You guys are dropping knowledge bombs up in here.
I mean, I just saw it on documentary, so.
They're saying that I proving the cosmos.
Yeah, that's how you know you can have gas pressure without a container.
Because you're walking with the eye and you don't need container. But you're a container. But eye is exposed, half of eye.
Yeah, it's open. So
can you show me a picture of this observation of things comprised of spheres?
Yeah, just get a telescope.
How many pictures do you want, bro?
A telescope. I'm talking about on a small scale. Like your body being made up of spheres, like atoms.
Just look at it, bro.
You're just going to have to use that telescope and just look out and assume.
That's how ballers do it. Yeah, they just look up into the sky and be like, I know the shape of the earth. I'm looking at the moon right now. Pretty simple, right? I mean, how hard could it be?
And they do that consistently too.
Exactly. Without fail, don't they? They come in here, man, what are you saying? I look up at the moon, it's round. Like, and they even say it incorrectly, like they say round. A penny can be round.
Well, that's what their leaders do, though, bro. I mean, you just get on in YouTube, like, top 10 reasons the Earth is round, and every single NASA employee throws that in one of the, their top 10. Well, the planets are all round, so we're round. And they're kind of just parroting what they've been told. It's expected, even though it's ridiculous, but they're just doing what they were told. I probably would have done that 5 or 7 years ago myself, quite honest.
Well, I just love the attitude is just very fascinating. So I take a buddy, we just go outside. We're outside, just okay. So what do you see? What around here on this earth that can we point to that is possible evidence for a globe? And the first thing they do, head crank up, start pointing at the sky. They just start pointing up in the sky.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It goes without fail, man.
Well, as far as I can tell, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. They only really get their evidence from three places. One of them would be the sky. The other one would be experiments that work on both models. And the other one would be just outright falsehoods, like the Foucault pendulum or something, where they just invent stuff.
So yeah, the first one you said, looking at the sky, I just posted a GIF from my soundboard, a funny little GIF or whatever. Will Smith, definitely watch it. It's perfect. Yeah, it's stupid. I don't get that. First of all, what's in the sky is their claim. So the problem is what they're doing is they're just pointing back at their claim and calling that proof. Well, all those claims up there. So where's your proof for that? Well, those claims. So they don't understand that. Yeah, just watch. Next time you ask a baller for gas pressure without a container, just watch how they'll point right back at their claim and call that proof.
One of the things that after you've been here a while, you're gonna know, and you know it's a little bit sad because like most of the anti-flat earthers don't come in here anymore, but they were the best way to sharpen your skills in an argument. And a lot of times people like I repeat things for the audience, but like sometimes people don't really know why I drive the point home. It's because these concepts that we formerly were holding on to were blown away or blasted off by like these anti-flat earthers in a discussion. And they might seem a little bit harmless, like within a context of like speaking amongst friends or people in this server, but they are definitely detrimental, like in a conversation against this topic in general. Like you'll be ousted, you'll be tarred and feathered, like with saying certain things. And I think Lab Flobe is really good at like spotting that and what I was saying, because of like earlier, if you don't think like they do, if you don't know what the other side is like already pondering when you're saying things, they're going to presume way too much of what you're saying. And it's already been tested, like all these things, like when they come in here, because they find something that you say or they hear it and they just poke at it. They poke at it. They're just like, no, I don't want to talk about that. You just said this. I want to stay here. And they'll dig and dig and then until the point where you're like, no, I didn't. It's not that. I don't mean that. And you're like, you see, you lied, until they hear that and I'm telling you, like this is how it works. And that's why with these anti-flat earthers in the very beginning, like people started getting better with their arguments. They started getting away from, using these inefficient models and things and concepts. And that's why I'm always going over this with people in here. Like if you're brand new to the topic, to get you ready, because the world it's not as friendly as being in here chatting with amongst friends. Like it's a mean and nasty place. And if you have a different concept other than what mainstream rhetoric is saying, you will be roasted, egg on your face, tarred and feather, everything you can think of, like in your arguments. And you're going to get discouraged at the end of it. You can be like, it's not even worth it. I might as well just fall back into the fold. That's why. This has been tested already, like to the point where you have to be efficient at what you say. And words mean things. So they're just not going to be just taken lightly. If you say, oh, then they'll know what I mean. No, they don't. They really don't. So they're going to harp on every little thing that you say. So, I don't know, people that generalize or say like, well, we know because everybody's already done it. Like who? Who are you talking about? Everyone? Like, so that's kind of like a lawyer in a court case. So if you're not paying attention to what you're saying, yeah, your words can come back against you. So anyways, just I like to every now and again make sure that for people listening and to everybody that's in here, man, like amongst friends, we can talk the way we do, with the terms and things that we use, because we know what each other mean. We're like, yeah, I get it. I know what you mean. But when it comes to like an audience that's listening, it's different. and the way you approach things too. So this word to the wise, man. We've dealt with it, man.
Would you agree that people who are going to try to nitpick you with terms and get off into the weeds and say, no, you said it, now I'm going to marry you to it, and you can't change your mind, and because you used the term that you now concede you shouldn't have used, you're wrong, and that means everything you say is wrong and you're an idiot? Anybody who's going to reason like that, they're not really looking for truth anyways. They're disingenuous from the gate. Would you agree with that, or would you say no?
No, I do. Yeah, I know. I agree with you on that. Like, what happens? Go ahead, CB. You go ahead.
Oh, my bad. That's tough, man. That's tough. I'll just say quickly that words do have meaning. So you'll find us here. We will kind of hold people accountable to the words that they say. So I was going to say both. Like, yeah, it's annoying if you're just going to be pedantic, but words do have meaning. So you have to use them properly in that type of thing. So go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, they my train of thought of what I was going to say. It has more to do with like the definitions of like how we use the words, you know. So level means something different, I guess, into the globe mindset, right? Because we could say level, they say, yeah, I mean level, but they mean following the curve of the earth. We mean actually level, where there is no curve. So there's like those kind of words, but just kind of like how we say things, you know, like. I remember when we first started Ball Kicker, you were saying things like science, you know, like, and I was like, oh, you don't say that, you know, when you're speaking, because even that, even if you were to come back around and say, man, you know what I'm saying, and these weasels are like, nah, you said it, like, so now you're gonna have to explain, you know, and so I understand that you could say, well, you're just being a weasel, like in this conversation, and you might even get upset at it too, but the audience who heard you say it is going to be the judge of what, you know what I'm saying? So they're trying to expose you in a way, like to kind of, so that's why I'm saying kind of prior to that, make sure that when you engage that you're being efficient at what you're saying. So you're not saying too much, because here's the absolute truth. We don't know everything about the earth. So when I say that does everybody know what the entire earth looks like as a whole? Who does, right? Who does? And that's what I'm saying. So when it comes to that, like, and you know, don't be like, I know that there's a dome, and you know, there's an ice ring, and like when you start to say I know, they're gonna hang you at high noon, because you're using these ways of speaking, and you know that's not what I mean. You know what I mean, and they're like, no, I don't. You just said it. And then everybody hears their perception because they're twisting it. And I understand you could say, hey man, but you're just being a weasel, you know, but that's just beside the thing, you know. If you're speaking without saying, you know, affirming the consequent, then you're easily in a good place, you know. Just like traveling down to Antarctica, let's say, and Glatt was right. Like, who's done that, you know, to stand firm on the idea that you're going to say, oh, we can't travel there. But what if you can? Or what if you can't? Like, nobody knows. Like, and so that there's a realm of like where we know information can be found out with the Antarctic Treaty and all that stuff. That's good. You can present stuff like that. But until there's something that can be verified, you can't use, you know what I'm saying, in the argument. And I think Conspiracy was actually saying like, well, so what can we use? Exactly. What can we use? That's what everybody should be looking at. What can we use? If we can't use the AE map of the ice ring or the dome or the superfluid helium above us, or like the sun and moon are going in those concentric circles around it, like what can we use? Well, things you can verify, right? That's all you need. You need things that can be verified, that can bring forth to light like the absolute objective truth that people can't disagree with, because they're either going to know that it's curving or they know that it's not. And that's true. So you stick to the truth, you can't go wrong. When you start making stuff up to suit your argument or to make it more, you know, put a little bit more trappings on it to make it sound better, that's you. You want to make it sound good. You don't need to. You don't need to dress it up. Just speak it. Just say what it is, and that's all you have to do. I mean, the way you go about it could be different, you know. but it's still going to come out to that you're speaking the truth. You're not compromising it. But yeah, there is weasels. There's weasel. With sophists, you just got to remember, even if you're speaking truth, there'll still be sophists. But you have to recognize that and then turn it around and expose them. A weasel, and we've said this before, right? In having conversations with them, they'll say terms like, "I don't know what you mean," and you're speaking plain as day. You're not stumbling or anything, and they're just saying that because they want the audience to look at you like you don't know what you're talking about. And then you turn it around and expose them. What do you mean you don't know what I mean? Let's examine that. Go into it, like really, like why they couldn't understand crayons on a coloring book. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to break it down to the most rudimentary. If they didn't understand what you just said, then you make it look like they are the ones who are lacking understanding.
And that's usually the case, right? It's 9 times out of 10 when you're speaking to someone in this topic, they definitely are the ones that are lacking understanding. So that's
for sure
most times than not.
Yeah, this is all in preparation of like future discussions. You always got to remember, like, this conversation, it's never going to end, and we're always going to be on the minority side because of the fact that we have an overwhelming majority of the people that don't care. You know what I mean? That want to be weasels. That it's more of their pride than it is them like really trying to. Some people say, "I just want to know truth. I'm seeking the truth." Yet they're very anti like truth when they're speaking to you. Like you hear them saying things like rhetoric mainstream is talking about.
You made me think of something, Mig. I'll just touch on it really quickly. It's like there's kinds of jobs where you have an objective. It's objective based. Complete this task, move to the next task. And then there's some jobs that are, I kind of look at it like, I call it hamster wheel. It's kind of one of those things you just have to get on and then you get off. There's no objective. There's no, you get to this and then you're done and then you move to the next thing and you complete that. Think of it like waiting tables. Like you can't, there's no, you're going to do the same thing every time. It's all about, at that point, it's about, can you improve? Like, how can you be a better waiter or whatever? Like, how can you be a better dance partner at this thing? Because you're going to keep doing the same thing over and over. There's no task that you need to complete. You just have to be really good at what you do. So I think of that as a flat earth. Like, we're here. There's no objectives that you need to complete. You don't have homework that we're going to send you on. But your job is to be like a good waiter. When someone shows up to the cafe here, we need you to give them good service.
Yeah, you need to be efficient.
Yeah, no snarking your at. We gotta be snarky. You gotta be a good dance partner, and it requires, like Biggie's saying, like reps. It takes time. You got to do this over and over again to get practice and that type of thing. And that's why I think approach is really important, as well as the words that you use. You have to use them properly. So, yeah, just wanted to put that out there, like kind of a mindset thing.
And when it gets down to it, man, you're talking about the art of conversation.
Yeah.
And those who are really good at it are able to navigate with ease. They don't stumble. They don't get mad. And of course, the part where it will get a little frustrating is somebody's intentionally trying to put a wedge between you and the information. Like they're trying to make you seem to be like someone that you don't know what you're talking about intentionally. Not because they don't really understand what you're saying, but you know that an audience could understand rudimentary ideas. Like there's a level of like understanding between a conversation. Like if you're holding a conversation for a little bit and then the person's like getting to a point where you're using fundamental aspects of like a conversation, they're like, I don't know what you mean. It's like, nah, man, come on, let's stop. Let's stop the facade that you don't know what I'm saying. I think you're doing that on purpose. Let's get real here. So there's a part of people that they want to seem like they don't know that intentionally. Because the truth is they don't want to come to terms with it.
Yeah, I look at those types of tactics like defense mechanisms, and you see a couple different defense mechanisms. There's those people on the street who will react, kind of, they will overreact, kind of an unnormal reaction. Like if you told them the grass is purple, they'd be like, what? But if you start telling them, hey, do you know that gas pressure requires a container? We might be inside of a closed system. They'd be like, they get a lot more ruffled. And so I think that's a defense mechanism. Like Miggy's saying, what are you saying? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean by that. Like just playing stupid. Another defense mechanism. Yeah. So look out for these defense mechanisms. People will do this from time to time. I think the flat earth topic. No, just real quick. I think the flat earth topic is kind of like a snowball effect. Like once it starts, it's going to build, it's going to grow. So I think people put up these defense mechanisms to prevent that first snowball from ever going down the avalanche or whatever. So it can never build up steam if I block it by, what are you saying? So
exactly. Yeah, this I think it's different with the truth business. I mean, if you're in the truth business, and I categorize it in that way because it's almost like an ecosystem in and of itself. If you're here, there's like it's a certain way, it's a certain efficiency that you have to have. Like you have to be able to get to the point and be concise without having to kind of meander through like, well, make the conversation so, how can I put it? It doesn't need to have too much or too little. It needs to be enough to be digestible and able to get to the the meat of what you're saying, versus like you thinking you have to go to a long exposition of it. It just needs to be what it is, and given a method, and then move forward. And the person can do it themselves and take it upon themselves to investigate. I mean, obviously, with a conversation, you could talk to somebody for however long you want. I'm talking about like if you're getting to the truth with someone about, let's say the topic of the shape of the earth or whatever, then you're able to do it efficiently. And you have to listen to what they're saying. Most of the time is you're not hearing what they're saying. And then, like, when I was talking to Conspiracy or Conspirator, her, or whatever she was named, but I was listening to what she was saying. I understand the overall general context of what she was meaning about like how people don't understand because we're using these terms, but you can't change the term. You can change the approach, not the term. And so that's you, and you just have to be efficient at what you do when you're explaining to people, making sure they understand the concepts. They're able to do an application, and make it real to them. Because that's what the globe wasn't doing for us. Wasn't being real for us.
Yeah, man. It's like that was the point. People are like, well, what do I do when it comes to flat Earth? Step 1, go learn about the globe.
Yeah,
like that's required.
Yes. If you don't like that, that's difficult, man. If you have a conversation with somebody and you don't know what their side is about, if you don't know the radius, diameter, circumference is important, then that's detrimental in your conversation as a flat earther. Yeah, go and learn that. Because that's what the rhetoric mainstream is talking about. Talking about that.
I mean, that's the thing we're all supposed to believe in, right? So let's go and check and see if it's really there. If you're going to go into battle, you might not just want to grab any random sword. And if you do, you might want to test that sword and make sure it holds up. So if you grab a wooden sword, might not help you out in battle. So I think we spend a lot of time in here putting these things back in the iron, putting these swords back in the fire to test their strength. And so if you're not doing this as a globe earther, if you're not testing your sword, bro, you might have a paper sword. So when you get here, all we got to do is hit it with a little spritz of water and you're done. It's over. Me and Sasha are going to tell you about some water and it's over.
But I mean, if you have swift hands, you can give them some paper cuts.
Yeah. Watch out, flat earthers. You might get some paper cuts from these guys' paper swords, but bring your water bottle. That's all you need. Oh, that's good. But yeah, no, Fro. So if you have a globe Earth worldview, go test it. Go see if it holds up. Because just tell you right now, it's gonna be like a freaking toilet paper. Go ahead. Yeah, so it turns out this globe worldview is about as sturdy as a wet piece of toilet paper. So go find that out first, and then we can talk about the flat Earth. You're going to come up with way better questions if you learn that, wait a minute, no one measured the radius, so you're going to have better questions than, where's the edge? Like, come on, guys, catch up. We were where you were. We already did the time researching this globe, so now it's your turn. It's embarrassing. And I think Miggy touched on this earlier too. It's like, I think it was Ball Kicker. He likes being a flat earther, right? It's like he likes the baggage that comes with it because they'll come in here confident, I'm going to debunk all these flat earthers. But you talk to them for 15 minutes. I mean, that should be enough time for you to sort of baffle them with, damn, like you're hitting them with the radius and they didn't know that. You're telling them about gravity and they thought it was a force, so it's not. So after 15 minutes, they're going to realize, damn, I underestimated my opponent. And so we'll have to go lay in bed at night, staring at the ceiling, forced to think about, yeah, maybe I should go check to see if this globe really is there. That's the goal. So I definitely see where Ball Kicker was coming from with that. Anyway, I think let's see who else joined. We got an OG Take Notes just joined. VC Verified. Mode for Truth guy. Some rando named Glatflobe. Never heard of them. Yeah, that's about it. If anyone's looking for a bit of comedy, the Cognitive Dissonance Room. This isn't open for everybody, but if you have the access to see it, there's a gentleman in there talking about how horses are actually unicorns. So this is... we need a House character, guys. I don't know if you ever watched that show House. This old guy with a cane, and he could kind of diagnose people's problems really easy. Or he was the guy that could diagnose these crazy problems. You need a House guy who can just diagnose, because they clearly, being a globe earther, you have a lot of symptoms. You confuse reality with fiction. So I haven't quite diagnosed what that is just yet, but we definitely need a diagnosis for that.
I honestly think one of the biggest ones is they believe the television. I don't know if that's a psychosis or whatever, but if you realize where their evidence comes from, almost all of it's the TV screen.
Yeah, I mean, they get the baseline from quote-unquote books or teachers or something like that, and that belief gets enhanced by watching movies without discernment.
Yeah, exactly. They lack the ability to draw a distinction between fiction and reality. It's really that simple. In my mind, I see these guys with this problem. If I were to diagnose them, it's they literally believe there's a Superman flying around in their local downtown. Like, this is the same type of thing. Like, they are confusing fiction with reality. They're mixing the two. So it's like that type of logic would be no different than shining a bat signal in the sky tonight and really expecting Batman to show up.
Yeah, and also like when you start the digging, you will also notice that most quote unquote space concepts, they were science fiction way before they were, again, quote unquote, proven or something like that. So it all comes from science fiction books: satellites, space travel, black holes, all this kind of stuff. They are science fiction concepts introduced as facts.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It's a common phenomenon for them to work backwards too. They start with the idea, work backwards to it being some sort of reality.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at something like eclipses. Globers really like to pull up eclipses and say like, "Oh, we can predict them to the minute," blah blah blah. But then you start to dig a little about the history about eclipses, and then we can see that 3,500 years ago, I'm not 100% sure if this is true, but this is what the archives are telling us, that the Babylonians, the Egyptians, and all these kind of things, they had already figured out the 323 lunar eclipse cycles, or the Saros cycle, back then. So if they knew it back then, and since then they have only improved it on their precise measurements, we don't need equations to predict anymore. We can just look at the table and we can just say, okay, there the cycle starts. Whoopsie, we are at month 224. We know that this is the new cycle that starts here. And over the time, we have just, again, like precise the post-diction. If that made any sense.
No, exactly. It's like me saying, I can predict the sun's going to come around tomorrow. That's not a prediction. But the ballers will use that type of stuff as predictions.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally reverse. Every single globe concept is reverse engineered from a flat Earth perspective, or not flat Earth perspective, just a level realm perspective, because that was the baseline for everyone. So, for example, something like you said, like the sunrise, for example, we observe it every single day, and we know exactly when it does it. So it's just like they just have to sit and play with the numbers on a piece of paper, and this makes sense if we are taking these things and adding them in, blah blah blah, and now it has a beautiful language, and we can put a new story to it.
You literally took the words directly out of my brain when you said that, like, it's reverse engineered. That's exactly what I was thinking in my mind. So they do that with almost everything. And my latest analogy is that they're trying to like make a pizza, but they're starting with the cheese. Like, they don't have sauce, or like they're always trying to work backwards. Well, let's start with the cheese first, and then we'll put the sauce and then the bread. No, dummy. You do the bread and then the sauce and then the cheese. Not backwards.
Exactly.
They're always going backwards. They want to build a house by having a freaking crane hold a single shingle, and then we'll start stapling shingles down under that, and then we'll build the roof under that, and then we'll build the house under the shingles. That's exactly how they want to do things.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
But every single foundation, now that we're talking about construction, is from a flat realm perspective.
Correct. You have to build off of a foundation, metaphorically, and literally. Those foundations are going to be level, not curved.
Yeah, I mean, we can also, like, when we are looking into charts and stuff like that from again ancient times, they have some really what's the word, in-depth explanations about the moon, the sun, the star signs, the zodiac, all these kind of things, and then they just take this and they say, it's a ball now, and these things are not. Again, reverse engineering. I'm stumbling in words right now, but yeah.
We got some new people in the room. OG, take notes. You guys want to chime in?
I'm so sick of the globe. Why do we have to know the globe to debate globers?
How can you be sick of something that doesn't exist?
I'm so sick of the model.
Facts.
Of assuming I'm sick of assuming things bend on the surface of the earth. They don't.
Huh?
I'm fed up. Tired of
He's upset like Drake.
Man, don't be mad. Just just talk to people.
There's terms like water level and sea level and bubble level, meaning that the surface of water doesn't change in elevation from one side of the container to the other. So if you have like a bigger body of water and you tell me there's a bulge in the middle of it, but it goes back to the same height and elevation on the other side of the container, that's never observed. I'm so sick of these arguments. Just going over shit other people said to me, not here.
No, I don't mind them so much. I don't mind the discussion about it, so long as the person is able to be challenged. Whether they think the Earth at the end of the day is a globe or not is irrelevant to me. I think the challenge is like we have to be students and teachers at the same time. So if the truth business doesn't afford us the luxury of throwing our hands up. If you're in this for mankind being knowing the truth, then you're in this fight for the good of mankind. You're not in this fight for just the good of yourself. Which if it was just for yourself, then you could say, yeah, I'm done with this thing and let me back up and they can believe whatever they want. But if this is because you care about people, then we have to continue to persevere and pass this information on to the next generation of critical thinkers and be able to equip them with the right knowledge to move into the discussion themselves. So it's really not about one person, it's about everyone. And kind of like you want everybody to see the truth about flat Earth is something that is not able to be moved. And that's the only thing you're conveying. Whether or not in their mind it is or not is irrelevant, but that you stood your ground and you didn't cave to whatever information they're saying, because the truth can't be moved. And it never fears the fullest of investigations. So no matter how much they look into it, it'll always be what you say it is. So it's just my part. I know sometimes it weighs on everybody's shoulders, and it's just like, oh man, like I hate that people just don't get it, but I get that, but we got to keep going, man. There's no other way but forward, So
I feel like there are people that have been part of this type of discussion longer than me that are still willing to debate that horizontals, curve, and flat means the surface of a ball. And what the hell are we talking about?
Well, we're talking about absolute objective reality. So if you and I are saying two different things, and you think the Earth is a globe and I think it's flat, then you know what I'm saying? In a discussion, it matters to the audience and everybody that can participate in here. So it's important, Yeah, it's tedious sometimes, but if you love truth, then you always find a reason for speaking truth. Yeah, I'm saying all of that to say, don't get tired, man. You're amongst friends when if you're a part of the same movement, and we're doing the same thing. So,
word, thanks. That's a good point. Well, so how many times do I get to debate that horizontals don't curve? Like, I feel like I've actually gotten to that point in arguments with so many different people. Like, a lot of people just want to just say flat means curved, horizontals curved. Like, that's absurd. How many people are willing to say that absurd thing?
I mean, it definitely takes a bit of sanity to deal with the insanity from the other side at points, especially in forums where people are not, for example, getting banned after they have been caught being dishonest for very long times. So it's just the same people asking the same questions, getting the same answers. Next day, rinse, repeat. That's, a bit of insanity. I guess that's what you are referring to when you're talking about exhausting.
Changing definitions.
Yeah, that too. Hey, Miki, you're a moderator, right? Today we have Ladies' Night. Maybe you should pull up that advertisement that normally is in the top left side.
I don't know what you're talking about, Tim. What do you mean?
Oh, there is you can do something on if there is an event in the live stream or something like that. You can pull up such advertisers so everyone gets notified or something like that.
Oh, I'm not in charge of that. I don't know who is. I don't want to step on any toes. You know what I mean?
He's a boomer when it comes to that stuff.
I'm a boomer, man.
Yeah, that's fine. I just thought I wanted to throw it out there to get some focus on it.
How do you work this newfangled thing anyway?
Okay, boomer.
Oh, them kids talking about them interwebs. I don't know what they're talking about. Anyway.
What's a boomer?
Okay, the guy, boom. I don't know. Old guy. OG, take notes. What's up, man? You unmuted your mic. What's going on, bro?
Yo, what's up? I'm smack right now. My fault, bro.
What's good, man? You're smack. What's going on?
Nah, I would just be tuning in. For me, I'm not really. I only been a flat earther for 5 months, so just learning.
Don't worry, man. Just hang out.
Yeah.
Somebody told me yesterday that you can contain air pressure with air.
Cap.
That you don't need antecedent. You don't need container to be the antecedent to air pressure. And that air pressure acts as a density gradient going up, it gets more dense, and that the top layer of the air is the densest, containing the air underneath it.
Cool story, bro.
That's not believable, right?
Yeah, just what I said. Cool story, bro.
Yeah.
What if
here's something ridiculous. I want to be nice and polite and address it with the person, but they are pretty much already making it clear that this is what they believe and they don't even care.
Nah, it's like they kind of bite into this spell of ignorance or something. They get stuck into ignorance and conformity. It's just a weird situation for them that they feel like if they're wrong about it, that they just want to start an argument with you when you believe in flat Earth. Kind of weird.
Yeah.
And I feel like the whole system is kind of ironic to I know it sounds kind of crazy, but I don't even be really paying attention to this type of stuff, but it just all puzzles in. Is with the 7 chakras. And then when we in school and stuff, we learn about the 7 planets. What about they just found the way to switch it up so we don't have to really know what the hell our bodies can do for us? It's kind of crazy.
Man, OG's on another tip here.
Feel me?
Let me bust out my lingo, man. I'm trying to keep up with you youngsters.
Tell them how it is.
Who else we got in here? We got fake professor, Waterball. What's going on? Who else?
And then you got people that still believe in atomism, that we're all composed of tiny spheres. So you got the globe theory that we stand on a sphere, and then you got the atomist theory that we're comprised of trillions of tiny spheres spinning around themselves. You got to see that as fucking retarded too. Come on, that's ridiculous.
Hello.
We've never actually observed a photon or a proton. All these things are not actually observable spheres. They're just how computers generate contrast when they're looking at electromagnetism being stimulated. This shit is stupid, bro. I literally hate spheres right now. Sorry.
Yeah, just like there's no evidence of large bodies of water like sticking on a ball. Like, come on, this man, this gravity stuff is insane.
It's mad
Like,
whack, yo.
it's obvious that it exists in some type of imagination, but like we can make it happen in other ways, like dielectric and magnetism force field, like like it just all work together. It's all principles that make a law for it to exist like that. It's just things that we can do with the mind. We can create it, but we don't know what like actually dictating gravity. That's the thing. We don't actually know what is it.
Yeah, gravity is an effect, and they claim that it is the cause as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what is going on.
They say, oh, what's making 9.8 meters per second downward acceleration? Oh, it's gravity. Oh, that gravity. What's that? Oh, it's 9.8 meters downwards. Oh, what's causing that? Oh, it's gravity. Like, oh, okay. You didn't answer my question at all. And then as a globe defender, you can like incorporate that the mass of the Earth is causing the rotation, which is causing the attraction to the center of mass, and yeah, that's all not observable or ever been detected.
They just don't respect principles.
Fuck. Sorry, guys. I wake up mad at the globe every day lately.
I just woke up. I was napping. I'm so old that I need naps. Or what do you call them? When you sleep in the middle of the day.
That's a nap.
Can somebody explain this for me? How can a spinning sphere eventually stop spinning? Because if it's being formed as, like, let's say it's spinning on its own y-axis, right? The moon. And this is causing the object to eventually become spherical as it like grinds against dust in whatever's colliding with it, or it broke off the Earth. Like, yeah, whatever fragment of the Earth broke off and eventually like was like turned into a sphere. How does it stop and eventually face the Earth?
They just...
they don't claim it stopped. They just claim it is spinning in a perfect speed, so it's always facing with the same side.
So the moon rotates on a y-axis around itself.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it's rotating perfectly, so we always only see one face.
So then that means that an object that was created by centrifugal and centripetal forces in a gravity well, that created an object that is actually spinning faster than it because it's traveling a greater distance as it's rotating. So the forces of something is moving something that is moving faster than it, and it's far away from it now. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but they put a lot of math into this. They even like have a measurement for the axis tilt to be about like 23.4 degrees or some shit, and that they just
spinning on its y-axis.
Yeah.
And it's facing the Earth the whole time. Every time you see it, you see one side of the moon, and you're telling me it's spinning on its y-axis. So then that means that the Earth's spin that is causing the gravity well that the moon is orbiting in around the Earth, that the moon is now moving as fast as Earth's rotation, or actually faster because it's traveling a greater distance because the Earth is, you're traveling a greater distance than the surface of the Earth at the equatorial line. That's 1,000 miles an hour. So how are you saying the moon is moving faster than the Earth to face it? That's ridiculous.
Sasha pointed out a good thing. 23 degrees to what? Like, in comparison to what? Like, if space is omnidirectional, a tilt cannot happen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They did some type of... Damn.
That's fucking next level. Good one,
Yeah.
Sasha.
Mm-hmm. They put a lot of mathematics into this to make it like an exact measurement of a spherical ball.
You guys are spitting facts. Is that right, TB? Is that right?
That's like, damn.
And they say blew that your mind. The same angular size as the sun, and that it would have to be 400 times smaller and 400 times as far away as the sun to appear the same size.
That's what I'm saying. Is the sun?
That's absurd too.
An
So you're
outer
saying that an
orbit,
object that's
or
spinning
the
next to
moon
the Earth
is
now the perfect distance away from what's causing the Earth to make its size and shape and distance from the sun. That object is now doing the same thing for, like, that doesn't make sense on like the scale of gravity, like the scale of objects creating their own gravity wells. Like, that doesn't make sense. Fuck me.
Gravity don't even work in the metaphysics. If I do some type of yoga pose, like freaking I do like some type, like I touch my freaking toe with my finger in some type of weird, moon shape type of yoga symbol. Like you don't feel like any tension, like you don't feel yourself getting more closed into a tighter squeeze or nothing. Like nothing's pulling you down. We clearly stationary, and there's like no force. That we have the balance to all force and stuff like that. It's like kind of like a weird. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know.
Yeah, it hurts the brain.
You know, in the globe model, they say that the stars appear stationary because they're so far away and that their movement is so slight due to how far they are that we actually don't ever actually see them moving. Did you know that?
No, I mean, the light that is hitting us from the star is like 23,000 light years away or old.
They claim that the stars are moving, but it's just not visible to us because it's so far away. Therefore, they're stationary. Yet, we get new, like, every season we get a new night sky. And they say that it's because of Earth rotating. Well, why do we get the same, like, how are we trajecting through a galaxy with, like, tons of stars, and we're seeing things, like, that are bazillion miles away, yet we're rotating in a bunch of different directions, and yet we come right back to the same stars? Doesn't make sense.
Well, they have made a good job in making it so hard to comprehend with all these big numbers, big speeds, distances. So when you try to wrap your head around it, all you can do is rely on science fiction movies to get a quote-unquote picture of what your imagination is trying to make up, you know?
Heliocentric model doesn't make sense. Not to what you see.
One thing is that all the planets are not rotating in the same direction. And some planets, they are saying that they are rotating in a different direction to the spinning around the sun, for example. So therefore, there is no continuity of that thinking process that the Earth's or the planet's spin would caused by the spinning around the sun. I'm not sure if you follow, but anyway, some planets spin a different direction than Earth.
Interesting.
Like according to the folklore, or?
And also the ring of Saturn, how the ring is there. That would happen if you have ever made or made a pizza. You understand that if something is rotating, it will eventually form a pizza, not a ball. So if something rotates, it will never get a ball shape. That's a very stupid thing to believe that. it will always get a pizza because the centrifugal force or whatever you want to call it, it will keep it as a pizza, just like in Ring of Saturn.
That's another silly thing. Let me try to lay this out for you real quick. If an object is spinning, right, that means that it has a rate of acceleration, it has a speed of miles per hour or whatever, right? If an object is being caused to rotate with this object because of the first one, then wouldn't there be a drag? It would be moving slower than it. So if the moon is locked facing us, then it is actually traveling a greater distance within the same amount of time as the Earth, meaning that the moon is moving faster than the Earth, meaning that the rotation of an object is causing an object far away from it to move faster than it. The hell is that? That's garbage. That's pseudoscience.
Bro, you just don't understand gravity wells.
Gravity wells?
I mean, the reason it wouldn't become a pizza is because the well is forming it. So when there is a heavy object that is forming the inner path of the well, everything will just, fell down in the well from all sides and stick to that thing.
I didn't I've seen diagrams of gravity wells. So what am I supposed to picture?
Like take a bed sheet and stretch it out, just and make it so it's loose enough that if you're putting down a ball, it will fall into the middle. If you put anything else into that will also fall in there. And then think about that the space, gravity or the gravity field is omnidirectional. That means that this well is created in every single direction, which would, quote unquote, form that ball.
You're saying time-space acts like a blanket.
I mean, that would be the best, in real life demonstration that we can do.
So you're gonna need to show me time-space acting like a blanket. Like
I'm not saying it does. I'm saying if you had to demonstrate it in the way that they are explaining it with their diagrams and their computer visualizations and stuff like that, it would be like taking a sheet, but you have to imagine that the sheet is omnidirectional material, and it's not just one sheet that would
affect the material.
Yeah, but there would be sheets in every single direction. That is why the ball is formed in the end.
My bad for interrupting, bro.
It's okay. I mean, I'm just trying to lay it out as far as I understand how they're trying to explain it and what I have seen, And it would just be like a bed sheet, and you can only do it in 2D or 3D. But in reality, it would be a sheet, but there would be sheets in all kind of directions. And if there is a heavy object, it would affect all those sheets. And if that object has a heavier mass, that would create a deeper well in all directions and force things into that well.
You would have to also assume that mass is floating in a vacuum before you even
I know.
space time carrying this.
I'm not saying it making sense. I'm just laying it out as I understand it,
My bad. You're talking to someone that really doesn't like the globe today.
Yeah, I was deep into that shit 8+ years ago before I actually got introduced for the topics. But I mean, space, aliens, space travel, all that kind of shit. Really interesting. I've always been a physics guy. Wasn't really good at language and writing a fucking novel or something like that. But I was really good with numbers, and I was really good at quote unquote understanding, physics, and had good conversations with my physics teacher. And he said I should pursue a profession within that field because he felt like I was unnatural. But just a little bit about me. But then I discovered party.
So when you drop like a sphere, let's like put a weight in the middle of a blanket, stretch the blanket out. It's even on all sides, flat, right? Drop something heavy in the middle, and then you go ahead, whip a ball around on this blanket. At what point does this ball not get closer to the center and face the object in the center?
Yeah, it's really good question, because that would demand that the object, let's just call it the moon, from somewhere will always increase in speed. And no matter how we would do this with the sheet, the moon would always end up within the bigger ball in the middle. So there must be some force or some effect that is doing so the moon is actually always accelerating.
Yep, exactly.
I can't wrap my head around it, but it doesn't make sense.
So now you see my problem. Yeah, no, you saw it in the beginning too.
Yeah, I know the problem, but I also know the quote unquote explanations that are given.
Lockstep, and what was the other one?
The other one, what?
There was 2 reasons you gave, I thought.
What are we talking about now? I'm confused.
I just don't. I just wanted you to remind me of the reason. You said something before about.
Why would we become a ball?
No, it's all good. Don't worry about it. Okay. I mean, you made your point very clear. I appreciate what you said.
Yeah, I'm trying. But yeah. But again, like when you're putting it out here and actually trying to put it out in words, what they're trying to tell you with these concepts and stuff like that, it just gets too much. Like it's really hard for us mortal humans to comprehend these concepts. And again, like the sizes, the speeds, the distances, and all this kind of stuff, they've done a really good job that we can only understand it for so much, and the rest of it we just have to take their word for it. They have done a really good job in this. Like, yeah.
Yep. It's some fancy Satanism they're pulling off. That's what they're doing, bro. They see a reality and they go, let's invoke the opposite. They're defying nature and natural occurrences. They're saying, okay, that's what you see. Okay, we're going to say that it's the complete opposite, invoke a bunch of math, presuppose it all.
Yep.
Work within these bounds. Assume this is what's happening, and everything you test for, make sure you reference and assume that you need to be matching these measurements and these equations when you do your science. And if you don't get that result, well, you must have did the science wrong.
And they're really good at adapting, because I can remember in the earlier days, refraction was actually a flat earth argument because the horizon was never at the same place. Now it's a globe argument where refraction, quote unquote, is lifting objects up over the obstruction so we can see them again. I would like any glober to produce an example of this over land. Take any hill, I don't care. Get a car back in view that has been obstructed by the hill. And I might believe that is what is happening over water.
Yep. I don't believe that the horizon is actually physically dropping beyond it. So.
No, I mean there's many explanations. One of them is like you can take yourself in front of a camera. You take your finger at your nose, and you're just slowly taking your finger towards the camera, and at some point the finger is literally obstructing your entire face. And if there is like over distance waves and stuff like that, at some point the highest wave at some point would block everything behind that, and that is just one explanation for things that could be blocked by something, And then there is perspective, there is atmosphere interference, and all that kind of stuff. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I have a video about atmospheric refraction. No, my bad. Astronomical refraction is what I meant to say. Oh, what's up? I do crypto.
Hello.
Hello.
How's everyone doing?
Dude, I woke up mad as hell at the Globe, bro. What's wrong with me?
Every day. Sorry, carry on. I didn't want to interrupt.
I'm gonna throw on a video. Well, I'm gonna watch it, but you guys don't have to. But I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, let's see it. Let's talk about it.
2 videos. Hey, there goes one. Watch that one first, and then watch this one second. Oh, thanks, Tim.
Yeah, I actually thought that you already would have your titles, but I guess that you're new here. I've just seen you on EA for at least a bit of time.
Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah, it's only a minute long. Well, the first one is.
Hey, I was dancing. Take the music away. Unbelievable.
That was the best elevator music I've ever heard.
Right?
What, the first one? That's just the classic one.
Please don't stop the music.
DJ Crypto.
So here's a question that's going to boggle all of your noggins. Who was the first person to come up with elevator music, and did they know it was elevator music?
I don't know who came up with it, but I don't think they ever thought it was going to be elevator music. I'm fairly sure they just thought it was a good tune.
Fair enough.
Let's Google. Who made the first elevator music? George Owen Squire or Squire. Elevator music came to use in 1922. It was known as Muzak due to its developer. I can't pronounce that word ever. George Owen Squire, the original purpose of elevator music was to calm fearful passengers who were riding an elevator for the first time.
Oh, that's actually quite nice.
That's cute.
Yeah.
Someone pronounce developer for me so I can copy it.
So the reason for elevator music is to calm people that have a phobia or paranoia while moving on trains and stuff or in elevators. So like calming, relaxing music.
Apparently,
yeah, pretty much.
Say, imagine you get on an elevator and just like dun, 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 like metal starts.
I'm gonna say before the Otis brakes of the elevator, people actually were pretty scared of elevators, and they did actually have a lot of faults before the Otis elevator brake.
That makes a lot of sense then.
Or like dissonant. What? I was gonna get it. Sorry.
Yo.
That one that you always play, for some reason, it always reminds me of the Mission Impossible theme tune.
That one?
Yeah.
Nice.
Like the original Mission Impossible from the 60s.
It does sound that way. That's cool.
I'll have to look out. I'm gonna dig that one up, see if I can find it.
I thought it was Mission Impossible.
Ah, there we are. Not just me. Dun, 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 dun,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Would the first guy have gotten on the elevator if the Mission Impossible music was playing?
That's a good question. Well, the answer is no, because Mission Impossible came after the first elevator.
I'm theorizing, Crypto. You're screwing up my theory here, bro.
Fuck's sake. Wait, so we have to invent time machines to make this work. In a world where time machines work, we took a man from the 60s back to the 20s. I can't remember where we're going now.
That's a pretty good accent you got there, Crypto.
Cheers, I appreciate it. It's not been having too many Globers come around these parts recently. Don't seem to see any.
Oh, they don't want that smoke, Crypto. Come on now.
Don't want that what?
They don't want that smoke. They don't want that flame, that fire. They can't take the heat in the kitchen.
You're probably right. I just went over to Earth Awakenings and Xanax trying to do his Globe salesman act. Use Globe salesman.
I had a problem with the flat Earth model. I was like, yo, how come the moons are orbiting around Jupiter? Like, if I'm going to suppose that these are just holograms, 2D objects in the sky, how is there an object with a 3D path around it in the sky, right? So I looked it up. I tried to find a video of Jupiter's moons and couldn't find one. All NASA, all 3D.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's an issue, isn't it? Like, often you'll talk to them and they'll just assert these things. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, it's someone." I didn't even know if he was joking or not, but he said, "I know that the moon, no, I know that the sun turns because of the Doppler effect, right?" So, and what he's done is he's shown me this picture, which is it looks honestly photoshopped, where he's got like a red bit and a blue bit on the two sides of the sun. And then obviously he's implying that the red side's red shifting and the blue side's blue shifting. It just looks really amateurish and fake. And I don't know if, like, do they think that we're convinced by this really amateurish Photoshop stuff, or I don't really get it.
Well, they don't seem to be convinced by it either, because when you talk to them about their globe, well, it's not perfect sphere, so they're throwing that under the bus anyway. I don't see any pictures of a non-perfect sphere.
Well, yeah, true. Well, often they'll tell you why X is true, and here's why you can't see any evidence for it. Okay.
Or maybe the radius is off by a couple thousand miles.
No, it can't be, because obviously the whole... I know that you're joking, but the model is set, so the model is either right or wrong. Yeah, and they think, oh yeah, we'll just tweak it later. No, it doesn't really. No, because everything's already been worked out from, like, mathematically from a starting point. So you can't just. It's like making changes to a Sudoku game. Like, you change the 2 here and the 2 over here, but expect it not to change the rest of the game. You can't. Yeah, it doesn't really work like that. You know. So I guess it's hard to explain. I guess it's like a domino thing. They think that they can put one domino over and not expect all the other dominoes to fall over as well.
Yeah.
But we'll just keep tweaking it until when?
I mean, I'll never be as mad as I am at a Glober, as mad as I am at myself for not seeing this shit sooner. So, you guys don't even hear what I say to myself about this shit.
I'm really working hard on trying to separate out the globe zealots from the scientists, because at the end of the day, the globe zealots are just true believers. They're not really. I mean, some of them are probably benefiting from it financially. I don't doubt that. But a lot of them are just true believers. And so, you know, having any kind of hatred or vitriol towards them isn't really, it's not the way to go, you know. The ones knowingly lying, they're a different story. But
yeah.
Yeah, Attila, you go ahead. Someone in the chat has a question.
Question from the floor.
Sorry, guys, I've been reading the chat. Go ahead, Electric.
How can air be an antecedent for air pressure?
Who's asking you? Who's asking? Like, what?
I mean, somebody told me this yesterday that, like, you know, the top layer of air is going to be so dense that it is containing the pressure gradient of air underneath it.
Oh, so you're asking about antecedents now?
Antecedent, yep. For the container.
Yeah, well, the antecedent to gas pressure gradient would be gas pressure, right? Can't have gas pressure gradient unless you got gas pressure. Yep. So you kind of got to draw them back to the antecedent for gas pressure, which is what?
A container. And then that's when dude told me he doesn't think you need a container.
Then all you have to say is, well, go ahead and demonstrate it. because their claims lie in the sky, so they can't point at their claims and call their claims proof. They need to prove those claims.
Yeah, like physics changes the bigger they get, the bigger things get. Yeah, you have to prove.
They will say that. Yeah, that's true.
They word it in fuzzy ways. They say stuff like, "You don't know if physics is the same up there as it is down here." Okay, but neither do you. So we're but they want to take the fuzziness, but then use it to assert something concrete as well.
Well said. That's a good point. I might have to steal that one.
Yeah, good.
I'll send some royalties your way. Don't worry.
The conversation with one of the true believers of the globe, and we were just doing this whole "how do you know that you're right" sort of thing, that kind of conversation. And I said, well, I'm pretty sure I'm right, but of course there's like a 1% chance I might be wrong. Yeah, whatever. And then I said to the globe guys, does any of you think that there's like even a 1% chance that you're wrong? Room full of globers? No, they all 100% believe that they're correct. So it's like, well, so they think that they actually have perfect objectivity, which is absurd. So how can you even?
Yeah, you're claiming a place you can't go that you understand the physics up there changes not according to what we observe every day. But you're not stating how, you're just saying this is what it is, and damn, bro. Lately, I've been thinking there is a perfect way to convey the idea that there's presupposing everything. What is the absolute most refined statement to explain to a newcomer to the topic that they assume is flat and then they slap it on a globe?
Go ahead, Crypto. You got something?
You're cutting in and out.
Yeah.
Can't hear you right now, bro. I'm gonna ask you to repeat that when you get back. Someone put on Domo Arigato.
We'll see if he can rejoin. What was it? Can you ask the question one more time?
What is the ultimate refined statement to convey to somebody that we presuppose this radius, this diameter, this circumference of the Earth?
Hopefully Crypto will come back. I can only do that in my mind. Right now, what comes to mind is when people bring up rotation. I'm usually able to get them to show them how they're presupposing by just walking them through simple examples of your room with the ceiling fan. You would never turn on the ceiling fan and then presuppose that the room would move. That's stupid. Everyone knows the ceiling fan moves. So then the same thing, you go outside and you see planes flying across the sky. You would never presuppose that, well, maybe that plane is hovering and I'm moving. No one does that. And so the problem is when they get to the sun, they see it moving across. Then they start the presuppositions. Well, maybe my house could be moving instead. So maybe we could figure out how they do that with the radius. Presuppose. I guess it starts with the parallel rays. They say the sun rays come in parallel.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because they appear to converge. So yeah, and if it is really far away, then they would be parallel converging to a point. Oh, corpuscular rays don't do that in our own visible spectrum. Like they actually start getting smaller at a point. So boom, fuck your light rays being parallel, bro. They literally get smaller within my perspective. What the heck? Corpuscular rays debunk the sun being 93 million miles away. And anti-corpuscular rays.
Yeah, so we all experience the same Earth with diverging rays. Ain't no parallel rays. So that's the presupposition right there. Everything else it's all broken. Eratosthenes, the guy that rode his bike with a freaking orange or whatever, all that's done if there is no parallel rays, and there isn't. So simple.
Yeah, presupposing the size of the sun and how far away it is. Yeah, that's can't do that, right? Gotta look at what we look at.
KOC, what's up? Also, Attila needs some help. Hey, bro, you can say hello. Check in with us. You won't bite.
He has problems. He was talking with a friend of his, and his friend said the sun is a big ball of fire, and he was showing him some telescope pictures with a solar filter, and there was these what is it, solar prominence, something like that. What they claim is waves of flames or whatever, and he don't know how to answer that question. I said to him, it's okay to say I don't know what the sun is or what it is doing. If you claim it is a ball of fire, it's up to you to prove to me that it's a ball of fire.
Yeah, exactly. I don't got to disprove that it's a ball of fire. I can just prove that it's not. Or, no, I didn't say that right. Sorry.
I mean, it's perfectly fine to say, I don't know. But I gladly I really want to look into it. But there is also just a limit to how much we can actually, quote unquote, study quote unquote, science the sun. Like we see what we see and that's it.
That's not good. I don't accept that. You are 6-7 years for that, and you don't know what sun it is. That's really.
I mean, I don't even have a model, bro.
How you cannot know what the sun is? That's so easy.
Yeah, clearly I can look at it. It looks 93 million miles away.
That's
because I can see it.
For me, it looks like more 186, but that's disgustable.
Oh yeah.
But it's burning and it's yellow, sometimes red, and it's plasma and it's hot and it's wow.
I mean, yeah, I get sunburned, so I mean, how else?
I mean, maybe it is some kind of fusion up there. I don't know. That's the essence of it. I don't know.
But if you know, for example, if you know what it is, it will not curve the water.
Yeah, true. But I mean, it's the same with the moon. At times, when looking at the moon, it looks like something we potentially could walk on. But at other times, it is translucent. It is very bright, like it is shining its own light, and it's just like one experience or one observation is not enough for me to determine what it is. And even if I had all the observations in the world, I would still not be in the position to claim I know what it is.
Sorry, I'm really bad at multitasking. I can only either read the chat and type or talk. I can't do both. So, anyway.
It's all good.
Tim's over here talking about, he said, yeah, I love that. You're like, well, you can say you don't know. And you're over here saying,
you have no idea. Okay, next question. Like, what it is?
I agree with that, man. It's okay to not know things, man. I always say it's better to not know than just like make shit up. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. It's much more wrong to just make stuff up.
Yep.
Anybody here to conspiracy? I was just wondering. See, that's the server. I'm just talking.
Kind of hard to hear you, Gizbo, but yeah, I actually tried to DM her and try to cool things off, and she like blocked me, bro. Like she's salty for some reason. I'm not sure why.
Know that like I'm not a lot of women speaking here, so I'm not trying to be. I didn't want to.
It's really hard to hear you, Gizbo. You might have to check your settings or maybe get a little closer to the mic, bro. It's chopping up. But yeah, I mean, we do like it doesn't matter. Like we're not on that. It doesn't matter what color, race, gender. That's not a thing here. Everybody is welcome. It doesn't matter who you are. But yeah, I mean, we appreciate the women as well. That's why we made Ladies' Night and stuff like that. So she's welcome. I mean, I've been hyping her up. So and that's why I tried to reach out to her. Hey, I hope we can smooth things over. And she blocks me. She blocked me, dude. So I'm not sure if that person wants to be helped.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything you said, but I mean, if there's ever any Finnish people in here, then they're not welcome. Possibly the French as well, but it depends how French they are. I'm obviously joking.
How French they are. I was going to say something about the Germans, but hey, I mean, we can joke.
So yeah, okay, I'm back. Basically, what I was saying is, one of the most common kind of mindsets for a globe guy to have is that understanding is conflated with the acceptance that it's true of it, or of its truth, I guess is what it is. So oh, you understand gravity, okay, therefore you think it's true. If you don't think it's true, therefore you don't understand it, right? So it's that kind of logic.
Oh, yeah, true.
But often I think that's why they kind of talk down to us, because they genuinely think that we just don't understand. Which is hilariously done in Kruger, but that's another topic.
Yeah, that's one of my pet peeves too, Crypto, is like they just assume they're really, really severely underestimating their opponents. It's not a good thing to do, but it's just weak to think that we've never even heard of the things that they're capable of like finding on the first search return on Google. Do you really think we didn't take the time to like just Google that? Like, come on, man. That's one of my pet peeves for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, we see this all the time. Just Google it. You didn't?
Yeah, that's a big problem I got with some people encountering around here, is not around here specifically, just whatever, being a little journeyman. People will really act condescending telling you the globe model. Like, I can't just go Google this shit myself in 5 minutes. It's like, man, you just don't understand. It's like, no, dude, I do understand. I'm contending it.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's just easier for them. It's more convenient to assume that we've like never heard of it or something. It's just,
and then that's projection on their break things down to the argument becomes like, well, you don't do it for a living and stuff like that. Like, why not go get a career in measuring the Earth and come back and tell me what? So it's just disingenuous points being made. They don't even want to actually defend the point. They just want to discredit the person they're talking to.
Well, I did have some thoughts about the Professor Dave Weiss thing, and because I've been talking about this Mindshock video where they talk about the basically he manages to rack up 200 logical fallacies inside an hour, right?
Damn.
And it's at that point you have to say it's being defended so badly it's almost deliberately bad. You know, like maybe not. Maybe he really is that condescending, but I don't know. It has crossed my mind that it's almost so poorly defended that it's deliberate for some reason.
Yeah, I've definitely crossed my mind the deliberately bad theory, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, that's a fascinating one for sure.
I don't know why he would.
That would actually imply that there's a good defense, though. CB, have you seen a good defense?
No, it doesn't. It implies that there's a better defense, not a good defense.
What is it?
Well, a better defense would actually be sticking to the topic.
That's the worst thing you can do when you're talking about the globe.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it. Like, I know what you're saying, but it's like whenever I watch Professor Dave videos, it's all ego and it's all aggression and it's too much. You know, for someone who claims to be educated, that level of hubris is incongruent, let's say. So either he isn't as well educated as he says he is, or the excessive confidence is fake. You know?
Can I chime in, Crypto, on this?
Yeah, go
on. I think it has to be debated like that. It has to be just that kind of pure ego coming from him, all this fallacious nonsense. Pretty much he's not even trying. It's got to be that way, because if it was set up that he's coming in to debate this like seriously, that indicates that there's a possibility, that the globe is wrong. I think that's too dangerous for them.
Oh, I see. So you think that the psychology of the debate itself is that
they can't legitimize it, so they can't make it serious. Can't debate it seriously. Because that would be saying there's a potential here that my opponent, the flat earther, is correct and I'm wrong. The globe position's wrong, and that'll wake up millions.
I agree with you. I really think that debate between Whitsitt and that guy Brian, whatever his name is, I think that's going to be squashed before it happens.
Brian's logic.
No, it wasn't Brian's logic. It was some astrophysicist who, you guys know who I'm talking about, right? Whitsitt and three other guys. No, it's not Brian Cox.
Are you talking about the physicist he debated with Jeranism and flat Earth dating?
Yeah. Supposedly
again, one-on-one. Yeah, when that happens, that'll be interesting.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, that'll certainly be interesting, because even when I talk to some of these globe guys one-on-one, they do seem to have an enormous amount of confidence in the globe, even though I've never seen them really argue it fully competently. And so another thing I've noticed is that, I mean, obviously I'm assuming everyone here's watched that Brian debate with the four sort of flat earth guys. He actually leaned on Soundly and Wolfie. So you've got this weird dynamic.
MC Toon.
But you got this weird dynamic where the YouTubers lean on the PhDs and the PhDs lean back on the YouTubers.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't try to get that video taken down. It was such a fucking train wreck for him in the Globe.
What was? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
You know, it's funny.
Brian Mayer's debate with Justin Austin.
Oh, they tried to get it down?
No. It was just my speculation that after it aired, I thought, yeah, he's going to try and like, you know, do whatever to get Jaren to have to pull it or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Because it was just, I was thinking if he watches this back, he's going to realise he's made an absolute arse of himself.
Yeah, he came in very innocent, thinking that he was about to school these quote unquote dumb fluffers.
Oh yeah, I mean he came in using like stuff from Vsauce and so like that, you know, that stupid like depiction of gravity on a fucking disc, you know, like leaning sideways at the edges.
Like, just dishonest.
It's like when you've taken no interest in the topic and then you have to prepare for a debate within 3 days, you know.
Yeah,
that was the level of the stuff he was presenting.
Yeah, if I had been in his position, I would ask the ones that was doing this show, like, hey, can you link me to some basic stuff so I can actually get your real view of this, you know, like instead of just taking it from the debunker side.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the problem, isn't it? Is that they often come in ill-prepared because the only information they have access to is the debunk. And the debunk is often just a straw man, so they don't know what they're dealing with.
The big issue there is that these people are coming from a paradigm where there is no conspiracy revolving how information is disseminated to the masses. So they never assume or think that, is this, you know, the first result stuff I'm getting? Maybe not the most information or presentation of the.
But they started out the show by telling people that they had found some common ground with like government institution not always telling the truth and blah blah blah. So it feels like that he should.
Yeah, but that type of speak is practically socially acceptable in society.
Yeah,
nobody really trusts politicians. Yeah, we know like the fucking big motoring corporations, they all fuck around with their emissions, you know, everyone refers to that one. Yeah, there's corruption, you know. That's how they mean that when they say that stuff, like.
That makes sense, yeah. That makes sense.
They're not referring to like, yeah, I don't trust the government because it's run by people I have no idea about, you know, completely behind the scenes.
Yeah. Everyone has to be in on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's not always about the government because there are legitimate people and really people that believe in a democracy in a government as well.
Of course, but they never rise to any position of any importance.
I'm saying that if you want some real power, you will get invitation and you will get something special, and then you will be a little more inside ring, and you will have a little more knowledge about, let's say, people, and you will meet new people who will maybe give you a hint how should you run the government, and if you follow the hints, you will be given a little bit money. And I think it works like that, and everybody has our weaknesses. Some might have a nice looking woman, and some might have a money, some might have a power, whatever drives a person.
I would just say that we, as a human race right now, are not consciously evolved enough to play around with ideas like government. We're not ready for it. We can't do it properly.
But yeah, I mean, when we are saying the governments are lying, the governments are doing this and that, I mean, most of us here, I'm pretty sure we understand that the governments and the government institutions are just tools for the real quote-unquote powers that be, you know, the rich families, the big business, the royalties, all that kind of stuff, you know.
Yep.
So, but it's just an easy way to say the government, but it's actually not. Well, it's.
Yeah, I mean, a really good example of that is when the Queen of England died a couple of weeks ago. Every single person in the UK has to give up. Oh, sorry, it's a bit loud, man. Every single person in the UK has to give up 40% of their inheritance when they die to pass on to their children. I mean, there's no reason for that at all because that money's already been taxed, so they're just taxing it again. But of course, the Queen didn't have to do that when she passed her wealth down. So, you know, one rule for them and one rule for us, which we already know, but it's just laid bare.
Did you say 40% or 4%?
40.
Yeah, almost half.
40%.
The point is that what you inherit is being taxed again. That was the point being laid out, I'm pretty sure.
No, the point was that the rules don't apply to these people.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just look at Denmark. Our queen has just gotten a pay raise on several like 150 million or something like that, just because.
Reasons.
Yeah.
You pay your.
Yeah, I mean, Denmark, I'm pretty sure it's kind of like the same in England, where we have a special form of rule, because if you're reading the Constitution, all of the power, all of it is within the Queen's grasp. Like, she is the superpower in Denmark. But what we, the people, are being told is an interpretation where we are saying that we have representative democracy, where it's actually our prime minister that has the power. But again, if you read the Constitution of Denmark, you can read it black and white that it's the Queen. So the deception is that we have democracy, but we really have monarchy still.
Right. Yeah, well, that wouldn't surprise me, to be honest. You know, we have this idea in England that the Queen is, or the King, as we now have, is like a figurehead, but doesn't really have any power. But then that's a fantastic sleight of hand, because then you just put all these incompetent politicians in, and then you just replace them whenever the serfs get a little bit rowdy. You just replace them. And then they're constantly moaning about the other side, oh, fucking Tories, fucking Labour, blah, blah, blah. And the monarchy largely gets ignored. But it could actually be that the monarchy's doing everything they want to do.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think England and Denmark's like system is kind of similar, where it is actually at the royalty the superpower is, but the royalties and their friends would be the nobles and the Freemasons, yeah, exactly. That's how it is here in Denmark, and I'm pretty sure it's close to the same as in England.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Anyway, I learned a new joke. Can I put out the one joke in here?
Go on.
Yep.
All right, let's try. So, what is common with Jesus Christ and a teenager? What is common? Jesus Christ and a teenager.
Don't know.
It's a miracle if they do anything.
Very good.
My son is going. He's 13, and I'm waiting for that, because taking out the trash or emptying the washing machine or whatever I want him to do, put the clothes into the closet or whatever, and I have shop there. So it's a miracle if he will do anything, like what you call them. The basic things that you should do at your home when you live with your parents.
Chores?
Sounds like a problem with parenting. I don't know why you have to blaspheme Christ because you suck at parenting, bro.
Chores.
Ball kicker without filter. I I love it.
Well, just incentivize it, dude. Tell them, like, it'll get them some chicks or something. I don't know.
Nah, I mean, just go back to the old school and say, if you're not doing these kind of things, you don't have internet. If you're not doing these kind of things, you're taking your PlayStation away. You have to do this. You have to vacuum clean the floor every single day
why though?
To teach them about responsibilities. Your responsibility is to take the dishes into the the washing machine. Your duty is to, every time you come home from school, you take the vacuum cleaner and you just give it a quick sweep. Stuff like this.
Yeah.
It's basic responsibilities. This is parenting.
Yeah, I agree. And taking out of the internet or the computer or cell phone, they are very powerful ways of control. And even for adults. So, for example, it's amazing how difficult people have to when we are talking and taking a coffee break or whatever. People are constantly on their phones. I mean, adults as well. We are like slaves of this cell phone.
Yeah, I mean, but the basic thing about, well, I don't have kids myself, but I was a kid once, and I can reflect on that, is that if you're just leaving them to be spoiled, they don't learn this with discipline and responsibility, that in a household it's a job, like it's a teamwork. There is no one who is just getting a free ride.
Exactly, yeah. We work as a family, as together, as one unit, and the unit has different functions, and all have to work with together. Yeah, and that's very good metaphor of how they.
Yeah, in older times it was much easier. We had the provider, which was the man. We had the queen of the house, which was the mom, and then we had the children who was just doing what was being said. But today it's a mismatch, because, like, I have seen reports of children not suing but calling the police and their parents because they've been taking their internet, and they say it's like mental warfare or something like that.
Yeah, it's gone.
It's a crazy world.
Opposite world. Yeah.
Obviously, what you do next time is you take away the phone and then you take away the internet.
For example, I've been. What is when you get rid of something?
Been it.
For example, I'm alcoholic, and I get rid of the alcohol. What is the doing word there?
Abstaining.
Well, we understand what you're saying anyway. Go.
I call that a detox.
The word what I'm thinking.
I mean, you can describe that in like 10 different ways. Like, what's the point? Oh, there is no point. Fantastic.
This is very weird word for me. So get weaned from something. So get weaned from the phone.
No, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I never heard that before.
What about withdrawal? Withdrawal.
Oh, withdrawals.
So basically, withdrawal of the cell phone is something that, for example, we went camping with my son and we did not take the cell phone with us, and we basically just walk 11 kilometers in the forest, just hanging out in the forest without any kind of basically any electricity. Of course, we had a camera, but we didn't use the cell phone at all. That kind of withdrawal. So taking away the thing that you are addicted with for some time will do good for you. That's what I meant.
Yeah, being weaned off of something. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's the weird word, the weaned. I've never heard that word. So
you would say weaned. Like you would never just say weaned on its own. You would say weaned off.
Weaned off. Okay.
No, weaned off.
Weaned off.
Off. O-double-F.
Yeah, off. Maybe my F is not so bad. My F is hard word for me because we don't use the F word here in Finland so much. So
you better not use the F word. I'm just kidding.
Well, in England, we consider the F word to be Finland.
For example, para. In a first letter, like a fish, is fish is easy in there, but off is much harder to put it in the end of the word.
Okay.
I lose the power of my lungs or the thing to do it. I had to learn it.
Fair enough. I just realised that the two words that I said, fair enough. Like, enough doesn't even have an F at the end, and yet you still have to pronounce the F.
Yeah, but in that enough, it's easy to pronounce the F word in after the enough. Enough is enough. Even it's not enough with the F word.
Yeah.
English is very weird. We're a very weird language to pronounce. There is so I never understand why things are there. Are these silent letters which you have to write. Just why to write something when you don't ever use it? I don't understand it.
Well, consider it like a two-part wind-up. So first of all, we decided we were going to make the most ridiculous language in history. And then we decided that the rest of the world would be forced to speak it. So, I mean, just, think of it like just like the greatest troll in history, apart from the globe.
I have a feeling English has been constructed to limit expression and thought.
Do you mean at its genesis or just generally?
Generally, I mean, I have no way to prove it or demonstrate it. I don't have an example. I just get the feeling that it's a restrictive language.
I created Tim, you posted one polka in the chat, yeah.
Yeah.
I have danced that polka in a dancing. I dance, and I have danced that multiple times. And actually, I made an own lyrics to that in Finnish language about the COVID. So I have an own version of that polka, that particular song with lyrics mocking the thing to where the chorus or the. It goes something like.
Hey, I'll stop you. Yeah, we can't really go in on that. That topic is kind of like no-go zone.
Yeah, can I say words like mask? Or
it's better if you use words like face diaper.
Face diaper, okay.
I'm joking. Yeah, it's probably better if we stick with.
Yeah, we just have to be careful about that topic. It's a live stream. It's 24/7 on, and if we get a strike or it gets taken down, it's like 14 days of no advertisement.
Anything like that. You understand what I'm talking? I'm talking about. I made a special version of this particular song for Finnish language only.
Yeah. We know what you're saying. It's just the topic itself isn't necessarily.
I understand that because we are not allowed to speak things that are against the official narrative. So sorry, even mentioning the word diaper. I was so frustrated.
Sounds like a medical instrument.
Yeah, it's not a medical advice to use a diaper or not. Yeah, you should decide yourself if you use a diaper to your children or not. It depends if shit is coming out of their ass, not from the other ways. Anyway, when your kid is old enough, he can decide himself if he's wearing a diaper or not. But yeah, I was so frustrated because I see so many people in the stores wearing earrings, and I created the songs and you shouldn't wear earring because the earring might be an unnecessary to wear in a and it didn't help anything to prevent you being recognized as a beautiful lady wearing earrings. So is that code to you? Okay, changing from diapers to earrings.
Yeah, earrings is fine with me.
Yeah, I think earring is not forbidden yet in this Orwellian 1948 world we live on. So I actually read the book or listened to book 1984 as an audiobook just recently. It was so fun because so many things in there are like language. They are changing the language. They're preventing the use of words that are against the agenda of the government. You are basically prevented to use some words. That's so absurd. Like you can say fuck, cunt, pussy, whatever, pedophile, whatever you can say, but you cannot say these particular words. Like, anyway, it's weird.
That's because we're all using their service.
Yeah, and somebody might know that, okay, there might be some truth that in there. Anyway, I changed into the Telegram mostly to get my information and share spread my information. So if you're not familiar with Telegram, I would recommend that it's pretty, it seems to be pretty censor-free platform as far as I can see. Almost everything goes there without any censorship.
Yeah, I use Telegram, but I think it's just same old nonsense, to be honest. I mean, I think the guy that, whatever his name, Russian dude, they invented it. He was from Klaus Schwab's school, for like fucking young leaders or something. So. They don't censor as much as anything else, but they're still tracking everything there, definitely. Got all their enemies in one place, essentially.
Anyway, what is your opinion about these gas lines that have been destroyed, or who did it? Who put the bomb into the gas lines? Are you familiar with this topic?
Yeah, I think Tim mentioned it yesterday. I don't know who did it, but I know who didn't do it. Whoever they're pointing the finger at didn't do it, so.
Yeah, because all are pointing in a different direction. One is pointing to the United States, and one is pointing Russia itself, and people are. I think it's just making people confused and argue each other and make a chaos that or are like scared. Okay, who did it? Who did it? And let's try do something, whatever.
Yeah. And they're talking about like, oh yeah, there might be a war between America, Europe, and Russia. It's like, nah, it's never gonna happen because they're all already on the same side. So. Just divide and conquer bullshit.
Yeah, always need something in the news cycle. I guess this is the latest thing.
I mean, I'm old enough to remember the like 70s and 80s films where the propaganda kind of started, at least in terms of the films. And the bad guy was always a Russian. Always. You know? In every American film and most European films, the bad guy was always a Russian. And people haven't learned from 50 years that the propaganda's just become a little bit more sophisticated. It's the same propaganda.
Absolutely.
I'm sure in Russia, the bad guy's always an American or a German or a, you know, or a Brit or whatever.
Him is unmuted. Okay.
Dun, 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 dun.
I honestly need to add that one for these ballers, man. They come up with some funny stuff.
Yeah. But right, I'm here to educate you about refraction. Then suddenly, dun dun dun.
Well, I was thinking it's like, well, why don't you flat earthers go on a mission to Antarctica? Dun 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 dun.
Yeah, that works as well. Nice.
Even Tom Cruise couldn't make it into Antarctica. What hope have we got?
There was this Norwegian sailor with the Berserk called ship. They tried to go to the Antarctica, I think, multiple times, but the last voyage there was all the crew get killed except Lars Ole. I don't remember his name.
His name's Jarl Anderhoy.
Yeah, Jarl. So it was weird that all the crew members were killed and the rescue boat, or this inflatable rescue boat, was totally empty, and they found that, but they didn't. Nobody was in it. So what happened? I don't know. It might be an accident, but it might be a kind of message to other who would like to try to go there that this is something you don't want to do, or you get killed.
Oh yeah, I mean, you're in the middle of fucking nowhere in an ocean. Perfect dumping spot.
But they were like this Jarl Anhoy and his crew. They were experienced. They have had multiple voyages to the North Pole or northern region, and so it's hard to believe that it was an accident because they were so experienced and so kind of, I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I mean, if something like that would ever take place or be organized, it'd have to be like fucking Exodus. You know, it'd have to be like 6 cruise ships setting off with thousands of flat earthers. Like, you know, social media's all over it. The media's there filming the the launch of the ships on the routes, then the powers that be would be completely fucked. You could like sink one of them. Oh yeah, that one hit icebergs as well. But what about the other 5? And he said all 6. Actually, I think they could sink all 6 like cruise ships, and they could still convince the world it was an accident. We know how gullible people are.
No, for sure. That's probably what would happen.
Yeah.
Definitely.
They would just send a script to the fact checkers, and then the fact checkers would say, well, actually, there weren't 6 ships. There were only 2 ships. And one of them wasn't fit for service anyway because dumb flurfs don't know how to sail. Right, and that would be how they would.
The only thing, OB, is the mass media. If we did have a bunch of people live streaming, recording, this type of thing, how would they sort of counter that? Like, oh, look, on the live stream, can't they jam live streams now? So, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to bring out every bit of advanced tech they've got for all that, interfering with that stuff, I imagine.
You better not get near those penguins, sir.
It would just become another like event, just like 9/11. There would be that passionate minority that see through the nonsense and constantly ask questions for decades. But the rest of the world would just move on after like a month.
I think
they would accept whatever they're told. They could be told that like one ship, the steering malfunctioned and it plowed through the other 5. And they would buy that, and the world would move on. I really don't. I don't know how you would brute force the situation. It'd have to be just millions of people.
It would have to. It couldn't be just brute force. I think I think it would have to involve a little bit of chess as well. Some smoke screens. Some. We're actually going over here. We're going over here. That kind of thing. So yeah. We'd have to.
You can't do it as a small group.
Hell no. Yeah, it would have to be a lot of people for sure.
You need to do it as a
They'd have to sacrifice thousands.
Well, that's what we've just been. I don't even think thousands would cut it, man.
Yeah, you're probably right. That's like a drop in the bucket for them, right? Guess we need 5 figures.
We know what they can do. Like, it doesn't matter how blatant they are with their atrocities. People accept it because they're terrified to stand up against it. They could be as blatant as they want with it. They could sink the boats. They could tell the public, yeah, we sank them. The national security, we've got Antarctic military bases. They were getting too close. People would accept that type of shit. Just like straight up murdering thousands of people.
They were on their way to murder the penguins.
Yeah, something, So, no idea. It would just have to be like some country with millions of people would just have to stand up and say, right, we're devoting our entire national effort to going to Antarctica. It's the only. I think that's like a step too far. I don't know if they'll wipe out an entire country to prevent it, but who knows?
Wouldn't be so sure about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
What if
this is their crown jewel? This lie collapses, their entire everything collapses. So we couldn't predict how far they would honestly go if it really came to it.
What if they let us go? What if they let us go there and then they just try to spin it as mockery, right? They would hope that we die or something, right? What do they think we're going to find? So let's say we get there, they just let us go. And then we just die off. And then they go, well, see, they were dumb. But I don't know. For me, the thing that would be really damning is if we arrive there and the coast of, we're talking about going south, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the coast of whatever that shelf is, if it's like, what is it? Convex around you. It's like going around you. It's not an island, right? So if it was an island, it would be kind of, I mean, I guess it's pretty big, but it should be curving sort of concave around away from you, as opposed to convex around you, right? So that would be damning for me, is if I saw this thing was going kind of like around this place. But hey, I don't know. I've never been there.
It actually kind of. I think if you got to Antarctica, you wouldn't even need to go on to Antarctica, because as you say, you get to Antarctica, you turn left, and if you find that you're having to bear left the whole time versus bearing right the whole time on the coastline, then that would really tell you.
Right. It can't be. It can only be one of two ways at that point. They're showing us the space pictures where it's an island. So if we're going, like you said, if we're just continually going left instead of right, then we got a problem here.
Yeah. So you wouldn't be able to. The problem is you wouldn't be able to do it via a compass though, because the compass would be pointing, like left would always be north if you were traveling east, right? So you would actually have to measure how often you turned left or right on the steering wheel itself, or yeah, because you may have to turn left and right at points, but there'll be like a general trend. Probably why you're not even allowed anywhere near Antarctica, because you could probably do that from quite far away from Antarctica and understand whether it's an island or whether it's a shelf on the outside, just by keeping it within line of sight.
Yeah, so long as it's visible.
Yeah. So then, actually, no, you're not even allowed to be within line of sight of it, which makes sense.
Save the penguins.
Yeah, two boats. One goes east, one goes west, and that's this debate over and done with. I mean, it's over and done with for us. I know that. We just measure the fucking ground because, we have a brain. But two boats should be over and done with for the entire world.
This is literally a mission out of one of my favorite shows. I always bring it up, but Attack on Titan. It's so dope. It's the same exact thing. These guys suspect they're inside walls. They're looking for a way through, possibly, because their enemies. They're wondering if their enemies made it through this wall. So they do the exact thing. They take two boats or two camps of horses, and they go. Boom, you go this way, I'm going that way. If we can make it around, then, well, they're looking for a hole, but we can do the same thing. What if we did find a hole through this Antarctica? That'd be crazy. We can just go in there and see what's past that. So it's kind of this.
Don't get distracted. Ignore the holes for now. Just keep going. Just meet at the other end.
Keep going. Yeah.
We'll come back for this Summergate or whatever they're called.
I highly recommend the show. It's fascinating. It's very aligned with this flat Earth.
Yeah, I've seen Attack on Titan. Seen the first 2 seasons.
Fantastic. Keep going.
Is that later? Is that in the later seasons? Like it's doing some kind of flashback stuff?
Well, let's see. You said you're 2 seasons in. Yeah, you got to keep going, man.
Yeah. I need to get back and finish it.
They don't know about their
a lot of truth bombs in that show.
There's so many.
Realize flat Earth.
There really is, yeah. Just for UOB, they're trying to learn a little bit more about their enemies. So it starts to become more about what are their capabilities, and so we're gonna go and explore this realm and see if there's a way to get out of here. It's fascinating, dude. You definitely gotta check it out. Dive a little deeper. But yeah, lots of truth bombs. But yeah, that'd be crazy, man. I'd be one of the Flat Earth Navy SEALs. Shit, sign me up. I'll go. One way. Fuck it. Let's go. I'll take a one-way trip, dude. Let's go, man. Not bad.
I mean, that's the spirit of a true explorer.
I mean, I'd rather go out seeing like something people have never seen than like just living out some boring, the same old stuff here, the American dream, whatever. Like, let me go see, like, I don't know. If there is something out there, I wouldn't mind going out with that vision, you know? That'd be crazy. It'd be one hell of a way to go.
Just make a plan. In 10 years, if nothing has come out, we sell all our assets, we meet somewhere, we buy or build a sailboat, get enough proviant so we can last for years, and we just take the trip. One party is going north, finding Mount Meru or whatever, and then we have 2 parties or 3 parties that is going south in 3 different directions from 3 different locations. See what we find. Maybe we get back. Maybe we don't. Maybe we find something. Maybe we don't. The last exploration.
Literally, like what I'm posting in the chat is exactly like that's the moment right there. That's the moment where we've all. I think some of us sort of got there when we came out of the globe playpen, and you broke past the playpen. We were like, "Whoa, there's more to it than this," you know. But this seeing past whatever. I don't know, dude. I mean, there are people with so many different theories, right? There's multiple pawns, different rings, different. Who knows, man? But just to see something other than what we've always known. Woo.
Yeah, exactly.
That'd be mind blowing.
But not only that, because that is one aspect of it, but also the more truthers that is coming out there. I mean, at some point when we are all having this disconnect with government and authority and stuff like that, why are we not trying to, group up and break out of this, buying some land and fucking make a homesteading community of several thousand people somewhere, you know?
Not a bad idea. I mean, when I was listening to Owen Benjamin, that was kind of the mindset. Let's get together in these communities of like-minded people and let's homestead and create our own communities and stuff like that. So I'm kind of surprised. I mean, the flat earthers, why haven't we done that? I guess that's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, there is
last time I suggested that in chat, Drace got on my case, man, for acting like the king of this server, or the king of flat earth. I'm like, man, I'm just fucking saying.
It's just an idea, yeah.
We can educate globers and build fucking self-sustaining communities. You know what I mean? So,
I mean, it's not gonna be easy, but it's not gonna be like super hard anyway, because I mean, it's definitely going to cost some sacrifice for those who have more than others, but in the end, it's going to be, collective.
The only difficulty in these things is government intervention.
True that.
If you have the manpower and, if you've got at least 50 plus people, you're going to have a heck of a lot of good skills in there. And it's going to be more than 50 people that want in on these things.
Fuck yeah. Have you seen this English dude, a black dude that was talking about the egg cosmology? He created this pineal foundation down in, I think it's Spain or Portugal, where they bought land, and they have their own little quote-unquote hippie society down there. Pretty much in the same essence of this, but they're preaching the oneness and all this kind of stuff, but that's beyond the point. The point is that they broke out and they bought land, and they're now getting together as a community where they are building their own houses, growing their own food, a lot of spirituality,
I was going to say, it reminds me of like the quote unquote story of the founding of America or Americas, right? Like where a bunch of people are just kind of fed up, and they constantly tell us, well, the earth isn't flat, and that's why Christopher Columbus, he sailed across or whatever, and they constantly make fun of that. But really, they were just getting away from like all the bullcrap that they were in their current situation, almost like what we're doing now, like talking about new land. And it must have been like it had to be kind of like this conversation, like, yeah, we can do it, like, and then people going, nah, man, we can't leave here.
Yeah, I mean, the most of the people that took the boat to America, they took everything they owned and they took it to this travel for something better, because things were not great under the monarchy rule and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they told us, but
I mean,
shit,
of course.
they could have been like revolting against the globe and been like, look, I'll prove the earth is flat, bye.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, also, it's still history, but it wasn't more than like 200 years later, we had like a big cavalcade of revolutions throughout Europe that gave us, quote unquote, the deception of democracy. But yeah,
I mean, either way, I'm saying it's a great idea that, you know, the idea in inspiring that community of us and getting out there, finding the holes.
I mean, it's the next step. I can't see what else it is. Else it's just going to be single people, unorganized, and we will do the same for 5, 10, 15 years more. Because like, it's not so much about making the community and homesteading. It's also just like when it's settled, there is so much free time where everything, we can do stuff, like experiments. Like, I mean, because like if you go 1,000 years back before the royalties and stuff like that really made the hierarchy and stuff like that, people were homesteaders pretty much, and homesteading is not a 70 hours a week working schedule. No, they have to feed their crops, and at times a year there is sowing and there is reaping, and beyond that there's so much time to like, oh, let's take these two sticks and put them together and see what we can invent,
Right. It kind of reminds me of like the story of the Native Americans, or at least there's a lot of history of like that in Texas, and the way people would migrate when they felt, like, not like the land is tapped out, but like, we've done our damage here, we need to kind of move on or go somewhere else for winter, or but yeah, it is kind of strange that we're kind of like, nah, we're good here, post up forever. Yeah, that Attack on Titan's a pretty good series too, but I stopped at the second season.
Keep going, boys. Keep going. Shit, don't stop now.
What have I done?
Yeah, Julius, this is from Attack on Titan. That's kind of what the boy's been referring to. Oops. Don't be... I know some people are sometimes turned off by the fact that it's animated, but it's like, think of if we came up with a really badass show or a cool movie idea, just... would it be easier to animate it, or would it be easier to go hire a bunch of actors? Probably be easier to animate it. So a lot of these shows, just because they're animated, they still have really good ideas behind them. Sometimes you can execute ideas better with animation than you can with like real people anyway. So don't let that get in the way. It's a fantastic show. And I don't just say it willy-nilly. Go ahead, Crypto.
Well, you still need voice actors, so it's not actually massively different in that respect. But the advantage of a voice actor is that voice actors can often do multiple voices. So instead of having to have 30, 40, 50, maybe 100 actors, depending on the size of the cast, you can have like 5. And then, if you yourself can do some voices, then it just makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, good point. Good point. The voice actors as well. But like, you don't have to record things and scenery and cameras and stuff. You just pay for some dude to draw it all up for you. No, but No, I like to use that as kind of because some people are like, oh, but it's animated. Like, and like sometimes
I think an animated show is much more. It's harder to produce, man, compared to just like a kind of regular sitcom that's not involving much CGI or effects. You know, it's just actors and a camera and a background and props. I think more effort goes into making a full episode of like a proper anime. In that case,
yeah, you're actually probably not wrong about that.
Yeah.
It's just my spiel for people like, oh, it's animated. Like, and so what, bitch?
Half their worldviews are, well, all their worldviews are partly based on animated shit. So
clearly projecting.
Good point.
And
it's like, oh, you don't like anime? You don't like animated stuff? Well, what about the fucking globe, eh?
Here's a globe. I'll just say that next time. Nice. Thanks, Obi. Yeah, but there's lots of shows and movies like that. I mean, I'm really bad about movies. People ask me, hey, did you see this movie? I'm like, dude, I haven't even seen Forrest Gump, but I did see The Truman Show recently, and damn, like there are some movies that'll hit a certain.
Not long.
The serious, like, falling from the sky. What's that about?
Just coincidence.
What's funny is too, like most people watch that movie and they don't even like. I bet it goes over a lot of people's heads. I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm pretty sure it went over all of our heads.
Well, I guess if I watched it when I was younger or something, it probably would have went over my head. But the first time I watched it, I was already. This was like just a few months ago, so I was already hip when I watched it, and I was like, it spoke to me.
Upon that flat earth shit, yeah.
It spoke right to me. I was like, oh damn, that's me.
Yeah, it makes complete sense now, but yeah, I didn't see it when I was young when I watched it.
So for me, I love shows and movies. I don't do a whole lot of that. I don't go really sit down and watch movies and stuff a lot. But if I'm going to dedicate some time to that, I would prefer it was something along those lines, something that's going to scrape up on a truth of reality, like maybe saying it without saying it, that type of stuff. I love that. I think shows like Attack on Titan do a good job of that. Truman Show, they do a great job of that, like kind of bumping up on these truths without openly just saying it, So I love that. It's fantastic.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Same. It makes me think of like a Back to the Future and 9/11, completely. I mean, one of my all-time favorite movies, but the very beginning shows a little flat earth clock and it's like, what?
Yeah, you gotta love stuff like that, man. The media, what do they say? What's that quote? Truth in the media, fiction in the news, or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, you got to look for that. You got to look for those truths because there's so much media, man. Like there's so many movies and different stuff. Like you really do have to sort of scour through it all and find little bits of truth. It's not in everything. It's just little gems here and there. You'll find it. It's really cool to find it there. I actually really enjoy that, even though I don't do it as much.
What comes after flat earth is the question.
Who made this place? That's usually what I say. Like, how did this place get here?
Are you familiar with these slipped suddenly groups on Facebook? I'm not saying the real name, but let's say suddenly groups in a Facebook. There was almost 250,000 members in one of those, and they get banned after a couple of weeks of working. But people are realizing that let's say the flies are dropping, anyway, it's hard to put in words because I'm not sure what I'm supposed to talk. That's just kind of allowed in the censorship, but how should I put it? Anyway,
we can't really go anywhere with the conversation anyway. I understand what you're referring to, though.
Yeah, but I tried to join those groups and it was impossible. And they put new groups and they were increased very fast pace, and then they get banned. So basically, you cannot talk about people sleeping on the floor.
Oh yeah, yeah, man. I mean, millions upon millions of people got woken up by the last 2 years. So.
Oh, yeah.
Tens of millions, in fact.
The sad thing is that people that are near to me physically, like my friends, my family, and my relatives, they don't want to wake. But at the same time, the awakening rate in all social media is huge. And it makes me sad because I cannot do anything with these guys or girls, which I know that they want to sleep. I don't know. Makes me sad and frustrated.
Just let it happen. Not much you can do, really.
It's the only thing you can do, or you just torture yourself.
Yeah, I try to post some meme time and time. And sometimes I create my own memes about things and post those, but I don't get reactions from new people. They don't contact. They don't react in any way. They just ignore. I mean, ignoring is they don't even mock, which I'm used to do with the mockery of the flat Earth. Is I get mocked a lot with that, or ridiculed, but. Posting something that's serious to your health or something like that, no reaction.
The problem with this specific thing, though, is if they are to wake up to the insanely stupid decision they made regarding these things, it's really terrifying for them. You know? Because it's very real, you know, they've stuck something in themselves and they don't have a clue what it's doing, essentially. So I mean, some people act like the flat earth is some kind of entity standing behind them with a fucking knife, like some of these globers, like waiting. If they give it an inch, it's going to stab them in the back or something. They're scared of it, you know, but that's just their fucking delusions and how they treat this topic. But with the other thing, it's very real. You know, they've done something, they've stuck something in themselves. It's having some kind of effect. So, you know, they have a very real reason to be scared, and they will be scared if they wake up. So it's just easier to ignore everything.
Shit, hold on. We're all chilling on this elevator. Let me get this music going.
We gotta be calm for this one.
I'm ready.
Yeah, it's kind of a groovy tune. I actually went and looked up the original song. It's pretty good, dude. Pretty good.
You need to put a fucking beat on it, bro. Or some bars, I mean, you know.
Hit some bars on it.
Something go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, dude, do you know I like that Wii song? You know the Wii song?
Oh yeah, like
It's so good, that dude. Get that. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah. I also have the itsy bitsy spider from whenever like a Glober is like trying to just tell us about more lore and how things work.
Itsy bitsy Glober.
Yeah, the itsy bitsy Glober. I think that's literally what it's labeled. Let me check. Yeah, itsy bitsy Glober. That's exactly what it's called. She's in my jam, KJ. Yeah, I just play the itsy bit when they're talking and sort of just building their narrative. I'll just play it on a low volume in the background. Let them build their web.
It's perfect.
It's like the most childish song I could think of. Yeah, all familiar faces here today. Nobody new at the moment. There's a mode for Truth Guy, but he's deafened. Maybe if you're listening on YouTube, come holler at us. On the Fence valued. But everyone else is frequent flyers. So, welcome. Flatty is new. Yes, I've never heard of Flatty. Some random. If you want to, I don't even know what that name is. Like Flatty. What's that?
Clear curvature free cam.
Did you say something about curvature? Yeah. What about curvature?
Everything's curvature level. Everything.
Yeah, I mean, what else would it be?
Do you guys remember, like 10 years ago, there was a lot of talk about that asteroid called Apophis or something? It was supposed to come like well too close, supposedly, in 2036. And they were making a really big deal about this.
Doesn't ring any bells.
I mean, it seems like they do that every weekend, bro.
Oh yeah, of course. No, yeah. But this was like, this is like gonna thread the needle. It's gonna be close.
What's it called again, so I can look it up?
Fuck it, it's just Apophis or something like that. Anyway, I was just wondering because I knew.
Okay, I got you. I got it.
Haven't heard about it since. And with NASA doing all their Earth defense fucking missions now, I'm wondering if they're gonna talk about it again.
According to Wikipedia, 99,942 Apophis is a near-Earth asteroid and potentially hazardous asteroid with a diameter of 370 meters that caused a brief period of concern in December 2004 when initial observations indicated a probability up to 2.7% that it would hit Earth on April 13, 2029.
Okay, it was not 29. That's fucking 2036. I remember it clearly.
This has got a probability of 2.7.
2.4%, yeah. 7, yeah.
Wow.
Such nonsense.
That's a 25-year. Oh, well, you said 36, so that'd be like a 31-year, 32-year. Like, that's so far, man. Worry, everybody.
Like,
30 years. Wait.
can I see your fucking functioning gravitational model you're using to predict 25 years into the future?
Also, didn't she say it was like 400 meters? Like, that's, in relation to what they say the Earth is, that's astronomically tiny.
Yeah, but they were always like something
It's
a
going
mile.
so fast.
Mile, yeah, that's tiny, but like a mile wide is a fucking Earth killer. So I mean, like 400 meters could wipe out a state, maybe.
Based on what?
Based on their science.
Simulation, bro. Oh,
Their scientism, of course.
OB, listen to this, dude. It says right here. In June of this year, they said infamous asteroid Apophis rediscovered as scientists test asteroid defense mechanisms. It also says here in September 22, so just a few days ago, the asteroid we thought might hit us, Apophis.
Asteroid defense mechanisms.
Yeah, you saw DART, right, Crypto?
Rediscovered.
We take this tin can and we fly it into a rock, and that will protect us.
We fly toasters into the sky. Feel protected.
So how are they hoping to defend the planet against asteroids? Is going to blow that shit up, or what's which sci-fi film should I compare this to? That's basically what I'm trying to figure out.
Armageddon, I guess. Imagine if you.
No, that was nukes. Landing on it. Nukes.
What is it? Austin Powers, where he has freaking lasers and stuff. Freaking laser beams, man.
Yeah, probably it's just a freaking laser beam.
Laser beams attached to their heads.
I mean, dude, they're literally talking about shooting toasters up in the sky, and I mean, Austin Powers already had the predictive programming with the sharks with the laser beams on their heads. So, I mean, it's obviously going to be sharks with laser beams on their heads. So,
just like flying sharks rather than swimming sharks.
With frickin' laser beams attached to their heads.
You think they like postpone and cancel the Artemis missions for added effect?
Sorry, what was that, Obi?
Like, you think they make all these, they set back the Artemis mission, how many, it's like 2 or 3 times now, to like make it look like they're actually trying?
Yeah, like adding credibility. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised, dude, because people's logic be like, well, they wouldn't invest all this money and then delay it, and then they actually that would sort of build up credibility if they keep like investing in it and then not being able to do it.
Yeah, because we just jumped to them being completely incompetent, but they're not. They're not incompetent about this. Well, they fucking are incompetent, but they're still going to some kind of effort to kind of build an art with the things they do.
Yeah, their logic that they wouldn't go through all this effort if they were simply just, they would just do it. They would just do it already if they were faking it. Yeah.
If they were just going to dump the rocket in the ocean, they wouldn't postpone it over weather and everything for like 2 or 3 times. Yeah, they're obviously trying to get to the moon.
Guys, I know some of you have heard my prediction. I was listening on YouTube. I had to jump in. I know you've heard my prediction about the Artemis thing. Absolutely, yes. The delays and all that, that's to hype it up, get people's attention, run it through the news cycle a few times, because otherwise people really don't give a crap about any of that NASA space stuff, first of all. It's for dramatic effect and all that. But I think that these like hydrogen leaks and shit are a little bit of foreshadowing. And the way I see it, like I made this prediction a while ago and a few times in here, so I know CB had to have heard it. Well, I think by the time they get to the manned moon mission of Artemis, I think there's going to be another space tragedy. We're going to lose some people, and then there's going to be way more delays for all that stuff and a lot of talk about it. And they're going to say this is stupid. We can do this better and safer with drones. We don't need to send men into space. We have already got drones on Mars. Blah 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 blah. And so here's what we're going to do. We've got all this great technology. We're going to be sending up lots of cameras, and you can wear out your VR headset and you can go to space yourself right there in the metaverse and all this other shit, right? It all kind of fits, in my opinion.
Yeah, I've heard your prediction, Lou. Yeah, I think it's perfect.
And then what's funny though is there's a commercial that I just saw the other day. I think it's for Progressive or something. It's for bundling your home and auto insurance. But this goofball's freaking wearing his VR headset, doing all kinds of weird gestures in his living room and stuff. Someone's like, "What are you doing?" It's like, "Oh, I'm bundling my home and auto." Blah blah blah. And anyway, long story short, he's just being silly. And they're like, "Well, there's other ways to do it." He's like, "Yeah, but now I can bundle my in the metaverse." He's talking about being in the metaverse. He's like, "But I can bundle my home and auto in space." That's the joke at the end of the thing. I'm like, no frickin' way. That's too perfect.
So is that the next level? Space insurance?
No, they're just using this whole idea of the metaverse as kind of their gimmick for selling, right? For their commercial. But even they are making fun of basically they're saying in the metaverse you can go to space. You can bundle your home and auto in space.
No, but that's actually really funny though. We can make a bit, dude, because I've already got the Spacey's food commercial, right? So maybe the next thing is get your spaceship insured with space auto, dude.
Well, we could probably make a bit of money out of this if you could maybe bundle your space insurance with your Coriolis insurance. As
I'm just wondering, is there going to be a time in the future when a Glover comes in here and be like, "Oh, I can prove to you guys it's a planet. Just put on your VR goggles."
Oh yeah.
Of course. Look, I'm on the moon right now.
Yeah, we already know that's coming. That's a fact.
Yeah.
They're gonna the reasoning is gonna be well, there's no way they could have recorded this stuff. I wouldn't be able to be experiencing this if it wasn't recorded in real time. That's how I know it's real.
Yeah.
But dude, I'm still geeking on it. Space auto, dude. Freaking space.
Progressive covers the Tesla that went into space or something.
Yes. Yes. There you go, Lou. And the guy from Jake from State Farm, Jake from Space Farm.
Yeah, it's funny because I often, if I'm trying to watch sport, I don't really like paying for sport because I think I've got a fundamental issue with paying to watch sport. But often I'll get American streams, and so I end up getting all these American adverts. I've heard of State Farm and all these other kind of companies.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, I've never been offered Coriolis insurance though yet, so maybe one day.
Coriolis.
Well, that you got to have the because that's actually a good one in crypto because you have certain tier here in the States. You have tiers of your insurance. So you can have the minimum, you can have comprehensive. You know what I mean? So yeah, maybe the next level would be Coriolis because just in case the rotation fucks up your car, it hits it into a tree. So you never know. You might need Coriolis.
I gotta make sure I get collision with asteroid insurance.
So you try to jump on your fucking ladder to get up on your roof, but you missed it because you deflected or something.
Yeah, exactly. Well, look, I mean, if an American field goal can deflect a third of an inch because of the Coriolis, I don't see why. I don't see why it couldn't be. Say someone hits a baseball or a rounders ball, out of and it hits my car. Well, if I can prove that the Coriolis effect made it come towards my car, pay me out, bitch.
It's like your entire house deflected down the street and now you're working on someone else's.
And you're like there with like some really nerdy mathematician trying to get your insurance payout. Like, well, that Venus is in transit and the gravity well and blah blah blah. Then it's like, yeah, big deflect.
Oh man.
I've actually finally found a use for Zanuck.
Is it planes or hurricanes?
We're gonna make Zanuck an insurance salesman.
No, he's going to help me get my Coriolis insurance payout from the insurance company.
Oh, there we go.
That'd be good. Oh, sorry, a completion fee.
This is so good, fella. We just tapped in on a new meme here. Freaking space insurance. This is fantastic. Shoot, you might need space AAA when we get stuck in the space boonies.
I can't believe we came all the way out there and spent a week in the space boonies for nothing. Seriously, I'm surprised we didn't hear banjos on the way in because everybody's inbred and looks the fucking same.
So we might need to call Space AAA to come pick us up. Jeez.
Wonder what these actronauts pay for their life insurance.
Well, nothing, because they're not going anywhere.
Well, no, I know, but like, if you asked them, they'd have to give you something. You'd have to say they're paying tens of millions.
I mean, I would give them all a policy because I know that none of them are going anywhere dangerous. Free money. How much do you want to pay? 20 quid? 30 quid? All good. It's all free money for me.
Well, they're still fucking stupid enough to almost drown themselves.
All right, so you become the guy that's covering the astronauts. They blow up on the launch pad. Now you don't want to pay out. You got to launch an investigation and to see if like what they're saying actually happened.
Right. Then I end up I end up killed in a freak yachting accident when I don't even own a yacht.
But yeah, Lou, we're definitely overdue for a good space tragedy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, that's kind of a weird way to say it, but yeah, it's been time, you know. But it's just, again, just way too fitting with, like, how they, you know, the technology's there for, like, the VR and all that, and nobody's really buying it, you know, but that would be a good hook. Like, that would be a good way to kind of.
Yeah, this new generation, they're way too gung-ho on getting people on the moon and colonies on Mars. They need to be brought down a peg, you know?
That and the alien propaganda recently, too. I wonder how that kind of fits in.
Yeah, man. I know how they can make that. I know how they can make the space shuttles safer. Just install airbags.
That's my meme.
Wait,
they just got to get that thing that they plug into the dash so it can make sure they're driving safely, and then it lowers their costs too.
Yeah, or one of those things that, you know, is a breathalyzer that can't turn it on without blowing in first.
Inappropriate, but I'm thinking of Don Pettit taking a breathalyzer, and the breathalyzer's like, it smells like shit.
My thing is like, what are all these people going to do when there is like everybody's going to be, oh my gosh, all of that happened? Isn't this supposed to be like a unmanned mission to the moon anyway? Right?
Artemis 1, the one that they've been delaying, that's in preparation for what they've been saying is their 2024 manned mission.
And they're going to say, oh my gosh, what a tragedy that happened to a rocket. And I'm going to be sitting there thinking, like, there went like billions of my tax dollars.
Oh, tons. Every delay costs us a shit ton. It's a fortune every time they delay.
Oh, yeah.
This actually brings up a thought in my mind because Crit has a really good set of like housekeeping questions, and one of his questions is like, so here's the budget for outer space, military and stuff. Do you think that's not enough? Like, is it too little? Is it just enough, or should they be getting more, or what?
He said, or just right. I like how he does it, like the Goldilocks freaking story. It's fucking hilarious.
Well,
it's just right.
You guys brought up like my tax dollars, and it's like most people would probably agree that they would like to shave and save their tax dollars have a little bit more in their pocket type of thing. But then if you present them with outer space and we're advancing and stuff, I bet you most of them would be like, yeah, give them whatever they need.
Right. Hey, people here, little tidbit on the whole Artemis thing. So Artemis is a deity of hunting and the moon. And it's quite interesting because like when the delay happened, I was like, this is going to be delayed until the next full moon, which is the Hunter's moon. It's called the Hunter's, October 9th.
Damn.
So just a little like inside baseball and all that. Like I think it was done purposely. Like it was displayed just to draw a crowd. But I think they're going to release it on or about. They're going to try to do it on or about October 9th.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to do too many more delays. There could be one more, but
right.
Yeah, it probably goes off this next time. Right. My prediction is more about the 2024 mission, which will probably be delayed to 26, 28, something like that.
Oh yeah, 2029, right before the collapse of bringing in the UN. Sorry, am I allowed to not say that?
What are they doing with Artemis? Are they putting probes in orbit around the moon or stuff on?
No, they're going to slingshot around it and come back. It's like in Armageddon, the movie.
Yeah, or in the original Apollo missions before they supposedly landed, they did the same thing where they did a few laps around it, took some pictures.
Is that what they're doing with Artemis?
Yeah, that's what Artemis 1 is basically doing.
Because they lost all the fucking data and technology, right? So they forgot what the moon looks like. Forgot how to land on it.
All the tinfoil got burned up with all the documentation to support it.
Yeah, of course, we're taking pictures of, the fucking distant universe, but we need probes to go right up next to the moon.
It's only mankind's most important fucking journey ever. It's our greatest achievement. Where's all data? Whoopsie!
We supposedly have gone to the moon, and we've never gone past them.
The landing on the moon, NASA lost everything. They're claiming there's nothing in their archives, nothing in storage, nothing in a cardboard box someplace. That
would have guarded that like gold.
The Apollo missions, it's all gone.
I would have guarded it.
Out of ponders, right?
I mean, like the moon, like it's literally supposed to be the only thing we've ever gone to, and like we're talking about like going and visiting other, distant star systems or whatever. It's like we can't even get to the moon.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence. And as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
Who said that?
I don't know who said that, to be honest, but this is basically like someone took a bunch of interviews and then put South Park clips, like people animated over top of the voice. So that's all I have is just the South Park version. I don't know who exactly said that.
I just like
that sounds like Mountain Bear's work, doesn't it?
Mountain Bear? Yeah, it's Mountain Bear.
Yeah, of course it is.
It's like we don't have the tech
I love
to
that
play,
GIF, by the
play
way,
the stuff back. That's it's just so ridiculous.
And they say it with some swagger. They're not afraid to say that they don't have
real footage from like reels, not real reels from like the 20s, man. You know.
I'm sorry, I'm watching this GIF in a live stream, and I can just imagine. Like, I work with doctors, so I can imagine that there's like a couple of doctors and some nurses that went on a trip together.
Yeah, I just let him yanking on that freaking thing like it's doing something. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Like that's not doing anything at that point, dude.
But she didn't want to fall out. She knew she was gonna. Look at her holding on to the side.
Funny because if you watch the video of it, I think the one in the pink is complaining about breaking a nail or something right before. It's like just wait for what's coming. You're gonna break more than that.
Not gonna lie, like based off of this GIF, it ended up so much better than it could have. Like,
Yeah.
they got lucky, dude. They got lucky. It ended
They
up,
could have been tossed out.
yeah. Then they could have ended up bottom up. Like they ended up on the surface, no problem. That's crazy.
I mean, I understand why you don't want seatbelts in boats, but maybe like a 4-point harness for that driver.
Well, that captain was stupid, man. Like how does he not know his boat? He gets slammed into that wall, dude. That is hilarious.
I bet you they probably also lost a bunch of stuff too. Like all those sunglasses are gone. You know, all that stuff's gone.
I wonder if like car keys were gone.
Oh damn, dude! I wouldn't be surprised, bro. Like they probably lost a bunch of stuff. Like, why are you flying that fast anyway? Trying to show off.
I know.
One of them
Exactly
still
what
has
was
some
going
soft
on.
one somewhere, but
I think, yeah, no. I'll last piece on this. It's just absolutely mad funny how the captain actually flies the hardest. It's probably
yeah.
Oh yeah, he just fucking plants, man.
Slam.
Like you deserved it, buddy. Anyway,
He knew it was going down, bro. So he did the honorable thing and shooting last his fall. You know?
yeah. Maybe if they knew that the water was curved, it wouldn't be going so damn fast.
Look at him though. Like at the beginning of the GIF, he like thinks he's so freaking cool, dude.
I know, right?
Yeah, man.
He's yanking on that thing, dude. He's yanking.
I'm gonna go so fast that I can jump the curvature.
That's what they're hitting, man. They're just hitting like fucking 3 random humps of fucking earth curve.
You can make a meme about that. Like put right above it. Like when you're going so fast, you hit the curvature.
Yes, dude. We need to make a meme. That's so perfect. Daredevil, Globe, Earth Hill, Daredevil. That's so funny, dude.
When you're in cognitus about the curvature.
I'm gonna do a freaking Daredevil stunt off the curvature. That's so funny. That's so funny, dude. I love that.
It's such a funny thing to watch. Like just the captain alone, dude. the girl in the pink bikini. She almost gets away with not hitting real hard, and then she gets slammed up against the window and rolls backwards.
Yeah, she face plants into that pole there on the way.
The one wearing the yellow was the smartest one. She just lost glasses.
It's probably her fucking husband, and he's done this before.
Yeah. He's holding on. Damn it, John, you did. Stop doing this shit.
Motherfucker never
I looked at
learns,
him
man.
right before, don't fucking do it. And then he started doing it. She grabbed the rail.
It's like $1,000 worth of sunglasses that all just went into the water.
Maui Jim's all gone. Sorry, I got a soft talk. Still a funny meme though.
Old Hoss, it's all your fault, man.
I know, dude.
Maybe we
Like
could.
perfect
Maybe,
meme.
yeah, like dude, honestly, like because you know how they have that flat Earth Daredevil guy. Oh, he killed himself trying to prove the Earth is flat, or whatever. Like maybe we need to like replace that with a Globe Earth Daredevil who's doing like Daredevil stunts off the curve of the Earth. I love that. That's so funny.
Hey, did y'all see the meme I made earlier? Sorry, Dave. Go ahead.
That's I was just saying afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hey, what's up, DZ?
Hey, CB, did you see the meme I made earlier? Someone dropped a lady wearing a globe pants.
No.
Oh yeah.
I turned it into a meme.
Yeah, I've seen that. Observable and measurable, huh?
Yeah, okay. I'll save that right now.
Here you go. Who's that, Davey? DZ?
Yeah.
Here you go.
I'll have to do some digging, but I have a really good one for you too.
Okay, yeah. Saving that one. Could repeatedly measure that one, huh?
Yeah.
That boat with the people jumping around. That's what I am.
The only fucking time Globers will go and do their own measurements.
Nah, they can't do that, dude.
Because they're all fucking beta cucks, so we'd never get an ass like that.
Yeah, exactly. You flat earthers to discover the curvature like that.
Those people flying around in that boat, that is the image that I have the solar system spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, traveling at 1,000,000+ miles an hour through infinite space. That's what would happen.
Bouncing off of space-time.
Yeah.
Off the fabric.
Right. The violence. That's what I see is the violence. If the way they describe we're moving through space, that's the violence I would expect to feel.
Right.
But
at some point, you would expect to be thrown off the planet with it spinning.
If I wasn't,
that's what happens at the graviton.
Yeah. If I'm attached, I would expect to just fly away
at 1,000 miles per hour.
Right. And then hit, that boom. Once you hit the 1,000,000 miles an hour, you turn to dust or what?
That would be funny to turn that meme of the boat, having them all vaporized at the last second.
Yeah. Then Captain Kirk coming into the play. I saved them all.
Those three in the back, they look like a WWE wrestler like slammed their head into the turnbuckle.
I remember seeing it when it first came out, and that's all I did was sit and stared at it over and over. Like, how can you be so stupid?
The captain goes down hard, man.
Yeah.
Why are you not wearing a seatbelt, dude? Like, you're the captain. You're supposed to be able to control the boat, even if it like something happens. Why aren't you wearing a seatbelt? I know those things come with.
He probably just rented the book and he was like, a real world man. Wanted to show off for the girls. Look at me.
Yeah.
Yes, dude. I had to do some digging, but I found this tattoo. This lady. Check the chat here.
Is it the one with the map on her ass?
Oh, it's not on her ass. It's on her back.
Oh,
It's
fuck's
funny.
this? That's terrible.
What the fuck?
Can you imagine getting this? I got it zoomed in. I think I
Yeah,
actually
no,
took
this is not the one.
That's
I
so
took this-
bad.
I took this picture, dude. Oh my god.
You took it? Like you actually
you
saw
imagine?
someone in person like this?
Yes. This lady got a freaking. Like,
Just why?
Got a
Yeah, I
Mercator
know.
map.
why
tattooed
would
on
you do that?
her? Yeah, freehand.
Think I can say, yeah, I can pull it down.
Yeah, that's true, Twad. Evil Knievel never accounted for the Earth rotation. Maybe that's why he crashed so much. He didn't count for the Coriolis.
See, when I see stuff like this, I take a picture, and I also see pictures of people with
There you go, CB.
NASA shirts on.
Dude.
Oh god, I've seen that one before. Yeah. Good lord, I hope that's not real.
It's sad. The middle of Africa is your butthole.
Oh,
That's close to be not safe for children.
That's true. I mean, if you really look closely, I probably would delete it. If you look closely, it looks like it has something there.
Yeah, if Mod wants to delete it, go ahead.
Was that a real tattoo though? You think?
Don't know.
I don't see Antarctica on there.
I wouldn't be surprised on it. I'm sure there's a bunch of bras out there that are dumb enough to do this, but I can't quite tell if that's real. Probably is though.
Yeah, they'll have it on their ass or their back, and they still can't find countries on the map.
Where's
Why did you get the fucking
Kazakhstan?
tattoo in the first place?
Where's Poland at? Where's Ukraine at? I don't know where
Yeah.
Ukraine
Well,
is.
where's
but I
my
don't
latest
support
virtue
Russia
at?
invading them. Sorry.
Can you just imagine, like, friggin'? I just can only imagine just a Glover, like, oh my god, she's the perfect person. She's the perfect one. Oh, jeez. As a flat earther, I'd be like, nah, dude, nah. That's cringe.
It's Trumpy as all hell, man.
It's a Glover's dream right there, though.
Doesn't
Somebody's
prove
put,
their
like, huge-
globe.
Somebody's put a huge sign up. Oh shit, I've lost it now. Guys, here it says Liberty Arms. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but it's just this huge billboard. It says Joe Biden will never be the man Michelle Obama was.
Damn. That's a billboard you saw?
That has to
It's
be
on-
in like fucking Texas or something.
Yeah, it's on Twitter. It's got a big, huge, like an M4. What are them big? I always call them M4s because of gaming. What are the? Always talking about them, and they made headlines, didn't they? Them sorts of rifles. It's got one of them on top on it. You know, not a real one, but what do they call them? No, I can't remember.
Oh, they were called M4s.
Oh, are they?
I was gonna say M4 sounds good. I know what you're talking about.
I'm sure there were another name though. I'm thinking of with all these controversial,
I know what you're thinking of, but I don't remember it too.
Yeah. I've slept since then.
The AR-15s.
I was gonna say that, but
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, dude. Yeah.
AR, yeah.
What about the AR-15?
No, I just couldn't remember the name of it. That's all.
Oh.
But yeah, Joe Biden's not half the man Michelle Obama was. Damn.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, Michael Obama. My bad.
Here we go. I'll drop one in. They could put a map on.
Oh,
Oh,
David,
fuck.
David,
Average day at Walmart or some shit.
save it if you want. I'm deleting it.
You already know that's at a Walmart for sure.
I don't know. Walmart doesn't have aisles that
wide?
thin. Like
I was gonna.
Walmart doesn't have aisles that are that thin. They're usually massive. You know, that's like fucking minimum tolerance level for like the standard size of people that go to Walmart.
Yeah, maybe that was like a Meijer.
She's dressed to more modesty than most Walmart goers go.
That was the wide Walmart lane. It's just she's so wide you couldn't tell. That's all.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
Jesus.
If you'd seen the bar manager at this dive bar I used to drink at, you would swear to God that was her.
Shit, you can find a bunch of them built like that these days. Shit. I don't even mean to take it there, but like, that is a weird thing. Why are the women all bigger than the men? What's up with that, man? What's in the water? What's in the food? Like, not all of them, but I don't know. A lot of time I'm looking at these couples, man. These women, these girls be bigger than these dudes. Go ahead, Obi.
I think it's the whole men are like naturally anti-doctor, so anti-pharmaceutical, whereas women are not. They'll take whatever fucking pills are thrown at them, and then it fucks up their thyroids and all the other goings-ons in the body.
I don't disagree
And
with
then
that.
women-
Women usually, the thyroid usually goes first on women anyway.
Yeah, you know, so, and on the account of women, you know, they store fat easier, and they're American, surrounded by fucking garbage food aplenty.
Garbage food, dude. Everything's GMO.
Especially if they're on, on a pill. Think about that. I mean, I realise some people are thinking, well, who'd fuck that? But the point is, if they're on a birth control pill, that it kind of tricks
Isn't it like 1 in 5 Americans are on antidepressants? Something ridiculous like that.
You know how you counter birth control and obesity, right? Adderall. This is not medical advice.
No, just more pills. Yeah. No, that was a good take though, Obi. I agree with that. You know, like me and the girls that I've been with in the past, they were much more inclined for the pharmaceuticals. They'd reach for those pills and stuff like that. Me, nah, dude, I'm not touching that. You know, so you're not wrong. You're not wrong about that. I think they're definitely more inclined for that industry.
And you know, it's
I think women are just kind of conditioned and raised to not take initiative to find alternative approaches to problems and stuff. So,
Or they'll find the mainstream approach, and that's good enough for
they'll always default to the consensus, and the easiest path generally.
And then get mad when a man doesn't take leadership in life.
Mm. And you know, men being like fucking anti-doctor, it's not because they're informed and they're doing it. They're just fucking lazy. So the whole kind of cliche of men not going to see the doctor when their fucking foot's falling off. It's not because they don't trust the medical establishment. It's because they're just lazy.
Mm-hmm.
But at least that laziness kind of, you know, protects them a little bit.
That's what I call my fat layer, my protection layer. It's my insulation layer. Tough crowd? All right. Hi, guys.
What's up, Kiwi?
How you doing, Kiwi?
The time where I say stuff expecting maybe even Andy to laugh, and I don't even get a laugh from Andy.
I was waiting for the tumbleweed noise. I don't know.
Bro, I'm hard up, man. You're a pin drop,
I
damn it.
didn't get it, bro. Sorry.
You guys, okay, you were talking about protection, right? Not going to the doctor and all that stuff, and right? It kind of protects you from not exposing yourself to pharmaceuticals. And I cued in with, I got the fat layer on me. I call it my protective layer because, you know, the little fat layer on you protects you, the insulation. No? You ever heard about that? Bears go into hibernation.
Yeah, but
air and protection and all that stuff.
It's true, so how can it be a joke?
Satire, maybe? I don't know. Never mind.
Are you really fat, Kiwi?
Bro, I'm 6'2" and skinny as shit.
Yeah, so you're not even fat. We talk about like the Walmart goers, man. They've got a fat layer. They're fucking protected from. They're protected from like buses, trains, tanks rolling. You know, they've got a fucking layer.
That's mass attracting mass. Pulling everything in slowly.
They have more gravity.
That's where you use gravity to your advantage and pull everything into your shopping cart. It's all Yes! I said something funny. Woohoo!
And some of them
You
have
said it.
satellites orbiting.
Sorry, Kiwi.
Oh, we got a new guy, Kiwi, in the chat. Maybe one of you guys will walk him through the 3 points.
Kiwi, why the fuck you think you live on a globe?
All right. I know the sky's moving, so that must mean I move. Right? Because if the stuff in the sky is moving, that means I'm moving too, right?
Damn, you're such a bad global, bro.
You're right, man. You're right. I'm convinced.
No, I'm making myself associate by association. Isn't that?
Why can't I see New York from Beijing?
Is that one of the things? Well, no, I can't. Look, man, I go to the eye doctor and she's like, "Can you see this?" And I'm like, "Nope." And that's right in front of my face, so I know I can't see that far.
The counter argument should be why I can't see Beijing from New York would be, but since light is bending on your ball, why can't I see my own neck?
All the way around, see from behind.
Well, technically, you can. I feel like I've had people say that. You should be able to.
And my point of reference.
It should be constant, right?
I'm just wondering how ridiculous it has to get for the Globers till they wise up, you know? So what happens in 10 years when we've got like the P2000 or whatever and it's twice the fucking Zoom capacity and you get the perfect conditions and the new world record distance is like 400 miles or some shit. It's like
or seeing Hawaii
perfect
from Baja,
refractive conditions yet again, you know? It's like
using IR.
They would be like, just why isn't there a VR of the flat Earth then?
You know, Jay Tolan's up there in his fucking planes, and he's taking like 2,000 to 3,000 mile fucking observations. It's like, oh fuck this.
It's like, dude, just take the VR off. Like, you'll see it right there, dude. Shit.
I mean, what's their threshold, right? It's like none. Literally none. You could show them 10,000 miles if it was possible, if the conditions allowed, if the geometry of it even allowed it.
Well, AR.
They'd be like, well, it's just a 10,000 mile stretch of flat, but then it's round. Then it's round.
IR is a great technology, and I hope to see it used more in some of this photography, getting through the atmosphere. I know atmosphere is like an oxymoron, the density of the air. I guess is what I should be saying.
Yeah, CB, listen to this. So get to the point where they're so anti-flat Earth, we'll show them such a distance that they'll concede and say some stupid shit like, okay, we just live on a hemisphere, basically. Like, it's flat on the back and then it's curved, you know? So, it's just like a half a globe. Yeah, we're on the flat back part, but the rest, that's the
now you're feeding into Neil deGrasse Tyson's pear-shaped Earth. Pear-shaped.
just a little pear-shaped.
No, like, so you're like, okay, it's refraction using a regular lens. Well, what happens if you use infrared? Is it still refraction in infrared? I don't get it.
That's actually a question I've got. I need to watch Jay Tone's videos again, but I can't remember. Does he have another camera that's showing without infrared, and then showing the infrared and like seeing the difference in visible distance?
Right. Well, then, question.
Because, you know, infrared's supposed to negate a significant portion of refractive effects. But I mean, if the normal footage already showed like pretty much that distance, and then infrared just pulled out another 5%, maybe.
Right.
You could say, yeah, there's no refraction, no major refraction going on anyway with a normal lens.
Right.
But I don't know. I'm asking if someone knows. Does he
Yeah,
have
not only that, but like using the other radio waves, like what happens when you use like radar and sonar and FM and all that stuff? Like, are you bending it around the curvature of the Earth? Come on, dude, radio waves don't bend. Or do they? Am I wrong?
No, they just bounce it off of gas
It moves
layers.
in a straight line.
Yeah, but they say radio waves and all that are bouncing off the ionosphere and all this shit. It's like, yeah, okay, so you're bouncing shit off of gases.
No, it's all. I mean, seriously, like just talking to all of y'all over the last year, like it makes sense. Why are we talking about theoretical physics when you haven't even comprehended regular physics, observable physics?
Because of gravity. Gravity makes I've wrapped myself in a protection of gravity's warm hug, and I'm protected. And when gravity fails, that refraction.
I got a picture for you, or a meme for you, Gizbo.
Uh-oh.
Can I look at it too?
Yeah, everybody's invited.
No, divert your eyes.
No, that wasn't meant for you.
Did you post it?
You give me a second.
Yeah, I've seen that that Davey posted.
There you go.
Right.
The theoretical butcher.
Dude, I gotta find this one.
Yeah, he's like, why do we tolerate this stupid shit?
I've got this one where it talks about regular Glober and then PhD Glober. Have you ever seen that with the rake?
No.
You could pretty much interchange like theoretical and I identify as.
Right.
You know what I mean? The same thing. Did you already have them, CB, or you made them on the spot?
Those two, I actually, I liked them so much that I created them and added them to my own server so that I could use them. I had them at the ready.
He totally did. Wow. Bro, how fast are you with this shit, honestly?
No, dude, it's all preparation. I got to do it beforehand so I can use it in the moment.
No, but I mean, you just did you not just clip that photo to create those two heads?
No, I had those already made in my. I have a server. I have a server with some of the like GIFs and pictures and stuff. If anybody wants to join, I guess.
Oh shit, KJ is on top of that name game, man. Theoretical.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
I'm giving you a run for your money, CB.
She can have it.
Notice you're running out of names lately, man.
Shit. No, I mean it's Lulu has got the name game. I'm not even trying
to go. There you go. Oh no, you had it right. I thought it was Rectical, but I guess you did Reticle.
Was Lulu the original with the name change?
Rectical.
He's the original name changer, dude. I'm not even trying to be a name changer. There's just so many good C's and B's out there. I gotta try them all, dude. Yeah. And Brad, too.
Yeah, Brad. Yeah, that's it. I thought it was Brad just trolled everyone by changing their names, and then people started doing it themselves. Or at least Lulu. What happened to Brad? I haven't seen him in ages.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while either. I've seen him in other servers, so maybe he's sort of taken some pride in some place elsewhere, maybe.
Maybe.
So anyway, what's going on, man? Do we need to check out the chat, see what kind of goofballs are in the chat?
Might have to. So bad, man. What's crazy is they're all scared. They really are. Oh, you're gonna jump all over me. It's gonna be 20 on 1, 10 on 1. I'm like, man, we eat 10 on 1 for breakfast every day. Every day I get up, I have someone talking about the globe. I mentioned flat Earth. And before I know it, I've got 4 people making fun of me, and not one of them knows their own model.
Yeah, that's probably the worst part, is that they don't actually really know much about the thing that they currently believe in. But they feel like they can go and debunk.
Yo, Tim, that meme's fucking great, bro.
I love it, too. They come in here. Oh, yeah, I'm going to be the one to break the bank, man. And, like, when I found this server, I was already starting to become a flat earther. Like, it was all making sense to me. And then when I found this server, I was like, cool. Finally, some people that can, like, teach me some stuff, you know? And then I come into the live voice chat, and I could not believe how many people thought that they were just going to break the bank. Y'all would let them talk, and then y'all would interrupt and tell them to You ask them simple questions, simple mathematical questions, simple definition. Explain it. Oh, I can't. But that's just the way it is. You have to explain it. Like, 'cause we know how it works, and you're not, if you don't know how it works, then you can't explain it. By roboting.
No, we got you. We got you. Sorry, I'm just cooking. Go ahead.
I'm outside, so.
Well, technically,
Yeah,
there is
outside.
no outside. There's only inside. But I see somebody named Nico420 just joined. Nico, do you want to check in and say hello?
I've seen that person like a few days ago. I've seen that person. I never heard this person talk, but I actually.
Maybe we need to spark one up for Nico420.
I know, dude.
420 blaze it, dude.
He doesn't have any roles. I think he was given a role and he never said anything until they took the role away from him. But it was like a live stream on the spot role. Y'all know how it is. Says something or he doesn't say anything, go away. Chance. And it was Sonny of all people. Sonny was like being real nice. He always is. Julius J, he's new.
Yeah, never heard of Julius J. You want to check in, say hello? Come on, man.
Julius don't have no voice. Julie, I'm like watching. He's right beside me in the chat box. I'm like, come on! I'm waiting for the mute button or the mute icon to disappear.
Right.
He's probably washing dishes or disengaged or something. And he's like, mother.
I wonder why Uncle Bob has a flat earther role but no VC role.
Probably keeps his rolls clean.
Maybe.
He's a clean roller.
What, G. Van Dyke?
I love this. Northeast British Columbia Flatlander. Uncle Bob from Columbia.
Globe skeptic. Watt Weed is a globe skeptic.
Yeah, we have spoken with Watt Weed a few times.
Yeah, that's true. I will probably say the same. I'm not really a skeptic anymore.
Right.
One of us! One of us!
The water time is the right time. What was that, Adam Sandler? Yeah. The night time is the right time.
Man, it'd be cool if we could just rewind the clock and go back like 5 years when the Ballers really thought they had a chance. I mean, clearly they don't really feel like they have anything. Otherwise, they would just be coming in here and shooting threes from half court. What? Dude, they don't want anything to do with this place. They know they can't win, dude. It's over. Like, I mean, put yourself in the shoes of a ball earther, right? If you knew the Earth was a globe, he would just come in here and dunk on everybody. Like, why aren't they doing that? Probably because they can't. Maybe we're the real ballers. You guys can still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, man. I honestly think we're the real ballers at this point. Like, they do not want that smoke. They do not want the smoke. I think the globe earthers that were the smart ones already became flat earthers. So at this point, we're just dealing with the trench level, bottom of the barrel baltards.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah, trench tards.
Like, and here's my thing. Like, as far as like chats go, like this is the top tier chat for flat Earth. So you would think Professor Dave would be all up in this, and he don't want none
he's
of
just an
it.
actor.
Huh?
He's just an actor. There was this clip of him being interviewed by someone, and he is telling that he most of the time actually don't know anything about what he's talking about. He got people writing scripts for him.
Right.
Damn, he said that?
Yeah, I mean that is what happens when.
Hey, you're not
when
seeing that, CB. That's
Yeah, bro. He's
big.
I mean, I feel like I knew. Like, I'm not surprised, but damn, I didn't know that he actually admitted that.
Yeah, it's something everybody fucking knew, but yeah, he's on camera saying it. It's hilarious.
What a loser.
Yeah, I mean, he understands it to the point of being able to communicate it on when he have the script in front of him.
Well, no pun intended. They have a horizontal understanding. They don't have a vertical understanding, right? They have a surface level, vague idea.
They don't have any understanding.
Yeah, probably not, honestly.
They don't. You don't complicate yourself, CB. Keep it
All
simple.
I'm saying is they can't go deep. Even if they present you with an argument and you were to start to drill into that argument, they can't go deep. They can't take it on a vertical level.
Yeah. And what they don't realize is like their immediate jump to is like, well, let me see model that. It's like, why does it have to be a model? Like nobody's ever gotten all the way up to know what it looks like.
Well, what I say to that is like, you can't zoom out your eyeballs. Like, people are so used to being able to zoom out on their screen. You can't zoom out with your eyeballs. So it doesn't matter how high you go off the ground. You can't zoom out your vision. And I don't know why people are asking you to do that. They're asking for a zoomed out. Like, I can't do that, dude. I'm sorry. Your eyeballs don't zoom out, bro. You can only see what you can see. So going up away from the earth, you're not gonna like see the whole earth. Come on, man. You guys are too used to iPhones where you can zoom out.
Right.
There's no
It's
zooming
because
out.
they
of
believe in
reality.
pictures, man.
Yeah.
They believe in the space picture. So, well, NASA can show us all of a globe. You can show us all of a flat Earth.
Right. And I don't know who created who used the Gleason model and put the ball orbiting above and everything like that. Like, that's an awesome, not valid for a model.
Well, maps are just projections anyway, and I ain't seen no map that's globe related. So, all maps are flat as far as I'm aware, but we don't live on a map. Yeah, we don't live on a map. I can create a restaurant and make the menu format any way I want to. I can format the menu or the map any way I want to. So you don't take bites into a menu. When I hand you when you sit down at the restaurant, I hand you a menu, you don't eat that. So that's not the thing itself. It's the food itself. The map isn't the earth itself. And people get confused up on that, is they want to they're asking you for a model or a menu or a representation or a map. They want to like eat your menu, bro. Like when they can just eat the actual food, they can drink the actual wine, they can experience the actual Earth for itself. They want a Hot Wheels of a Ferrari when they could just drive the real thing. So
I want to eat menu.
I mean, you can do your own. Like, you don't even have to have like a badass camera. Like, you dude, do a little quick trip in a hot air balloon. Everybody should have that experience. It's a really cool experience being up that high, and they're teaching you about being in a hot air balloon, how they like judge wind change by like spreading out some cotton balls and dropping them. Help or lower or whatever. Super cool stuff, man. And in that time frame, guess what? Look at the horizon. Tell me what you see. You cannot unsee it.
You are right, though. See, I mean, their obsession with models is just demonstrates like their zealotry. They just hear it from like Dave and all that, Professor Dave and the rest. Like, oh, fucking just ask a flat earther for a model. They won't be able to give you one. Therefore, globe.
Crazy shit, dude. It's like my neighbor coming over to my house and he knows that I grow wine. Like I grow grapes and make them into wine. And he's like, but what is the name of the brand? What is the label on your bottle? I don't have a bottle. I don't have a label. I don't have a brand. I don't even need any of those things. The wine is still here. The grapes are still here. You can still drink it and you can get buzzed. You do not need a label, a brand, a map, a menu. You don't need any of this garbage. You can really experience the real thing for yourself. It's so stupid. It's like I every time I hear people talk like this, I think of like Thanksgiving dinner. I've had a lot of Thanksgiving dinners in my life, and there was only one time when I was dating this girl and her parents were very like kind of fancy and they loved kind of going all out. They had a menu for dinner, so it's like all the dinners, all the Thanksgivings I had, we ain't never had no menu. You don't need a menu.
That's too far on the obnoxious scale.
Yeah. So don't let them hog you down. Well, give me a menu. Sorry, dude, you don't need one. Go ahead.
The map is pretty good for like planning trips and things like that. But like, who's to say that the Gleason map is wrong, man? Like if you like compass is always pointing north. Who's north is at the center? I don't understand. And as far as the map goes, like the map disregard it and go into cockpits immediately. No, it can't be true. No. And it's like, why is that wrong? I'm not saying that that's the correct image of Earth, but it's a good representation. It's valid. It's just as valid, if not more, than the globe.
Here's the thing, bro. Here's the thing, though. Like, what I agree with you, but like, even if I took a picture of the burger that I can make and then put it on the menu, like that picture itself is not the burger itself. You can't smell the picture and smell it, what it smells like.
I agree.
So this is what I mean. You just got to get people into the mindset of like reality over representation. You can represent it however you want to. That's why there's tons of different maps. Let me post. I saved in my server a a really high definition photo of like a bunch of maps. And so there's tons of maps, but we don't live on a map. You know what I mean? So yeah, so that's the important part, is not to get bogged down by the representation. It's more about the reality bit of it. Here's the
No, yeah, I get that, but some people just can't get past the whole, like, they need some kind of a map. And it's like, well, I'll give you a map, but don't disregard it. Like, it's so, I don't know. There's nothing wrong, in my opinion, with the Gleason map other than it doesn't show topography. But that's my opinion. You know what I mean? But don't get all bent out of shape if I show you a map. No, it can't be true. Tell me why it can't be true. Tell me why. What's that song? Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a heartbreak.
We should put you on per mute for singing Backstreet Boys. Yes, I just said it.
What are you talking about?
10-minute timeout.
That's a 3-minute timeout right there. We got offside, flag on the field, 15 yards, or half the distance to the goal line.
That's funny.
That's right. There's still time on the clock.
See,
I really
CB,
like that Kiwi.
See, beyond this map model stuff in reality, I don't think the Globers are that dense.
Yeah, I got that.
I just think like they can't give an inch. Basically, they can't give up anything.
I don't think they're dense. I think they're
that pulls them in
superficial.
further, you know. And they just, the last thing they want is to just have to get pulled in further into thinking about any of this, you know.
No, you're right.
Again, they just like fucking clawing it. Like you're trying to drag them out the door, and they got their fingernails like planted in the wall, scraping along. They just they don't want the flat earther label. That's what they're fighting against, you know.
That's
like,
it.
come on, motherfucker, you're coming out the door. You're coming out.
If I could just correct it, they don't have their hands on the wall. They got their hands dug into the keyboard and the mouse. No,
Yeah,
take me away from the.
No, hold on. Let me show you one more picture.
No.
Come on, I got NASA and I got Getty Images.
All about the label.
It's real.
Hey, have y'all ever done a search on Horizon for Getty's Images? By
I
any
haven't.
chance?
No, I haven't.
So there's just a whole bunch of pictures out there. I mean, all you gotta do is know. I don't know. Like, people take honest pictures and don't even know it.
Looks curved to me.
Yeah, you don't see a hill of water right there? What's wrong with you?
I mean, just
Dumb flat earthers seeing straight lines.
like some guy earlier in another server showed me a picture of. Did I delete it? I deleted it. Showed me a picture of him up in an airplane, and he leaned out the window and took a picture of the horizon, and it like had a little tilt to it, so it kind of looked like it was curved. So went to my Photoshop edit and I put a ruler on it, right? And I tilted the ruler to where it was like level with the horizon, and it was straight. And I took a screenshot of that, sent it back to him. I'm like, "Do you not do your own measurements, dude?" And then he never responded.
Fuck, that reminds me. Do you know Red's rhetoric? CB, do you remember Red?
Yeah.
Do you remember the fucking time where the Globers were taking images of like the horizon, whatever, and scrunching them up sideways?
Yes, with the table over the cliff. Yeah, man.
Yeah, that was fucking hilarious, man.
That shit bothered me, dude, because they were trying to say, I had this guy telling me that table was actually curved. I'm like, why is the table curved? He's like, well, it is. I'm like,
No, they really got behind that. Like all the anti-flat Earth channels were like, getting together and having debates over these images and then scrunching them up and being like, "Yo, see, there's the obvious curvature in the horizon."
I don't get that.
All you had to do was take a picture of your fucking your desk in front of you and do the same thing, and you get curved. Because every lens produces a small amount of curve at the edges. Even your eyes. It's just so minuscule.
Yeah, that one was baffling. You said it perfectly there. Just any table, just go ahead and crunch it up, and you can see it's curved. Like, oh my god, dude!
Yeah. It was like, but they really got behind it. These are the fucking smart people. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
And they're proving the globe by scrunching up images left to right. It's like, you fucking people are deluded, man.
Like, that's just a straight up lie. Like, why? Yeah. Now you're just being a dumbass. Like, that's straight up.
Fair.
Go ahead.
I try to be fair as much as possible. I can't imagine presenting someone an edited image.
That you edited.
Yeah, here, I edited it. Here, I did some editing to this. Now it's proof. Like, wait a minute. What? Hold up. Like,
right.
What are you talking about, dude?
So,
like, they would chew that up, dude. They will literally take an image or a video and look for things wrong with the video editing just to prove it wrong.
I shared. You guys know that picture, 110,000 feet in the air.
Yeah.
I shared that one. This one I'm posting in live stream right now.
The weather balloon.
Right,
or the YouTube video.
I shared that one that I just posted in the voice stream text. I shared that on Twitter. And that's exactly what somebody did. A Glober took it and they scrunched it up and they're like, what are you talking about? And at that point, I'm like, yup, we're definitely arguing with people who just want to troll. That's it.
What's going on there in that image? The light, the horizon's in the dark section, right?
Yeah.
It's completely fucking straight.
Yeah, you're seeing...
yeah, where it's light, it looks curved but that's not the horizon.
Yeah. It's see, the thing about it is, and this is where we look at this and say, okay, well, if I was to rise from the surface 110,000 feet, if the surface was in fact a surface that had a defined that like 8,000 miles or something like that, the surface that was being 10 feet would disappear. Well, not disappear, but it would be
right. It would angle downward.
There would be a noticeable curve that sets in over time. Yet, when we view that same horizon line, it still looks perfectly level from left to right. So, I don't know, man. It would suggest to me, looking at it and just piecing things together, that if we constantly observe the same visual sensation of the horizon going from left to right, and if you look at that picture I posted of the Toronto skyline, it's the same thing from left to right. So it just suggests that we just can't, we elevate ourselves and we just see further and further. Like, there's no way that you can pull a curve from that picture, man. I don't see it.
Yeah, I just brought that whole thing up because it was so silly to me at the time. It's like we're speaking to these people and we're requesting that they either go out by themselves or come out with us and actually measure the ground and do tests and observations. But instead of taking us up on that, they go and scrunch up pictures it's like you guys were never. We know they're not serious, but it's like that just a nail in the coffin for how unserious they are about taking this topic.
Have you seen the video where they go, where it's supposed to be a bunch of Glovers, they go out and they measure the angle of the sun, the shadow or whatever, and then they say that it all lines up with the globe model, but they're all at different elevations. Like, do they even take into account the elevation that they're at? Like, did they take in every single factor?
No,
Or did they just assume that they were...
Red did that. Red's Rhetoric did that as well. He traveled down the US like vertically, and he took measurements from like 6 or 7 different locations, but he never accounted for elevation, never accounted for perspective. None of this.
This person, I'll put it in the chat.
And he assumed the globe, of course.
This person had like 15 people from all over the world. They all went outside at the same time of day, in conjunction with each other. Like, they timed it up and everything, and then took a measurement of the shadow of Earth using the same metric system and everything like that. And I'm looking at it, and I'm like, we invited flat earthers and nobody wanted to come. It's like, probably because we would ask too many variable questions. Like, we would want to account for every single variable, and they just didn't account for those variables.
Yeah, I mean, anybody that says we invited flat earthers and they didn't want to come is straight up just lying to your face. There's not a single real flat earther that won't take you up on the proposition of going out and making yet another observation or test that proves the earth is flat. Yeah, that's what we live for, so. But you're right, of course, they'll tell that to their audience, and they probably didn't let flat earthers come, because, flat earthers are actually asking questions, taking into account all factors.
Yeah.
And that's not good for business.
OB, that's a symptom of being a ball earther, is that you focus on hyper-focused timeline.
Yeah, single cause fallacy, right?
Is that what it is? Yeah.
Or fallacy of single cause, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. That's why I love that little RC boat demonstration when someone brings up things being obscured bottom up, and then you demonstrate to them right there and then that it's an optical effect. It's got nothing to do with curvature, and that's the moment you'll either figure out they're for real or they're just here to waste your time.
Right.
Either they change right on the spot because it's been demonstrated so clearly to them that it's not a single cause thing.
Right.
Because it's replicated where there can be no curvature whatsoever.
Well said.
So I love going there. So with that one, Sky Free, it's a must-watch channel. Yep, critical.
And maybe they're going to Cogdis at that moment because they don't understand. They really didn't. They couldn't wrap their mind around that, even though it was true, and they knew it was true. They're like, now they have to question the globe model now for real.
Yeah, that's where we want to get them. It's on. Yeah, they'll go into Cogdis.
It may take them months to ask you again. It may take them months. Well, what did you say about the globe model versus the flat Earth model on this topic again? And then you go into it and you have more discussion. And that's when you find out, like you said, that's when you find out if they're being genuine. If they're just going to completely dismiss it without even giving it a thought, troll.
I think we saw it the other night with Hoymar, He actually tried to fucking say that on that 900 meter distance lake or whatever, there was curvature. Curvature was a factor.
Right.
It was or it's 900 feet, sorry. That's and that's the moment. Well, we know Hoymar's a total fucking mong. But with other people, if they're going to try and go there, it's just totally preposterous, and you can just they either need to step away at that point and just think about the information and go over it with themselves, or they're just going to spiral out and go into Cogdis.
Dude,
and get
Hoymar told
haunted.
us last week that cue balls and concentric circles are level. Not with each other.
Yeah,
not
I
with
heard
each other.
that.
Yeah.
I heard that. It was like it's not that they have a smooth surface. They're level all the way around.
He presented a picture of the salt flats and said it was evidence of a curve. Salt flats.
The salt curve.
Yeah, that picture is ridiculous, Kiwi. Can't even verify the distances on it.
Or
there's no information, and I think it is just the same optical effect going on as in Soundly's Lake Pontchartrain image.
Yeah, I mean, I cut the picture in two just before the effect I thought I saw. And the first picture was just the beginning of the road, completely straight, nothing, no distortion or anything. Then you see that other picture, the other half of the picture, and it's just one big blur. And a huge, quote-unquote, curve. Just like the Lake Pontchartrain.
Yeah. Local curve is not evidence of curve. Period.
It doesn't matter. You can't just drop a fucking image like that. Be like, okay, what distance are we viewing across? You know, what's the distance to the horizon supposed to be? What's the observer height? None of this information, and think it's going to stand up.
He also tried in the very big end to link us to someone who has pulled up some GPS numbers or something like that. I tried to look at that picture or that link, and I really tried. I maybe spent 30 minutes trying to look at it, and in the end, I didn't know what I was looking at. It was just a mismatch of numbers and stuff like that. And I normally don't have issues looking at stuff like that, but that was just a mess.
But yeah, did any of y'all meet Earther the other day?
I was listening to him speaking, yeah.
He lives out here near me in Texas. I told him, I said we should meet up sometime and go to Lake Texoma and stand across the lake that's 7 miles apart. I got a camera. I could take some video of you jumping up and down.
Oh, that'd be awesome. You should totally do that.
Just a matter of finding time that we coincide. Bless you.
Thank you.
You turned your mic on for that?
No, it was already on. Oh.
And in the cookie jar.
Yeah.
I don't eat any cookies. What are we talking about? There's crumbs all over your face. Damn it!
What?
Nothing. Don't worry about it. I'm being silly. Hey,
it was a Canadian joke.
Yeah. Don't forget to eat the poutine.
I think Canadians are weird.
I agree.
We prefer weird over normal. I appreciate your compliment.
Like on Deadpool, they're a bunch of functional idiots.
I think Americans are weird too, but that's just because I'm European.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't sound European.
Yeah, I know it sounds European, but it's because
from California.
Yeah, my parents are from California, but I'm European. Like, I was born in Europe.
Mustang lady. Hey, Ivy, what's up?
Yay, it's Mustang lady. Let's go.
How are you, Mustang
Oh,
lady?
it's almost that time, too.
Mustang lady's awesome. She's cool.
Thank you.
Who's that? Who's talking?
Ivy.
Ivy. Okay, gotcha. I'm trying to learn voices.
Trying to learn voices.
You're right, CV.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
You still a Glober, Ivy?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing. Are you still Team Globe or what?
Who's asking? I don't know. I feel like so I was going to the ocean or the beach, right? Because we have a lot of sea in the Netherlands because we're under the sea level. So there's a lot of beaches. And basically, if I look like at the beach, it's just flat, you know, and that confuses me, I guess. So maybe.
Well, what else would it be? You don't expect the oceans to form up into a hill, do you?
No. I mean, like, curve at the end. Little bit of a curve. No, that doesn't happen, though.
Did you notice? Did you ever get down at like eye level with the water, where you're like basically looking straight out over the ocean at eye level or at sea level, like that in a push-up position or plank position?
Yeah.
It doesn't really change in height. I mean, there's choppiness and like there's some water that recedes and it starts to form a wave, but that wave doesn't even go very high in height. Really doesn't.
No.
Pretty cool, huh?
I can agree.
Well, people say boats go over these hills of water, these humps of water.
I probably mean the waves. That exists, yeah. Waves exist.
Yeah, but waves wouldn't be like proof of the Earth being a globe or anything.
No, of course not.
Yeah. But so, like, when I first got into this topic, people were saying...
Exactly. They were saying nothing. They had nothing.
Sorry, my computer died there. Are you guys still there?
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
I ignored the low battery warning. Anyway, yeah, when I first got into the topic of flat Earth, the conversation was, hey, look at the boats. They're going over curvature. So that was like the Globers argument. And they were basically saying, hey, you can go plant a flag, boom, right where that hump is, where that boat's going over and starting to like kind of disappear. You know what I mean, Ivy? You've heard this boat's going over the curve thing?
I'm not eating chips.
I'm eating too. You're good. Anyway, I just want to make sure you're still following. Anyway, so yeah. So what were the flat earthers arguing back? Well, they were saying, well, there's other reasons why it's not just a hill of water. There could be things like weather and refraction and how far off the ground you are. And so fast forward to today, what are the Globers arguing now? They've completely stopped arguing that boats go over the curve because maybe water doesn't form into hills, but like they'll argue refraction, which is our argument from the start. So yeah, I mean, these are just like basic arguments that Globers will have, that boats disappear over the curve, but water doesn't form into curves. So yeah, it's super simple if you really think about it, but yeah, I mean, do you still think boats go over curve or what?
No. I think so.
I have a picture I can post for you that might be visual.
No, you don't call it crisps. That's weird.
What?
That's weird. If you call it crisps, you're weird. It's chips.
They're not chips.
It's crisps. Fuck, it's chips. All right, that's it. It's
Well
not
done,
crisps.
it's crisps. You
Stop
got it.
it.
Well done.
Wait a minute. Is it fish and chips?
It's chips.
Yeah.
Fish and
chips.
chips.
You know, fried
It
chips.
says cheese onion chips.
Oh, you're probably buying some American brand of crisps. So
I'm
it's
not.
labeled chips.
Do you crisp your chips?
The fuck does that mean?
You could. Anyway, back to the conversation.
I mean, yeah, I just posted this in the chat. 11 minutes past the hour. Look at these hills of water. And this is what people believe water is doing.
Now the question is, how would you go about using, if you were standing on that ship, how would you use the sextant to navigate yourself? It's gonna be a trippy thing.
What? I was
Think about it.
I was
Look at
the image.
it's how does what CB just posted work with what we all just shared? Actually, it's funny. CB, Chris shared a great one, and then I followed it up with that sextant observation. Like, none of the stuff works if it's not flat, man. It can't work.
Mm-hmm.
Well, just water doesn't do that. Like, it's just so simple. People post pictures of, well, look at these buildings, and they look like they're disappearing in the background. So, like, do you think the water is forming into a hill? You do? Why would you do that? Like, that's usually the only way I attack the argument these days. It's just people have the goofiest beliefs. Here's one of the. Sorry, yeah, I'm eating. My bad. Yeah, but here's a picture.
No, it can't work, man. And the other thing I was actually talking about this yesterday is the idea that sailboats disappearing over the horizon. So the typical sailboat that has a typical sail on is 2/3 sail, right? That means the item that you're looking at, bottom of it is the boat, 1/3, and then the upper sail portion that's 2/3 of the boat. So when that thing's actually disappearing from your, like, it's vanishing inside, the smallest thing is going to disappear first. And then the thing that's 2/3 of size, which is the sail, the upper portion, that's going to last, which is why visually it really looks like it disappears last going over a curve, because the bottom disappears first.
It's the narrowing of the angle is all it really is. Like, the closer you get to that perspective vanishing point, like, everything beyond it begins to narrow out into that vanishing point.
Yeah.
But Gizbo, again, imagine from massing. Okay, let's think about it, something that is divided up into thirds. Okay? The bottom third is the smallest portion. That's 1/3 of the equation. So that means the smallest portion is going to disappear first.
Right.
And then the upper portion being the sail, and that's all I'm attempting to explain, is that the upper portion being the last to dissolve, which is why a lot of people mentally will think, well, it must be going out a curve, the bottom's disappearing.
Right. No, I don't disagree at all. As far as perspective and trying to simplify it in layman's terms, just the line of the horizon begins to eat the bottom of the image, the bottom of the structure, and it continues to eat it from the bottom up. It doesn't go down below it; it just eats it from the bottom up, like a Cookie Monster. Anyway, I gotta go AFK for a while. I gotta get my battery changed in my car.
Be well, Gizbo. Thank you so much for being here, man. Appreciate you.
Gizbo, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, so yeah.
I'm back. Sorry.
All good. Yeah, so like this is a picture I got posted from a Globe Earther. Maybe we could talk about how they put pictures on top of pictures. Like, I've been wanting to talk about this. I have some issues with that. Like, Ivy.
That's just Photoshop.
No, but like, if I took a picture of you, right, on, like, I got my phone out and I'm on a certain zoom level. Let's just say I'm on 1.0 zoom, and I take a picture of you from like a 1 foot back. Bam. Then I go back and I zoom in a little bit. Bam, another picture. Then I go back and I have a different zoom level. Bam. Like, I just don't understand how people can line up pictures on top of pictures and say that, like, well, I scaled it down, but like, that doesn't really qualify like how far away you were, and then how far zoomed in you were, and this type of thing. I find that to be so strange that people just put pictures on top of pictures and think they like match.
Yeah. The line is red, Sasha, because they're trying to show that because it's Photoshop, the image is Photoshop. It's obviously buildings put beyond a sea. So trying to show like, okay, well, this is the real image, and the line shows like, okay, that would be the ground.
It doesn't show anything because you've got compression as well. So
No, I'm just saying the picture is Photoshop. So normally the ground would be right there, but they put a sea over it.
now that's what I'm saying. Buildings compress.
Yeah. What time is it on Mars?
Wait, you're saying it's Photoshopped? I think what I'm seeing there is that there's two real pictures there, right? Someone took that picture from really far away, and then someone took a picture in the city, like actually standing in the city. Just they got the bushes there. You know what I mean? You can see the bushes and the buildings, so they're there, and then there's someone way far away, and all they did was put the two pictures on top of each other and say, "Well, look, I sort of matched it up. It should be like this." That doesn't make sense, bro. Like, you can take so many pictures. I have a cat. If I took a bunch of pictures of my cat from different angles and different zooms, just because I like match them up when I like scale them on my Instagram story, it's not the same. So I just, this is a stupid. People post this as evidence, but usually the way I attack it anyway is like, do you really see a hill of water there, bro? Like, water, don't you see the flat water across? Like, come on, man. I don't know what else they have these days, guys. I mean, this is the latest thing someone sent to me as like proof of the globe.
Yeah, I've seen this picture go circling around in EA too. A lot of versions like this.
That's all they got, dude. Like, well, it should be like this, and it's not, so therefore it's a globe. Like, that's dumb, dude. Like, I don't understand why you think that if I take two pictures of you and then I have different zooms and then match them up on an Instagram story, that's not the same thing. Just piling on two different pictures on top of each other and saying, well, it should be like this.
So let's ignore the red line. Let's ignore the overlap. What are we looking at?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, we know we're not Superman, right? We can't see like Superman, so we don't have bat vision. We can't see through buildings. We can't see through weather and stuff like this. So I think that's our premise. And we know, I think the second step would be, well, we know how water behaves. Yes, we have beakers of water that may have what is it called? A meniscus, and then you have surface tension on top of like coins of water or leaves and things like this. But we're talking about bodies of water, aka something you could put your body in. A body of water, right? I don't know. So, ain't no bodies of water that are curved like that. No bathtub, and you can scale it up from there.
Yeah, I know, but if we had to break down the picture, like why is the line there? Why can't we see the buildings, the bottom of the buildings? What is happening? What is the atmospheric effect or whatever you want to call it? Like, where is the
refraction, bro. Right? I mean, and weather as well, climate conditions. Right? I mean, let me post something.
What you're looking at is a mirage.
Well, yeah, I get it. That's perfect.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
Let me post a GIF. This has been our argument from day one, right? Because they were claiming that the water curves into a geometric horizon. So our argument against that was 1, refraction, 2, climate or weather conditions, 3, observer height. I'm sure there's other things, but those are 3 I can think of. So I just posted a GIF of refraction, right? So different days you'll have different types of, like, you're not going to see the same thing every day. So maybe on another day you'll see differently than that one.
That GIF, that is just one day, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is, like, that's just one day. So another day, it might be, your visibility might be worse. There might be fog or bad weather, and you're not going to see that far. And then maybe the next day it's very, very clear, and then you can see farther than the day before, type of thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the picture with the red line is just one day. That's why we have that black swan, the side by side. They're different. Matthew tries to use that as like proof of curvature, but that's our point, is that the horizon changes on a day-to-day basis, sometimes on a hour-to-hour basis. You know, so
yeah. So
it's on a hill of Earth.
So to sum up, there is a lot of things going on here. There is atmos conditions. There is limit of eyesight, perspective, changing. What is the word? Throughout the day. What else? What else did you list? There was one more thing, I think.
Observer height, weather, or climate, and refraction.
Yeah, so there's already 6 factors playing in or something like that. The only reason I'm doing this is because the viewer or the listener or people just in general, because they're often thrown pictures like the other one in their head. And sometimes it's just like, what can I say? Because they maybe don't have this GIF right at hand to talk as a counter talking point or something like that. And they are like, many globals think like, oh, that's a aha gotcha moment, you know? It's more like helping everyone. That was why I was asking to let's break this down now that we have some time.
Yeah, no, you're good. No, I appreciate that.
That refraction post is huge, dude. Like, that is definitely, because I mean, the big thing with that is the horizon line is in place. It doesn't change. It's just the stuff between your eyeballs and the horizon that changes.
And the bigger picture is that people don't understand that this is our argument. Point blank, period. It's our argument.
Yeah, I mean, go 5 years back and Flat Earthers would be the one that was quote unquote preaching refraction, and suddenly it turned around, and now refraction was the global argument. Bending light, lifting objects up over the horizon, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's why I'm always trying to remind people, hey, by the way, you keep saying refraction like we don't know what that is. We do. We've been arguing that. Like, you're supposed to be arguing for a geometric horizon.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they don't have the geometric horizon. That is why they had to invoke stuff like Snell's law and density gradient and bending light and all that kind of stuff. But it's just what's the saying? Grasping for straws.
What's that one? What's that one argument that they always say? The eclipses prove the Gilbert. What do they use the eclipse model for? What's the
They say that the reason because they can predict, quote unquote, eclipses down to the minute. That is a globe proof. But then I always come around and say that the Babylonians, the Egyptians, ancient cultures and stuff like that has leftovers that has shown that they already knew about the 223-month Saros cycle. And if they knew it, let's just say, without over-exaggerating, let's just say 2,000 years ago they knew this. And they have known it for 2,000 years, and they have recorded it for 2,000 years. Of course, they can pinpoint it more and more accurately. They don't need to calculate predictions. They just need to look at the table and know that this is when the Saros cycle starts and this is when it ends. And we are right now at this point in the cycle, and over the distance of years, they have just been very precise. It's just a perfection of the observations. They might have an equation that could be added to this cycle, sure, but it's not a globe proof. I hope that made sense.
Yeah, definitely. And
touching on that for
what is the Saros model, by the way?
Come again?
What is the Saros model?
Model? I don't know, but the Saros cycle, it's a 223-month cycle from the lunar cycle, or the moon's what is it called? Yeah, the cycle. It's yeah.
You're right. It is a cycle.
Yeah, exactly, and it repeats. 223 months. It's approximately 18 or 17 years. But yeah, I don't want to call it a model. It's like, but I guess you could model it out in some sort of way. But that would also mean that we needed much more information about a flat Earth map or something like that. But again, we have all these older depictions of the zodiac clocks and all these kind of things. Like there is big clocks in Switzerland and all the other places where they have the entire zodiac, the 13 zodiac signs built in it, the moon cycles, the phases of the moon, the sun, and all that kind of stuff. They have all these kind of things before there was even a globe existence. It's literally just observing, writing down. Pattern recognition, pretty much pattern recognition.
No, that's not our problem.
But yeah, the three most experienced globe arguments these days would be the Saros cycle. It would be pictures like the one we just broke down, and then the last one would be zenith angles, something about celestial navigation. And I will admit, I'm really not well versed in that. But I have heard people breaking it down that it doesn't make sense because 6/10 on a curved surface and blah blah blah. But yeah, that's really not where I have quote unquote studied the most. But I probably should. It's very interesting. But yeah.
With the Sexton argument, yeah, that seems to be the new hotness from our side, but
it's also from their side with CNET angles and stuff like that. I hear you go again very often. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just affirming what you were saying. Go ahead.
Yeah. Again, like to sum up, the three globe arguments I hear these days would be the south cycles, aka eclipses. It would be pictures like the one we just broke up with refraction, and they're claiming that light is bending objects and all that kind of stuff. And then it is a celestial navigation, more specifically CNET angles. But again, FED, they have broken down the celestial navigation for the last like 2 years over there. So if anyone wants to hear about that, I'm pretty sure they can just tune in to one of Nathan's shows and it will be broken down for them.
Speaking of which, I'll quickly plug what's going on with that show. The Discord has been taken down, so if you need access, they have moved over to Gilded. The app is called Gilded, Guiled. Download it now. Go sign up to Flat Earth versus Pseudoscience.
You can still find the link from Nathan's own Discord, YouTube.
Yeah, the YouTube is still up and running. The show is up there. But if you'd like to join the panel and speak from the back end into the YouTube stream, they are now on Gilded if you'd like to join the show.
Yeah.
I've actually been... I came from that camp, from the Oakley camp, and then kind of made my way here. But I'm making my way back in the mornings just to see, add a little content to the show. So if anyone's bored, you have some time to kill, 9 a.m. Eastern, slide into the show, add your voice. There's a bunch of housekeeping questions that are asked every morning. What's the radius? How has that been measured? And is there any evidence of gravity? Any evidence of the core? This type of thing. And you can add in whatever you want, and it's really fun. So you guys come join the show if you're bored. Also, yeah, Ladies' Night should be coming up in about 25 minutes until the top of the hour. If any ladies pop in, though. Or we can just all identify as women tonight. We can all identify as ladies.
Fuck yeah! You go, girl!
Yes! Slay queen! We all have to talk in our women voice.
I don't think I can do that.
So we'll see how that goes. That should be starting at the top of the hour. Hopefully, guys, if you have any friends that are women that you know are flat earthers, send them a message, send them a ping, tell them to get their butts in here. All we need is 1 hour of content. The boys will be here to help keep it going. Let's see if we can actually get a ladies' night tonight. That'd be fun. And honestly, you'd be surprised when we do ladies' night. The numbers really seem to pile up. I think these globe earthers see these women as a weak target. So let's do it. We can set that trap.
Yeah. I wanted to add to that. Not only should the ladies come around, but if you have any questions about the reality we live in, or you are 100% sure that we are living in a globe and we are just dumb, come in and present your evidence. What's up, Andy? figured out which car to buy, or is it just gonna be a moped?
I knew you couldn't resist throwing me the baton.
I mean, I'm just filling in the void, and yeah, we just had 30 minutes of some good flat earth content, so I felt like you can have some chit chat.
Well, I watched the new Eric Debay.
Oh yeah, I skimmed it over too, but I felt like I've heard most of it, so it was just like.
And I was just looking at one of these Lexus SC430. I think that's all I need, an old Lexus from 2002. Bloody hell. Can you imagine when that goes wrong, how much it's going to cost me?
It's going to be a cabriolet?
Yeah.
It's going to be in England?
Yeah, I get 2 weeks if I can put top down.
I mean, isn't there something about the aerodynamics? If you're driving fast enough, even if it's pouring down, the windshield will take the water and you will not get wet.
I can dream, Tim.
So
I'm going to end up buying a shitty. Well, not shitty, but I'm going to buy a Honda because it's sensible. Of course.
You should buy German, man. You should buy a German car.
Yeah, I'm for a Japanese car. Are you mad?
I'm just telling you, they just know something about engineering. They
used to. They used to.
No, they still do.
No. It's all gone grabbled now. I'll tell you what. I wanted to buy a car from Japan. I think I told you this before. The tax is ridiculous. Like, it's silly. Like, for instance, I'm going to buy a Honda Jazz, and the tax is £10, right? £10 a year. I know you don't pay tax in Denmark, but road tax, right? The same car is £295 tax imported from Japan. £295 a year.
Damn. Actually, a funny story. One of my friends, he had this childhood dreams that he wanted to own a BMW M3. So he bought it, and we were looking through the manual together. And I cannot do it word for word, but it said something about when you're driving an M3, you have to consider that you are the center of the world, or something like that, like something completely egocentric. It was so funny to read, but yeah, just a side note.
You have to consider that when you come pulling up to your mechanic, that he'll be rubbing his hands together like a little grabbler.
Yeah.
Because that shit's going to cost you a lot of money to fix.
Yeah, that's true.
But I'm a bit of a closet Beamer fanboy, because when I was a kid, my mate's dad had one of those old 6 Series, you know, like the one in the old 6 Series, dude. That was like the one in Moonlighted, I think, or I'm trying to think of somewhere I can say that. But it's a beautiful car, really is. But it broke down anyway. But I remember we went to Seaside in it when we were kids, and I thought, this is awesome. It's a real cruiser.
I bet. I love Beamers too. Sick.
Yeah. It's just... I just never buy one without lease, you know, like without... Sorry, not lease, but like... what does Doug DeMiro always say? Bumper to bumper, you know, insurance or whatever it is, you know, cover.
Yeah.
Also, I won't buy one because what's the point? But yes, they did say in Germany once upon a time that it were a country of engineers, and it might be said that World War II, or World Wars in general, World War One, some people have said that it was because they were walking away with sort of alt manufacturing, because obviously we had the empire, and we built it. You know, we had all the steel, for instance, around where I live, and Germany were just kicking our asses left, right, and centre. And some would argue that were one of the reasons. I mean, there's obviously many reasons, but that was one of the reasons. And in fact, it was said that if you were a young German lad and you had decided that you wanted to be anything else but an engineer, say you wanted to be a painter or an actor, people would be like, what the fuck? I've got a broken child. So I know what you're saying, Tim.
Yeah.
And then I watched a bit of Rupert Sheldrake. This idea of memories. We don't really. Yes, we have a pretty good idea of what's going on in the brain, but not that much of a good idea. And memory storage is one that's a bit iffy. Like, they keep chopping bits out of a rat's brain to see if it can still function and have memory around a maze. And they sort of can't figure it out where memories are stored. And it's interesting because, and also this phenomena of if somebody's watching you, then you know it. If somebody's looking at you from behind, you feel that gaze on your back. And that is not very, let's just say it's a taboo subject in science. But it's well known. It's a well-known phenomenon. So, and even through a screen, if somebody's watching you through a monitor on CCTV, people know it.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting? And it really does make you question vision and how vision works, because, does it must extend past the eyes, if you know what I mean.
Isn't that where the third eye, chakras, and all that kind of stuff get in?
It's very odd. And I like this idea of all, like, even telekinesis and all that kind of stuff. That I don't know. It's almost like we evolved in, or I don't really know. But I do sometimes think that this is like a people farm. This is really weird, obviously, but like a people farm, and we have all these entities that are brought us here to feed on us in many different ways. Fear seems to be one, for sure. But also, I don't really know where I'm going with this, but like if you look before 1800, because I enjoy trying to stitch history together, but there's a part of me that thinks that something happened in early 1800s where they created a new race, and that's us, because we do appear to be a species with amnesia. I don't know if I'm just imagining this or what, but what do you think about that, Tim?
I mean, George Orwell has one of his quotes. He said, let me pull it up so I don't mess it up.
Something about ultimate control is destroying people's history and stuff like that. I thought about that when you see all these.
Here it is. The most effective way to destroy people is to deny and obliterate their own understanding of their history. So, I mean, a new race created. I mean, it feels it sounds like a lot of sci-fi. It feels like more that at that time, the powers that be really got a control over stuff like knowledge. Wasn't it also in those years where, in the States, where Rockefeller or whoever it was bought the school system pretty much, or whatever? Like, yeah, I know I'm messing up in terms right now, but a lot of things happened there. But I don't know, man. A new way.
No, I don't know either. But it's fun to play with ideas, isn't it? And I kind of feel like sometimes the created us a much, how can I put it, a less spiritual being. Let's put it that way. I think the other people before us had definitely a connection to the spiritual realm than us, for sure. And I think they had this plan of this system, with especially the money system, well in advance, because it's no coincidence that the Federal Reserve and the income tax in America. Don't you think that's a coincidence? Anybody? Does anybody know anything about this Ponzi scheme that was created? Because the founding fathers knew all about it. They knew all about it, and they were very wary about this monetary system. This sort of money out of nothing.
They used the excuse that we had to pay for our highways and our railroad and our military, and that was the whole purpose for it. And we had such an excess of monetary funds afterwards that they found other projects for it to be used, dwindled it all down until we became slaves to the debt.
Yeah, I don't know. I find it all very interesting, all that debt slavery stuff. I think it's, sort of devilishly clever.
Not to go too much into it because I don't, I love the YouTube channel and I love the Discord channel. But when people ask you, well, what's their motivation behind it? What would be the reason why they would flat Earth from us? That we live in an enclosed environment and there is no such thing as free. I mean, how much money does NASA get every year? 23, 24, 26 billion?
Yeah, I mean, I always like that stat about, I think Jeranism used to say that all the time, where they did say that that NASA gets more than movies, TV, and gaming combined, and music. Think about that. Combined. Music, TV, movies, gaming, all of them combined.
Isn't it like 65 million a day or something like that?
Ridiculous.
Anyway, if we go back to the banking, like before our current banking system, there was goldsmiths, and these guys, they fucked up a bunch of time, which caused people to be wary about the practice in itself, because these goldsmiths, they would take all the gold and give them these notes and stuff. And at some point, these goldsmiths had 3 houses in the city, and they were just living, jet set life in that time. And when people wanted their gold back, there was no gold, And episodes like this made people wary about trusting institutions that would hold your money, hold your values.
Yeah, it's weird to think that it's all, promissory notes, promise to pay, and it's, your Federal Reserve there is neither federal nor does it have any reserves, meaning it's privately owned, and they've got nothing to back it. And I think this has got to go. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, the promise note, that is very interesting, because when you go down in the bank and you want to loan any kind of money, you think that the bank is lending you money, but in fact they are lending you your own money, because when you sign the promise note that you want to pay it back, you, with that signature, are actually creating these money, putting them in circulation. So in fact, the banks is not lending you anything. They are just the middleman, if you can say so. But in fact, they're just lending you your own money, which you then promise to pay back with an interest. And the interest
if you could only borrow $1, if there's only one person on this flat earth there is, and there's only $1, he goes into a bank, he borrows one, and then you have two. You need to borrow another one to pay it back.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a never-ending economy bubble system.
And that money you've just put in that bank, you think that they're holding on to it for you, say, but they're not. They're just sending it out everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, it is definitely. I mean, if anything is a pyramid scheme, banking is.
Yeah. It's hilarious. It's just numbers. It's got nothing to do with actual wealth, but Owen Benjamin talks about stop saying that it's not backed by anything, because it is. It's backed by the US military, which is pretty fucking powerful, isn't it? So,
but I mean, we also have a few times in history, if we can trust history. For example, I think it was the American President Andrew Jackson, which said that his biggest life achievement was that he, quote unquote, killed the bank. And again, this is history. I'm not 100% sure how much of this is correct, but according to records and stuff like that, America was booming in those years where he took the creation of money back to the state, or quote unquote the American people, because now they could you could lend people money out without the interest and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's definitely very interesting, but it's a long conversation to break it all down in a chronological order.
Yeah, I just don't believe anything they tell me now. I just don't believe, even when I'm looking at history, I enjoy it because it's fun, but it doesn't stick to me at all. I don't think about it like, it's just a game to me, you know? And I just look at the 20th century and I think it's just a series of things that happened, and we have an official story, which is usually ridiculous. In fact, it's always ridiculous. And then we have all sorts of ideas of what we think happened. And I think it's probably a happy medium between that of all the history, don't you think?
Yeah, like Logos would say, there is the mainstream version, there is all the distractions, and then there is the truth hiding deep within.
In plain sight, hidden in plain sight.
Yeah, small bits and pieces you can. But again, like, yeah, exactly. It's just it's really hard.
There's a decent documentary out there called "The Fall of the Cabal" that goes into it quite in detail.
Yeah, I've seen it. Those Dutch reporters, right?
I think that the two women.
Yeah.
I think that's the one.
They also touch a lot of subjects like the Freemasons, the Ashkenazi. It's very interesting, and
even as far back as the Templars.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They touch a lot of topics. It's definitely, at the very least, an interesting watch.
Also, I'd just like to say it's 6 more minutes to ladies. All you ladies out there, don't be shy. Come on. Come in here, whether it's ladies' night or not, come in here.
Come on down.
Believe it or not, we like hearing y'all's voices. Very adoring to hear a woman with intelligence talking about what we're observing in reality. It's very, very makes our hearts feel light.
It's empowering.
It is.
That's funny. I was about to say that. Exactly, empowering.
I talked about it 2 weeks ago when I first found out about Ladies' Night. I've been here for a couple months now and just found out about it. I was like, yeah, let's go, ladies.
It's like earlier when Ivy was talking, she was stuck on the globe idea for a while, and then she tells us the story about how she went to the beach and saw the horizon. She's just like, it's flat.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was honestly like super cool to hear that testimony, but even more cool to hear in such a beautiful voice.
Exactly.
We love it. We do. And we're not saying it to be misogynistic either. Like, we are guys, you know. For those of us that love women, we do love women. So it only goes hand in hand, right?
It's natural.
It's natural, dude. And
the same.
We do want you to feel welcome. Do what?
It's natural, the same as the subject, flat Earth.
Right. We would like to observe your voice.
Time to get in the right frame of mind. 420.
Yeah.
But I can see we have a new guy in the chat, Citizen Black. If you want to say hi.
Yeah, dude. Dude.
I guess he's shy.
He is shy. Citizen Black, come on, man, speak up. I do hope the ladies show up. 3 minutes. We got 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes.
Let's see if Level Up is joining today. She has been taking the steering wheel the last couple of times.
Does Ladies Night have a theme song when it starts? I need to get a theme song for them. It is their show. If India is listening, I want Ladies Night to go on for like 4 hours. I don't care.
I don't think we could go for 4 hours, man. It's been so slow lately. It's sad to see.
I know. It gets boring when nobody comes in and entertains y'all.
Yeah. I miss all the other ladies too, like Karma and Damsel Medic.
I remember Karma. Karma's not here no more.
I mean, they're still a part of the server, you know? They just don't show up as much as they used to.
What about Dandelion? She's still here? I miss her.
I think so. Yeah, I haven't seen her in a while too.
Yeah, she has been gone for like a few weeks, but Elsie was here a lot, like not long ago.
Yeah. Yeah, she was pretty much the main host of Ladies Night for a while.
I went silent back in March for my own peace of mind, you know, trying to refine myself and get myself centered and everything. And so I just came back on probably about a week and a half ago. And, you know, that's sad. I miss everybody.
Hey Andy, I can see you have gotten Realm Earth tag. I love it.
Yeah, Realm Earth. I like Realm Earth.
That's good. Did they make that for you or?
No, I don't think so. I think they changed them a lot. So, because I wanted level Realm, but they didn't have it.
Yeah, I want level Ponders. Join today. Mission is to sail south.
Level Ponders is also good.
All right, looks like we got some ladies to start the event. Are you ladies ready?
I'm being quiet now.
Hello. 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 How's everybody?
Doing all right.
Cool.
I've been worse, but I have been better. So I'm not feeling too great today, but I'm going to stick around for as long as I can.
I hope you feel better.
Thanks. Just my back. Not sick or anything, so some pain, but, you know, it'll pass.
Yeah.
So what's going on with you? How you doing?
I'm doing great. You know, today has been a very nice day. Got to celebrate an anniversary. So now I've just been hanging out, waiting for ladies' night. Hopefully we get some Globers in.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
In the meantime, does anybody have a topic?
Hurricane Ian. Man, I don't know about that.
Yeah, let's not give that any more energy, right?
I mean, I looked a little bit into it from some of the YouTube videos I've watched, and I don't know.
It's bad, right? I don't even, yeah, it's, all we can do is pray for everybody in its path and hope that it dies.
Right.
What do you mean, Kiwi fallacies?
I don't know much about fallacies, to be honest.
Level
We're
up.
all pretty familiar with them. I mean, they happen all the time, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what is in terms of which, like
which ones are what, or
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what. Tell us what you mean, Kiwi. Unmute yourself and tell us.
Sorry, I'm fumbling to get to the phone and hit the mute button. Ladies are talking to me. I'm fumbling. Hold on. Yeah, no, what I was thinking was the idea of fallacies can relate to flat Earth and potentially maybe what the ladies' take is on fallacies and potentially how they maybe relate to the world of what we observe. Just throwing it out there for consumption's sake, because we've been talking about fallacies this week.
I've got a whole bunch of questions I'd like to ask Level Up.
Uh-oh.
How do you feel about electrostatics determining the up and down and buoyancy and density doing the rest?
It's pretty open-ended as far as, how does somebody define electrostatics? Because it seems to me that most, I can't say most people, but most of what I've heard is, as far as what is standard theory is, that this is different from. That's where I have held off saying anything, because I'm like, okay, there's electrostatics, there's all sorts of electrical properties, there's electromagnetism, and there's electrical waves, magnetic waves. What exactly do they mean by electrostatics in regards to gravity? Are they saying that it proves that there's some sort of directional electric static propagation toward the surface of the Earth? Is that what they're saying by it?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, the whole downward bias question, because a lot of the times these things come up because people are trying to answer a question. It's like with the, dare I say, ether debate. They're trying to figure out how, I mean, that's the way it's always been since people came up with the term ether, is how does light move through empty space? And since there isn't empty space, except in a vacuum tube or vacuum chamber here on Earth that's made artificially, and light still goes through it, so does radio waves and anything else that has electromagnetic properties, we don't need a medium. I think that's the underlying assumption, and the same thing with a downward bias. There doesn't have to be some kind of medium causing it, or because you can't have downward bias without some kind of cause that you can prove in some way. And other than Earth's magnetic field, I don't know what that would be. You know what I'm saying? Because yes, Earth has a magnetic field. Magnetic fields have poles. That's what, there's a magnetic north and a magnetic south. You can check this with any compass. And the problem is that, okay, so what? Earth has a magnetic field. What does this prove about anything having a downward bias? And is there a downward bias, and why doesn't it work on gases, et cetera, et cetera? So I think it's a more complex question than what do I think about it, without a specific claim. It's kind of hard to comment on.
Well, I appreciate the effort.
That's all I got right now. You said
I asked AI Overlord because, he's a grade A smarty pants, and he said, viable. So I thought that was kind of cool. Because sometimes I ask him questions that I know he can't answer to see what he'll say.
I didn't hear what you said at first. You kind of cut out for a second.
I was just saying that I'd asked AI Overlord about that same question, and he said it was viable. And I appreciate him because sometimes I ask him questions that I know he can't answer, just to see what he'll say, So I always sort of corner him with things that I'm not sure about.
Okay.
Well, what about thunder and lightning? That's really cool.
Yeah. From
so do you think? Well, no, because this is all very new to me. I know very little about magnetism. I know very little about electricity, for that matter. I mean, are they held together by electrostatics, and there's a big build-up, and then that's the discharge? The lightning.
Yeah. Yes and no. I mean, it's yes, but not that simple. It depends on theoretically, according to standard physics, everything is made of atoms, right? And every atom has electrical charges. And these charges are like little magnets because, whether they have positive and negative poles in some ways. It's, I'm not going to get too deep into subatomic theory or anything, but opposites attract, like charges repel. And so if you have, say, I don't remember which is which, but say there's a positive charge in a cloud by its nature of water and dust molecules or whatever, and they have a net positive charge. Well, if there's a cloud with a negative charge, or between the cloud and Earth supposedly, I think Earth has a negative charge. If it builds up enough pressure, which is what voltage is, it's kind of, you can think of it as pressure. If it breaks through the insulating part between them, which from a cloud to Earth is the air has some insulating properties, it'll find its weakest point and break through it, and that's when you get a lightning strike. Because suddenly a whole bunch of build-up energy has to go somewhere, and it has a path. And that's why you get a lightning strike. And that's why if you're not grounded, that means there's no path, and it can't go through you. So, and it can, like I said, it can go from cloud to cloud. It's a matter of unbalanced charges and pressure building up because there's some insulation between the two opposite charges. Does that clear at all?
And do we experience this phenomenon without any clouds?
I'm sorry, what was that?
We experience thunder and lightning without any clouds.
There's the old expression of bolt out of the blue. So it can happen. All it needs is a buildup of energy in some place. I just was using clouds as an example. I mean, Tesla coils work on kind of the same principle, roughly, where you can basically make lightning between two nodes. So, yeah, it's the energy that is built up and then suddenly releases. So if electrostatics just mean, because I don't know how people mean it when they say it, if they mean just that there's a buildup of what they call potential energy, then yeah, of course there's potential energy. Whether that's why things that are not gases tend to go down, it could have something just to do with the nature of what the various things are made of. In general, as an underlying principle, nature hates imbalance. And when things are out of balance, nature will try, if it can, to equalize them. Just like when you have high pressure and low pressure in two chambers and you have a gas, and you ever seen it, and they open a valve and it equalizes the gas molecules, or whatever you want to call the things. People get triggered on the word molecules, but nature wants
entropy.
to equalize.
We get entropy.
Yeah, I mean, things want to equalize. And so if they're not equalized, then there's some kind of potential energy buildup somewhere. And if there's a path to release that inequality, then that's the way it'll go. And apparently there's a lot of that between Earth and, say, water or, anything that's not a gas. Any solids that get away from Earth, they want to go back because it's too unequal. Now, I can't explain, nobody can technically, why nature hates inequality, but it just does. And that's one thing you come across sometimes, is that there are fundamental things that can't be broken down. That's why they're fundamental. And so it's like saying, okay, what is electromagnetic energy? Well, we can describe it, but we can't explain it. It's the same thing with so-called gravity. Nobody can explain it. They can only describe that, well, if it's not a gas, it'll probably try to go toward the Earth or even under the Earth. If you've got something like a rock sitting on the ground and you dig a hole under it, the rock will go down farther. So there's some place the rock is trying to go. And it happens to be whatever, under our feet somewhere is some point at which things want to go to equalize.
Yeah, we were talking about it on GeoServer, and Geo posted this picture, that I'm sure you've seen it, where the lightning comes out of the ground. Mm-hmm. And he just happened to say, and I don't think he meant to say, it just come out of the present sort of thing. And he just said, look at it, when you slow it down, because the next frames were all slowed down, it kind of looked like the branch of a tree, Mm-hmm. And my mind was blown from that. I was just like getting excited, and we were talking about it. I thought that was fun. It's fun playing with ideas, I guess.
Yeah, they call that a dendrite pattern. Dendrite from the Greek word for tree branch, basically. And most natural things will tend to do that when they're seeking a path of least resistance. So that's lightning trying to find its path down.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And it's another property of electrical energy flow is, think of it, and that's why we talk about energy flow, because we try to make analogies, and early on, the analogy of water flowing kind of stuck. And so if you have a river and then there's an obstruction that causes the river to split two ways, it will pretty much equalize. And it's the same thing with electricity. If you have some wiring and then you come to a point where it branches off into two other paths, half the energy will go one way and half will go the other way. So when lightning's trying to get to ground, it may find, it's looking for paths of least resistance. And if it finds one that maybe is at least partial and not all the way down, it'll be like that tree branch that doesn't go all the way, it's just a short branch. It not going down the stem of the tree, so to speak. And so, yeah, you're going to see those branching patterns. And then and you notice when lightning does that, the more it branches out, the dimmer it is, because it's lost energy. Because it splits every time it branches. Splits in half. And that's something you can observe and repeat. You can control in a lab, not lightning, but electricity. You can demonstrate and measure, and it's consistent that energy, electrical energy will reduce in half every time you split it two ways. If you split it three ways, it'll reduce by a third. Each branch will have a third of the original. Is this like a pop quiz or something?
No, not at all. I was just trying to keep the conversation moving. I'm sorry for bringing all this testosterone up in here.
No problem. It's just science you're bringing up here, you know. If it was testosterone, we'd all be trying, arguing.
Good point. Well, I had a whole bunch of questions to ask you last week, but then that dude came in, started waffling on about, gobbledygook, so I never got to ask you.
Well, this is your big chance.
I've slept since then.
But just to make a quick statement real quick, I'm Gizmo, by the way, so you don't have to search too far for my mic.
Thanks.
Y'all's time is precious. Y'all come in here and it's y'all's floor. And yeah, I agree with Level Up. I'm going to keep the conversation going because we want you to feel like you didn't come in here for nothing. At least you get some exercise out of it. Some brain exercise.
True that. It's something I kind of had to get used to when I was, when my kids were growing up, because it's like they'll just be playing or something, and then one of them comes up to me and says, "Mom, why is there only one moon?" You got to come up with something right there. You also learn to have quick reflexes. It's a self-defense thing. Things can come flying. You better be ready to catch it or knock it away. So, is anybody new here?
Does not look like it.
Colors of Country, is that a new person?
Yep.
Yeah, she's doing this week. I was hoping she'd be chatting a little bit. Ladies and colors, if you want to spend a great time.
They're unmuted, so
You can say hello if you want.
maybe mic problems.
Did you order the magnet?
I heard Citizen Black is new.
Oh,
There's
you're coming in and out there.
Can you hear me?
Barely.
Yeah.
You're cutting out really bad. They just dropped. They must be in a bad spot.
How about B? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't recognize Citizen Black or Colors of Country.
Colors just posted they have bad service. No, I got a really bad echo. Really bad echo.
Oh, that's me. Sorry.
Oh.
I was just teasing. Citizen Black is what's his name? Care Bear. Not Care Bear, but Creation Bear. Sorry, Creation Bear.
Big Care Bear is so much better.
I love that.
Care Bears. It's time for the Care Bear stare.
I don't know why the guys are so shy when the ladies have the floor.
No, dude. The idea is that they're supposed to be speaking. That's the point. I could waffle on about anything.
The idea is that Toba should come in here and get flat smacked by them.
All right, I'm muting myself again.
Perhaps you could comment level up on the, the probe, the asteroid, allegedly.
I really haven't honestly paid any attention to it. I knew they were throwing something at an asteroid, but that's all I know about it. Because I honestly don't care.
No, it was a washing machine that they launched into a clumped cat turd.
Okay.
Did they send it to Narnia?
Well, I guess
probably.
I was going to say if that's what if they say they sent it to space, then yeah.
Where else did it go?
Narnia, space, same thing.
Sounds about right. So does anyone else have any questions?
I mean, I could ask you another question if you like. I was just watching something about Richard Sheldrake, Rupert Sheldrake, actually. This notion about vision, when somebody's looking at you from behind and you know it, or somebody's watching you through a monitor on CCTV or through any sort of screen and you know about it. I was just playing with ideas about vision and how, I don't know, it's not what we think it is. I think that's quite an interesting topic.
Yeah, there was like a study they came out with, like, as soon as you focus your attention on something, it'll react. I forget what the example they used was, but it would, that's how, I don't know, we feel like when someone's looking at us, you just like turn around and look right back at them.
Well, isn't that very similar to like that slit experiment?
Tell me.
Double split. I don't know if it would be really, because even in the dark, you can sometimes sense somebody's presence, and so it wouldn't necessarily be vision, optical vision. It would be more just an awareness of some kind of change in the atmosphere around you or something like that.
Yeah, but if they're in another room, looking at you through a monitor, and people can sense it. I mean, that's like, you can't explain that in terms of a change of atmosphere or something.
Right,
it's a change in your energy field. Someone else is well, that's how I see it anyway. Someone else is projecting their energy towards you, and you're feeling it.
It'd be a hard thing to prove.
Prove, of course. Yes,
Right.
It would be. It would be damn hard to prove. But I mean, if every time the person's getting looked at in a room and they go, "Yep, I feel that,"
Right, and if the person is far away, they could be on the other side of the world looking through, looking at a webcam, but it's the webcam that's near, the monitor that's near. And maybe there's some energy given off from that when when audio or video is being transmitted. I don't know, but it's too speculative to really.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of different places. Yeah, true.
Yeah, we need a new topic.
Oh, what's interesting is that we create these frameworks for ourselves to explain things simply, but then it traps us as well. It's like a double-edged sword. Then we can't ask some left field questions like, does the sun have a mind of sorts? Sounds a ridiculous question, but we find ourselves in a place where we can't ask these questions, you see.
I have a question. The moon has all those pock marks or craters all over it. How do you think those occurred?
Me personally, I think that they're formation artifacts. They're not impact craters. They don't look like impacts. They're fairly shallow for what's, there's a lower level and then the upper rim of it, and pretty steep in between on most of them. And many of them also have a raised spot in the middle. And those things, you can create that kind of effect with certain materials that you put in a plasma environment or some kind of electrical environment, and these things will form on the surface depending on the material. And so it may have something to do with what the moon is made of and how it formed.
Green
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it seems like if stuff bubbles up from underneath, it could make marks like that.
Possibly. But again, at least the ones with raised dots seem to be something we can demonstrate as some kind of electrical arcing. All I know for sure is they're not impact craters.
Yeah, because they're all 90-degree impact.
Yeah.
There's not one that skids across,
Right.
And where's these things that impacted it, They're nowhere to be seen.
Right. They all bounced off, I guess.
Yeah.
Every one of them.
They hit it perfect 90-degree angle, made a circle, and bounced off.
Yep. It's amazing.
Yeah, I know. So the moon is weird. I don't think we even know what it is exactly.
No, but I kind of think it's translucent because when it's not full, it has surface shadows. And those surface shadows are consistent with a single light source.
Like external.
The sun. Well, I don't know. But the thing, as I demonstrated in one of my videos, I had this trackball from an old computer. And if I shined a really bright flashlight right on the surface of it, it would glow from within with its own color. And so it was translucent, it was made of some kind of clear acrylic with a lot of little colored things in it that made it look solid in ordinary light. But, I mean, it's solid, but it's not opaque.
It's hollow?
Not hollow, even. It's just translucent means that some of the light goes through and some doesn't, and it depends on the angle it hits it at. So when the moon isn't full, you can see surface shadows, which would be impossible on something that's lit from within. If it's emitting light, it doesn't have surface shadows. It can't. But when it's full, there are no surface shadows and it looks almost flat, which is something that is got light coming from within. So we have evidence of it being both. Which
I know, that's what I'm saying. The moon is so weird,
Yeah.
We're not sure about anything.
Right, that's why I think it's translucent, because the only thing I can think of that would explain both observations.
Something out for you guys because it hit me because I looked up. Do you guys have flat ceilings or popcorn ceilings on the inside for drywall?
I got the popcorn.
I got popcorn.
You ever notice when you look up, you get the shadows of the popcorn on the ceiling?
Of course.
Think about the moon and the same idea, except the popcorn's going inwards The popcorn we're looking at is going outwards, but the same idea, you can have the shadows created on a surface, right? Remember,
But it's
an image.
external light. The light isn't coming from within the ceiling, you know.
That's what I'm saying. The image does not necessarily have to, just because it has dents in it, images can appear to show dents, if you will, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, but if the light comes from inside the thing, you're not going to see surface shadows.
Exactly. Well stated. It's like your ceiling is glowing and creating a shadow at the same time. What?
Right. It also depends. I mean, you've got, when you have a light in a room, it's bouncing all over the place because it's a relatively small area. So you've got light coming from multiple angles. And that could be the case with the moon, but all I know is when it's not full, along the terminator line where the surface shadows are, they're all going the same direction, which would indicate a single light source.
Mm-hmm. How about when the moon is up, when it's still daytime, and it's like a half a moon, and you can see blue sky like right through the other half?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's going on with that?
I don't know. I've done similar. I tried to simulate that kind of thing just with holding up a ball up to the light in my room and taking pictures of it and doing different exposures and stuff like that. And you can make it look like the ball I'm holding in my hand, which is obviously three-dimensional. Taking a photo of it, I can make it look like half of it's gone. I mean, you can't tell when you put it in when you look at the photo and have a high contrast, which is the case. That's another complication with looking at the moon. It's always high contrast. Even if we have a blue sky, it doesn't mean that the environment of the moon is also blue sky. It's just what we see because we're looking through blue sky at the moon. But at nighttime, it's really no different if there's, a half moon or whatever. That the part that's missing is black, like the sky. Whatever it is, it's like the sky. And you can do this with a rubber ball in your room. Hold it in your hand, take a picture, and turn up the contrast really high. Because
it just seems to me if it was a solid rock ball, I don't see why you'd be seeing sky behind that missing path.
Dan, Captain, that's what she means by that's what, sorry to be rude, Truth means by translucent, right? Translucent is the ability to see through stuff. Transparent, completely see-through. Translucent, somewhat see-through.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, they portray the moon as this thing you can land a spaceship on and walk around and play golf. If it's a big dirt rock, it's not going to be translucent.
It could be. I mean, like I said, I had a trackball, and it was absolutely solid. If you dropped it on your foot, it might hurt. But if you shine light directly on it, it'll shine from within with its own light. And yet, if you shine the light a little bit away from it at an angle, you can see some surface shadows. So, but if I make high contrast, take a picture of it and make high contrast, half of it's going to disappear. It's just, anytime there's a question about how something can be, try it yourself with, like a racquetball or a trackball or something like that.
Yeah. I'm confused about that. I don't understand how eclipses work on the flat Earth either. I'm pretty good with everything else, but that one I haven't conquered.
Well, the thing is, they don't even work very well on Ball Earth model. I mean, stuff in the sky doesn't have anything to do, unless somebody wants to assume it's a shadow. Now, there was, I forget who it was, a week or so ago, that someone posted a link to a YouTube channel, I can't remember the name, where they were an artist, and they demonstrated how shadows work on spheres. and that the moon, the conclusion was, and this is something we have to be careful of, the conclusion was that the moon must be flat because of how the shadows are. But the question they didn't ask is, are these shadows? Because if they're not shadows, then everything, you're back at square one. So eclipses don't have to be shadows.
I mean, the ancients talked about this.
Pretty sure he is gonna mention Rahu, like the black sun.
Yeah, K2 and Rahu or something like that. Yeah, nobody knows what's really going on, but either because of what that artist said, and they were very technical and thorough about it, either the moon is flat or those aren't shadows. And that's all we can know. We don't know what's really going on because we can't examine it from anywhere but down here on the surface of Earth.
That's a very good point.
And that's why I try to always steer, if there's a ball earther on, I try to steer them away from the sky, because it's like, we can't prove anything up there. We can't touch it. We can't examine it. There's nobody living there. Like somebody could be living in, out in a desert somewhere, and we ask them how the sky looks there. We can do that if it's on the surface, and that's what the whole argument is about, the surface of Earth, and not even the whole shape. Because, like they say, flat isn't a shape. It's just the feature on which we live. As far as we can tell, it's flat on the top, on this, if we want to call where we are the top. And we don't know exactly how things are under our feet for very far, because nobody's dug more than 8 kilometers, right? So it's anybody's guess. Nobody's been deeper than that.
I know. We're at this point in time so advanced with everything, and we're clueless about all these things, like where we live and what it looks like and what the moon's made out of. And
right.
It's still a mystery, like if you're in ancient Egypt. We just have these scientists, supposedly, that just give us fairy tales answers to these things as if they know the answers.
Right.
None of it checks out.
No. But they know that people like authorities to tell them something to reassure them, and so it keeps going on about a lot of things.
We're not geniuses, trying to figure it all out. If genius already figured it out, great. I'll just take your word for it. But turns out maybe they were, maybe all these geniuses aren't so smart after all.
How dare you?
Even like Stephen Hawking, I don't know, man. That guy says stuff I'm like, oh, no fucking way. That's dumb. How presumptuous am I to challenge the great Stephen Hawking?
That's because a lot of scientists don't know where science ends and philosophy begins.
Yeah, it goes into a religion.
Exactly.
I mean, black holes and all that stuff. I don't even believe in black holes. I think they're just jerking our chain with all this nonsense.
Yeah, they may, or we have no way of knowing, observe something that things tend to disappear either in or behind, and then maybe appear later, who knows, but what exactly is going on, that's what everybody's guessing.
See, they can pontificate on this stuff because we don't know anything. I mean, they're the ones with the multiple PhDs and, laboratories doing all the work, and guys with white coats on and clipboards. So they can basically tell us anything, and we're like, oh, okay, wow, science, wow, ooh. Oh, look, here, NASA's just sent us a picture of 1,000 new galaxies they found yesterday. Isn't that spectacular?
Yeah.
Bunch of blurry Christmas lights or something,
Yep.
From Photoshop.
I mean, I understand. I mean, there's kind of a gray area between ignorance and thinking you're educated when there's really stuff you don't know, like you're not recognizing that line where science can't cross, because science is completely bound by naturalism, whatever can be physically examined. And so it concludes that nothing is beyond what we can physically examine, when that's just, like I've said before, that's like trying to measure oven temperature with a body thermometer. You can't just conclude that the oven doesn't get any hotter than a person's body does. But that's what they do. In science and naturalism, they conclude that, well, I can't measure anything outside of this, therefore it doesn't exist. And that's where the fallacies come in.
Well, I think they assign all kinds of ludicrous measurements on things.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the closest star is 25 trillion light years away. Give me a goddamn break.
Yeah, that's the thing, is they come up with this purely mathematically only because they think, well, since Earth is such and such a size, we've decided, then these things must be extremely large, but because they're extremely large, they must be way far away, and it's a whole house of cards.
Yeah, they have to have that. They have to have them that far away. I think for one reason is because they're trying to say that there's the Big Bang and the sun was shooting through our whole galaxy, our whole solar system, whatever, is shooting through this infinite space ever since the Big Bang. And wait, now I forgot my point. Oh, and you say, oh, really? Well, why are the stars always lined up the same every night, century after century? Why is the North Star always above the North Pole while we're going, millions of miles a minute or something, some ludicrous nonsense? Well, that's because the stars are so far away that if you go a trillion miles in one direction, they'll still look the same because they're just that far away. This is stupid. This is not science. This is garbage, in my opinion.
It is, and it's compartmentalized. Each individual can't know everything, and they trust each other because they think, well, whoever's in, say biology, and I'm in astronomy, I have to trust the biology people because they must have gone through they went to the same college I did, therefore they must be experts, and I have to trust them, just like everybody else does. And that's how
when you pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for your education, right? It's like paying for the right to just spout the nonsense of the people before you.
Yeah, that's part of like the hat they give you at graduation. What do you call that thing? The mortar board.
Yeah,
that's like the Freemasons. Bricklayers use a mortar board. It's like you've been illuminated into the degree of
right.
exoteric knowledge that you should be on board with all their bullshit. You've been educated.
Yeah,
it is indoctrinated.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to spend the rest of your life defending, that the sun is 93 million miles away and we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour as we speak and all that.
There's an
paid for that certificate. You paid for the certificate and to push and espouse that everywhere you go because, you paid for it. You paid for the right.
You don't want to think, well, I paid all this money and they told me a bunch of lies. That wouldn't feel very good.
Exactly.
And the peer pressure when you're there, and then your reputation when you leave, and very well that your teachers, your professors taught you to mock people who didn't agree. And then when you get out, that's coming for you if you step out of line. So there's a gazillion reasons why this is perpetuated.
Of course.
Yeah, you're just on board as like you accept the original, the official story of everything you see on the news, and You don't question anything like that, and
Yeah.
you don't make waves, with your truth and your integrity. I'm making quote marks in the air. See, they don't need that. So it's going to be ladies' night. I see later.
Oh, we're already in it for the past 45 minutes.
Oh, maybe I should go.
It's okay. I mean, if we were busy with lots of ball earthers or something, that would be different. But
yeah, we're just waiting for another one to come in here to the lion's den.
No, they're scared to level up. We all are.
They talk real big on their own forums, but let them come in here.
Come in to challenge her, not one. I would never challenge her. So I could listen to her talk for hours.
You got to dismantle, the whole notion, one concept at a time. You could just maybe start with, are you spinning right now? Let's just talk about this spinning thing. And let's consider all the evidence of the spinning that we're supposed to be doing.
That's why we do the 3 questions,
Right.
Keep it real basic.
I also like to ask or make this statement for everybody here. Like, I've heard Glovers come in here, and I've seen on message boards and social media, like, oh, I don't go in there because it's like 5-on-1 or 8-on-1 or 10-on-1 or 20-on-1. It's like, man, we live that every day.
Right.
When we're out in public and someone makes a statement, or like, that it's flat, like, we have no problem stepping in and saying that.
I mean, if you had a real good points and you knew what you're talking about, you wouldn't care if you got questions from everybody. You'd just be taking one question at a time. Okay, you. Okay, I'll answer that. Boom, boom, boom. You, what do you want to know? Okay, no, but they don't like it because they can't answer these kind of questions we're asking them.
And they're not in numbers here. They actually have to have knowledge. Stand up.
Yeah.
They're on our turf here.
They end up realizing, wait a minute, I really don't have any basis in why I believe this so hard. It's not that they did any scientific research or anything. And they realize, oh yeah, I'm just believing this because this is what I was told. I have no clue if any of it's right or not.
I heard Professor Dave has a script. And so I think he should come in here on Ladies' Night and prove that he doesn't have a script.
A script,
Or that he's a professor. We should establish that first.
No, I think that's been established already that he's not, isn't it?
I think he admitted it, didn't he? Didn't somebody have a clip on that?
I mean, I'm called Captain Dan, but I'm not really a captain of anything.
Are you Dan?
I've never been in the service. I'm not a captain.
Are you a Dan?
I'm not even a Dan. I'm a total fraud, okay? I'm a shill. I'm a troll. The Earth's a globe, you stupid asses. Oh, didn't mean to bring the room down.
You convinced me. I'm a Glober too now.
Yeah, thank you. God, there's a shit ton of people in here.
I'm a fraud too. I'm not a loon. I'm not a loon or a tick. So I gotta make that confession.
The Earth is flat.
Yes, that's right. More
You're a tinfoil wearing conspiracy nut.
Yes, that's
Am
right.
I the only crazy person that uses their own name?
No, it's not a lie. The Earth is flat.
No, Jackie, I'm using my own name too.
Yeah, I'm really Davey Z.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, I used to use my real name, but it's a foreign name, so I just I didn't like it.
And Kiwi is really named Kiwi.
Yeah, my mom did not name me Trace equals love, wisdom, harmony.
Maybe she should have.
I was just about to say that. She should have, dude. It's a great name.
Let's see some of these names in here.
Oh, there's supposed somebody Timbo made of not a Professor Dave.
Quetzalcoatl is here, the feathered serpent god. And Tim with the fancy typeface.
Yeah, boy. I even have a profile picture.
Yeah, I wonder how those people get those fancy typefaces.
I think there's sites you can go to get those and just type in whatever you want and then copy paste.
Oh, my name or what?
Yeah, like Tim on the bottom of the list here.
Yeah, that is just like I just wrote in. I can't even remember what I searched, but it's just on the webpage. You write in a bunch of letters and you choose from one of 100 selections of what type or exactly you want.
I found a new search for everybody to go try. It should be enjoyable. Go to Google and type in Getty Images Horizon.
Yeah, I see it already in my mind. You see the ocean, you see a straight line. see the desert, you see a straight line.
Here, I'll put the link in the chat.
That's where we get the word horizontal, folks.
Oh, look, the first one there is a globe.
Get out of here.
It is. But then the rest, every single one after that is all horizontal line.
The first one, Google put the first one a globe. Here's your horizon, a globe.
Where are you
Actually,
at,
it's not even Google.
I feel like we're taking over your spot. Jack.
Well, kind of quiet otherwise because there aren't a lot of either ladies or ballers here.
You know, if you Google flat Earth, everything it'll show you for the first 5 pages is anti-flat Earth stuff. You know.
Any ladies here have any things they went out and viewed for themselves and took pictures of, like any nature pictures?
I've got a gazillion pictures.
Yeah, I've got
some too.
Can you share some? That would be awesome.
I'd have to go find how I arranged them and what folder they're in by now.
No problem. I just thought I would throw some stuff out there. Everybody's always saying we never go outside and observe nature. I know we all take pictures of nature.
Yeah, I've got I don't know how many hundreds of the sun and another hundreds of the moon.
Huh. Got a lot of time on
I
your
have
hands, huh?
Karma.
Nature pictures, like waterfalls and things like that, and
Don't go chasing waterfalls. Thank you. Appreciate that.
that was brilliant.
Are you the same guy that was singing Backstreet Boys earlier?
No, I would never do that.
No, that was me. I'll gladly own that one.
Crypto, are you in here? Is Crypto in here?
Yeah.
Oh,
Who said yeah? Y'all fucking around? That's not Crypto.
No, I thought you said Trace.
Oh, hey, Trace, man, what's up?
All good. Just finished a bunch of work around the house.
You got a to-do list.
Alrighty then. Never mind then. Maybe I'll just send him a message.
Now, what's happening when we see the sun embedded in clouds? Why is the sun so close to us all of a sudden?
well, define close first of all. I happen to think 1,000 miles is really far.
Yeah, I mean, they say it's, of course, 93 million miles away, which seems kind of ridiculous to me, but that's how they are.
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, what's happening when we see it just clouds kind of above, below, around, and it's kind of beaming out from in the middle? I mean, is it really near the clouds? I mean,
it doesn't have to be, but I mean, again, define near, because if it's 1,000 miles behind the clouds, is that near or far?
I mean, what I'm getting at is it looks like it's the same height as the clouds. That's got to be some kind of optical illusion, I guess.
Well, that's the thing, is we don't know how much of what we're looking through, and we can fly above the clouds, right? But nobody has gotten anything above the sun, as far as I know, even like the 120,000 feet balloons that people put up. I wish they would point cameras in every direction when they do that, because they only seem to ever have one camera pointing sideways.
Yeah, I know. Mm-hmm. I mean, think of all the high def pictures we get, from Saturn and the rings of Saturn, all crystal clear. But where's the pictures of Earth that are not fake? Right. Of course, the Saturn pictures are fake. That's why.
Yeah, even when my telescope thing still worked, where it would track, and then I could just keep focused on Saturn and hold on. Anyway, I could focus on it and have my highest magnification. I saw a bright, shiny circle with 2 half circles on the side, or half elliptical things on the side that looked like, that's why they called it the winged planet. It doesn't look to me like rings going all the way around, but it's hard to say. It's basically a flat image. We don't have, there's nothing around it to give any kind of scale or anything, so it's just a light in the sky with an unusual shape.
How far do you think the sun is?
No idea. I have no way of knowing.
No.
Wait, we don't have probes that went to Saturn and Uranus?
She's not saying her anus hasn't been probed.
Let's not go there, please.
I'm sorry, that was nice. Did it just get all quiet in here?
Seems so.
I brought the whole room down with my terrible joke.
It's been a while since we had a full ladies' night without a single Glover or a new guy.
Well, it's ladies' night. Oh, what a night.
Still daytime where I am.
That's why it hasn't kicked in yet.
We have to invite people.
Yeah, why don't you get on that? My mic on.
Everybody bring one person next week.
My mic is on, okay. How many ladies we got in the house right now? Ladies?
Well, let's see. There's at least 3 of us, I think.
I see Jackie. That looks like a lady's name. We got KJ Diamond. And Colors of Country, I believe, is the lady.
Tim's a lady.
Your mom.
The mama is a lady. All right.
Karma's creeping in the background.
Yeah, it's good to see her though.
Sounds like a girl's name, but I think it's a guy.
Well, we could always end ladies' night if there's just not enough going on.
No, everybody's just got their mic off, and most of them are probably asleep.
Yeah.
Listening to this like a talk show that puts you to sleep. Wake up!
Well, see, talk shows, at least they have a schedule of people to interview, but we don't have that.
It's like free-form talk, like Howard Stern, without the comedy.
There needs to be a Glober agency that we can phone up and just book a Glober in every Friday.
Yeah, I mean, like
I like that.
Bring that Professor Dave over here. He seems to know everything.
Ugh.
Please. Do we have to talk to him?
Thanks.
You know, he just scoffs at our ignorance. He talks to you like you're a 2-year-old.
Did I just hear Flatty talk?
No.
Yeah, I totally did. I see off mute. I know that voice. That's not Ladies' Night appropriate voice. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know it. You know it. You know I know it.
All right, I'm just
You know,
trying.
I know that you know it.
I'm making sure that you know that I know you know better than that.
Stop being so judgmental, guys.
Oh man.
If I'm in transition, can I join Ladies' Night?
I think there should be a transitional room for people like that, you know.
I'd be the only one in it.
I think Captain Dan wants the role of Ladies' Night put on.
I'm wearing a dress right now.
You. My mind just pictured Captain Klinger from MASH.
Yeah, right.
Corporal. Sorry, Corporal. Yeah, you'd be downgraded to a corporal if you did that.
Corporal Dan, right. Is that guy still alive? Klinger?
I have no idea. I don't do Hollywood.
I saw a picture of Dick Van Dyke the other day. The guy's like 95 or something. He's walking
He's still alive?
Yeah, I was surprised too.
Oh, wow.
That dude's a legend. Absolute
Yeah.
legend.
That guy was, I mean, when I was a little kid, he was on TV, the Dick Van Dyke Show. With Mary Tyler Moore was his wife. Of course, you guys are too young to remember all these people.
Diagnosis Period was awesome.
I watched old stuff growing up, so yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I'm
He
that old.
comes home from work, you know, he wears a suit to work, and he comes into the living room and he trips over this ottoman. You know, they present him as like sort of slightly goofy, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're talking an ancient show there.
Yeah, don't get us old people started on shows we remember and operations we've had. And
You guys ever see Mary Poppins?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was big in that.
Everybody hates his horrible British accent in that.
Except me. I love it.
Except me.
All right, Mary Poppins. Chim chim chiroo.
You're doing it much better than he did.
Yeah, shit. Fuck that up. But
Yeah, I was
actually.
I was
Sorry, go on.
fascinated by that movie when I was a kid, you know. Then I watched it, you know, maybe 5 years ago, and kind of was cringy. Wasn't that great?
Like Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. You ever seen that one?
Yeah. Read the book. Back in like 5th grade.
I kind of like the remake of The Chocolate Factory with Johnny Depp.
Mm.
Right, Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory.
Read that book too.
Nothing makes me happier than listening to Americans trying to do an English accent. It's hilarious to me. I love it. In fact, I joined Discord in the first place. I was playing DayZ with these Americans, and we'd go around the map, and the whole time they'd just be doing their English accent like a mockery thing. But they knew I enjoyed it, so when they stopped, I'd be like, "Goodbye." I loved it. I wanted to hear it because I don't know. It just makes me laugh because, well, obviously, I've got this theory that's pretty obvious, really, that we can do an American accent quite well. Oh, I'm doing this thing again where I'm setting myself up where I have to do an American accent. We can do it
I'm going to
quite
ask
well.
you to do it.
We can do it quite well because all the American television we watched. Whereas, obviously, well, did you watch any English television? It's a good question, I guess.
Personally, I'm not a fan of the British humor so much.
So that's a no.
Can someone show this guy the door?
Anyone else?
Well, we don't see British TV over here, so.
So it makes sense then, doesn't it?
That's about it.
Kind of makes sense. They liberated themselves from the queen or the throne.
So,
I've
ladies' night
watched
over, or what? Should we end the event?
I suppose, yeah, if that's okay with Jackie and you, sure.
Another woman.
I don't mind.
I mean, you could also take on 40s. He is a good sport.
Hello.
What, there's someone here?
He's kind of a time waster, but he is a good sport.
A time waster.
A fucking time waster, bro. But
Can I get that in my? Can I get that role? That'd be. I want that badge. Time waster.
Oh, that's up to level up. Go ahead.
What is? What's up to me?
If you want to talk to this gentleman here, who they say is a time waster.
Maybe for a little bit.
Oh, yes. Definitely, but just know he's a professional time waster.
Okay, well, I'll put a time limit on it. How's that? Maybe I'll give you 10 minutes.
Sweet.
Okay, this is your big chance. 10 minutes starting now.
My big chance. I just came in here to hang out.
Okay.
Oh, he doesn't want to waste time today.
What are you guys talking about?
We were just ending ladies' night. I think it's officially ended now. But there wasn't much. I mean, there was no ball earthers in. Just typically what we're supposed to do is have ball earthers ask us questions.
Oh, okay.
But nobody showed up, so.
I see.
They're all scared of level up.
What, do they come when I'm not here? Which,
Oh, yeah. As soon as ladies' night's over, someone will jump in. They run away from you.
Fortes showed up. Fortes.
That's because the ball trollers are intimidated by you women.
Are we that scary?
No, they're just intimidated by the knowledge.
They didn't know. They don't know women are that smart. They just think that we're all, their heads.
Yeah, they're just
into makeup and jewels.
They're cowards.
They'd even be more embarrassed if they knew how old some of us are. Got beat up by an old woman. Ha ha ha.
None of y'all are over 29. I know this for a fact.
I resembled that old joke.
I'm gonna say what he said.
What's that?
Do you guys like Andrew Tate?
I don't even know who that is.
Me either.
No, I did not.
He's a pimp. He's a womanizing pimp, sexist fucking piece of shit. That's what he is. Agreed.
He's a top G. He's a top
No,
G.
He's a
Well,
top piece of shit.
He is a fresh, what's it called? Windblow or whatever you can say in this feministic. Well, there's a lot of weak men and stuff like that. To see someone strong get up on the scene, showing younger men that they can also be strong and don't have to confine into the rules of feminism where they don't have anything to say.
There's footage on him beating shit out of a woman, so he's obviously a fucking gamma male.
Did you know he?
That was a fake video. That was a fake video, buddy.
Yeah, he's a fake dude, isn't he? Completely.
He went out with Jordan Peterson's daughter once.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of
You
him.
have like it's kind of funny you bring up him beating a woman, but it's like what evidence do you have of that? You just seen it on the internet.
Damn.
Well, he appears fake to me, so just another fucking psyop, another actor. No different to Elon Musk.
That explains why he's getting banned on every platform: Facebook, Instagram, Twitter.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's a good guy or even not an actor or anything like that. I'm just saying, in the grand picture, it's just refreshing to see something like that. You know, because we got a lot of soy boys being brought up.
I mean, I think it's true that they've tried to limit the testosterone in men and increase their estrogen. I think that's why there's so many confused people right now.
Yeah, I'd agree with that for sure. I think the introduction of microplastics is probably confusing a lot of people with the gender.
Ooh.
That seems to be for sure. I mean, whatever it is, there's a lot of people confused about what sex they are, and I think we need to have compassion for these people, not just condemn them.
We have to show them the way that it's okay to be a man. It's okay to be masculine. It's okay.
Not a pimp, though. Not a pimp.
But this
maybe not a
discussion
pimp.
is not relevant to the live stream, so take it elsewhere.
Word, if I can't measure it, I don't see it. Ain't no curve to be measured. Gas needs a container. Ain't nobody measured or seen this thing spinning.
Well, in some definitions of gas pressure, it mentions force applied to a container wall.
So, what? What are you suggesting is the container? 40.
Well, anything that would contain.
14.7 psi observed at sea level. Gas pressure, a
That's not
barometer.
really
tool to
saying
measure.
anything.
What do you mean?
We're talking about a container, right?
Do you agree that we're in a container, yes or no?
No.
Okay, so you think that the air contains the air.
No.
So what's containing the gas? What's creating the pressure that a barometer that you can buy at a tool store is used to measure? What's that measuring?
The Earth's surface.
Again, why did you say that? Air containing air? What the hell is that? That's not the heliocentric model.
Oh shit, sorry, did I do it wrong again, Orion? My bad. Don't take it personally.
Yeah, it won't.
I believe the gravity is causing the air pressure as the Earth's surface is acting as a containing surface, causing the pressure to build up against it.
Do you
So,
have a
Ryan, are you going to run with
demonstration
this one? Go ahead, Ryan. Not
Yeah.
bad.
Do you have a demonstration of this, Fortes?
Yes, the Earth.
See, that's a fallacy. See, that's what you're trying to prove to be happening. You see, that's the story. We're not asking for you to repeat the story. We're asking you to demonstrate the story. You're saying, oh, well, the story, that proves the story. No, no.
Earth is a demonstration of it. You don't prefer that demonstration.
What's the demonstration?
It's an example.
No. I'm asking you, can you demonstrate, say, 16 psi at sea level without a container due to gravity? Can you demonstrate that, yes or no?
Give us an example of gravity manipulating air or any type of gas. Let's see it.
What are you're gonna have to help me out here. I don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask the question again. Hopefully he can stay focused on this. Can you demonstrate 16 pounds per square inch in, say, 1 cubic foot at sea level due to gravity? Can you demonstrate that to demonstrate that gas pressure can be caused by gravity? Can you do that?
Yeah. You just have to observe it at sea level, outside in the air.
I said 16 psi. Did you hear that part? Not 14 psi.
Oh, so an increase of pressure. I'm sure you could. I haven't thought of how you could do that.
You're sure you could, but like, come on, dude. Is that like, what the fuck kind of an answer is that? Like, it's a yes or no question. And the answer is no. You can't do that. Thus, there is no logical reason for us to assume that gas pressure can exist due to gravity anywhere.
Wait. You said at sea level, 16 pounds. So you can't increase the gas pressure unless you decrease the altitude, right?
No, it decreases as you go up. It doesn't increase as you go up.
Yeah, I'm saying if you decrease the altitude.
I think, hold on. I think you're just getting really confused here.
I'm not.
So you know how you have like 36 psi around the rim of your car? You know that?
Yeah.
Right. All right, and we have 14.7 psi at sea level. Clear?
Yep.
All right, so what I'm asking of you is a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity. So an example of this would be you and I standing at sea level where there's 14.7 psi naturally, and if you could somehow demonstrate 1 cubic foot between us in the air between us, and have a consistent 16 pounds per square inch or 20 pounds per square inch, whatever, something like that, and keep just a consistent 20 pounds per square inch in that 1 cubic foot without a container due to gravity. Can you manipulate gravity and get it to do that, to demonstrate that gravity can, in fact, do that? Can you do that?
I don't know what this magical experiment is that you're asking.
Well, yeah. At least you're understanding that it's magic. I am asking you to do something that's magic, which is impossible because magic isn't real. But the point I'm trying to make to you, Fortes, what I hope you can understand, what I really, really hope you can understand about this, is that since you cannot demonstrate gas pressure without a container due to gravity, there's no logical reason for us to assume such a thing can exist. Do you understand that? Can you comprehend that?
Yeah, I understand that, but it's not a logical thing to believe.
Okay, so why do you still believe that gas pressure can exist without a container due to gravity?
Well, it does have a container, as we've established. It would be the Earth's surface.
It does. What are you talking about? Gravity, gas? What do you mean it does? Talking about the Earth? What are you talking about?
Yeah, the Earth's surface contains the gas. It prevents it from traveling further.
That's the bottom of it. Yeah, you can logically say the ground is the bottom of the container. Sure. But I'm asking above our heads. What I'm saying is, do you still believe that gas pressure is contained here on Earth due to gravity. Do you still believe that?
Yes.
Why?
Because gravity pulls the gas atoms towards the Earth.
Okay, so your claim right now was just that gravity affects atmosphere. You're saying that gravity affects air. Can you prove anywhere where gravity can actually affect air or any sort of gas?
Can you
Let's
weigh
try to
gas?
break this down. Let's keep this
Does
in as
gas have
few
weight?
words as possible. We need to use as few words as possible.
Dude, if you're gonna talk, you need to get a new mic. Your mic is fucking ass.
Yeah, sorry. I can't find my other one right now.
Okay.
Look,
he
just
says,
keep this in as
can
few
you
words
weigh
as possible.
gas?
Wait.
How do you weigh gas, buddy?
There's numerous ways to weigh gas.
Yeah.
Wait.
Tell us.
Didn't we just point out to him that's a story? He just told me a story. I don't even think he understands that what he just said is a story. Like, does he even understand that? Like, you just told me a story. I used to believe
doesn't.
that. That's the story. Like, do you realize that just saying the word, yes, gravity contains gas here on Earth, you do understand those are just words. Those are just a story. That's not a demonstration. Do you understand the difference, Fortes?
I understand that you believe there's that it's a story.
It's not that he believes it's a story.
Do you understand the difference between a story, and a demonstration? Not even necessarily this particular topic, just a story and a demonstration. Do you understand the difference?
Yeah, I do.
You might as well say that the air is being pulled towards your imaginary ball by the force of farting pigs. It's a story, man. There's like nothing to back it up. That's what he's trying to say. It's
the weight of the gas.
Okay, dude, have you ever thought about this logic? So by that logic, if the weight of that gas that is being pulled to the center, okay, by that logic, it means that the most thinnest outer layer that is right next to the strongest vacuum that you can imagine with your imaginary ball is the one that is must be constantly pulled out into that ever-expanding space that you're flying through with that tilted, wobbling space testicle while spinning around other planets. How is it that for some reason, even though the thinnest layer is on the most outer side of your ball, this thin layer is somehow strong enough to not constantly being pulled out or sucked out, and the whole air just keeps being around that spinning ball while flying through ever-expanding space as if you would drive your tires on your car without having the actual tires? It's like, it makes no sense, man. It's absolutely ridiculous. Just think about it for like 5 seconds. It makes no sense at all. Even if you would assume your gravitational imaginary force, it makes no sense at the end of the day. So you want to tell me that we produce enough oxygen every second that you constantly have the perfect pressurized system without that container, while you have the thinnest layer on the most outer side that is not constantly pulled out into the strongest vacuum you can imagine in your life? It makes no sense, man. Even in stupid Star Wars films, you see people being sucked out by the slightest slide of cut into that pressurized system.
You just said that we produce oxygen per second. Like, is it just like, where does it go?
Oh, dude! Like, why is it with us, you Globers, that you always like tend to just hear one thing, and then for some reason, as if you talk to.
Well, I can only talk about one thing at a time. I can't traverse like the entire scope of each.
But don't you get the dots?
It's like playing whack-a-mole.
The reason why I said so many words is because I want you to connect the dots of what I'm trying to say in its fullest meaning. Okay, it was just an assumption. So I mean, if you I mean, there's no. I mean, you already hung on that one thing already. Like, there's no. You just don't get.
If you're gonna talk about a bunch of different things, I can't talk about all those different things at the same time. If you're gonna make a claim, we got to stop at a claim and talk about a claim. You can't talk about 17 claims at once.
It's not 17 claims at once. You just can't grasp what I'm trying to say.
I understand what you're trying to say.
It's one thing that I said. One thing in its fullness.
If anything, the globe model needs 17 claims to explain one thing. Like you'll say gravity and then spin and then the solar system and the Big Bang and then evolution and like it literally all explains, but what you don't realize is like if you literally just take away one thing, the whole thing falls apart.
Yeah, that's what I just questioned, you know. I mean, I literally just explained his crazy imagination again, and now he's not the one understanding his crazy imagination of what he's believing in.
He watched this thing fall apart, and he's not gonna. He's like, no, it didn't
I'm
fall.
not understanding it.
No, because yeah, come on, dude. Is it that complicated what I just said, or should I really dump it down in like 5 words and then you can talk about it? So imagine
And I didn't say it was complicated.
Imagine a tire without the tire that is spinning and flying forward in a vacuum. Okay, kind of like your ball that is flying through ever-expanding space in the strongest vacuum possibly thinking in your mind, while everything is for some reason being sucked to its center, and the thinnest layer is right next to that most strongest vacuum where you're flying through, literally. Okay, your ball is flying through that vacuum while hurtling around other planets, and you're gonna tell me that I don't need any barrier, nothing. It's just gonna stick magically all that oxygen around it. Is that what you believe in?
Yes.
And you think that's not silly?
No.
How would you demonstrate gravity, 40? Locally, like yourself. How would you do it?
I mean, I would drop a ball.
In the context of what we're talking about, how would you demonstrate gravity affecting gas? Can you show, for instance, that if I let the gas enter this chamber from the bottom, it doesn't expand to fill the available volume until it hits 14.7 psi?
Well, let's say you had like what is it, like mercury hexafluoride, whatever that super heavy one was.
Yeah, it still expands to fill the available volume.
You could
You
just
didn't know that?
You could just pour it into a container on a scale. You don't even need it.
That's a relative density difference between mercury hexafluoride and the air. You didn't know that there was a difference there?
Yes, but it's still heavier than
If you try to weigh
air.
helium on the same scale, it doesn't weigh anything.
Yeah, because
it's less dense than the gas.
Yeah.
You're trying to weigh it in. Just like the gas you just used is more dense than the
Agreed.
gas you were trying to weigh it in.
I agree. We're in agreement.
Yeah, that doesn't work for your globe. There's no gravity here.
Well, it does.
It's not helping you prove your point or validating the issue that you believe there's a gravity causing gas to hold to the surface, but we can show that in any vacuum chamber on Earth.
We can
There's no
show that
evidence of this.
Gas has weight, right?
Weight is a human conception of things in air. You don't know what weight is?
I mean, you can also remove the air and still have weight.
Yeah, now you have changed the medium, and so it's not relative to air anymore. It's relative to the lower pressure which you just created, because you cannot even remove the whole medium.
So, the weight of an object is relative to lower pressure?
It's relative to the medium it is in. Just like when you take a boat and you put a scale under it, the scale doesn't register the boat floating on top of the water. But if you put the scale underneath the container, whatever, it registers the water, the boat, and everything else, because all of that is sitting in air.
Drace, I have a good question. If you took, you took 1 square foot of an area, how would you remove all of the air from that area?
I don't think it's possible. Nature abhors a vacuum.
Right. So, but like, let's say you made a container. Can you make a vacuum and suck all of the air out of there?
No.
Couldn't like remove all of the oxygen, all of the nitrogen, all of the CO2 from that?
No. They cannot
remove a lot of it. You can't.
If you had a closed container,
they cannot show us an image of a gas atom, and they want us to believe there's a bunch of little balls bouncing in there, and that there's maybe a few balls left in there when they're at the highest vacuum. But there's no proof of any of this. This is not scientific. This is philosophic. This is pseudoscientific.
Have you ever gone to get your blood drawn?
Have I gone to get my blood drawn?
Yes, for like lab values and stuff like that, like a blood count or a metabolic panel.
Point?
Well, the tubes that they use, they suck the air out of those tubes, so that way when you put a needle into them, the blood is forced to go into those tubes.
It's pressure mediation. It's the same thing when you use a straw. Yeah, all of that is against what they claim is holding all of the matter here on the ball. So a child can suck water with a tiny amount of vacuum away from the surface, and it's not contained by any gravity.
Right. So that container, inside that container is less than 14.7 psi, correct?
Yeah, just like in the mouth of the child, the vacuum used to suck on the straw is very small.
So if you remove the container, does it still remain 14.7 psi, or does that base get filled with 14.7 psi?
If you remove the container with the small,
like let's just say if you just made the container,
would it equalize again? Yes.
Yes. So that's what we're trying to say, Fortes. Like, when there's a vacuum, the gas fills the vacuum. It disperses and diffuses.
Yeah, the lower pressure goes
there's
to the
no
higher
way.
pressure.
Right.
But if you have a gradual transfer from a higher pressure area to a lower pressure area,
it still has to go, dude.
But if you have a force causing it not to go, right, then you have to prove that.
You have to prove that force.
Claim.
I'm saying if you have a force, we can use this thought experiment in our heads. That's why humans have it, advanced as far. We can have abstract thoughts. We can say if there was a force that was preventing that gas to not go into the rest of the vacuum, it would make sense.
So you should be able to produce
that. The question, man, that you're better than that. You don't have to do that. Just act in reality.
Theorizing in your head isn't circular reasoning.
Yeah, don't say if. Then you're speaking about reality if you don't have to say if.
Let me tell you, that's not circular reasoning. So go ahead and.
When did I say circular reasoning?
Begging the question is circular reasoning.
No, I didn't say circular reasoning. I only said begging the question. Like I said, you don't have to do that here. You're better than that.
Saying if and theorizing isn't begging the question.
There aren't any questions left. That's a problem. This is a flat Earth debate. There's no questions left. Does the Earth measure to be a globe or does it measure to be flat? Okay.
Where's the curvature?
You can't theorize.
No. What does theorizing do for you, man? The answer's already there. It measures flat.
Well, how did you come to the conclusions of any of the flat Earth ideas?
If we have a force, that means when I check in distance water will curve. Is that true? The new guy, if we have a force, that means that water in distance will curve.
There's no force that makes water in the distance curve. No, there's no force that does that.
Gravity will make every answer seem logical in an imaginary world.
Let's have gravity, Clay, for 5 minutes. Let's have that force. Now, let's go and check if that force is working.
But man, I already used that. I used his belief system and explain it to him, and the only thing he said is, "Yes, I believe in that."
Yeah, he believes.
He doesn't. He's religious. He's completely.
That's right.
In this prison.
He believes when you drop the pen, that will fall down, and that is gravity. That's cool. That's great. I believe also when you drop the pen, it will fall down. Let's call that gravity. Now, let's go out and see if a sphere is curving. That has nothing to do with gravity, but has to do with the shape. That means he believes in but if he believes in gravity, that means he believes also that gravity is shaping the water. But he can check.
You're right. He believes all these coincidences. Also, that somehow the gravitational force of the moon is stronger than the gravitational force of the Earth in order to create high tides, low tides. But the gravitational force of the Earth then is also strong enough to keep the moon and everything else within these parameters. All these coincidences that he needs to believe in to make his weird imaginary world work. And the saddest thing about it is that we always need to go out there into the depths of the sky or a pressurized system or not, and blah blah blah, all this stuff that is actually easy to understand if you have ever observed the reality that you live in. But really, actually, we wouldn't need to go that far if he would actually just understand that what we have measured is not adding up with what they claim in his imaginary world to be the case in reality. Because it is simply not the case in reality. So if it's not the case in reality that the Earth is not the certain size that they tell you it is, there is nothing to debate about anymore. And that's what you Globers do not get. That's why you go out and start to search for branches to hold on that in the first place are not branches. It's just again an imaginary branch that you hold yourself onto because you can't let go of that imaginary system that you believe in and that religious cult. That you call a spinning space testicle flying forever expanding universe.
Whoa. What religious cult?
It's a religious cult, man.
Faith.
Okay, so hold on. Why do you call it? Hold on. Why do you call it a religious cult?
Because I always hear just I believe that, I believe this, and blah 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 from Globers.
Without proof.
So let me get this straight.
It requires
Globers are believing a cult.
Yes,
but
correct.
flat earthers are not.
No.
Yep. Yes, that's true.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you know why?
Yeah, we're just the people who left your cult. That's all there is to it.
Yes, we left your cult.
Do you know why? Because you believe that water is curving. That's your belief. But water itself doesn't curve.
Do I have baseless beliefs?
Yes.
Yes.
You believe. You believe.
So I'm just a totally irrational person that just believes that.
Yeah, it's not like you can.
Yeah. Have you ever gone out and seen the measurements yourself?
That's at least the only thing you proved so far.
Come on. You at least extend me some generosity here and think and
just present the evidence.
Okay,
present the evidence.
40, you just said if you were going to demonstrate gravity, you would pick up an item you said you would drop an item to observe it. My question to you is, why wouldn't you observe the item in a resting state, then act upon it and observe what happens to it?
Does gravity, is gravity well demonstrated in a resting state?
Yeah, it's not. That's why you have to do something about it.
When something is in a resting state, there's no forces acting upon it. It's resting.
I guess that's a good point. I guess I could demonstrate gravity by just pointing to the cup on my desk that's not moving.
No, you actually.
No, that's my point. So my question to you is, where does kinetic energy fall within your realm of stuff?
I don't know.
Also, observe and declare is not evidence. So try to find some evidence.
No, he asked me to
scientific evidence.
Someone asked me to demonstrate
following the scientific method, not just this fallacious.
Somebody asked me to demonstrate, so that's my demonstration.
Well, no, my question is though, if you pick up 20-pound weight, if I pick up a 20-pound weight, is that realized energy, potential energy, becoming kinetic energy as I work with the weight, and then I put it down and it becomes potential energy again? Where does your gravity fall into that aspect of things?
What what weight did you pick up? Why does it weigh
20-pound weight. I'm looking at a weight rack. I've got 10 pounds, 20 pounds, 30, all the way up to 50. I pick up the 10. I warm up with the 10. I go to the 30.
Pick up. What do you mean pick up?
I pick it up, as in I pick it up off the weight rack. Don't be vindictive. I pick it up off the weight rack and I begin using it to work out with it.
So you have to work against a force that is acting upon it.
I'm asking you to consider the weight independently, because all those weights are all weighted. They've been weighed. The 10-pound weight is independent of the 20-pound weight, which is independent of the 30 and the 40 and the 50. So my question to you is, you can't have a universal force that's acting upon a multiple weight set that's all been independently weighted and vetted. So again, my question to you is, how do you introduce a universal force on multiple weights that you can be using in a gym to work out with? When I say lift up, pick up the weight, lift the weight, which you may not be familiar with how to work out, but that's cool.
How can you? They act on them all at the same time, simultaneously.
No, that's impossible. Because if I take a scale, I have a scale on the ground, I put the 10-pound weight on it, it weighs 10 pounds. I pick up the 20, it has 20. So you don't have an independent, because even down to the variable of a 2-gram weight, or a 2-gram weight, I can weigh that 2-gram weight. So how does your uniform force act upon the same 2-gram weight all the way up to a 4,000-pound car? I don't understand.
How does it act upon it?
That's my question to you. How do you have this magical force that can act upon a 10-gram weight to a 10-pound weight on a weight rack all the way up to a 4,000-pound car? It's not a universal form, because each thing is independently weighted. Therefore, they possess their own potential energy, and when you pick them up, they become kinetic energy. You work with them, and then you put them down, and they observe kinetic energy again. Potential energy, because they hold potential to be worked with. Does that make sense to you? What do you think about that? Where does gravity fit into all that?
I mean, gravity acts upon mass. So if you have larger quantities of mass, it's going to weigh more.
You can't pick and choose. I said to you, 10 grams. I weighed out 10 grams yesterday. You don't have to ask of what, but I weighed out 10 grams of something yesterday, and I also worked out with a 20-pound, 30-pound, and a 50-pound weight this morning. Where's the universal force that acts upon these things? Hey now. I don't understand, dude. It's a universal force.
It resides deep in the core of the round Earth.
It is so minute that it can tell me on a scale 10 grams, and it can go all the way up to 50 pounds. And that's just the beginning of the variable.
You say where's the force? Like, are you asking for its location?
Well, this sounds
for a rational explanation that can explain this uniform. Again, you're attempting to explain a uniform force that can act upon something so significant as a 10 gram or a 1 gram weight, all the way up to a 50-pound weight, all the way to a 4,000-pound car, and it doesn't stop there. My question to you is, I don't understand how this magic uniform force can work on this exponential scale. And you have this magic figure of 9.8 meters per second per second. How do you administer 9.8 meters per second on a 10-gram weight? It makes no sense. Do you understand this? This is what I'm saying to you. It's literally stupid.
I don't really understand what you're saying.
Can I put a different perspective on it? Can I put a different perspective on it?
Okay.
It's a symptom. Why is it that the bigger the mass, the more it's attracted to Earth? Like, I mean, look at the moon. The moon is locked into its place, right? On the globe model. That mass is huge. Why is it not just barreling straight into Earth?
Because it maintains a momentum in its orbit.
But there's a constant.
Sounds like Cap.
There's a constant at a distance. Put two magnets at a distance, they're always going to be attracted to each other. Always.
Yeah. Unless you have centrifugal force.
Centrifugal force. Like a gravitron?
Yeah, like if you spin it around, like the amusement ride that comes in the circus, you like lay up against the wall and it spins you around, and
right, you're not pulled
when
to
you get
the
off.
center.
But where's the
You're
wall?
pulled to the edge.
Where's the wall?
You're pulled to the edge, not the center.
Yeah.
There's no wall there to stop you.
Yeah, if there's no wall there, you go flying off.
No, I'm just talking about the amusement ride. Like,
Yeah. But
you're up against the wall.
What I'm saying is, like,
how crazy this is?
Like the magnets are going to be attracted to each other unless there's a force acting upon them, which pulls them apart that's greater than the attractive force.
How is that analogous to the ride?
What kind of dressing would you like with that word, salad?
Ranch.
Ew.
Or Thousand Island.
House it is.
Some croutons with that.
I don't know. Croutons get kind of soggy quick.
But I mean, like you realize you just explained. So you explained gravity pulling towards the center using centrifugal force, and you acknowledge that the gravitron is the same thing. But when you're on the gravitron and it spins, you go outward, not inward. And then you said that centrifugal force would keep the magnets away from you.
Look, it could pull them away. It could pull them away.
What centrifugal force is pulling the moon away from you?
I was just trying to form an analogy, like how you said a magnet would attract each other, because magnetic force wouldn't be the same as gravity, right? So it's kind of hard to draw analogies.
How is the moon being pulled away from the Earth? What's keeping the moon from being sucked in at 9.8 meters per second?
Momentum.
Oh, dude. Momentum. You mean that word or something? What is going on?
What law of motion do we have to violate to get to that point?
Yeah, good question.
We violated the law of thermodynamics. We violated the law of motion. Like, what other laws are we going to violate?
Who needs laws?
It doesn't matter laws. Let's speak. Come on, people. Let's debunk logic in the first place, and then we can speak.
But I will say this: Fortes, you got to be thinking about this, dude. This has got to be striking you weird.
No,
like
it's not.
This
has got to be striking you weird.
But 40, don't you find it interesting that you said in order to observe gravity, you have to initiate the object?
I never said that.
You said you had to drop. Hold on. You said you had to drop it, didn't you?
Yeah, I said I would drop a ball.
Right. So what did you have to do to the ball in the first place? It was in a resting state, chilling out, and you had to pick it up.
I just said I had to drop the ball, but
right.
Sure,
but in order to
just immediately contradicted yourself.
You had to pick it up, didn't you?
Yeah, or someone could have placed it.
Okay. So that's my thing is the ball, let's say you were bowling, the ball was hanging out on the weight rack, chilling, minding its business. It's like, la, 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 maybe go hit some balls if somebody would just come and pick me up. So 40 walks over, he's like, yo, let me pick you up. He picks up the ball, disturbs the ball from its resting state. He swings the ball, right? He uses uses the potential energy of the ball weighing 8 pounds. He swings it back, he rolls it down the lane, it becomes kinetic energy, and it hits the pins, and we notice that the pins absorb the energy and they explode from the contact. Now, my question to you again is, you initialized the object in order to observe gravity, did you not?
In this example,
please let him answer.
In this example, I picked it up from its state, and then I dropped it. So
you initialized.
And you're wondering
why. So my
can I just talk to Kilowatt only?
My follow-up question to you in that is there anything in the universe that you observe that does not act without an external energy acting upon it?
I don't know.
Thank you. I withdraw.
So now, do I need to adjust this object to observe gravity?
Sorry, can I say only one thing we didn't say? When you pick up that object, you will move through what? You pick it up and you put to some height, let's say, and what are you doing in this moment? Are you moving that object through something?
A medium.
Atmosphere?
Yeah, and is it that medium less than that object? What are you moving through? Is it that object, what you pick it up, more dense than medium? What are you moving now into?
40. This is for you, bud.
Yeah, I know. I don't think I need to move the object.
Okay, that means that object is down. It's not moving. You are not touching. Nothing is happening. You want to touch the object and pick up and to move through the medium and to prove gravity. Is that true?
I don't know.
But you are picking the object more dense than the medium what it is. In this moment, it could be on the floor. That is not less dense medium. But if you take from the floor, now you will move that object through the medium, what's called air, and air is less dense than that object. And if you release the object, logically, that object will go down.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right, back to my point.
Kilowatt, you don't have to move the object to observe gravity, though.
Really?
Okay, this is my.
So what are we observing?
No, 40. You're missing my point in the context of the scenario that I'm attempting to portray for you. Is that?
No, I understand what you're saying.
An object, it's resting and chilling until like a car.
But where's it chilling?
You have to have. I told you the ball was on the weight rack before you picked it up at the bowling alley. Like if you're driving a car, you have to put gas into the car, and you have to get it and modulate the pedal so that the car goes right. There has to be an input of energy. And my point to you in painting these different scenarios is that whenever you want to observe something, you have to initialize it in order to observe it. And I find that it is borderline, as I always say, narcissistic, that you guys can pick at the point you want to observe something to say, oh, look, it's moving. Let's start observing it now. Well, hold on. Let's take a moment. Let's take a step back to observe. How did that object get into motion? Let's identify let's identify the initializing source of movement, energy force that caused that thing to move. Okay. And then let's release it or do whatever it is we need to do with it. And then we can observe what happens when we stop acting upon that object with our force, how it comes to a resting state, i.e. Newton is hanging out underneath the tree. He gets hit in the head with the apple. The apple hits him on the head. It hits the floor. It rolls down the hill and it lands up in a vat of water or a lake of water and it floats. Right? These are all the different things when we talk about, or I'm talking about, kinetic versus potential energy. I yield.
I don't think you need to initiate the object, like you said, to observe it. Right? Why is the object there to begin with?
What are you observing?
Let's put feet in the ground and observe.
I think he's trying to say that because the ball just sitting there doing nothing, it's being pulled by gravity even when it's just sitting there.
Okay, let's put seed in the ground and let's see how it's tree is growing and let's observe the gravity.
Okay. Gravitropism acts upon the seed to determine which way to shoot its condylium up to engage the sunlight.
Yeah. How about tree? It's growing through the medium, less dense medium.
Wait a
minute. Gravity acts
right to the money here. Can we just?
How about this? Listen, this.
Sasha, let's just get right to the money here. His presupposition is that things should be floating away. Is this true?
Well, that's a good point. Let's go back to the tree. Gravitropism. How do you explain the orientation of a tree or a tree seed or any seed in soil for it to know which direction
towards the light? It grows.
There's no light underneath the ground. It
knows
dark.
where they're coming from. Knows where the heat's coming from, mate. So
What if
don't be
there's no
stupid.
heat? What if there's no heat?
Well, it doesn't grow then.
No, it does.
Plants don't grow without light and heat.
Yes, you can bury a seed in direct winter. It can go through overwinterization. Gravitropism acts upon the seed.
It won't grow until spring.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, there's a temperature gradient.
Yeah, but how does it know which direction to grow?
Stop divining the intent of the seed. That's just absurd.
Gravitropism is a thing.
Yeah, you can imagine the intent of the seed, and it's sensing gravity with its magical senses. It can tell us all about your story. There's no evidence.
You can do it in your house. What do you mean there's no evidence?
You can bury a seed germinate in your house. That does not prove that the seed is consciously following gravity as per your insane claims.
Sure you can. You could put it Hold on. You can put it in a temperature controlled environment with absolutely no light whatsoever, and it will grow upwards.
Yeah, it's a temperature gradient in that chamber. You cannot isolate the temperature gradient.
Sure you can.
There's always going to be a temperature gradient.
Okay, maybe 0.0001 degrees. You could put a super expensive thermometer at the top, super expensive thermometer at the bottom, and really adjust for temperature like they do. There's professional equipment that does it.
Potatoes will not grow up.
Yeah. So you're saying that you're going to
potatoes will not grow up.
Their buds will shoot out. I don't know anything about potatoes. I can tell you about other seeds.
Did you ever see potatoes? Did you ever see potatoes over the ground?
What?
Did you see ever potatoes over the ground?
Potatoes are a tuber. Potatoes are literally a root storage starch. They grow in the ground. They're a root.
If I put the seed of potato underground, why is it not going up?
Its shoot will go up. It produces shoots that go up.
Where is going up?
Of course, they will go up to the air.
You cut a potato up into 100 pieces. You plant the potato. They're going to grow up. That's how you.
Can you show me a field of potatoes growing up, please?
Google planting potatoes.
Okay. I don't know. I all my life in my garden, potatoes was underground. I don't know what are you saying.
He's full of shit. That's what he's saying.
I'm full of shit. Google potato planting.
Did you, or are you just a Google as you go earther?
The trees that do grow upwards do.
Or put it like this. That mean that people who have the knowledge about planting the seeds, they have big knowledge about gravity.
No, they just put it in the ground and cover it with dirt.
Oh, they don't have idea about
Can we just
gravity.
get to the money, guys? Can we just get right to the money? This guy thinks that things should be floating away as his baseline axiom for reality.
Oh, that's CB.
I do.
If you don't have gravity,
You asked us why is the bowling ball there? But why is it there? Where else?
I don't recall asking that.
I can rewind the clip if you'd like.
Yeah, you totally did, dude. You're like,
oh, I did. You're right.
Totally cut you off.
Hey, you got me, bro. You got me. I admit it.
Maybe somebody's paying attention.
My bad. You did get me. My bad.
Okay, can we get to the money? I've asked the question 2 times now. Do you believe that things should be floating away?
It's kind of a weird question. I mean, it's kind of contextual, right?
But you asked us why. He said the weight is on the rack. You said, but why is it there? Where else would it be?
Why would it be there right on resting on the rack?
The question, I restated it to you. You don't have to restate. So you're asking us why would it be there as if it would be somewhere else.
Yeah, what's causing it to be there?
The bowling alley manager, he put it there.
Where else would it? Yeah, there you go. Where else would it be, dude? You're saying it should be floating away. That's what you're saying without saying it.
No, I'm asking what force is causing it to be on the rack.
What else would be happening?
Stop.
Well, I don't. Well, we're talking about gravity, right?
Be floating away. That's what you're saying. Without saying it directly, you're saying it should be floating away, but it's not. Therefore, gravity.
That's what you're saying. I'm just saying, why is that there?
Do you agree or no?
No.
Okay, so then why are you asking us why is it there as if it should be somewhere else?
Well, I mean, what force is putting it there? Like,
The manager who put the weights there.
Yeah, but why is it sticking to that? Why is
Where
it
else
not?
would it go?
Why is it not going to the left?
Why would that happen?
I don't know. Why is it?
Dude, hold
Why
on,
is it
why
only staying in place?
Why are you confused
Because-
all of a sudden, dude? Like, you're so smart, but you're confused. Like, you pretend to be confused. Well, why isn't the weight moving?
I'm
Why
asking
would it
questions.
move? No, you know what you're doing. You're a smart guy, so don't play dumb. Let's get right to the money here, dude. You are saying that weight should be floating away, but it's not. Therefore,
Well, if you're going to demonstrate gravity, right? You could say that gravity is causing that weight to be there to begin with.
It's your presupposition that hasn't been proven, right? You have to prove gravity first before you start pointing back at your.
Well, I don't need to prove water to have water in my hands, and I don't need to prove gravity.
But that's
to know
not in
that
contention. Gravity is very much in contention, my friend.
Yeah, I know, but
Not validated.
if I drop a chair on my head, I don't need to prove that I'm going to get knocked out before I get knocked out.
Contention again. That's not in contention here. So there is something in contention. You're calling this thing gravity, right?
But I can observe the phenomenon that causes things to sit still.
Moving.
Well, okay, so you don't think that?
So here's where the question comes back in the play. You think that it should be floating away, but it's not.
Also,
That's your
you don't
baseline axiom. Go ahead.
I didn't say that.
You don't observe the phenomena.
You don't have to say it. You're making it very clear. Go ahead. Sorry.
You don't observe the cause doing the effect. You just observe the effect of the phenomena and then claim a cause with no evidence.
You can make inferences and guess and start poking holes in your guesswork, and then come to conclusions based on eliminating.
It's called working backwards from an assumption.
That's theoretical.
Exactly.
It's like trying to start building a cheese pizza with the cheese. It's ridiculous.
There's nothing theoretical
that's
about
like
water.
how we've discovered many things in science, right? Is you like, hey, what if this is the case?
You ask Sasha, who is our professional baker here, you start baking pizzas usually with the actual dough. You don't make cheese pizzas starting with cheese. Sorry.
Okay.
So we're talking about reality?
Start from the beginning, not the end.
Okay.
You don't work backwards from you don't build houses by starting with a single shingle and then stapling shingles underneath it. And then put the roof underneath. But this is how you guys work.
CB, can I ask you another question? Good one.
Yeah.
Do you think that these people who are here on Flat Earth server, who are claiming they are flat earthers, do you think that they realize that there is no experiment for gravity, and because of that they are flat earthers?
Yeah, I mean, we were supposed to be the science deniers, but we're requesting science for this thing, and they're denying it. So someone's the science denier.
Did you understand? Did you understand? If we realize that there is no experiment for gravity, we don't believe in gravity, isn't that the main reason because we believe or think that Earth is flat?
Sasha, one quick thing. You know what the problem is with Globers and the word realize? In the word realize, you will find real. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to know what he thinks that we think that is the main reason why we are here.
I don't think he knows why he's even
That's
here.
a good
I don't even know
question.
where he knows
why we are here. Not why we are here. Why we believe in flat Earth and why we're here.
Yeah.
I don't think he even knows where he is.
You don't think I know?
No.
Can you tell me, please? Can you tell me, please, what is the main reason? Other reason doesn't matter. The main reason why we are here.
Because you guys believe the Earth to be flat.
Yeah, but what's the reason of that? What we believe?
What proof do we have of that?
What is our point?
That you've told yourselves that there's no measure of curvature. I
told myself.
Told yourself.
This is stupid.
If I go
want me to continue, or is this like drown me out?
If I go outside in reality, in this
let him finish real quick. Let him finish his statement. That way we can have our statement. Let him finish his statement.
So it always goes back to directly measuring the Earth and just go out there with your eyes and just put your eyes on it and then just measure out, 10 miles should be 66 feet a drop in 10 miles. If you don't see it, then how can the Earth be a ball?
Yeah.
Wait. Measuring with your eyes. Do you go pay for some new shoes and they measure your feet with their eyes, or do they actually measure your feet?
Well, that's I forget what the type of there's a specific logic.
Wait, can you just answer the question though? It's just a very simple question. Do they measure with their eyes, or do they actually directly measure your foot?
Do they use a tool?
They use a tool.
There we go. So what do you mean by measuring with your eyes? When have you ever done that?
It's a type of logic where you have to witness things for yourself and you can't believe things.
But when have you ever measured something with your eyeball?
It's just called estimating.
Yeah, but like,
so can you
there's
measure
a common,
how tall I am with your eyeballs?
There's a common idea.
When are you going to stop insulting our intelligence here?
See, just answer. You could just start by answering direct questions. 40.
Oh, okay.
So, can you measure how tall I am with your eyeballs?
No.
There we go. So, what do you mean by measuring with your eyes?
There's a common thread where you have to witness things with, like, for yourself, and you have to, like, be out there and just. There's this common sentiment that's floating around. It's like,
yeah,
why would you just go outside
go out
and
and actually measure.
Yeah,
equipment and observe.
Yeah.
The results.
There's a total disbelief essentially tied.
We don't go tell people go down your local beach, stare at the fucking horizon, and believe the Earth is flat. That's what I mean. Yeah. Are you in here thinking that's what we're about? Because that's a serious insult to our intelligence.
No, I never said that.
Let me just ask you a question, 40. Let me just ask you a question. If I go out with infrared camera and a normal P900, both of them P900s, should I see further in the infrared or less?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
That's crazy because the people that do these things.
It's okay to be wrong.
The people that do these things, that do these experiments, they do know.
Take
They
a guess.
do
You
know.
said you work with guesswork, right? So go ahead, take a guess.
It's okay to not